Long before the present day, a legendary blacksmith built his name through handcrafted weapons and armor, his skill eventually earning him the rare opportunity to negotiate directly with the Kingdom of Cairo during a war that seemed destined to last forever. That single contract transformed his fate, bringing him immense prestige, and once the war finally ended, the kingdom rewarded him with the title of Baron, along with ownership of the land itself. The elderly storyteller explained that this remarkable blacksmith was none other than Master Roman's ancestor. At first glance, it seemed like an unnecessary tale since everyone already knew the family's history, but only a few hours earlier Roman himself had personally requested every detail. After confirming that he was indeed the eldest son of the Dimitri family, and that the territory belonged to the Kingdom of Cairo on the continent of Salamandra, the old man admitted he found Roman's curiosity strange. After all, the young master had never been known for intelligence, and lately his reputation had only been built around drinking, drugs, and wasting time alongside young nobles. Not long before that conversation, a servant had reminded Roman that Lady Lawrence, his fiancée, would soon arrive for an important visit. Unlike his brothers, Roman had spent 25 years hiding inside his room, earning the humiliating nickname of the Dimitri family's fool. Since Lady Lawrence valued elegance and proper etiquette above all else, he was expected to prepare himself carefully. Instead, Roman calmly dismissed the visit, insisting something else demanded his attention first. He ordered the servants to bring him the oldest person in the territory, because understanding the world he now lived in mattered far more than meeting his fiancée. The servant could hardly believe the sudden change, yet despite his confusion, he carried out the command without question. That brought everything back to the present, where the old man finished his story by admitting that was all he knew. Roman thanked him sincerely and promised he would be rewarded for his help. As the old man departed, Roman reflected on the impossible truth. To everyone else he was Roman Dimitri, yet his true identity was Beek Jung Hyuk. In the world of Murim, he had ruled as the leader of the heavenly demon sect, surviving endless battles until there was nothing left to conquer. Having accomplished everything he desired, he had accepted death without regret, yet for reasons beyond his understanding, he had awakened inside Roman Dimitri's body. Whether this was heaven's will or some divine punishment, even he could not say. Lost in thought, Roman wandered into the poorest district of the territory, where a brutal scene unfolded before him. A young boy lay helpless in the street as several men kicked and stomped on him without mercy, beating him while bystanders watched in silence. His servant hands immediately noticed the fang-shaped tattoos decorating the attacker's arms. Those marks belonged to the Blood Fangs, a notorious criminal organization whose influence stretched far beyond Dimitri territory. Judging by the situation, the boy had likely fallen into debt with them. Hands quietly urged Roman to leave before they became involved, warning that the Blood Fangs were far too dangerous. But before he could finish speaking, Roman had already walked forward and ordered the men to stop. The bald leader sneered at him, mocking his noble status and telling him to stay out of Blood Fang business. Hands desperately tried to convince Roman to withdraw, but Roman instead admitted he still knew little about the laws of this world. He calmly asked Hands to explain exactly who had broken the law and what punishment they deserved. Once Hands gathered himself, he explained that while the boy had indeed failed to repay his debt, the Blood Fangs had absolutely no legal authority to punish him. Such matters belonged before the courts. More importantly, insulting the eldest son of the Dimitri family was considered a capital offense under the kingdom's law. Without another word, Roman picked up an ordinary branch from the ground. Declaring that the criminals had violated the law of Dimitri territory, he announced that, as the eldest son of Baron Romero Dimitri, he would personally carry out their punishment. The bald man tried reasoning with him, claiming Roman clearly didn't understand how the world worked and was creating unnecessary trouble, especially after recognizing who they were. Roman dismissed every excuse with a single conclusion. To him, they were nothing more than garbage that had dared insult the owner of the land. The moment he moved, everyone froze. Using nothing except the wooden branch, Roman crossed the distance in an instant and drove it clean through the bald man's throat. The remaining criminals abandoned all caution and rushed him with knives and blades, but they couldn't even touch him. Roman slipped through every attack effortlessly before burying the same branch into another man's stomach. As he fought, memories from the moment he awakened resurfaced. He remembered finding Roman Dimitri's written testament surrounded by scattered drugs. In the Kingdom of Cairo, where war was constant, every noble family was required to send a representative to the battlefield. Roman Dimitri had been chosen, but fear had driven him to abandon that responsibility. It had been the life of a coward, but that man no longer existed. The body now belonged to Beek Jung Hyuk, leader of the heavenly demon sect, and from this point onward he would live by his own rules. Within seconds, every Blood Fang member lay dead. Only one terrified survivor remained. Rather than fight, the man turned to flee, but Roman forced him onto his knees before he could escape. Roman explained that laws existed to preserve order, and anyone who violated them deserved punishment. Although he chose to spare the man's life, mercy did not mean forgiveness. In front of the horrified crowd, Roman ripped out the criminal's eyes before introducing himself as the eldest son of the Dmitri family. He declared that anyone dissatisfied with his judgment was free to come challenge him personally. Back in Murim, Baek Yong-hyuk had stood at the very peak of the martial world. Countless masters had challenged the heavenly demon sect only to perish, their blood flowing so heavily it stained the land itself. Compared to those battles, struggling against a handful of street criminals almost felt insulting. Once everything was over, Roman instructed Hans to summon the guards and report exactly what had happened. Hans immediately obeyed and rushed away. Left alone, Roman quietly assessed his new body. Its condition was abysmal, his physical strength was pitiful, and the flow of internal energy was nearly non-existent. If he intended to survive, gathering information and rebuilding his strength would have to begin immediately. The boy who had been rescued slowly approached and thanked Roman for saving his life. Roman immediately corrected him. Kindness had nothing to do with it. The Blood Fangs had broken the law and received the punishment they deserved, but the boy would still have to face responsibility for his own debt. The boy explained that his parents had borrowed money to purchase farmland. Repaying the loan would have been easy after harvest, but the Blood Fangs deliberately destroyed their crops to make repayment impossible. As if that weren't enough, they had now begun targeting his younger sister despite the family having harmed no one. Desperate, he begged Roman to at least protect her. Roman studied the determination burning in the boy's eyes and found himself reminded of someone from his previous life, a man known as the Mad Demon. Curious, he asked for the boy's name. The boy introduced himself as Kevin. Roman assured him that he would investigate the entire situation personally, and if everything Kevin had said proved true, he would settle the matter himself. Overwhelmed with relief, Kevin thanked him repeatedly. Somewhere deep inside, Roman couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter had not happened by coincidence. He sensed that Kevin's role in his future was only just beginning. Meanwhile, Lady Flora traveled toward the Dmitri estate inside her carriage. Just 1 month earlier, she had been stunned after learning she was to enter an arranged marriage with the Dmitri family. Her father explained that their own territory faced severe hardships, leaving the marriage as their only realistic option. Even knowing the circumstances, Flora couldn't bring herself to accept it. She had no desire to spend her future tied to a family infamous for endless wars and rough behavior. Her father apologized sincerely, admitting he had no other choice. At first, Flora comforted herself with the possibility of marrying the family's talented second son, whose future seemed bright. That hope disappeared the moment Roman Dmitri, the eldest son, insisted on becoming her fiancé instead. His reputation was already infamous. Everyone knew him as the useless fool of the Dmitri family, obsessed only with luxury and pleasure. When they finally met, Flora immediately declared that she intended to cancel the engagement. To her complete surprise, Roman accepted without hesitation. He explained that he had only recently learned about the arrangement himself, and he had absolutely no interest in marrying someone like her either. As far as he was concerned, ending the engagement immediately was the best outcome. Flora couldn't tell whether he was serious. When Roman mentioned informing his father right away, she quickly stopped him and asked if he truly had no desire to marry. Rather than answering directly, Roman simply asked whether she wanted to marry him. She admitted she didn't. Roman concluded there was no reason for either of them to suffer through a marriage neither wanted. He willingly accepted full responsibility for breaking the engagement, treating the entire matter as something insignificant. As Flora left the estate, she couldn't help wondering whether the man she had just met was really the same Roman Dmitri everyone constantly criticized. Later, when Roman informed his father of the decision, Baron Romero Dmitri exploded with anger. Although the world mocked Roman as an idiot, the Baron insisted he had always tried to give his eldest son every opportunity possible. A marriage into the Lawrence family would have strengthened the Dmitri family's position among the nobility. All Roman had needed to do was marry a beautiful noblewoman and fulfill his duty. Roman offered nothing except a quiet apology. Enraged, the Baron hurled his official seal toward him before revealing the consequences. Had the marriage succeeded, he might have found a way to exempt Roman from military service. Now there was nothing he could do. In 6 months, Roman would be sent directly to the battlefield. Roman accepted the decision without protest. The Baron then mentioned hearing rumors about the Blood Fang incident. Witnesses claimed Roman had personally punished the criminals, but he dismissed the story as impossible. He went on to explain that the true issue wasn't whether Roman had fought them. The Blood Fangs had grown powerful enough that even he, the Baron of the territory, couldn't suppress them easily. By provoking such an organization, Roman had dragged the entire Dmitri family into a dangerous conflict. For that reason, the Baron made his position perfectly clear. Roman would receive no protection, no soldiers, and no assistance. If he intended to stand against the Bloodfangs, then every consequence that followed would be his burden alone. The Baron had fully expected his son to fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness. Instead, Roman accepted the punishment without the slightest hesitation. He calmly admitted that everything had started because of his own choices, and if consequences were waiting for him, he would bear them alone. Romero stood there speechless, watching Roman walk away and close the door behind him as though nothing had happened. Outside the room, Flora confronted him, unable to understand whether he had completely lost his mind. As Roman casually wiped the blood from the blow his father had just given him, she questioned why he was acting so recklessly. She reminded him that the Bloodfangs feared neither nobles nor powerful families, and if they believed someone had challenged them, revenge was inevitable. In her eyes, the only sensible option was to swallow his pride and beg the Baron for protection. Roman simply wondered why he would ever do such a thing, then coldly remarked that Flora still failed to understand her own place. A short while later, as Hans helped him prepare, Roman frowned at the overpowering scent of perfume. Hans explained there was little choice. The smell of blood had completely soaked into his clothes. Roman found the outfit equally irritating, complaining that it was uncomfortably tight. Hans reminded him that it was supposed to be his first formal meeting with his fiancée, so appearances mattered. Hearing that only made Roman think about how unfamiliar this world still was. Marriage would only become another unnecessary chain around him, and he needed to end the engagement as quickly as possible without creating needless hostility. But when the meeting finally happened, he realized Flora herself had never intended to treat him with respect. That erased any reason for him to be overly considerate. The moment he announced that he alone would shoulder the responsibility for ending the engagement, he noticed genuine anxiety flash across her face. Once both of them agreed to break it off, neither had any claim over the other's future. Their paths would separate completely, and each would handle their own life from that point forward. As Roman walked down the hallway afterward, he reflected that accepting full responsibility was the cleanest solution. It prevented any further discussions about marriage while completely cutting his ties with Flora. As far as he was concerned, that encounter would also be their last. That night, Baron Romero drowned himself in drink inside his chambers. While speaking with his wife Lihana, he admitted something that had weighed on him for years. Back when they had still been commoners, he had often disciplined Roman with violence. After earning their noble title, he had sworn never to raise his hand against his son again. Lihana gently reminded him that all of their children had grown into healthy adults. But Romero's concern wasn't about all of them. His thoughts remained fixed on Roman, the only child who had personally endured the family's hardest days. Lihana urged him not to bury himself in guilt. Perhaps he had made mistakes as a father, but mistakes could still be corrected. The man she knew would never simply stand by and watch his own son destroy himself. Roman was stubborn and proud, and perhaps his reckless words about confronting the Bloodfangs had only been spoken in the heat of the moment. Even so, no one could predict what would happen next. Her words finally reached him. Determined to act before things became irreversible, Romero immediately ordered Captain Jonathan to be summoned. The following morning, Roman left the estate as though yesterday's confrontation had never happened. Hans nervously warned that wandering the streets now was incredibly dangerous. The Bloodfangs could strike back at any moment. Roman asked when the organization had become powerful enough to terrify everyone. Then he answered his own question. Their strength didn't come from overwhelming power. It came from the reputation they had built by mercilessly slaughtering anyone who opposed them. Back in Murim, he had learned that infamy created fear, and fear made people obey long before a weapon ever had to be drawn. Hans insisted that none of that changed the fact that they were dangerous. Roman agreed with one condition: they first had to be capable of making him afraid, and they simply weren't. Later, inside a restaurant, Roman remained completely relaxed. He ordered a proper meal for Hans and instructed him to stay behind and enjoy it while he took a walk alone. Hans immediately objected, saying he could never allow the young master to wander off by himself. Roman explained that he still had information to gather, and bringing Hans along would only put him in unnecessary danger. Hans refused again, insisting his duty was to protect him. Roman looked at him and asked if he truly considered himself one of his people. Hans answered without hesitation that he did. Roman nodded and told him that if that was true, then the best way to help was to trust him. Hans had already done more than enough by accompanying him there. Now he could relax, finish his meal, and simply wait for Roman's return. Hans was left completely stunned. Never before had the young master treated him with such trust or spoken to him as though he genuinely mattered. But instead of remaining at the restaurant as instructed, Hans immediately rushed toward the castle to report everything to Roman's parents. Meanwhile, Roman walked the streets alone, carefully piecing together everything he had learned about the Bloodfangs. Individually, none of them were particularly impressive. Their real strength came from the way they operated. They divided themselves into countless small groups, remained hidden in plain sight, and relied on fear rather than brute force. They had no obvious headquarters, no visible leader, and almost no clear target to strike. If finding them was difficult, then there was only one answer. He would force them to come looking for him. That was exactly why he wandered through the city completely alone, making himself the perfect target. The plan worked. The moment he stepped into a deserted alley, Bloodfang members emerged from the shadows and attacked. At the same time, Hans burst into the castle and urgently informed Captain Jonathan that the young master had deliberately gone out alone and was now in grave danger. He begged the captain to find him before it was too late. In reality, the only people facing death were the criminals. The first attacker charged forward only to be instantly disarmed. The moment Roman claimed the man's knife, the fight was already over. One clean movement slit the man's throat before anyone else could react. The remaining two froze in disbelief. Roman simply gestured for them to continue, taunting them to finish what they had started. Weren't they the ones who had come there to kill him? Back at the castle, Jonathan quickly assembled his knights. After listening to Hans, he muttered that the entire story sounded ridiculous. Hans desperately insisted there was no reason for him to lie. Every second mattered. Jonathan couldn't ignore the Baron's earlier order to handle any trouble involving Roman. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he ordered every soldier to arm themselves immediately and instructed Hans to lead the way. Deep down, however, he believed the foolish young master had finally dug his own grave. Back in the alley, panic spread through the hooded attackers. Roman advanced toward them with a knife dripping fresh blood. Cornered by overwhelming pressure, they tried fighting back, but every attempt ended in complete failure. Only one criminal was left alive. Roman calmly asked whether those three were all the Bloodfangs had sent. The survivor threatened that killing them would bring consequences beyond Roman's imagination. Roman found the warning almost amusing. After all, two of them were already dead. He wondered whether the man truly lacked fear or was simply desperate to survive. Driving the knife through the criminal's leg, Roman reminded him that the next strike wouldn't be so forgiving. Then he demanded the only answer he cared about. Who was their leader? Some time later, Roman casually entered a crowded tavern, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Without wasting a moment, he asked the bartender for a drink called Dawn's Tear from the 20s. The bartender calmly claimed he had never heard of such a drink and offered something else instead. Roman insisted he wanted something strong because he planned to do something important in the morning. Those words weren't random. The bald criminal he had interrogated earlier had revealed the Bloodfang's secret code. Anyone requesting Dawn's Tear alongside something strong for the morning was identifying themselves as someone waiting for new orders. The tavern itself was one of their hidden contact points. Before the bartender could pull the knife concealed beneath the counter, Roman's fist smashed directly into his face. The other gang members immediately rushed him together, but one after another they crashed to the floor before they even realized what had happened. The Bloodfangs stared in disbelief. The young master they had dismissed had overwhelmed three trained men almost instantly. Although Roman's body was still nowhere near the level he had possessed in Murim, his martial arts had already strengthened it enough. Against opponents like these, it was more than sufficient. When the bartender finally regained consciousness, he weakly asked what had happened. Roman calmly told him the timing was perfect because everything else had already ended. The bartender had attacked first, everyone else had already fallen, and now only the two of them remained. There were still a few questions Roman intended to ask. At that exact moment, Captain Jonathan stormed into the tavern with his soldiers, demanding to know what kind of disaster had taken place. One of the knights quickly reported finding a survivor upstairs. Still trembling with fear, the survivor revealed that every dead man in the tavern had been defeated by young Master Roman, and that Roman had already left for Lawrence. Jonathan immediately demanded to know why Lawrence. The knight explained that the surviving criminal claimed the Bloodfang's true headquarters was hidden there. An hour earlier, Roman had personally extracted that information from the bartender. At first, the man endured the torture surprisingly well. Roman quietly observed his determination and admitted that he actually preferred prisoners like him. The ones who refused to break immediately were usually the ones carrying the most valuable secrets. That realization only convinced him to continue. The bartender stubbornly insisted the effort was pointless. No matter what happened, he would never reveal anything. Roman decided to change his approach. He remarked that if the man truly intended to stay silent until the end, then nothing that followed should matter anymore. Taking out a photograph, Roman pointed toward the child inside it and casually asked whether it was the bartender's son. The man instantly denied it, claiming he had no idea who the child was. Roman quietly observed that the resemblance between them was impossible to ignore. For the first time, genuine rage exploded across the bartender's face. He cursed Roman as a filthy noble who would even threaten an innocent family. Roman remained completely unmoved. To him, such tactics were nothing unusual. He explained that while investigating the Bloodfangs, he had learned something very interesting. Many of their members would willingly throw away their own lives for revenge. Yet beneath that loyalty hid another truth. Most of them had once been ordinary people. Crushing debts had dragged them into the organization, and little by little, those debts had turned them into monsters. The Bloodfangs had perfected a cruel system. They committed crimes just to trap innocent people in debt, then used those debts to enslave entire families. Once someone was cornered with no way out, their loved ones became hostages. Roman calmly laid out that logic before the tavern keeper, asking whether such a conclusion wasn't the most reasonable explanation. The tavern keeper stubbornly answered that whether Roman knew the truth or not would change absolutely nothing. Roman warned him to think much more carefully before gambling with his own fate. Then his tone turned ice cold. If the man insisted on protecting the Bloodfangs, Roman swore in the name of the Dmitri family that he would send soldiers to find his son and personally see to it that the boy was killed. Even then, he offered one final opportunity. The tavern keeper only had to choose. He could remain loyal to the Bloodfangs and sacrifice his own child, or reveal everything needed to wipe the organization out for good. At that very moment, news of the disaster reached the leader of the Bloodfangs. One of his men reported that an entire division had been annihilated by Roman Dmitri alone. The old leader immediately rejected the report. There was no way Roman Dmitri was capable of such a feat. At most, the boy was probably trying to build a reputation by targeting weak enemies. But the idea that someone rejected by the Royal Academy had single-handedly destroyed one of their divisions sounded completely absurd. He demanded Roman's current location and learned that the young master had already left after obtaining information connected to Dawn's tier. The old man finally realized they had made a serious mistake. They had underestimated Roman. Instead of waiting for them, the boy had gone straight for their headquarters by himself. Without wasting another second, he ordered every available member to gather immediately. Roman had to die before he could make contact with the Dmitri Knights. No matter how impossible everything seemed, that troublesome brat would be eliminated without mercy. Meanwhile, events inside Lawrence territory were becoming just as grim. The head of the Lawrence family announced that war could no longer be avoided. When he first received the documents from the Barco family, he had never imagined the situation would escalate this far. One noble bitterly remarked that he never expected the central government to openly support the Barco family. Another reminded everyone that losing their territory simply wasn't an option. The Lawrence family survived because of its fertile land, and without it, they would have nothing left. The debate quickly grew heated, but the family head silenced everyone with a firm decision. Regardless of the cost, they would defend their land. The moment they showed weakness, every neighboring family would descend upon them like starving hyenas. Since negotiations with the Barco family had clearly failed, resistance was now their only path forward. That desperate situation was exactly why they had pursued an alliance through marriage with the Dmitri family. Several nobles approved of the decision. Although the Dmitri family had once been commoners, they had grown into one of the wealthiest houses in the region. One noble confidently declared that no matter how wealthy the Barco family had become through loans, they would never surpass the Dimitris. The family head quietly admitted that he hoped they were right. It was precisely why he had been willing to send his only daughter to marry the man everyone called an idiot. Another noble praised the decision, insisting it had been made entirely for the good of Lawrence and that their lord had acted wisely. Outside the meeting room, Flora listened to every word through the closed door. She wondered how she could possibly face her father now. After breaking the engagement, she barely had the courage to look him in the eye. Even so, she refused to regret her choice. It was her own life, and she would never allow herself to be traded away to a man like Roman Dmitri. Just as Flora finally gathered enough courage to enter and tell her father she would never marry Roman, a knight rushed past in panic, announcing that an emergency had broken out. At the very same time, Captain Jonathan arrived at the gates of Lawrence territory, demanding they be opened immediately. He warned the guards that young Master Roman was in grave danger, and if anything happened to him, no one in Lawrence would escape responsibility. The guards refused to open the gates, but before the argument could continue, fresh reports arrived. Lawrence Square had descended into complete chaos. Right in the middle of the plaza, Roman was dragging a man soaked in blood across the stone streets. The criminal desperately begged for his life as countless spectators watched in stunned silence. For the aging leader of the Bloodfangs, the battle had originally seemed effortless. He believed he would only have to eliminate a useless young noble, restoring the organization's terrifying reputation in the process. Instead, Roman had crushed every one of his men almost instantly. Only then did the old criminal realize he was the one facing death. Before being dragged into the square, he had already endured relentless torture, and now he was forced to beg for his life in front of the entire city. Roman threw him onto the ground where everyone could clearly see his face. The terrified man offered everything he had. He promised to become Roman's loyal servant, his obedient dog, if only his life would be spared. Roman answered that such thoughts should have crossed his mind before he ever chose to bare his fangs. Stepping onto the man's head, Roman announced to the crowd that the criminal beneath his foot was none other than the leader of the Blood Fangs, a monster whose cruelty was already infamous. The organization had deceived innocent people, committed countless crimes, and had even targeted the Dmitri family through underhanded assassination attempts. His guilt was undeniable. So before the eyes of the entire city, Roman declared he would rip that evil out by its roots. Without the slightest hesitation, he carried out the execution on the spot. Captain Jonathan arrived only after everything was already over. Shortly afterward, he entered the Lawrence family's meeting room and reported that Roman had indeed entered the territory earlier, but roughly an hour later he had appeared in the central plaza dragging a man's corpse. That man had been Ben Miles, the leader of the Blood Fangs. Roman had executed him publicly. The room instantly erupted in shock. One noble exclaimed that Roman had committed murder inside Lawrence territory. Baron Lawrence, however, focused on something entirely different. Rather than the execution itself, he wanted to know whether the man who was supposed to become his future son-in-law had truly eliminated the Blood Fangs. He immediately ordered Roman Dmitri to be brought before him so he could hear the entire story firsthand. Not long afterward, Roman entered the chamber alongside Captain Jonathan and the Dmitri Knights. After respectfully introducing himself, he was met with a direct question from Baron Lawrence, who demanded to know why Roman had committed such a violent act within his territory. Roman calmly explained everything from the beginning. Days earlier, he had discovered Blood Fang members assaulting an innocent civilian. He punished them immediately, then realized the organization would continue operating unless its route was destroyed. Following the trail to their headquarters, he eliminated their leader as well. Outside the chamber, Flora stopped one of the knights and quietly asked whether the man inside was truly Roman. She couldn't understand why he was meeting with her father. The knight looked surprised that she hadn't already heard what had happened. Inside, Roman finished recounting the entire incident. Baron Lawrence reminded him that he possessed no authority to execute anyone inside Lawrence territory. Roman admitted that was true. However, he also confessed that he had little faith in Lawrence's ability to deal with the Blood Fangs properly. Their leader had been infamous for years, repeatedly escaping justice despite everyone knowing his crimes. After seeing that pattern, Roman simply couldn't trust the Lawrence family to resolve the situation themselves. The nobles exploded in outrage, demanding to know how someone could speak to their lord with such disrespect. Even Captain Jonathan visibly tensed. Roman, however, remained completely composed. He admitted he was actually disappointed. After risking his own life and staining his hands with blood to eliminate one of the region's most notorious criminal leaders, he had expected gratitude rather than accusations. Then he calmly asked the Baron one simple question. Had he truly done something wrong? Instead of answering immediately, Baron Lawrence turned toward his advisor and asked whether he knew Ben Miles. The advisor admitted he recognized the man as a criminal, but had never realized he was the leader of the Blood Fangs. After hearing that, the Baron ended the discussion. He openly acknowledged that if Lawrence territory had handled the problem properly from the beginning, none of this would ever have happened. Roman would receive a suitable reward later, but for now, he was free to leave. Once Roman departed and only the Baron and his advisor remained, the old lord unexpectedly burst into laughter. Roman had completely exceeded his expectations. With absolute certainty, he declared that Roman Dmitri would become Flora's husband. A man capable of accomplishing something that bold possessed exactly the courage his daughter needed beside her. The advisor attempted to object, but the Baron refused to hear another excuse. As far as he was concerned, Roman was worthy of Flora. He immediately ordered that his daughter be summoned so she could hear his decision. Later, Roman began the journey back toward Dmitri territory alongside Captain Jonathan. During the ride, Jonathan couldn't help asking whether insulting Baron Lawrence so openly had really been necessary. They might have escaped punishment this time, but there was no doubt the Baron had been angered. Roman calmly replied that the Lawrence family had failed to take responsibility for the Blood Fangs in the first place. All he had done was expose that negligence. He also pointed out that Baron Lawrence almost certainly still believed the engagement remained intact. Under those circumstances, it was highly unlikely the Baron would punish the man he considered his future son-in-law. Jonathan quietly began piecing everything together. Was every move Roman made part of a larger plan? The young man riding beside him looked nothing like the Roman Dmitri he had always known, because the truth was, he wasn't. In his previous life, he had been Baek Young-hyuk, heir to the Heavenly Demon. From childhood, he had been thrown into a pit alongside countless other children, all forced to compete for the right to inherit the Heavenly Demon sect. To the Heavenly Demon himself, losing one child, or even 12, meant absolutely nothing. If they died, he would simply produce more heirs. only the strongest deserved to survive. Inside that merciless cave, Baek Young-hyuk was brutally beaten by one of the older boys, who mocked him for being the heavenly demon's son yet possessing such pitiful strength. Baek Young-hyuk fought back with everything he had. It wasn't enough. He was completely overwhelmed. While ordinary children grew up protected by loving parents, he had been abandoned inside a world where only power determined whether someone lived or died. After finally returning to the Dmitri estate, Roman soaked himself in a hot bath. The battles had taken their toll. Ever since awakening in this unfamiliar world, his body had remained painfully weak, and the exhaustion was impossible to ignore. Even after arriving in this new world, nearly every major event Roman had experienced involved the Blood Fangs. They had stepped into his path, so he erased them without hesitation. There wasn't even a trace of regret. Reincarnation hadn't changed the person he was inside. Anyone who blocked his way was cut down. Anyone who threatened his life became an enemy to be eliminated by whatever means necessary. That philosophy had carried him through his previous life, and becoming Roman Dmitri wasn't about to change it. Still, he understood that blindly following his old habits carried risks. He barely understood how this world truly operated, and his current body possessed only a fraction of the strength he once commanded. As he considered his next move, Hans arrived with a message. The Lord wished to see him immediately. Inside Romero's office, the Baron questioned Captain Jonathan one last time, asking whether his son had truly accomplished everything being reported. Jonathan confirmed every detail. He admitted that Roman had changed so drastically overnight that he almost seemed like a completely different person. Romero let out a quiet sigh. Roman had always been the weakness in his heart, the only son who never displayed exceptional talent. More importantly, he was the only child who had lived beside him during the years before the family became nobles. A memory surfaced. Back then, Roman had once visited him at work carrying a simple suit, saying his father spent every day working himself to exhaustion and deserved something nice to wear. Romero had wanted nothing more than for that child to be happy. That was why he constantly spoiled him, giving him generous allowances so he would never experience the humiliation of poverty again. He never imagined that kindness would push Roman toward such a wasted life. Deep inside, he had already begun to lose hope for his eldest son. But after hearing everything Roman had recently accomplished, that hope had quietly returned. When Roman finally entered the office, Romero had already made up his mind. Whatever happened next, he would stop repeating the mistakes he had made as a father. Without dancing around the subject, he asked whether Roman had truly destroyed the Blood Fangs. Roman looked at the man standing before him. He knew Romero still carried enormous expectations for his son. If he revealed everything, people would begin viewing him in an entirely different light. But achievements that exceeded expectations too quickly often attracted unnecessary attention. Hiding part of the truth would buy valuable time. For a brief moment, he considered doing exactly that. His thoughts drifted back to his childhood in Murim. He remembered lying on the ground while another boy beat him mercilessly. Then his hand found a stone. Instead of merely knocking his attacker unconscious, Baek Young-hyuk crushed the boy's skull. The other children watched in absolute terror. While ordinary children spent their youth protected by loving families, he had been abandoned inside a world where only strength mattered. So he became the strongest. He ruled that place through overwhelming superiority. Remembering that, Roman reached his decision. There was no point pretending to be weak. Looking directly at Romero, he admitted the truth. Yes, he had personally destroyed the Blood Fangs. Living beneath others by hiding his own superiority had never been part of who he was. Later that day, Romero arrived at the Knights' training grounds accompanied by Captain Jonathan and Roman. Several Knights couldn't hide their confusion. Seeing Roman at the training grounds was strange enough. Then Jonathan made an even more surprising announcement. The fencing matches would continue, and anyone willing to duel young Master Roman could step forward. The training field immediately grew quiet. Some of the knights exchanged confused looks, wondering why anyone would bother crossing swords with the man everyone had mocked as the Dmitri family's fool. An hour earlier, Roman had explained everything to his father. He understood he needed a believable explanation that wouldn't raise suspicion. So he claimed he had been secretly practicing swordsmanship in private. Romero immediately questioned why he had hidden something like that. Had Roman spoken sooner, he would have gladly supported him. Roman answered that he had spent years struggling alone because he wanted to prove the family's so-called idiot could accomplish something worthwhile. Romero wasn't fully convinced. There was simply no way someone could secretly practice fencing alone and suddenly become strong enough to defeat an entire criminal organization. Roman calmly explained that the Blood Fang's real strength had never been their combat ability. They survived through illegal loans, intimidation, and fear. Destroy the head, and the entire organization would collapse. Romero then asked whether Roman had deliberately used himself as bait to lure out their leader. Roman admitted he had. The Blood Fangs often targeted vulnerable nobles, so he intentionally exposed himself to force them into action. Romero couldn't hide his concern. If the criminals had truly wanted revenge, they could have killed him instantly. Roman remained calm. Men trapped by debts and fear rarely sacrificed their lives for leaders they didn't genuinely respect. Hearing that answer, Romero quietly realized something. His son hadn't relied on reckless courage alone. He had planned carefully, made smart decisions, and possessed the resolve to carry those plans through. Calling it impressive almost felt inadequate. Then Romero asked for a single favor. He wanted to witness Roman's swordsmanship himself. Only then could he understand just how much his son had truly changed. Back at the present, Romero eagerly waited to see Roman fight. Yet despite Jonathan's announcement, not a single knight volunteered. One young knight briefly considered stepping forward before immediately changing his mind. There was no reward for defeating Roman, but losing to the Lord's son could easily ruin someone's career. Jonathan understood the situation perfectly. If Roman was truly as capable as the recent reports suggested, only a highly skilled opponent could preserve the honor of the knights. For a moment, Jonathan even considered fighting personally. But as captain, drawing his sword against the young master wasn't appropriate. Instead, he called for Chris. Ironically, Chris had been thinking about the exact same problem. Chris served as the vice-captain of the Dimitri Knights. The first time he had ever met Roman was nearly a year earlier. He had been sent to investigate reports of a drunken noble causing chaos inside a restaurant. When he arrived, he discovered the culprit was Roman Dimitri himself. Roman was completely intoxicated, throwing bottles and chairs while destroying the establishment. Chris stepped in to end the disturbance and escort the young master home. Roman responded by lashing out violently. The moment Chris grabbed his arm, Roman slapped him across the face and demanded to know how a mere knight dared lay hands on a noble. That brief exchange had revealed everything Chris needed to know. Roman possessed no real training. His physical strength wasn't even equal to an average commoner. It was honestly pathetic. For a fleeting second, Chris had even considered killing him out of pure anger. And now, that same Roman stood before him once again. Only this time, they would duel before the entire Order of Knights, with Lord Romero personally watching. Chris still tried to refuse, arguing that such a match wasn't appropriate. Jonathan immediately dismissed the objection. The young master had supposedly defeated the Bloodfangs alone. If the duel was going to mean anything, only someone of Chris's caliber could face him. With no choice left, Chris accepted. Soon afterward, both men stood opposite each other inside the arena. Before the match began, Chris made one request. He had always been taught that every sword duel should be treated like a real battlefield. Once blades were drawn, mercy had no place. He didn't care who stood across from him. If everyone accepted that condition, he would gladly take responsibility for fighting the young master. Lord Romero gave his approval. As Chris looked toward Roman, he noticed a faint smile resting on his opponent's face. That expression only irritated him more. Jonathan raised his hand and ordered both men to prepare. The duel began. Chris attacked immediately. His goal was simple: end the fight before Roman had time to react. He launched forward with his full strength. Roman didn't move a single step. Without wasting unnecessary effort, he calmly intercepted the strike with flawless precision. The instant their swords collided, Chris felt a shocking resistance. Roman's stance didn't even budge. His defensive posture was unbelievably stable. Chris refused to believe one exchange meant anything. He attacked again, then again, unleashing a relentless stream of fast, aggressive strikes. Every single attack missed. Roman slipped around them with almost graceful movements, avoiding each swing by the smallest possible margin. Then Roman finally answered. His blade flashed past Chris's face, slicing away several strands of hair. Only after retreating did Chris realize how close he had come to losing. He had never imagined Roman could fight like this. From the sidelines, Romero, Jonathan, and every knight watched in stunned silence. Chris couldn't stop questioning what he was seeing. Roman defended like an experienced veteran. He dodged flawlessly. He counterattacked with perfect timing. Maybe he truly had defeated the Bloodfangs. Chris immediately crushed that thought. His opponent was still Roman Dimitri. No matter what happened, he would win this duel. By then, Roman had already warmed up. This time, he attacked first. The opening strike nearly shattered Chris's guard through sheer impact. Roman didn't slow down. Blow after blow hammered against Chris's sword, forcing the vice-captain backward across the checkered arena. Chris could do nothing except defend. Each clash pushed him farther back. Then the decisive moment arrived. Roman delivered one overwhelming strike that completely broke through Chris's guard. For an instant, Chris stood completely exposed. Yet Roman had also left an opening. Chris instinctively lunged toward it. Only then did he realize the truth. It had been a trap from the very beginning. Roman was smiling. He had intentionally created that opening. Seeing what was about to happen, Jonathan shouted for the duel to stop. Chris couldn't accept defeat. Refusing to lose to Roman Dimitri, he released his sword aura. The first star aura exploded around his blade with terrifying force. Roman's response was almost insulting. He simply lowered his body, slipped beneath the attack as naturally as breathing, then struck back and knocked Chris to the ground. Even before awakening his aura, Chris had been considered a prodigy. At a remarkably young age, he became vice captain of the Dimitri Knights and trained directly under Jonathan. Everyone praised his talent, intelligence, speed, and strength. After only 6 months of training, his progress had already shocked those around him. Within 3 years, he reached the level of first-star aura, and many even whispered that he was beginning to approach Jonathan's skill. He was celebrated everywhere as a genius. Yet now, that same genius had been completely overwhelmed by Roman Dimitri. Watching everything unfold, Romero stood frozen in confusion. Unable to understand what he had just witnessed, he asked whether Vice Captain Chris wasn't already a first-star aura knight. Jonathan quietly confirmed that he was. What he couldn't explain was how Roman had defeated him so effortlessly. Only a month earlier, Roman Dimitri had been infamous for nothing except causing trouble wherever he went. He was reckless, undisciplined, and impossible to take seriously. Yet now that same man had defeated Chris. To Jonathan, the transformation bordered on the impossible. No one could grow that much in such a short period of time. Once the duel ended, Jonathan stepped before Lord Romero and openly declared what everyone had just witnessed. In his eyes, there was only one explanation left. Young Master Roman was a genuine swordsmanship prodigy. After defeating Chris, however, Roman evaluated the battle from a completely different perspective. He admitted that the vice commander possessed remarkable aggression, razor-sharp focus, and excellent combat instincts. A fighter like Chris could have dismantled the Blood Fangs on his own without much difficulty, which explained why Jonathan held him in such high regard. By the standards of this world, Chris truly was a genius, but by the standards of the heavenly demon, that level wasn't particularly extraordinary. Even ordinary warriors from the demonic sect would likely surpass him. The only thing that genuinely caught Roman's attention was the mysterious sword aura Chris had unleashed at the very end. There was something strangely familiar about that power. Meanwhile, Romero couldn't contain his excitement. Pride was written all over his face as he called Roman closer, eager to praise him. He wanted to reward his son for what he had accomplished and happily asked what he wished to receive. Roman immediately thought about the battlefield waiting for him 6 months from now. Romero mistakenly assumed his son wanted to avoid military service, but Roman quickly dismissed that idea. Instead, he requested complete authority to personally select every man who would accompany him, choosing each one himself. Romero hesitated. There was still plenty of time before enlistment, and he believed Roman would be better off rebuilding his relationships with the others first. Roman calmly answered that he would handle those matters on his own. Satisfied with that confidence, Romero granted the request and allowed Roman to proceed however he saw fit. Taking advantage of his father's gratitude while the moment was still fresh, Roman quietly asked for one more favor. Later, Chris regained consciousness and was stunned by the news waiting for him. He had been assigned to teach aura to young Master Roman. Jonathan explained that the order came directly from Lord Romero, and Roman himself had specifically requested Chris as his instructor. Chris almost couldn't believe it. He had already used aura against Roman, and still lost. The only thing he truly wanted now was to disappear before anyone reminded him of that humiliation. Jonathan then made him an offer. If Chris agreed to teach Roman and managed to uncover the secret behind his overwhelming strength, Jonathan would personally pass down the combat techniques that had allowed him to become a 3-star knight. Chris's expression changed instantly. He made sure Jonathan was serious. After receiving confirmation, he accepted without hesitation, reminding the captain that he fully intended to collect on that promise. That evening, Hans excitedly spoke about everything he had heard regarding the duel. He could hardly believe Roman had defeated Chris despite the vice commander already reaching the level of a 2-star knight. To Hans, it was nothing short of incredible. Roman listened before asking a simple question. Did Hans know what aura actually was? Hans answered as best he could, saying he believed aura was simply mana flowing through a knight's sword. Roman quietly nodded. So, the energy used in this world was called mana. He reflected on Chris's technique. The aura was clearly an explosive release of energy, yet the way they manipulated that power felt fundamentally different from anything he had learned in Murim. To Roman, their entire system seemed surprisingly inefficient. He couldn't understand why anyone would use energy in such a wasteful manner. The conclusion was obvious. The martial artists of this world had yet to discover the true potential hidden within their own power. The following morning, Chris arrived before sunrise to begin Roman's training. Although traces of frustration still lingered inside him, he remained completely professional. He started by explaining the foundation of aura. Aura, he said, was a specialized branch of mana manipulation unique to knights. Unlike mages who stored mana inside magical circles, knights spread mana throughout every part of their bodies. According to history, the first person to discover this method had been Emperor Alexandro, who realized that circulating mana through the body dramatically increased physical strength. Aura itself was created by gathering that stored mana before releasing it outward at a chosen point. Chris continued his explanation. Not everyone possessed the talent to walk the path of an aura knight. Roughly one person in every 100,000 could achieve it. Mages were slightly more common, but both paths required the exact same starting point. One had to first sense mana. Many people failed before they ever reached that stage. Chris admitted it had taken him nearly 6 months before he sensed mana for the first time. Others needed 3 years. Some required 5. That difference came down entirely to natural talent. Roman decided to begin exactly where Chris instructed. He asked how Chris had first learned to perceive mana. Privately, Chris couldn't help thinking the young master had become a little overconfident after defeating him. Swordsmanship and mana sensitivity were completely different talents. He almost wanted to watch Roman struggle. Reality, however, turned out very differently. As Roman followed the instructions, he immediately noticed something. The entire premise behind their training method was flawed. Sensing mana wasn't difficult for him. Long ago, under the guidance of the heavenly demon, he had already mastered how to perceive and store energy, even if only in small amounts. Still, relying entirely on his previous knowledge would eventually limit his own growth. That wasn't acceptable. Even though he already believed this world's methods were incomplete, he decided to learn everything first. Only after fully understanding their system would he merge it with his own. While Roman quietly meditated, Chris instructed him to regulate his breathing, calm his thoughts, and become aware of everything touching his body. Once someone grew accustomed to mana, aura would naturally follow. The first milestone was gathering the mana scattered throughout the body into a single point. Achieving that meant reaching the level of a first-star knight. Chris also explained that aura had multiple applications. It could reinforce a sword to increase destructive power. It could strengthen the body itself to improve defense. It could even be released in short bursts for explosive movements. But as he continued speaking, something impossible happened. An overwhelming amount of mana began gathering around Roman. A powerful aura started forming around his body. Chris stared in complete disbelief. Roman, meanwhile, remained perfectly calm. Everything unfolding before him matched exactly what he had expected. Inside his mind, he analyzed the difference between the two worlds. In Murim, Kai was refined slowly. It purified the body, removed impurities, and gradually created a vessel capable of storing ever greater amounts of energy. This world functioned differently. Here, people simply accumulated mana and allowed it to spread throughout their bodies with almost no control. Kai was dense, heavy, and stable. Mana was light, abundant, and difficult to contain, slipping away like smoke through open fingers. To Roman, the aura techniques of this world resembled external martial arts. Even that comparison felt generous. External arts permanently strengthened the body. Aura merely borrowed temporary power. It did nothing to improve true energy storage. Then he identified the biggest flaw of all. They constantly released their stored mana outward. That single habit made the entire system fundamentally inefficient. Following that path, no one, not even after hundreds of years, would ever reach the true peak. His thoughts were interrupted by Chris. The vice commander demanded to know how Roman had accomplished such a feat. It had taken Chris years to produce an aura that powerful. He insisted Roman stop pretending. Surely the young master had known how to control mana from the very beginning. Suddenly, everything made sense to him. No beginner could possibly display that level of mastery. Roman simply smiled. Chris had misunderstood everything. The vice commander couldn't accept that answer. He reminded Roman that even after more than 10 years of relentless training, he had only reached the level of a 2-star knight. Roman let out a faint chuckle. Then he asked a simple question throughout those 10 years. Had Chris ever once questioned the training method itself? Chris fell silent. He had never even considered it. Roman calmly explained that people naturally accepted inherited knowledge as absolute truth. That was simply how the human mind worked. If a method survived for generations, most assumed it had to be correct. Ever since arriving in this world, Roman had continued asking himself why everyone clung so tightly to techniques whose flaws were so obvious. Perhaps they genuinely couldn't see the weaknesses. Or perhaps they simply accepted them because respected figures like Jonathan taught them without question. After all, repeating an old method was much easier than creating a new one. Developing a better path required accepting criticism, responsibility, and the possibility of failure. Roman clarified that he wasn't mocking Chris's 10 years of effort. Those years had tremendous value, but somewhere along the way, Chris could have questioned the path he was following. No method was perfect. No answer was absolute. Every martial system was created by someone trying to solve the problems of their own era. Even Roman himself had built techniques in his previous life based on his own experiences and limitations. He continued by saying that genuine growth only began when someone stepped outside their comfort zone. People shouldn't accept something as truth simply because it had always been done that way. With that, Roman calmly announced that today's training was over. Chris remained standing there, completely stunned. After a long silence, he quietly asked what he should do next. That question brought back another memory. Roman remembered a young man from his previous life. After losing a decisive battle against Baek Young-hyuk, the boy had willingly admitted defeat instead of making excuses. He set aside every ounce of pride and asked only one thing: to be shown the path toward true strength. Looking at Chris now, Roman saw the exact same determination. It reminded him of the Bloody Demon, one of the most influential figures the demonic blood sect would ever produce. Their clash had been inevitable. Baek Young-hyuk had emerged victorious. Yet what truly stayed in his memory wasn't the victory. It was the young man's courage to abandon pride in pursuit of growth. To Roman, that was the mark of someone who genuinely wished to become stronger. And now, he saw that same spark burning inside Chris. Even so, Roman refused to hand him an easy answer. Doing so would only repeat the very mistake he had spent the entire lesson criticizing. Roman offered Chris no shortcuts. He simply advised him to stop accepting every lesson he had been taught as unquestionable truth. If Roman handed him a perfect answer, he would only become another person forcing others into the same rigid system he had just criticized. Chris needed to search, experiment, fail, and ultimately discover the answer with his own hands. Then Roman made an unexpected proposal. In 6 months, he would be marching to war. If Chris chose to stand beside him, he could witness every battle firsthand, see how Roman confronted powerful enemies, adapted through each fight, and grew stronger with every victory. Roman promised that somewhere on that battlefield, Chris would eventually find the answer he was searching for. Later that night, Chris sat alone reflecting on everything he had heard. For years, people had praised him as a genius. They constantly reminded him how gifted he was, how quickly he advanced, and how exceptional his talent had always been. Now he began to wonder. Perhaps those compliments had become invisible chains. Instead of pushing him forward, they had quietly trapped him inside his own comfort. The next morning, Chris entered Commander Jonathan's office and announced his decision. He would follow young Master Roman onto the battlefield, not out of obligation, but because he wanted to become stronger. Jonathan stared at him for several moments before finally nodding. He agreed. At last, Chris had found a reason worthy of going to war. From that moment onward, he would no longer serve as a knight of Dmitri. His new duty was clear. No matter what happened, he was to protect young Master Roman while pursuing his own path. Chris accepted the order with sincere gratitude. As Jonathan watched him leave, memories quietly surfaced. The frightened child he had once found beside the bodies of his dead parents was gone. Standing before him now was a true warrior. Before sending him away, Jonathan decided to leave him with one final gift. If Chris intended to follow Roman, then Roman could no longer be dismissed as the family's fool. Before marching into war, Chris would need a weapon worthy of surviving it. Hearing that immediately filled Chris with excitement. Meanwhile, stories about Roman spread across the city at incredible speed. People whispered that young Master Roman had personally destroyed the Blood Fangs. For someone who had once been mocked as nothing more than a useless noble, the tale sounded unbelievable. Some accepted it as truth, others dismissed it as nothing more than an exaggerated rumor. Kevin, however, knew exactly what had happened. He had witnessed Roman defeat the Blood Fangs with nothing except a simple branch. There wasn't the slightest doubt in his mind. Roman was capable of defeating anyone. For a brief moment, Kevin wondered whether Roman had gone so far simply to keep the promise he made to an ordinary commoner like him. He quickly shook that thought away. Someone as extraordinary as Roman surely wouldn't accomplish something so incredible because of one insignificant person. A coworker interrupted his thoughts and reminded him to focus on work. Kevin returned to his duties. Even so, his mind refused to settle. He wanted to become someone like young Master Roman, someone powerful enough to protect the people most precious to him. Organizations like the Blood Fangs still existed throughout the world. He wanted the strength to shield his family. The only problem, he had absolutely no idea where to begin. Deep down, he wished for one more opportunity to meet Roman, perhaps. That single meeting could change his destiny. Then someone suddenly called his name. Kevin looked up in disbelief. Roman himself was standing before him. Completely overwhelmed, Kevin immediately dropped to his knees. Before saying anything else, he thanked Roman with all his heart. His family had survived because of him. He had found honest work because of him. The Blood Fangs no longer threatened their lives. Everything had changed. No matter how hard he searched, Kevin couldn't find words large enough to express his gratitude. Roman quietly listened before making a proposal. If Kevin accepted, he would never need to worry about supporting his family again. They would live comfortably. They would never go hungry. They could even enjoy a life of luxury. But there was one condition: the work ahead would be difficult. Kevin would have to dedicate his life to Roman. If he could swear absolute loyalty, Roman promised he would never regret that decision. Kevin didn't hesitate for even a second. He pressed his forehead against the ground and pledged everything he had. If Roman ordered him to die, he would die. If Roman ordered him to kill, he would kill, as long as his family remained safe. Listening to that unwavering oath, Roman recognized something familiar. Kevin possessed an instinctive loyalty that reminded him of the mad demon from his previous life. That man had once massacred hundreds of enemies with nothing more than a single command, never retreating, never questioning an order. That terrifying devotion was exactly how he earned his infamous title. Roman quietly reflected. Chris reminded him of the bloody demon. Kevin reminded him of the mad demon. Satisfied with that thought, Roman declared that from this day onward, Kevin would serve him for the rest of his life. And soon afterward, something completely unexpected began to unfold. Back at the Dimitri estate, Roman introduced Kevin to Hans and instructed him to help the boy settle into his new surroundings. He also promised to visit Kevin personally later and reminded him to take good care of himself. Kevin repeatedly thanked him with tears in his eyes. Roman simply replied that he would be inside his private library if Kevin ever needed anything. He only had to come there. Afterward, Roman buried himself in books covering the complete history of Aura Knights. The first step toward becoming an Aura Knight was awakening one's own aura, marking the rank of first star Knight. To reach the second star, a Knight needed enough aura to slice through steel. Beyond that, the purity and intensity of aura determined one's overall rank. A 3-star Knight already stood beyond ordinary warriors. Across the continent of Salamandra, a handful of 6-star Knights existed, yet history contained no record of anyone ever reaching 7 stars. Even among the 10 strongest people alive, not everyone had attained the 6th star. It was a level so rare that only the greatest monsters could reach it. After confirming the strength of a typical 2-star Knight through Chris, Roman came to his own conclusion. Even Jonathan, despite possessing 3-star aura, would only qualify as a second-rate fighter by his standards. Anyone capable of reaching the 6th star had already stepped beyond the limits of ordinary humanity. Historical records described a single strike from such a knight as resembling the power of an entirely different world. At present, only 12 people possessed that level of strength. Their status surpassed race, nationality, and social standing. Every kingdom treated them like royalty. Together, they were known across the continent as the 12 Blades. After absorbing all that information, Roman acknowledged something important. Those 12 truly were extraordinary. Even using such an inefficient system, they had climbed to astonishing heights. That alone proved just how gifted they were. Still, knights weren't the only monsters this world possessed. There were also archmages. Those who reached the 7th circle of mana were regarded as beings standing somewhere between mankind and divinity, walking disasters. A single spell from an archmage could devastate entire landscapes and darken the skies themselves. Purely in terms of destructive power, they could surpass several 6-star knights combined. Magic had never existed in Murim, but now, Roman finally understood the road lying before him. He didn't know when he would eventually cross paths with monsters like those. The original Roman Dimitri had always avoided danger whenever possible. Roman was the exact opposite. Throwing himself toward danger in pursuit of greater strength felt completely natural. He had never been born to remain standing still. Somewhere deep inside, he could already feel an incredibly exciting journey beginning. Later, Roman and Hans stood before an old workshop that belonged to Baron Romero. Hans explained that he had made absolutely certain no outsiders would be allowed inside. The place had been sealed so completely that it almost felt as though even the wind itself couldn't enter. Roman nodded with satisfaction. It was exactly what he needed. He announced that he would remain inside that workshop for 1 full week. No food, no water, no interruptions. The only circumstance under which anyone could open those doors was if a catastrophe threatened the lives of everyone outside. Hans respectfully agreed before locking the doors behind him, leaving Roman entirely alone. Inside the silent workshop, Roman cleared away everything around him. He slowly sat in the lotus position. Then, he began cultivating mana. Until now, he had accumulated only a tiny amount, barely enough to perform a handful of techniques from the heavenly demonic arts. This was his first true step forward. He immediately began purifying his body. Blood streamed from his eyes, then his nose, his mouth, his ears. Roman had expected every bit of it. To reach the first stage, his body first had to gather the minimum amount of mana while removing every impurity hidden within it. His objective had never changed. He intended to reclaim the strength he once possessed. He had already accepted this world as his own. He would protect it. Ascending into the realm beyond ordinary humans was merely the beginning. 1 week later, Baron Lawrence arrived at the Dimitri estate accompanied by Flora for a formal visit. As they waited, the Baron asked where Roman was. A servant politely explained that the young master was currently occupied with important matters. Left alone inside the reception room, the Baron let out a quiet sigh. Even though they had chosen to visit without prior notice, it was obvious they weren't particularly welcome. There was nothing to do except wait. He motioned for Flora to sit beside him. Then he admitted he had come to apologize for his earlier mistake. Before Roman arrived, he instructed his daughter to choose every word carefully. Flora calmly agreed. She then reminded her father that she had already informed Roman of their separation. The Baron looked genuinely stunned. Flora explained that during her last visit she had simply spoken honestly. She wanted to obey her father. but she couldn't marry someone she didn't respect. The Baron lowered his head. He had always believed Flora was wise and mature, never had he imagined she would make such a reckless decision. He asked whether she truly understood the crisis surrounding their family. The Lawrence family had borrowed an enormous sum from the Golden Bank. War was no longer a possibility. It was inevitable. The marriage with the Dmitri family hadn't been arranged for romance. It had been a desperate measure to protect everything they had left. Even then, Flora refused to give in. She insisted the Lawrence family wasn't weak, even without the Dimitris. There was still hope. The Baron slowly shook his head. If their enemy had only been the Barco family, perhaps she would have been right. But the real problem ran much deeper. The central government had already approved a series of highly suspicious orders benefiting the Barco family. The fact that they had allowed enormous loans without demanding proper collateral made one thing painfully obvious. Preparations for war had already begun. Someone wanted the Lawrence family destroyed. Now that a legal excuse existed, their enemies would stop at nothing. They would seize their lands, strip away their honor, and, if necessary, they would even take Flora herself. Inside the reception room, Flora sat in uneasy silence. She fully understood the desperate state of Lawrence territory and knew exactly why her father had arranged the marriage. Even after understanding the weight of that decision, she had rejected it for her own sake. Now, for the first time, she wondered if clinging to the pride of being the flower of Lawrence would ultimately leave her with nothing at all. Elsewhere, Hans grew increasingly anxious. The young master still hadn't emerged. The Baron and Lady Flora had arrived that morning, and now the sun was already beginning to set. Their patience was clearly wearing thin, yet Roman's instructions had been absolute. No one was to disturb him. Then, the workshop door finally opened. The instant Hans saw Roman step outside, he froze in complete disbelief. Back in the reception room, Baron Lawrence quietly reflected on everything that had happened. He knew this entire situation had begun because of Flora's decision. If Lawrence territory hoped to survive, the marriage absolutely had to happen. Yet something still felt wrong. Respect forced upon someone carried no value. Unable to sit still any longer, he marched straight to Romero's office, pushed the doors open without waiting for permission, and demanded an explanation. Why were honored guests being left waiting for an entire day? If the Dmitri family didn't welcome them, they could have simply sent them away from the beginning. Romero never stopped signing the documents before him. Calmly, he acknowledged the Baron's frustration, but he also pointed out one simple fact. No meeting had ever been scheduled. Baron Lawrence admitted they had come without prior notice. Still, he reminded Romero that they had already expressed their intentions during a meeting a week earlier. Since the Dmitri family had refused to respond, they had no choice but to visit personally. Romero finally raised his eyes. Did the Baron truly believe he would reject a fellow Baron seeking an audience? Then he asked whether that was the only reason for barging into his office. Had waiting for half a day made him forget everything else? Romero calmly explained what had actually happened. When Flora Lawrence visited the Dmitri estate, Roman himself expressed his desire to cancel the engagement. Naturally, Romero had scolded his son. Anyone with common sense understood how important that marriage truly was, but the undeniable truth remained. Roman only wanted to break the engagement because of Flora. Even after realizing why, Romero chose not to question her motives. He simply accepted Roman's decision in silence. Everyone gathered in that room understood one thing. They had all been victims of arranged marriages they never truly wanted, and more importantly, it had been the Lawrence family who pursued this marriage first. Yet despite all that, Baron Lawrence arrived convinced that only his own anger was justified. He ignored his family's part in everything that had happened, stormed into another lord's office, and acted as though the Demetris alone had committed some terrible offense. Romero then revealed something the Baron had never known. Roughly 1 month earlier, the Barco family approached the Demetris with a proposal. If the Dmitri family abandoned their engagement with Lawrence and instead formed a marriage alliance with the Barcos, they would gain direct access to lucrative contracts backed by the central government. Even so, Romero rejected the offer without hesitation. Then he calmly asked the Baron a difficult question. Would Lawrence have done the same? The Baron hesitated before honestly admitting he didn't know. From a practical standpoint, accepting the Barco offer would have benefited Lawrence far more. Romero nodded. That answer was exactly why he had refused. Because the Dmitri family possessed enough strength to choose the path they genuinely wanted. His son cared for the Baron's daughter. That alone was reason enough for the Demetris to risk even a future war against the Barco family. Hearing those words, shame washed over Baron Lawrence. He finally understood how badly he had misjudged the situation. Instead of remaining calm, he had allowed emotion to cloud his judgment. Romero continued. Everyone knew the flower of Lawrence and the fool of Dmitri hardly seemed like a perfect match. No one denied that. But people had forgotten what the Dmitri family valued above everything else. Besides, the family most desperate for this marriage had never been the Demetris, it had always been Lawrence. Flora heard every word, her face burned with embarrassment. An old memory resurfaced. Back when she attended the Noble Academy, every influential family sent their children there to study and build alliances. Among them existed one insignificant house that almost no one respected, the Joel family. Compared to the powerful noble families surrounding them, they seemed to exist in name alone. One day, a young member of the Joel family made a simple mistake. Had it been the child of a great noble, the matter would likely have been ignored. Instead, the Academy Committee immediately judged him. A man who appeared to be the boy's father rushed forward, desperately begging for mercy. He pleaded for another chance, promising to educate his son properly because opportunities like this would never come again. Back then, Flora watched the scene from afar, feeling only pity. Now, the memory felt painfully ironic. Without realizing it, she had become that same helpless person. Baron Lawrence finally lowered his head. As head of the Lawrence family, he admitted there was nothing left to argue. His daughter had acted without fully considering the consequences. That mistake belonged to Lawrence. He sincerely asked for forgiveness. Flora quietly bowed her head beside him at that exact moment. Roman entered the room. Only then did Flora realize she had understood everything far too late. The first thing everyone noticed was his appearance. Roman's hair had turned completely white. Even Romero couldn't hide his surprise. He first asked whether Roman had completed his training, then decided they could discuss his changed appearance later. For now, the issue of the engagement needed to be settled. Everything had begun because of Lawrence's decision. As both the head of the Dmitri family and Roman's father, it was his responsibility to resolve it. Roman calmly replied that he fully understood the situation. The Barco family's pressure threatened Lawrence's territory, and an alliance with the Dimitris would almost certainly guarantee their survival. Romero then asked whether, knowing all of that, Roman still intended to cancel the marriage. Roman admitted that at one time he believed the arrangement made perfect sense, but after meeting Flora, everything changed. Once he heard her honest thoughts, he realized the marriage could never succeed. He explained that the countless rumors surrounding the Fool of Dmitri had heavily influenced her decision. Flora never judged him through her own experiences. She judged him through stories told by other people. Those rumors shaped everything that followed. Roman quietly stated that he didn't care how the world chose to see him, but if he were going to spend his life beside someone, he wanted that person to judge him based on what they personally witnessed, not on rumors whispered by strangers. That was why he had no intention of changing his decision. The engagement would end. The Lawrence family had no response. Both father and daughter silently lowered their heads. Baron Lawrence believed everything was finished. The arranged marriage had been Lawrence's final move to preserve their territory. Now even that hope had disappeared. Whatever happened next, they would have to face it alone. If the Dmitri and Barco families ever formed an alliance, Lawrence's defeat would become inevitable. Even then, the Baron refused to leave without making one final effort. He apologized once again. As compensation, he offered to temporarily exempt every Dmitri merchant traveling through Lawrence territory from paying taxes. He knew such a gesture meant very little to a family that owned vast iron mines. Still, he hoped it would at least prove the sincerity of his apology. Romero gently refused. The Dmitri family had never placed profit above matters capable of shaping the future. There was, however, one request. When news of the broken engagement became public, it should be announced that Flora Lawrence ended the relationship for personal reasons. If that narrative spread, there would be no reason for the Dmitri family to approach the Barco family or consider forming an alliance with them. The Baron sincerely thanked Romero for his consideration. As he prepared to leave, he glanced at Roman one last time. Only then did he understand. Had he recognized the young man's true worth from the beginning, he never would have allowed Flora to act so impulsively. He realized that he too had made a serious mistake. After the Lawrence family departed, Romero immediately called Roman over. He wanted to know one thing: what exactly had happened during that mysterious week. Throughout those 7 days, Roman had remained isolated inside the workshop, tempering both his body and mana while removing every impurity to advance into the stage of an enhanced human. In Murim, this stage merely laid the foundation required to eventually become a heavenly demonic mage. By those standards, it wasn't particularly remarkable. However, the mana filling this world also carried countless impurities. Purifying his body had dramatically reshaped his physical appearance. His white hair was simply proof that he was no longer the same person. Of course, Roman didn't explain any of that. Instead, he simply told his father that during his training he had managed to awaken something within himself. Although he didn't fully understand the process yet, mana now flowed naturally throughout his entire body. Romero's eyes widened. Was Roman describing mana circulation? That rare phenomenon allowed natural mana to flow freely through the body, dramatically enhancing every physical ability. Watching the son once mocked as the Dmitri family's fool destroy the blood fangs and now awaken mana circulation left Romero speechless. Roman had already surpassed the stage of merely compressing mana. Yet despite everything, he was still his son. Romero stepped closer and spoke with complete sincerity. As a father, he would always support Roman whenever that support became necessary. He wanted Roman to remember one thing for the rest of his life. His name was Roman Dmitri, and Romero Dmitri would always stand behind him even if only from afar. In his previous life, Baek Young-hyuk had never experienced affection like that. Now, he had gained a father who wasn't cold, cruel, or driven by hidden motives. Only a man who sincerely wished for his son's happiness, for perhaps the first time in both of his lives. Roman felt genuine gratitude. As he stepped outside the office, he found Flora quietly waiting for him. She immediately apologized. She admitted she had judged him far too quickly and regretted everything that had happened between them. Roman simply told her there was no need to apologize. Flora lowered her eyes. She understood perfectly well why he had every reason to resent her. Flora admitted that neither of them had ever wanted the arranged marriage in the first place. Even so, she had broken the agreement on her own without speaking to anyone else, and before everything ended completely, she wanted Roman to understand why. She explained that during a grand social gathering attended by nearly every noble family in the northeastern region, rumors began spreading that she would soon be engaged to a member of the Dmitri family. That was where she first heard Roman Dmitri's name. People described him as a hopeless delinquent, consumed by alcohol and drugs. To Flora, addiction wasn't a simple flaw. She believed those substances destroyed a person's judgment, ambition, and character. More than anything else, those stories convinced her that canceling the engagement was the only reasonable choice. Now she knew those rumors had been false, but at the time, they had heavily influenced her decision. Roman quietly listened before replying that whatever had happened in the past no longer mattered. Their relationship had already reached its conclusion, and there was no reason for her to continue carrying that burden. With nothing else to say, he simply walked away. Later, alone inside his room, Roman began thinking about those rumors. Ever since awakening in this body, he had never sensed the effects of any narcotic substance lingering inside himself. The only traces he discovered had been remnants of medicine used in an apparent suicide attempt, and even those impurities disappeared completely after his recent cultivation. Something about the entire story felt wrong. He needed another perspective, so he called Hans over and asked him a serious question. Had Hans ever personally seen him using drugs, or even suspected such a thing? Hans admitted he had never witnessed it firsthand. Still, certain events had always bothered him. About a month earlier, Roman returned home after attending a party. Normally, that wouldn't have meant much, but something about him had changed afterward. Almost overnight, he lost the desire to live, locked himself inside his room, and began demanding enormous amounts of alcohol every single night. Back then, Hans suspected drugs might have been responsible. Looking back now, he wasn't so sure anymore. Remembering Flora's story about the noble gathering, Roman asked one final question. Who hosted that event? Hans answered immediately. Anthony Barco, the eldest son of the Barco family. Everything suddenly connected. Roman had been engaged to Flora. He attended a gathering hosted by the Barcos. Immediately afterward, his mental state collapsed. The pieces finally started fitting together. The testament left behind by the previous Roman claimed he feared going to war in place of his brothers, but that explanation never made sense. A noble possessed countless ways to avoid military service. He was also preparing to marry Flora. Fear alone couldn't explain what happened. Roman then asked Hans whether he and Anthony Barco had ever been close. Hans shook his head. On the contrary, the young master rarely spent time with anyone, and as far as he remembered, relations with Anthony became especially hostile once discussions surrounding the Lawrence marriage began. Now the entire picture became perfectly clear. An alliance between the Dmitri and Lawrence families stood directly in the Barco family's way. Controlling Lawrence territory would become nearly impossible if that marriage succeeded. The easiest solution: eliminate one of the people involved. The previous Roman had likely become the victim of countless schemes. Those same schemes probably led him toward his death. Just then, Hans remembered something important. Several days earlier, an invitation had arrived from the Barco family. It simply happened to coincide with the week Roman isolated himself for training. Roman let out a faint smile. His enemies still underestimated him. That kind of arrogance irritated him more than anything. The gathering would take place in 2 weeks. He ordered Hans to send his reply immediately. He would attend. The following morning, Hans brought Kevin to see the young master, quietly warning him not to be startled by Roman's new appearance. The moment Kevin saw Roman's snow-white hair, he stood there speechless. At the training grounds, Roman asked how Kevin was adjusting to life at the estate. Kevin honestly admitted Hans had helped him settle in, but one question kept bothering him. He still didn't understand what role he was supposed to play. How exactly could someone like him be useful? Roman calmly answered that this conversation was precisely why he had called him there. Kevin's role would be to become his sword. Kevin blinked in confusion. His sword. Roman explained that a person's worth was never decided by someone else's opinion. Because of that, he would offer Kevin 3 different paths. The first was simple. He could abandon the sword completely. If blood frightened him, there would be no need to fight. He could remain beside Roman through honest work, learning from hands and carrying out whatever tasks were assigned. That alone would be enough. The second path was far more demanding. Kevin could become Roman's sword, remaining at his side and protecting him directly. Kevin admitted he had never even held a real sword before. Roman nodded. That was exactly why choosing this road would test his determination through unimaginable suffering. He spoke about the bone displacement technique, a brutal method capable of inflicting unbearable agony upon every bone and muscle in the body. Those weren't empty threats. Then Roman revealed the third option. Placing a sword before Kevin, he calmly told him to pick it up and cut off his own arm if he could endure the pain caused by his own hand, if he could remain standing afterward. He would grow stronger at a pace ordinary people could never hope to reach. As Roman watched Kevin, another face appeared in his memories, the Mad Demon. A man who grew up in the streets knowing absolutely nothing about martial arts, yet through sheer determination climbed high enough to become one of the 4 heavenly kings. Now, Roman wanted to see what kind of person Kevin truly was. His future depended entirely on the choice he made. Kevin had been born outside Mithril Castle inside an old house that looked ready to collapse at any moment. From childhood onward, survival meant working. Helping his parents taught him every kind of manual labor imaginable. Yet no matter how desperately he struggled, poverty never loosened its grip. Whenever his family managed to earn something, someone stronger always appeared to take it away. But one memory refused to leave his mind: the overwhelming strength Roman displayed while defeating the Blood Fangs. With trembling hands, Kevin reached for the sword. If he could gain even a fraction of that power, perhaps he could finally escape the miserable life he had always known. He quietly declared his decision. He would cut off his own arm. Taking one deep breath, he hesitated only briefly. Then, he swung the blade toward himself. Elsewhere, Chris wandered through the estate corridors lost in thought. He had abandoned the nights to follow young Master Roman, yet Roman spent an entire week secluded inside the workshop. Eventually, Chris found Hans and asked where the young master was now that his training had ended. Hans answered that Roman was speaking privately with Kevin. No one was to interrupt them. Chris frowned. Who exactly was Kevin at that very instant? Kevin believed he had severed his own arm. The unbearable pain overwhelmed him and he collapsed unconscious. Roman watched everything without saying a word. Some time later, Hans noticed fresh blood covering the sword and immediately asked when the young master had injured himself. Roman calmly reassured him. The blood wasn't his. Just before Kevin's blade reached his arm, Roman had cast the enchantment of the illusion demon. Kevin genuinely believed he had mutilated himself. In reality, his arm remained completely intact. Had Roman's illusion been even slightly weaker, Kevin would have truly cut himself. Roman quietly reflected on the time remaining. Only 2 weeks until the Barco gathering, only 6 months until war. He still had far too much to teach those 2 young men. Life was about to become much busier. Turning back toward Kevin, Roman explained that the real training would begin now. He intended to teach him an incredibly dangerous mana enhancement technique. This wasn't an ordinary martial art. It was the very same technique once mastered by the Mad Demon himself. An ancient secret preserved within the treasury of the main house. The Divine Soul Technique. Its power came at a terrifying cost. The technique consumed the user's spirit, allowing unimaginable strength to emerge through unbearable pain, even if every limb were severed. Someone who mastered it would never lose the will to fight. The Mad Demon became such a terrifying existence precisely because he endured that suffering and made the technique his own. If Kevin possessed enough resolve to sacrifice his arm, even inside an illusion, then he possessed the potential to inherit it. Roman warned him that the pain would only grow more unbearable as the technique advanced. Ordinary people couldn't survive it. There was only one reason Roman had chosen this method. It was the fastest possible way to strengthen someone who hadn't even mastered the fundamentals of mana. If Kevin succeeded, he would possess enough strength to protect everyone precious to him. Unable to contain his emotions, Kevin quietly asked why Roman trusted him so completely. He had sworn loyalty, but he still hadn't proven anything. For all Roman knew, he could learn the technique and betray him afterward. Roman didn't answer. He simply stated that training would begin the following day. His thoughts drifted back to the Mad Demon long ago. That man had asked him the exact same question. Absolute trust existed only when someone truly believed in another person. Roman already knew Kevin would never betray him, and even if one day he became powerful, he would eventually understand just how dangerous it was to betray the heavenly demon. Soon afterward, Kevin could already be seen practicing basic swordsmanship on the training grounds. Again and again, he repeated the same simple strikes with a wooden sword. Watching from a distance, Chris became increasingly confused. He couldn't understand why Roman devoted all his attention to an unknown commoner while completely ignoring him. Chris had left everything behind because he believed Roman would quickly guide him toward greater strength. Instead, he received nothing, no lessons. No instructions, not even acknowledgement. It was almost as though Roman had forgotten he existed. For a brief moment, Chris considered returning to Jonathan, but he abandoned the thought and decided to wait a little longer. 3 more days passed, nothing changed. Finally, Chris approached Roman himself. He reminded the young master that more than 2 weeks had passed since he pledged to follow him. The first week had disappeared while Roman trained in isolation. The second had been spent watching Roman teach Kevin alone. Chris even apologized, wondering if Roman's cold attitude was simply the result of how disrespectfully he had behaved at the beginning. He admitted he was confident he could still learn something if only he were given the chance. Roman calmly reminded him of what he had already said. The best lesson for Chris wasn't direct instruction, it was observation. Every person learned differently. Kevin knew absolutely nothing, so he required guidance through every single step until he built a proper foundation. Chris was the opposite. No matter what anyone taught him, he would force himself to imitate it simply because he had lost, rather than truly understanding why it worked. That was why watching was the correct path for him. Even so, Roman tossed him a wooden sword. Words alone wouldn't be enough. Chris needed proof. Roman proposed a duel. Chris would fight Kevin. During the match, Roman would continuously guide Kevin, telling him exactly how to counter every move. In other words, Kevin would become Roman's hands. If Chris still believed he was right after witnessing that, Roman promised he would personally begin teaching him. Kevin's face immediately turned pale. His opponent was a 2-star knight. Chris, meanwhile, felt insulted. Being asked to fight a complete beginner irritated him, but he accepted without hesitation. He intended to prove once and for all that he wasn't someone who could be compared to an amateur. Before the duel began, Roman looked at Kevin. He admitted the odds were completely against him, but defeat carried no shame. Kevin had already witnessed people far stronger than himself while his family suffered beneath the blood fangs. If he continued running from stronger opponents forever, nothing in his life would ever change. Those words reached him. Kevin gathered his resolve. He would fight. The duel began. Chris exploded forward immediately, attacking with overwhelming speed. At that exact moment, a voice echoed inside Kevin's mind. A surprise attack was coming. Reacting on instinct, Kevin barely managed to block it. The voice instantly ordered him to sidestep and strike toward Chris's chest. Kevin tried. His body failed to keep up. He stumbled awkwardly and was knocked to the ground. The mysterious voice belonged to Roman. Using a technique called sound conduction, Roman transmitted his words directly through mana, allowing Kevin to hear every instruction inside his own mind. Kevin climbed back to his feet. Another command arrived immediately. Move right, he obeyed, narrowly avoiding another slash. Roman ordered him to counter toward Chris's chest. Kevin attacked, only to receive another kick that sent him crashing back onto the ground. Again and again, Roman pointed out openings. Again and again, Kevin's body proved too slow to capitalize on them, even when he blocked exactly as instructed. He still couldn't avoid taking damage. As the fight continued, Chris began noticing something unexpected. Kevin was surviving far longer than he should have. Roman understood exactly why. Kevin's body simply couldn't keep pace with the commands being given, yet despite the beating, the boy almost seemed to be enjoying himself. Kevin realized the biggest obstacle wasn't Chris, it was his own weakness. Still, he continued following every instruction from his master without hesitation. The duel began resembling 2 puppets moving according to invisible strings. At one point, Kevin nearly landed a clean counterattack. Instead, Chris's fist slammed into his face and dropped him once again. Chris assumed he had already hit the boy hard enough to end the fight. Perhaps all those close calls were simply coincidence. Kevin thought very differently. Even Chris, the genius knight everyone admired, didn't come remotely close to young Master Roman. That realization only deepened his faith. From this point forward, Kevin decided he would obey Roman's words even when they seemed completely unreasonable. If becoming Roman's sword required that level of trust, then so be it. Time continued passing. Blood poured from Kevin's mouth with every heavy breath. Chris finally told him to surrender before his body became permanently scarred or disfigured. Kevin simply laughed. Blood dripped from his lips as he smiled. He refused to stop. Seeing that determination, Chris decided to end everything with one decisive attack. Kevin responded exactly as Roman instructed. Every movement, every swing, every step. His sword finally connected with Chris's arm, breaking through his defense for the first time. Kevin immediately pressed forward, but then, Chris noticed something strange. Roman was watching far too closely. It almost looked as though he already knew every move before it happened. The instant Chris realized Kevin's next attack would only be a feint, he dodged perfectly and delivered a clean finishing blow that knocked Kevin unconscious. Roman quietly lifted the unconscious boy into his arms, then he calmly declared the outcome. Chris had won, as promised. If Chris still wished for it, Roman would begin teaching him personally the following day. That night, Chris sat alone inside his room. Something bothered him. He had accepted the duel. Yet victory brought him no satisfaction. It almost felt like a complete waste of time. Then, His thoughts returned to the final exchange, that exact situation. He had experienced it before. It mirrored the moment he fought Roman almost perfectly. Ever since that defeat, Chris had replayed those final seconds in his mind hundreds of times without realizing it. He applied those lessons against Kevin. Only then did it finally hit him. He had learned something, he truly had. The following morning, Roman asked Chris what he intended to do next. Chris quietly shook his head. He no longer wanted direct instruction. Instead, he wanted to continue following Roman while discovering his own path towards strength. That single duel had already changed him. Now he finally understood. Roman hadn't only been teaching Kevin, he had been teaching Chris the entire time. From that moment onward, Chris began viewing Roman as someone standing even above Captain Jonathan. When Roman spoke about observing instead of blindly copying, he wasn't avoiding responsibility. He was forcing Chris to awaken on his own. Everything suddenly made sense. From that day forward, Chris vowed to absorb every lesson hidden inside Roman's actions. Roman quietly smiled. Chris had finally understood. Another week passed. Then, the day of the Barco family's grand banquet finally arrived. During those 7 days, fresh rumors spread throughout the Northeast. People claimed Roman himself had ended his engagement with Flora because of a mistake she made. Servants whispered about it, commoners debated it, even nobles couldn't stop discussing the situation. Many also wondered what the Barco family would do next. One person, however, couldn't have been happier: Anthony Barco, the eldest son of the Viscount. Upon confirming Roman's attendance, Anthony confidently remarked that Roman was still incredibly easy to manipulate. Everything was unfolding exactly as planned. It had been a long time since anything excited him this much. On the day of the banquet, Roman looked down at the extravagant formal clothes Hans had prepared and asked whether something so flashy was really necessary. Hans almost looked offended. This would be Roman's first public appearance since ending the engagement. Showing up carelessly dressed simply wasn't an option. He proudly declared the outfit his greatest masterpiece. Seeing Hans's determination, Roman quietly gave up and agreed to wear it. Outside, Chris waited beside the carriage while grumbling about the delay. At this rate, he joked, the young master would arrive before his own escorts. Moments later, Kevin hurried over while awkwardly apologizing. His armor barely fit, his boots sat unevenly, his helmet leaned to one side. Everything about his appearance looked completely out of place. Chris couldn't help asking why he looked like that. Kevin embarrassedly admitted that no blacksmith had armor sized properly for him. Even after hearing that, Chris couldn't stop thinking about one thing: with Roman's guidance, he had almost lost to this very same boy. Straightening Kevin's crooked helmet himself, Chris reminded him of something important. They weren't just ordinary followers, they served as Roman's personal escorts. Every action they took reflected directly upon the Dmitri family. They needed to conduct themselves like proper knights. Even their words carried weight. Kevin respectfully promised to remember, for some reason. Chris felt strangely proud hearing himself addressed as Lord Knight. He even told Kevin not to hesitate if he had questions later. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the Barco estate had grown restless. Many guests doubted Roman would actually appear. After all, he had just broken off an important political marriage, while tensions between the Barcos and Lawrences continued rising. Some mocked him as a fool. Others claimed his actions had thrown the Dmitri family's position into complete confusion. As one of the major powers in the Northeast, maintaining ties with the Barcos now seemed either greedy or incredibly reckless. Several nobles admitted they barely knew anything about Roman Dmitri. Others laughed and said explanations weren't necessary. Meeting him once was enough. He always left a lasting impression. Then, the eldest son of the Dmitri family finally arrived. The moment Roman stepped into the hall wearing elegant formal attire, conversations abruptly stopped. Guests stared in disbelief. Was that really Roman? He looked taller. His posture had completely changed. Even his white hair made him seem like an entirely different person. Soon afterward, a young noblewoman approached him with flawless etiquette. She introduced herself as Sophia Grail and politely remarked that perhaps Roman had never heard of either her or her family. She explained that her father, Baron Grail, had devoted his entire life to serving the kingdom. Roman answered with effortless confidence. Of course he knew the Grail family. A noble house with centuries of history couldn't possibly be overlooked. He explained that he had spent considerable time studying books about the great northern families. Since he would now represent the Dmitri household, basic courtesy demanded that he understand the history, achievements, and legacy of every family he might encounter, especially considering everyone still viewed him as the fool of Dmitri. He even mentioned that the Grail family had been one of the oldest noble houses established in the Northeast. Their lumber company was renowned throughout the Kingdom of Cairo for producing exceptional timber. Roman also congratulated Sophia on her brother's remarkable accomplishments in mana sensitivity. The surrounding nobles stood speechless. No one expected Roman to carry himself with such confidence and refinement. One after another, more nobles approached him. Magna Valolt stepped forward to greet him. Roman immediately praised Magna's distinguished achievements on previous battlefields. Magna smiled and thanked him for remembering, little by little. The crowd surrounding Roman continued growing. The man everyone expected to embarrass himself had somehow become the most pleasant person in the room. One noble even admitted he had completely misjudged Roman. Instead of an arrogant fool, he appeared honorable, composed, and worthy of respect. Roman jokingly remarked that he had briefly considered drinking during tonight's gathering, then he decided against it, given his unfortunate history. Remaining sober seemed like the wiser choice. At that moment, the estate's chief butler approached. With a respectful bow, he informed Roman that the young master of the Barco family wished to meet him privately in the back room. Roman quietly smiled. At last, he was about to discover exactly who had been plotting against him. Outside the hall, Chris and Kevin remained at their posts as Roman's escorts, surrounded by knights from numerous noble families. As they waited outside the banquet hall, Chris explained that every noble family attending the gathering had arrived with their own personal guards. Kevin, who had never experienced anything like this before, innocently asked what a social banquet was actually supposed to be. Chris sighed. He told Kevin that someone like him would probably never need to worry about such occasions anyway, then reached over and straightened Kevin's crooked helmet once again. Before they could continue talking, several knights approached with mocking smiles. They openly laughed at Kevin's appearance, saying the oversized armor made him look ridiculous. One of them mentioned hearing stories about Roman Dmitri, the abandoned eldest son of the Dmitri family, but admitted he never imagined Roman would actually bring along a child who barely knew how to hold a sword. Chris ignored the insult. Another knight wasn't satisfied. He sneered that this level of incompetence perfectly represented the Dmitri family. Kevin's fists immediately tightened. Meanwhile, Roman calmly walked toward his meeting with Anthony Barco. As he approached, fragments of an old memory resurfaced. He remembered the first time he ever saw Flora. Back then, all he could do was admire her beauty while struggling to believe such a woman had become his fiancée. It was during that very moment that Anthony first approached him, casually asking what had captured his attention before introducing the beautiful blonde as Flora Lawrence. Now, the two men faced each other once again. Roman calmly remarked that it had been quite some time since they last met. Anthony smiled and admitted Roman had changed far more than he ever expected. Then he invited him to sit down. The table between them was already covered with drinks. Roman immediately noticed something unusual. There were obvious signs that other people had occupied those seats only moments earlier. The fact that they disappeared before his arrival meant one thing: whatever Anthony intended to discuss. No one else was supposed to hear it. Roman casually commented that he had spent plenty of money in the past trying to change himself, yet in the end, real change only came little by little, one day at a time. Even so, he admitted it was good to see Anthony again. Anthony laughed quietly. Perhaps it was better this way. Honestly, he preferred not to remember what Roman had been thinking back then. He brought up the time Roman became trapped in the political marriage with the Lawrence family. Then he mentioned another incident, the scandal where Roman had supposedly been caught sleeping beside his own cousin inside a private room. Even now, Anthony claimed it was difficult to believe something so outrageous had happened during an elegant noble gathering, especially with Roman's marriage so close. Because of that, he said he completely understood why Roman had accepted today's invitation. Anthony then asked the real question: why had Roman accepted his proposal? He assured him everything discussed here would remain confidential if everything went smoothly. They could even begin arranging a marriage between Roman and the Barco family. The instant those words were spoken, a forgotten memory flooded Roman's mind. He remembered everything. Even after betraying Anthony and the Barco family, the original Roman desperately begged his father to preserve the engagement with the Lawrence family. He knew he couldn't avoid the Barcos forever. He believed this gathering might become his final opportunity to repair their relationship. Soon afterward, Roman entered this very same room alongside Anthony and Emily Barco. Anthony casually asked whether it was all right for Emily to drink with them since she had been wandering around alone during her first appearance at such an event. Roman answered that there was no problem. After all, he himself had invited her. During that small gathering, Anthony suddenly steered the conversation toward the Lawrence engagement. He encouraged Roman not to worry, insisting the Barco family no longer cared about Lawrence. Then he urged him to keep drinking. Roman continued accepting one drink after another, until consciousness slipped away. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself lying beside Emily in bed. He had absolutely no idea how he got there. Then Anthony burst into the room, pretending to discover them together. He demanded to know what Roman was doing with his own cousin. Afterward, Anthony cornered him with a private conversation. He claimed he didn't care who Roman chose to sleep with, but touching a woman from the Barco family crossed a line that couldn't simply be ignored. Then Anthony presented two options. Roman could publicly confess everything himself, destroy his engagement with Flora and bear the consequences, or He could marry a direct descendant of the Barco family instead, repairing relations between both houses. If Roman became part of the Barco family, he would have to endure all the hatred surrounding the incident. Only then would he earn forgiveness. That was how the original Roman became trapped. Now that every memory had returned, everything finally made sense. If the engagement collapsed because Roman had supposedly violated a member of the Barco family, the Dmitri family's honor would be shattered. People already looked down on them because of their common origins. Roman couldn't bear facing his father's fury, yet he couldn't accept Anthony's second offer either. He genuinely loved Flora. He refused to destroy an already forced marriage while dragging her name through scandal as well, with nowhere left to run. The original Roman chose death. He convinced himself his suicide would solve everyone's problems. Looking back, Roman could only see weakness. A man who never possessed the strength to change his own fate. It was honestly pathetic. Anthony interrupted his thoughts. He asked why Roman seemed so hesitant. If the Dmitri and Barco families united, the entire Northeast would fall beneath their influence. Together, no family could challenge them. They would dominate the region completely. Roman quietly asked whether political power alone was supposed to convince him. Was that really the proposal? Anthony smiled. Roman had misunderstood. This wasn't a proposal. It was a warning if Roman refused. Everything that supposedly happened inside that bedroom would become public. Anthony advised him to choose very carefully. Roman didn't answer with words. Instead, he calmly placed both feet on the table. With one deliberate movement, everything on top crashed onto the floor. The room fell silent. Roman declared they had talked long enough. The Dmitri family had absolutely no reason to accept such a pathetic offer. Without another glance, he stood up and casually walked back toward the banquet hall as though nothing had happened. The first person to greet him was Sophia. She curiously asked where he had disappeared to. Roman apologized, explaining that an urgent matter required his attention and he would likely have to leave the gathering early. Sophia looked disappointed. The party had barely begun and she had genuinely enjoyed speaking with him. Roman apologized not only to her, but to everyone nearby. This matter simply couldn't wait. Just as he reached the main entrance, someone shouted for insulting words to be taken back. Kevin had just been punched square across the face. His helmet flew off from the impact. Furious, he tried to rush forward. Chris immediately stopped him and ordered him to stay calm. The two Barco knights only laughed harder. One mocked Kevin's armor, saying it looked like he had scavenged random pieces until he resembled a knight. The other added that he looked ridiculous before putting on the armor. Now he somehow looked even worse. Chris finally snapped back. He asked whether Barco knights spent more time practicing jokes than swordsmanship. One of the men smirked. He claimed he could probably swing a sword better than that weak little servant without any training at all. After all, there had to be a reason everyone called their master an idiot. Kevin couldn't stay silent any longer. He demanded they take those words back. Instead, another punch slammed into his face. Chris's hand immediately moved toward his sword. At the last second, he stopped himself. They stood inside Barco territory. Starting a fight there would create consequences far beyond a simple duel. Kevin slowly climbed back to his feet on his own. Looking directly at the knights, he calmly declared that he served his lord as a knight. He had absolutely no interest in fighting bandits pretending to wear knightly armor. One of the Barco knights immediately charged forward, determined to teach him a lesson for his sharp tongue. Before the punch could land, someone caught the man's arm. Roman. He silently stared at the knight for a brief moment. Then, his hand moved. The slap echoed throughout the courtyard. It was firm, perfectly aristocratic, and judging by everyone's expressions, completely deserved. The knight tried protesting. Roman slapped him again. The man attempted to stand. Another slap. He complained once more. Another slap. Roman continued until the knight collapsed helplessly onto the ground. Even then, Roman calmly ordered him to lift his head. Inside the mansion, Anthony watched everything unfold in stunned disbelief. Roman had openly chosen confrontation inside Barco territory itself. Anthony immediately declared that Roman was only acting this way because he wanted to avoid taking responsibility for touching a woman of the Barco family. He reminded Roman that offering a marriage with a direct descendant had been his final act of consideration. Now, Roman was making a mistake that could never be undone. Roman answered without the slightest concern. Anthony could spread whatever rumors he wished. People already called him an idiot. One or two more stories wouldn't change anything. If anything, Anthony should worry more about behaving like a proper noble. Roman made one thing perfectly clear. He ended the engagement with Flora by his own choice, not because someone threatened him. Ever since the Dmitri family stepped away from Lawrence, Anthony had already achieved most of what he wanted. Now, he was simply revealing his true intentions. Roman then asked a direct question. Did Anthony honestly believe targeting the Lawrence family out of personal resentment was a wise decision? Roman had thoroughly researched the Barco family. He understood their influence within the central government. He understood the political power those connections created. But he also knew one undeniable truth. Without those connections, The Barcos were the weakest great house in the northeast. Compared to the Dmitri family in terms of wealth and real strength, they couldn't compete. Looking Anthony directly in the eyes, Roman quietly asked, "What exactly did he intend to do now?" Anthony remained silent for a moment before asking one final question. Was this matter truly finished? Roman wouldn't interfere with Lawrence's affairs. Roman answered without hesitation. He had no intention of interfering with those words. The conversation came to an end. Even after everything that had happened, Anthony finally accepted the truth. The man standing before him was no longer the Roman he had manipulated so easily. It wasn't just the white hair or the changed appearance. His actions were different. His eyes carried weight. Every word felt calculated. Every sentence applied invisible pressure. For the first time, Anthony realized he had completely lost control over Roman Dmitri. Just then, the estate's butler rushed over and urgently reported that Lord Roman and one of his knights had become involved in a fight outside. By the time they arrived, nearly every guest had already gathered to watch. Roman stood over one of the Barco knights, delivering punishment after punishment. The man cried out for mercy, desperately promising he would never repeat such behavior again. Kevin stepped forward, asking his lord to stop because the lesson had already been learned. Chris also warned that continuing any further could create serious political consequences. Roman remained unmoved. Only he would decide when the punishment ended, even if the man died there. It would simply become the price he paid for his own words and actions. At that moment, Anthony stepped in, demanding an explanation. He declared that regardless of Roman's position as the eldest son of the Dmitri family, such conduct inside Barco territory would not be tolerated. Roman should apologize immediately, then leave. Roman calmly asked a single question. Why? The knight had laid hands on a member of the Dmitri household first. Did Anthony truly believe Roman was the one at fault? Anthony insisted Roman had gone far beyond reasonable punishment. Roman quietly reminded him of something else. Allowing personal resentment to dictate decisions could destroy not only their relationship, but also the fragile balance holding together every noble house in the Northeast. He advised Anthony to control himself. Roman admitted he wasn't a particularly patient man. Then he simply asked, what would Anthony do now? After remaining silent for several moments, Anthony finally relented upon calmer reflection. He admitted Roman had been right. If someone under his command had acted the same way, he would have issued an identical punishment. Roman nodded. Good, then he turned back toward the trembling knight and calmly ordered him to grit his teeth. The punishment wasn't over yet. Some time later, Roman finally walked away. As he left, one thought crossed his mind. The old Roman had always been treated like an idiot because he accepted being treated that way. That version of himself no longer existed. Calling Chris and Kevin, Roman ordered both of them to leave. Everyone present witnessed it soon enough. The entire Northeast would hear the same story. The fool of Dmitri was gone. The carriage ride home was filled with heavy silence. Kevin lowered his head and apologized. He blamed himself for becoming the reason Roman had been insulted. Chris also admitted his failure. While Kevin endured humiliation and the Dmitri name was being trampled, he had done nothing. Roman stopped both of them immediately. He already understood how difficult it had been to endure those insults without retaliating. Instead of criticizing them, he thanked them. Their restraint had prevented an even greater disaster. Impulsive actions only created chaos. Their patience had protected the Dmitri family from unnecessary consequences. Still, Roman made one thing absolutely clear. No one in the northeast of Cairo would ever touch the Dmitri family without eventually paying the price. Even if temporary humiliation became unavoidable, they were to remember every single face responsible. Debts would always be collected later. Roman then revealed the principle he intended to live by. He refused to stand beneath anyone. From that day forward, everyone following him would have to live the same way if they wished to remain at his side. They needed to rise above everything. No hesitation, no excuses. Chris and Kevin accepted immediately. The following morning, Roman requested detailed information about the Barco family. Hands gathered intelligence through the Black Moon Guild, and the reports revealed several suspicious movements. Although the Barco family had only existed in the Northeast for slightly over a century, they rose to prominence incredibly quickly. Around that same period, one member of the family successfully entered the central government. Roman had already examined their military strength beforehand. Honestly, it wasn't particularly impressive. Hans found that surprising. Considering the Barco's reputation and influence, he expected them to possess a far stronger army. Roman explained that this actually proved something else. It demonstrated just how overwhelming the central government truly was. The Salamandra continent contained 2 empires and 6 kingdoms. Among all of them, the Kingdom of Cairo was the smallest and weakest. Its borders touched nearly every neighboring nation except for the northeastern mountain range. Because of that, Cairo endured repeated foreign invasions throughout history. Surrounded by powerful enemies, the kingdom eventually concentrated nearly all military authority beneath the central government. Over generations, that government accumulated enormous influence, especially regarding military conscription. Any noble family refusing mandatory service was immediately branded rebellious. Their lands would be confiscated, their titles erased. Families helping suppress those rebellions received portions of the seized territory as rewards. That very system allowed politically connected houses like the Barcos to steadily expand their influence. Roman concluded that this was precisely how the Barco family grew stronger. The same political influence also explained how they secured favorable loans from the Grand Gold Bank. Most likely, they obtained massive credit using little meaningful collateral. That money was invested directly into the Red Mercenary Company, a force composed of hundreds of hired warriors. Their primary business involved participating in territorial wars for profit. After hearing the entire explanation, Hans quietly reached a conclusion. At this pace, the Barcos would probably attack the Lawrence family within half a month. Roman calmly agreed. Their preparations appeared complete. Hans immediately realized what that meant. War, in his opinion, the Lawrence family had almost no chance of surviving. Roman estimated that even if they resisted desperately, they wouldn't last a single month. Still, he had promised Anthony he wouldn't interfere with the conflict between the Barcos and the Lawrences. However, Roman wasn't interested in honoring promises that endangered Dmitri. After everything Anthony had attempted, simply allowing the Barcos to continue growing stronger wasn't an option. No matter how many mercenaries they recruited, they still couldn't challenge the Dmitri family directly. If Roman borrowed the strength of his own house, destroying them would be incredibly simple. Besides, although the Dmitri family had once been commoners, the nobles of the Northeast still didn't view Roman himself as a genuine threat. What Roman truly needed now was an opportunity to step onto a much larger stage. With that decided, he instructed Hans to summon his father. It was finally time to collect what had been promised. Meanwhile, in a nearby city, a blood-covered knight casually walked through the streets. His name was Lucas, a rank-B mercenary. Looking around, he muttered that the Dmitri territory hadn't changed much at all. His first destination was a blacksmith shop. His equipment desperately needed repairs. The blacksmith glanced over the battered armor and remarked that the latest battle must have been brutal. Lucas clicked his tongue. He admitted he nearly died because of a group of bastards. After carefully inspecting the equipment, the blacksmith frowned. The craftsmanship wasn't very good. Curious, he asked where Lucas bought it. Lucas explained he had tried purchasing equipment from an unfamiliar workshop. It nearly got him killed. The blacksmith immediately laughed. That was the mistake. Everyone knew equipment forged by the Dmitri family represented the highest quality available. Hearing that, Lucas left the entire set behind for repairs. The blacksmith confidently promised a replacement set wouldn't take long. Until then, Lucas should enjoy walking around the city. After spending so much time fighting on battlefields, the suggestion sounded appealing. As he wandered through town, he noticed an unusually large crowd gathered around the public notice board. Curious, he walked over. A recruitment announcement had captured everyone's attention. The conditions seemed surprisingly simple. Applicants only needed good health and the desire to become stronger. 30 positions were available. Each offered a salary of 8 silver coins every month. Lucas admitted the pay wasn't bad. Supporting an average family of 4 usually required only 4 or 5 silver coins monthly, but one sentence immediately caught his eye. Successful applicants wouldn't belong to the Dmitri family. They would belong solely to Roman Dmitri. Only those willing to dedicate their lives entirely to him should apply. Someone nearby warned Lucas not to waste his time. Hundreds of people had already gathered hoping to join. Lucas simply shrugged. He wasn't interested. As a rank-B mercenary, there was no chance he would pledge lifelong loyalty for such a small amount if anyone expected that kind of commitment. He'd demand at least 50 silver coins. Still, one thing confused him. Why were hundreds of people rushing to join someone like Roman Dmitri? Wasn't he known everywhere as the Fool of Dmitri? No one even knew what kind of trials recruits would face. The moment Lucas said those words, everyone nearby turned toward him in disbelief. Confused, Lucas asked what he had said wrong. The man beside him immediately realized Lucas must be a traveler from another region. Otherwise, he would have known Lord Roman wasn't that fool anymore. He had personally wiped out the Blood Fangs. He treated ordinary people with genuine respect. At first, nobody believed the stories either, so no one blamed Lucas for doubting, but everything changed after what happened to Clark's family. Clark's son, Kevin, had become one of Roman's followers. Their miserable life transformed almost overnight. The previous evening, Roman personally granted Kevin 3 days of leave. He explained that proper rest was just as important as training. After working hard, a person deserved time with family. Kevin gratefully accepted. Returning to his dormitory afterward felt strangely unfamiliar. Not long ago, taking even a single day off would have meant starvation. Work had always been the only thing keeping his family alive. It had been ages since he last visited them. As Kevin prepared to leave, Hans smiled. He guessed Kevin was finally heading home after so long, then Hans handed him a fresh set of clothes, along with 30 silver coins. He encouraged Kevin to buy presents for his family and simply enjoy his time away. Kevin froze. Deeply moved, he thanked him from the bottom of his heart. On the way home, he purchased everything he could, plenty of food, and fresh bread, something his family could almost never afford. Kevin couldn't help smiling. His little sister had always complained about the stale, rock-hard bread they ate every single day. Fresh bread cost nearly twice as much. But thanks to Roman, he could finally bring some home. Even so, money wasn't what truly mattered to him. He never forgot what happened to his family. His goal wasn't wealth, it was strength. Strength great enough to ensure they would never suffer like that again. When Kevin finally reached the address Hans had given him, he stopped in confusion. This wasn't the slums. Standing before him was a modest home near the outskirts of the castle, complete with a small garden. Inside, his parents peacefully shared tea together. The moment they saw him, they rushed over and embraced him. Still stunned, Kevin asked whose house this actually was. His father explained that Hans personally arrived carrying the deed, saying everything had been arranged under Lord Roman's orders. Not only that, workers from the castle had even begun helping them cultivate the nearby land. His mother smiled warmly, for the first time in years. She finally felt like they were truly living instead of merely surviving. Kevin's eyes filled with emotion. Then his father noticed the bruise on his face. Immediately worried, he asked whether Lord Roman had struck him. Kevin quickly denied it. The injury came from a confrontation with guards from Barco territory. He explained everything. How Roman personally stood against a Barco knight just to defend one of his own people. His father couldn't keep the story to himself. He shared it with neighbors. Those neighbors told others before long. The tale spread throughout the city. Everyone began talking about the young master who publicly beat a Barco knight to protect a mere subordinate. Little by little, public opinion shifted. People finally started believing Roman genuinely valued those serving beneath him if someone earned his trust. Their entire life could change. After hearing the full story, Lucas stood speechless. The Roman Dmitri he remembered was a reckless troublemaker who started fights inside gambling houses and wasted his days living irresponsibly. This couldn't possibly be the same person. He couldn't understand what happened during the past 2 years. In the end, his curiosity won. He decided he needed to meet Roman once again. Elsewhere, Captain Jonathan discussed the upcoming recruitment examination with Baron Romero. Preparations were nearly complete. Soldiers had already been assigned to secure the entrance while Roman himself would oversee the entire selection process. Romero asked whether every detail had been finalized. Jonathan nodded. Everything was ready, still. He hesitated before asking one final question. Did the Baron truly support this idea? Creating a private military force devoted entirely to a single individual could become dangerous. Romero quietly reflected. Before Roman attended the Barco banquet, he honestly believed his eldest son might ally himself with the Barcos to damage his younger brother's position within the succession. Instead, Roman publicly slapped a Barco knight before the gathered nobility. Even after successfully cornering Anthony, he still chose to act according to his own convictions despite risking political isolation. For over a decade, everyone dismissed Roman as an idiot, yet ever since the Blood Fangs incident, he had begun living according to his own will. As his father, Romero admitted there was only one thing left he wanted to do: congratulate him. Then he casually asked how many applicants had registered. He expected perhaps 50, maybe 100 if they were lucky. Honestly, even 50 would have been an incredible improvement considering Roman's old reputation. Jonathan quietly delivered the actual number, approximately 500. Romero blinked. Cert he misheard. He immediately asked Jonathan to repeat himself. The following day, the Dmitri training grounds overflowed with people. Among them stood Lucas, the rank B mercenary, determined to witness Roman Dmitri with his own eyes. Candidates from every background filled the grounds. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as everyone waited for the examination to begin. Meanwhile, Chris reported that every preparation had been completed. Roman could begin the recruitment whenever he wished. The reason behind such overwhelming attendance actually began the previous evening. Inside a tavern near tomorrow's testing grounds, Lucas sat drinking heavily. He wasn't alone. The place overflowed with applicants doing exactly the same thing. Seeing so many candidates gathered before the examination surprised even him. Far more people had appeared than he expected. Looking around, Lucas noticed 3 men sitting together in one corner. Each of them carried the presence of experienced rank C fighters. Elsewhere, several more individuals clearly possessed real battlefield experience. Lucas quietly calculated the situation. If one ordinary tavern already contained 5 or 6 capable warriors, then the overall quality of tomorrow's applicants must be much higher than expected. Still, one question bothered him. Why were so many capable fighters willing to apply? People with that level of ability should easily find better opportunities elsewhere. It wasn't simple curiosity anymore, just like everyone else. He couldn't explain what drew them here. As Lucas stood to leave, a nearby conversation caught his attention. One man asked his companion whether he hadn't originally planned to join the Lawrence family instead. The other man, Henderson, smiled. At first, that truly had been his plan. Lawrence was his hometown after all. But everything changed after witnessing what Roman Dmitri did to the Blood Fangs. He explained that anyone who wasn't present naturally doubted the stories. He understood that, but he saw everything with his own eyes. That day, he stood inside the public square. He watched Roman, covered in blood, drag the Blood Fangs leader through the streets by his hair. A noble young master crossed into another territory solely to execute the man responsible for harming his people. Henderson admitted that image never left his mind. Even now, thinking about it still sent chills down his spine. No matter how many people claimed the stories were exaggerated, he knew the truth. To him, Roman was a genuine leader, someone willing to fight for those beneath him. That alone explained why Henderson stood here today. Several nearby applicants immediately agreed. Listening quietly, Lucas finally began understanding. Perhaps this was what everyone else already saw. The growing excitement surrounding Roman Dmitri wasn't built on empty rumors after all. The following morning, every applicant gathered inside the Dmitri training grounds. Lucas wondered what choice he would ultimately make if everything he heard proved true. He wasn't the only one. Many others stood there driven by the exact same curiosity. Everything would be decided the moment Roman Dmitri appeared. Suddenly, the entire training yard fell silent. Without receiving a single order, everyone instinctively lowered their heads. Lucas froze. No one had commanded them. Respect simply spread naturally. At that instant, he realized the rumors hadn't been exaggerated at all. Roman calmly stepped onto the platform and instructed everyone to raise their heads. He announced that, just as promised, only 30 soldiers would be chosen to fight beside him before beginning the examination. He wanted everyone to understand one thing. He had absolutely no intention of spending the rest of his life trapped inside a remote territory. He intended to keep climbing higher. Higher positions would inevitably lead to greater wars. Greater wars would claim lives. Anyone unwilling to walk that path should leave immediately. Those who eventually died on future battlefields shouldn't resent being sent there. Their only regret should be missing the day Roman Dmitri stood at the very top of the continent. Lucas couldn't help thinking those words sounded unbelievably arrogant, almost absurd. Yet, for some reason, nothing about Roman felt dishonest. He spoke like a man who genuinely believed every single word leaving his mouth. Soon afterward, Chris stepped forward and announced the rules for the first examination. The concept sounded deceptively simple. Each candidate would stand before a wooden target. An archer positioned opposite them would fire 3 arrows. Those arrows might completely miss. They might strike the target, or they might strike the candidate directly. Anyone moving even a single step during those 3 shots would immediately fail. The applicants were ordered to line up. As the first volunteer stepped forward, the man waiting behind him tried convincing himself everything was perfectly safe. Surely, the archer was highly skilled. There was no way he'd actually hit someone. The first arrow whistled past the volunteer's head by only a few centimeters. The next applicant forced himself to relax. Right, this was simply a psychological test, nothing more. All he had to do was stay calm. Then suddenly, the second arrow pierced the first candidate's leg. A scream echoed across the training grounds. The man collapsed instantly. Chris calmly ordered nearby soldiers to carry him to the medical team. As the wounded applicant disappeared on a stretcher, panic spread through the crowd. People realized the arrows were real. The next man in line imagined one striking his head instead, unable to endure the pressure. He surrendered before taking even a single step. Chris immediately declared the second applicant officially withdrawn. Then he addressed everyone remaining. Anyone afraid of taking an arrow should leave now. Repeating Roman's earlier warning, Chris made one thing perfectly clear. Cowards had no place here. The previous night, Roman had already explained the entire plan to his officers. The first examination would use real arrows. There would be no deception. Even so, the archer assigned to the test was a true professional. Vital areas would never be targeted. The archer personally guaranteed his accuracy. Roman also promised generous rewards to every soldier participating in the examination while ensuring experienced medics remained ready for any emergency. Still, one undeniable fact remained. Every applicant would actually be shot, even after hearing all of that. None of the soldiers objected. As everyone prepared to leave, Chris finally asked the question lingering in his mind. Why was his lord willing to go this far? The night before the examination, Chris finally asked why Roman insisted on making the first test so extreme. Roman answered without hesitation. The people he wanted would never be found through empty threats alone. Their lives had to feel genuinely endangered. Even if the chance of being struck was only 1%, most people would still freeze because of that single possibility. Fear exposed a person's true nature. Roman wasn't searching for the strongest bodies. He was searching for hearts. He wanted men with the heart of a beast. People born with an instinct that pushed them forward regardless of danger, even if they started weak. Those individuals always grew the fastest. Only people like that deserved to walk beside him. As expected, once the first applicant took an arrow through the leg, the crowd began collapsing mentally. Chris estimated nearly 100 candidates abandoned the examination almost immediately. Roman quietly observed those who remained. To him, every person still standing possessed the heart of a beast. That alone was an extraordinary talent. He thought of Kevin, who accepted the thought of cutting off his own arm without hesitation. He thought of Chris, who swallowed his pride and sought guidance from the very man who defeated him. People like that were simply born differently. Others might possess greater strength, but without that relentless nature, they would never surpass those willing to sacrifice everything in pursuit of growth. Those were the only people Roman intended to keep. With that, he ordered the examination to continue. Lucas recognized the next applicant. It was Henderson, the same man from the tavern who passionately spoke about Roman as though he were a legendary leader. Now, his entire body trembled. Even so, Henderson refused to leave. This was his opportunity to swear loyalty to Lord Roman Dimitri. He wouldn't waste it. The first arrow sliced past his head. His fear only deepened. The second buried itself near his arm for a brief moment. He almost quit, then he forced himself to remain completely still. The final arrow drove itself into the ground directly between his legs. Silence followed. Chris announced that Henderson had passed. Although visibly shaken, he endured until the very end. Watching everything unfold, Lucas realized Henderson had nearly broken. Another second of hesitation, and he probably would have abandoned the test. In the end, success looked almost like luck. Eventually, the first examination concluded. After removing everyone who withdrew, roughly 400 applicants remained. Out of those, only 120 passed. Roman carefully studied every survivor. Some barely held themselves together, others never changed expression once. To him, that difference meant very little. Both groups conquered fear. That alone proved they possessed the qualities of warriors. Roman acknowledged every person who remained. They had already demonstrated they were worthy fighters. Still, only 30 would ultimately stand beside him. Then he announced the second examination. Those who survived it would become his personal subordinates. From that day forward, they would live as predators. Lucas frowned. He didn't fully understand what living like a predator actually meant. Roman continued explaining. The second test would begin immediately. Candidates would proceed one by one according to their position in line. Several wooden swords had been prepared. Applicants could choose whichever one they preferred. Then, each person would duel Roman Dimitri himself. Confusion instantly spread across the training grounds. People wondered whether Roman seriously intended to fight every single candidate. Roman clarified the rules. Nobody needed to defeat him. Anyone capable of surviving one full minute against him would pass. Those who succeeded would receive the greatest opportunities at his side. A bald man with a scar running across his face stepped forward. He introduced himself as Volka and volunteered to go first. Roman casually asked whether the wooden sword felt comfortable. Without the slightest hesitation, Volka answered yes. Privately, he thought Roman had become overconfident. There was simply no way anyone could defeat him within a single minute. At least, that's what he believed. Chris turned over the hourglass. The duel began. Volka immediately made up his mind. Simply surviving wasn't enough. He wanted to leave a lasting impression. The instant the signal sounded, he launched himself forward with everything he had. Roman effortlessly slipped past the opening strike. In the very next movement, Volka stumbled over his own footing before he even realized what happened. A wooden sword rested against his neck. Roman calmly called for the next candidate. Lucas couldn't hide his surprise. He had never witnessed someone move like that before, compared to the first examination. This one was infinitely more difficult. Seeing Volka lose in only seconds made everyone reach the same conclusion. Roman Dimitri was absurdly powerful still. As duel followed duel, many quietly convinced themselves things would eventually change. Surely fighting so many opponents back-to-back would exhaust anyone. An hour passed. 60 duels, 60 defeats. Roman remained exactly the same. Not a single sign of fatigue appeared on his face. Henderson finally understood what Roman meant earlier, living as a predator. Roman himself embodied those words. In a world where only the strong survived, the predator lived however it pleased. Looking at Roman now, those words no longer sounded arrogant. They sounded like a promise. The man everyone mocked as the fool of Dimitri might become the greatest opportunity of their lives. Even so, fear steadily spread among the remaining candidates. How was anyone supposed to face that monster? Roman looked over the silent crowd. If nobody possessed the courage to step forward, then every remaining applicant would fail immediately. Silence consumed the training grounds. Finally, Lucas stepped out. He introduced himself as the 61st candidate. The moment he entered the arena, he immediately sensed something different. The killing intent radiating from Roman alone was enough to make breathing feel difficult. Forget martial skill. His very presence weighed down the surrounding air. Lucas silently admitted something. This man shared absolutely nothing with the Roman he remembered. Someone like this would never spend life rotting inside a remote territory. He looked like a man destined to conquer the entire continent. Lucas wasn't standing there because of 8 silver coins. He wanted proof. He wanted to know whether Roman's words reflected reality. To discover that, he first had to survive. The hourglass began falling. Without hesitation, Lucas attacked. Even Chris looked surprised. Other than the very first applicant, nobody else had dared make the opening move. Lucas slashed toward Roman's head while simultaneously driving a dagger toward his heart. It was the fighting style of a true mercenary. Roman shifted backward just enough to evade the dagger before precisely blocking the sword. Lucas adapted instantly. Without giving Roman room to breathe, he maintained pressure with his blade while suddenly throwing the dagger straight toward Roman's chest. This attack demanded genuine attention. Even so, Roman smoothly deflected everything using only the curve of his wooden sword. Lucas jumped backward. That wasn't enough. Normally, continuous pressure eventually created an opening, but Roman resembled an unbreakable fortress. Still, stopping meant defeat. The instant he hesitated, everything would end. Lucas drew another dagger. Once again, he seized the initiative, refusing to surrender even a moment of momentum. Watching carefully, Roman admitted the mercenary wasn't bad. Perhaps that style wasn't ideal for large-scale battlefields. But inside a duel, it proved remarkably effective. Lucas possessed instinct. He adapted naturally. He improvised well. Even so, Roman had never intended to simply let him survive 1 minute. That time limit existed for another reason. He wanted every applicant to experience the overwhelming difference separating themselves from the Lord they wished to follow. The true purpose of this examination was to carve that gap permanently into their hearts. For the first time that day, Roman actually began enjoying the fight. Even so, he decided it had gone on long enough. He suddenly surged forward with crushing pressure. Lucas desperately dodged. His footing collapsed beneath him. He lost balance and crashed onto the ground. This was the limit of a rank B mercenary. Through enough determination and repeated brushes with death, almost anyone could eventually reach rank B, but without awakening mana. Rank A remained forever unreachable. Rank A warriors existed on an entirely different level. Mana awakening served as the dividing line. Struggling back to his feet, Lucas finally accepted reality. No matter how desperately he fought, he couldn't cross that invisible wall. Still, he survived countless battlefields where countless others died. Those experiences taught him one absolute truth. Victory mattered, survival mattered. The method never did without hesitation. He scooped sand from the ground and threw it directly into Roman's eyes. He didn't expect victory. He only wanted a few more precious seconds. Rolling back onto his feet, Lucas pulled another dagger before he could attack. His entire body froze. Roman's eyes remained open. They burned bright red from the sand. Tears streamed down his face. Yet those eyes never blinked. They stared directly into Lucas's soul. That unwavering gaze completely shattered his resolve. The dagger slipped from his fingers. Lucas surrendered. Within the heavenly demonic cult, disciples learned one lesson before advanced martial arts were ever taught. Never close your eyes during battle. A single blink could become the difference between life and death. Just as breathing and internal energy circulation required strict discipline, even blinking was trained until it became instinct. Disciples learned to keep their eyes open no matter what stood before them, even if a blade rested inches from their face. Understanding that, Lucas quietly accepted reality. Winning had never been possible. Chris quickly brought water so Roman could wash the sand from his burning eyes. Meanwhile, Lucas could only laugh bitterly to himself. Had he known Roman wouldn't blink even after taking sand directly to the eyes, he never would have thrown it in the first place. Lucas had used every dirty trick he could think of, all for one purpose. Survive for 60 seconds, that was all. Looking back, even he felt the result was pitiful. He wondered whether Roman Dmitri would look down on him. Perhaps Roman never expected anything from him in the first place. Maybe using such underhanded tactics would earn punishment instead of approval. Instead, Roman simply called for the next challenger. The entire training ground fell silent. There was no anger, no criticism. He didn't even mention the sand. Unknown to everyone else, Roman had noticed Lucas's plan long before it happened. The instant Lucas scooped up the sand while retreating, Roman already knew. He simply allowed it. He wanted to witness Lucas at his absolute limit, a man who had crawled through countless battlefields, a survivor surrounded by endless corpses, someone who had watched enough blood spill to fill an ocean. That was how true warriors close to the heavenly demon were forged. To Roman, there was nothing dishonorable about surviving. It was simply reality. He calmly asked whether there were any challengers left. The examinations continued. Soon another candidate attempted something unexpected. Taking advantage of a brief distraction, he hurled a stone toward Roman. Watching this unfold, Chris immediately understood what had changed. Lucas had unknowingly rewritten the rules. From this point onward, the candidates would use absolutely everything available. which meant Roman no longer had any reason to hold back either. The man barely completed the throw. Roman instantly closed the distance and drove a devastating kick straight into his face. The challenger crashed to the ground before realizing what happened. Lucas quietly reached a conclusion. Using dirty tactics wasn't enough to fail, but crossing that line meant Roman would answer without the slightest mercy. If Lucas hadn't surrendered earlier, he probably would have ended up exactly the same. Even then, something continued bothering him. This had already become the 100th duel. Nearly 2 hours had passed, yet Roman Dmitri looked exactly as he had at the beginning. No sweat, no heavy breathing, not even a hint of exhaustion. The difference was experience. Roman had already walked through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Real battle never paused because someone grew tired. The moment breathing became unstable, movement slowed, strength faded, and another corpse was added to the battlefield. To Roman, stopping had never been an option. With every breath he took, natural mana circulated throughout his body. Fatigue dispersed before it could accumulate. His bones grew stronger. His body remained perfectly balanced. During the conquest of Murim, he once fought continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. Compared to that, these duels barely qualified as exercise. Eventually, Chris gathered everyone together. He announced that officially, not a single person had passed the second examination. The crowd froze. Then he clarified the meaning. Failure in the duel didn't mean failure in selection. 30 candidates would still be chosen later. Those selected would receive personal notice. With that, the examination officially ended. After everyone dispersed, Roman handed Chris a list. From this moment onward, training those 30 men would become their responsibility. Chris carefully examined every name. Volka, the very first challenger, had been selected. Henderson's name appeared as well. That already surprised him. But the greatest shock came when he found Lucas on the list. Unable to understand, Chris questioned the decision. Lucas undoubtedly possessed the skills of a rank B mercenary. Even so, he fought using dirty tricks. He even surrendered before time expired. To Chris, that sounded exactly like the kind of mercenary who would abandon comrades if it meant surviving himself. Roman calmly replied, that was precisely why Lucas deserved a place. From the outside, Lucas looked cowardly. But while everyone else clung to pride, he calmly evaluated reality. He chose the method that offered the highest chance of survival. People like that often shined brightest on real battlefields. Someone obsessed with surviving would always find another path forward. Then Roman asked Chris a simple question. Could he truly conclude Lucas would betray his allies? Simply because he threw sand during one duel? That question immediately reminded Chris of something Captain Jonathan once taught him. The battlefield doesn't always favor those with the strongest aura. It favors those capable of staying calm inside chaos. Those who react according to reality instead of pride. Those are the people who survive, no matter how powerful a knight becomes. Death can still come from an unseen blade waiting in the shadows. Chris quietly admitted Roman was right. Lucas hadn't acted dishonorably, he acted realistically. Still, one question remained. 5 months still separated them from the battlefield, and noble sons weren't immediately thrown into war after receiving enlistment orders. So why gather soldiers now? Roman answered simply. Everyone would understand soon enough. Before long, the Barco family released an official declaration. Everything became clear. They publicly claimed the Lawrence family had betrayed the promise shared between both houses. Despite showing patience for years, their honor had been insulted. The debt left behind by the Lawrence ancestors remained unpaid. Even worse, the Lawrence family still refused to surrender the lands originally placed as collateral. Because of that, the Barcos formally notified the Kingdom of Cairo if the debt remained unpaid and the lands were not handed over. Then, with approval from the central government, they would begin a territorial war. Chris asked whether things had truly reached that point. Roman confirmed it without hesitation. The countdown had begun. Preparations for war between the Barco and Lawrence families officially started. That same night, Flora awoke from a nightmare. In every version of the dream, the destruction of her family was her fault. Morning arrived. Outside her room, the maids quietly worried. Ever since returning from the Dmitri estate after the broken engagement, Flora had locked herself inside. The servants whispered among themselves. Some wondered what mistake she had made to be rejected. Others spoke about the coming war with the Barco family from inside her room. Flora listened to every word. For the first time, she questioned everything she believed about herself. She always considered herself intelligent. She excelled at the academy. Her father smiled proudly whenever he looked at her. She truly believed she had been the perfect daughter. Now, as that illusion shattered, without her family, she possessed nothing. She was merely a flower that had never left the safety of a greenhouse. She once mocked Roman as the fool of Dmitri, just like everyone else. Now she wondered if the real fool had always been herself. She couldn't even gather the courage to face her own father. Then another thought entered her mind. What would Roman have done? He lived under the complete opposite circumstances. Nobody relied on him, nobody believed in him, yet he crushed the blood fangs through his own strength. then boldly acted for the sake of his family. She couldn't understand when he became someone capable of carrying everything alone. The thought only made her feel even more powerless. Eventually she pushed it away. If Roman truly solved every problem himself, then it only highlighted how helpless she remained. Later, a butler arrived carrying her meal. After a long silence, Flora finally opened the door. She quietly announced she was going to the library. While reading, she knew her father desperately searched for allies among neighboring families. Still, she already understood the outcome. Nobody would help them. Roman once solved the Bloodfangs problem personally, perhaps. The Lawrence family would also need to save itself, as Flora buried herself in books. Her father faced rejection after rejection. The Martel family refused. The Vastra family also declined. Even if they wished to cooperate through trade, they would never involve themselves in a war against the Barcos. It soon became obvious. No neighboring territory intended to interfere. Another servant soon delivered even worse news. Rumors spread that the Barco family would retaliate against any noble house supporting Lawrence. The warning couldn't have been clearer. Repay the debt, surrender the land, or face war. Only 1 week remained. Inside the office, frustration filled the room. Flora spoke bitterly. The same nobles who once flattered the Lawrence family now pretended they had never known them. Baron Lawrence then asked whether the Golden Bank had finally responded. The messenger confirmed they had. The bank would investigate the disputed collateral. Unfortunately, the process wouldn't finish within a week. Considering the massive investments already made in the Barco family, supporting them simply offered greater profit. Every possible path had now reached a dead end. The Baron quietly asked whether any solution still existed. One advisor reluctantly suggested surrender. Outside assistance had completely disappeared. Their military strength couldn't compare. Giving the Barcos what they wanted might at least save innocent soldiers and preserve a portion of their territory. Silence swallowed the room. Even Baron Lawrence admitted there was logic in those words. Then, the office doors burst open. Flora entered wearing an expression nobody there had ever seen before. Her eyes carried genuine determination. She declared that she needed to speak with her father immediately. At that very same time, Roman was having a serious discussion with his own father. Roman had already made up his mind. He would step into the war between the Barco and Lawrence families, but not as a representative of House Dimitri. He would fight under one name alone, Roman Dimitri. Romero immediately questioned whether his son truly understood the consequences of that decision. This wasn't some private dispute. The conflict had been officially approved by the central government. The engagement with Flora had already been cancelled. From the kingdom's perspective, the Dimitri family no longer had any reason to interfere. If they involved themselves now, every noble in the northeast could suffer the consequences. In the worst possible scenario, the central government could dispatch an army to suppress them all. Romero warned him not to gamble everything on impulse or emotion, but instead of answering directly, Roman asked his father an unexpected question. What would he think if his eldest son chose to leave the family's protection and carve out his own path? Caught off guard, Romero couldn't understand where the conversation was heading. Only then did Roman reveal the truth. This wasn't about feelings. Anthony Barco had already threatened him. The arranged marriage with Lawrence stood in the way of the Barco family's ambitions, although Roman had no evidence. That encounter changed everything. Everyone called the Dimitris the strongest house in the northeast, yet the Barcos behaved as though they stood above them, and nobody challenged that arrogance. Roman understood that his father possessed enormous wealth and influence. Romero was satisfied with protecting what he already had. Roman wasn't. He wanted more. He refused to watch the Dimitri name be treated with disrespect. To him, the Barcos had declared war over something meaningless, a childish game played by people who mistook borrowed authority for real power, even after being reborn. Roman still felt as though he was crossing an endless ocean, but one truth remained unchanged. He was still Beek Jun Hyuk. His identity hadn't disappeared. He was born to stand above others, to dominate, to rise. He wasn't asking to borrow the strength of House Dimitri. He intended to enter that battlefield using only the qualifications of Roman Dimitri. Whatever path he walked from now on would become the life he chose for himself. Romero quietly listened. More than anyone, he understood that greatness could never erase a person's origin. Long ago, he had confessed those same thoughts to his wife. No matter how wealthy he became, no matter how many accomplishments he achieved, even if he ruled an entire territory, he would always remain the son of commoners. Lihana gently asked whether something had happened during his visit to the capital. Romero answered that nothing had been said directly. He simply noticed the way the nobles looked at him. They weren't looking at an equal. They were looking at a former commoner who happened to receive a title. When Lihana asked whether he wanted to change that, Romero admitted he didn't. He was content with the life he had built. He had no desire to chase greater glory for himself, but he desperately wished his children would surpass him. He wanted them to break through the limits imposed by their birth, to climb far higher than he ever could. As he stared into Roman's eyes, He realized that dream was standing right in front of him. Those weren't the eyes of someone who could still be persuaded. Romero had wished for this moment for years. He simply hadn't noticed when his once troublesome son had grown into someone so determined. In the end, he smiled. Roman could do as he pleased. There was only one condition if he ever needed help. He must ask, no matter what road he chose. He didn't have to carry every burden alone. Later, Roman headed toward the famous Dimitri Forges. One glance explained why people called them the greatest in the kingdom of Cairo. Workshops stretched across the entire street. Dozens of furnaces burned without rest. 30 separate forges operated side by side. The source of the Dimitri fortune stood right before his eyes. Behind the estate lay the kingdom's largest iron mine, combined with master craftsmen capable of turning that iron into exceptional weapons. The family's wealth became almost untouchable. That was why the nobles of the Northeast feared offending the Dimitris. Without their iron, their own armies would struggle to function. What the region truly respected wasn't merely noble status. It was overwhelming economic power. Roman had come searching for one man, the living symbol of those forges, Master Hendrik. He already promised his father he would fight this war with his own strength, but his soldiers still required proper equipment. Romero instructed him to seek Hendrik. The master blacksmith had worked beside him long before the Dimitris became nobles. Later, he rose to oversee every forge belonging to the family. Romero assured Roman that Hendrik could provide whatever was necessary. There was only one warning. The blacksmiths of Dimitri possessed enormous pride. Titles meant nothing to them. They respected only those capable of recognizing true craftsmanship. As Roman walked through the workshops, the blacksmiths barely concealed their contempt, given Roman's past reputation. Their cold reception hardly surprised him when he finally found Master Hendrik. The hostility became even more obvious. The master already knew why Roman had come. He sarcastically asked whether the rumors were true. Apparently, the young master wanted equipment for 30 soldiers. Honestly, Hendrik admitted he expected Roman to show up only to steal valuable weapons and waste more family money on entertainment. He casually pointed toward a pile of equipment stacked in one corner. There was more than enough there to arm 30 men. Roman calmly asked whether those truly represented the finest work of the Dimitri forges. The master's expression darkened. His best creations had nothing to do with that pile if Roman disliked the offer. He was free to leave empty-handed. Instead, Roman stepped forward. He picked up one sword, examined every inch of it, then quietly spoke. Perhaps, the legendary reputation of the Dimitri forges had been greatly exaggerated. Calling this weapon fit for soldiers was already giving it too much credit. The words immediately ignited Hendrik's temper. The Dimitri forges possessed the finest craftsmanship in the entire kingdom. Someone who had never sweated before a blazing furnace had absolutely no right to judge them. If Baron Romero hadn't personally requested it, he wouldn't have prepared anything at all. He compared Roman to his younger brother Rodwell. While Rodwell spent years working honestly to inherit responsibility, Roman wasted his life chasing women and causing trouble, compared even to the discarded weapons lying nearby. Roman himself was worse than garbage. Roman remained perfectly calm. He acknowledged Hendrik's anger, then calmly explained exactly where the sword had failed. Too much force had been applied during forging. The repeated overheating slightly altered the metal's surface. Even sunlight revealed the discoloration. That alone proved an inexperienced blacksmith handled the work. Such a weapon didn't deserve the Dimitri name. Roman wasn't insulting the forge's reputation. He refused to let inferior craftsmanship hide behind it. Then his tone became serious. A soldier could die because of this blade. Its edge wouldn't slice cleanly through flesh. Instead, it would lodge inside muscle while struggling to pull it free. Its owner would lose precious seconds, and those seconds could cost him his head. Roman quietly asked Hendrik what he thought about that. A soldier willing to stake everything on survival could die. Not because he lacked courage, but because someone handed him a poor weapon. Then Roman asked another question. Why did soldiers wear armor if nobody recognized the pile before them as worthless? Then the 30 men following him would unknowingly entrust their lives to defective steel. This wasn't simply revenge against Roman anymore. Personal resentment now threatened 30 innocent lives. Even after hearing the truth, Hendrik chose silence. Roman looked directly at him. Could a man still proudly call himself the master craftsman representing House Dimitri? After allowing personal emotions to produce such disgrace, people who had done absolutely nothing wrong could lose their lives because of it. Hendrik quietly answered. That had never been his intention. Roman dismissed the excuse immediately. Intentions changed nothing. Weapons and armor existed for only one purpose, to protect lives. He reminded Hendrik that the request had been made under Baron Romero's authority, yet the response was equipment unworthy of the Lord's own soldiers. Roman then asked whether such behavior could be interpreted as disobedience toward the Lord himself. Hierarchy existed for a reason. The moment retainers forgot the line separating themselves from their lord, that entire structure collapsed. Loyalty could never become familiarity, and familiarity could never justify disrespect. Crossing that boundary demanded consequences. Roman repeated the question one final time. Could this truly be called insubordination? Hendrik immediately denied it. It wasn't. Roman nodded, then demanded the real explanation. Why had he deliberately attempted to hand over inferior weapons? By now, the argument had drawn attention from every nearby forge. Blacksmiths gathered one after another. Several angrily demanded to know what that arrogant brat was saying to Master Hendrik. The surrounding blacksmiths immediately rushed over. Some believed Roman Dmitri had cornered Master Hendrik with a sword in hand. Others assumed he was openly threatening the master craftsman before the tension could explode any further. Hendrik raised his voice and ordered everyone to stop. Then, to everyone's surprise, he accepted full responsibility. He bowed his head and apologized to Roman. At that moment, an old memory resurfaced. He remembered his younger days when he proudly forged his very first sword instead of praise. His own master tore into him without mercy. He was told that a blacksmith had no right to feel satisfied until he could properly complete the task entrusted to him. Forging his own blade had been far beyond his ability. That worthless piece of iron belonged in the scrap pile. If he intended to keep producing garbage like that, he might as well never return to the forge. Back then, Hendrik burned with resentment. He believed his master taught him nothing except endless labor. Day after day he worked without recognition, only to be scolded over every tiny mistake. He couldn't understand how anyone was supposed to become a true blacksmith that way. Then one day, everything changed. A poor traveler entered the forge carrying a few worn coins. He admitted they weren't enough to buy a sword. It was simply everything he owned. He begged them to trust him. One day, he promised he would return and repay double. All he wanted was a weapon with nothing except his own healthy body. He needed a sword to earn enough money to feed his family. The blacksmith dismissed him immediately. If he wanted charity, he could beg somewhere else. The desperate man continued pleading. His family depended on him. Even then, he was driven away, watching the man leave. Young Hendrik secretly chased after him. He handed over the sword he had forged himself, free of charge. In that moment, he believed he had done something noble. He felt proud. Later, he found that same man dead while escorting a merchant caravan. The blade snapped during a fight with bandits. His sword had killed him. From that day onward, Hendrik carried the burden of that death inside his heart. He swore never to repeat that mistake, yet because of his resentment toward Roman, he had nearly done exactly that again. Facing the truth, Hendrik admitted he would accept responsibility through his actions. Roman quietly nodded. If Hendrik truly intended to make things right, then there was no reason to continue the argument. Roman tossed the defective sword aside. The matter was over. Business came first. He already knew Hendrik was the finest blacksmith in the territory. That was exactly why he chose to trust him with the lives of his soldiers. Roman repeated what he had said before. He never believed Hendrik intended to insult Baron Romero. The conflict ended there. All Roman wanted were weapons and armor worthy of protecting his men, nothing else. Hendrik stared silently. Was this brat actually giving him another chance? Everything he had heard about Roman suddenly stopped making sense. The man standing before him no longer resembled the reckless noble everyone described. At last, he sincerely apologized, then promised something with absolute certainty. Every sword, every piece of armor, would represent the highest quality the Dmitri forges could produce. Work resumed immediately. The furnaces roared back to life. Hendrik and every blacksmith threw themselves into forging equipment worthy of Roman's soldiers. Later, while working, one blacksmith quietly mentioned something Roman had completely forgotten. 3 years earlier, Roman had stolen one of Hendrik's finest swords. Considering how drunk he constantly was back then, it wasn't surprising he couldn't remember. After Baron Romero cut off his allowance, Roman became desperate for money, so he broke into the forge, stole Hendrik's masterpiece, then sold it for almost nothing. That sword wasn't ordinary. Hendrik spent 6 months designing it, another 3 months forging it. It represented nearly a year of dedication. His greatest work, watching someone throw it away for loose coins, without even understanding its value, was something Hendrik had never truly forgiven. Hearing the story, even Roman realized how disgracefully his former self had behaved. A little later, Hendrik approached him again. That incident was already in the past. He no longer held a grudge. The reason he initially resisted Roman's request wasn't personal revenge. He simply couldn't tolerate seeing the eldest son of House Dmitri treat the family's greatest foundation so carelessly. Everything the Dimitris possessed began with the forge, perhaps. The day Roman forged a sword with his own hands, he would finally understand its true weight. Roman calmly replied. That day wasn't very far away. With nothing more to discuss, he took his leave. He would return once the equipment was completed. Afterward, Roman entered the private workshop where he trained alone. Everything was exactly as he requested. The room was spotless, the tools rested neatly in place, the anvil stood ready, the furnace waited silently. Roman lit the fire, then began forging. When he turned 18 back in Murim, he made the decision to create his own sword at that time. The successor of the demonic cult hadn't yet been chosen. Every brother viewed the others as future enemies. Peace didn't exist, even while sleeping. One eye always remained open. Assassination could come at any moment. During one rare moment of calm, his 11th brother Shang Yun launched an ambush. The battle became brutal. Halfway through the fight, Roman's treasured sword shattered. It couldn't endure the force of the clash. Despite that, he still emerged victorious. Covered in wounds and standing at death's doorstep, he carved apart Shang Yun's face using nothing but the broken remains of his blade. During that moment, one realization settled into his mind. He needed a sword that would never fail him, a blade capable of enduring the full strength of its owner, one crafted for him, and only him. From that day onward, unlike his brothers, Roman devoted himself to learning blacksmithing. After every decisive battle, he forged another sword. Each new weapon reflected the man he had become, stronger, wiser, sharper. His blades evolved alongside him. Eventually, the 39th sword he created became legendary, the Heavenly Demon Sword, a treasure beyond price. Now, another war approached. It was time to forge the first blade of this new life. Roman flattened the heated steel, one strike, another, then another. The hammer rose and fell with flawless rhythm. Every blow carried purpose. Each impact shaped more than metal. It refined his own resolve. When a person dedicates every thought to one goal, the rest of the world disappears. Roman entered that state completely. The hammer rose and fell with flawless rhythm. Every blow carried purpose. Each impact shaped more than metal. It refined his own resolve. When a person dedicates every thought to one goal, the rest of the world disappears. Roman entered that state completely. Only the sound of steel echoed through his mind. The birth of another sword had begun. Since childhood, life demanded strength from him. He was born the son of the heavenly demon. Weakness had never been an option. Challenge after challenge, he overcame every obstacle until people called him the strongest. He never resented that fate. He accepted it then, and accepted it again now. Still, his current strength remained insufficient. Unexpected dangers still existed. Many powerful figures lived in this world, and he hadn't encountered them all yet. But one principle never changed. Defeat was unacceptable. As the hammer continued falling, Roman wasn't merely forging steel. He activated the infernal divine art. The flames surrounding the furnace flowed into his body. Fire itself became fuel. Once known as the Flame Demon, he now manipulated blazing heat to accelerate mana accumulation. For someone whose current power remained incomplete, no method suited him better. As long as flames surrounded him, mana would continue gathering almost endlessly. He understood the cost. If pushed too far, his lungs could suffer permanent damage. He accepted that risk without hesitation. Power capable of overcoming every future obstacle was worth any price. Meanwhile, Flora continued discussing the coming war with her father. She calmly summarized their situation. Every possible path had reached a dead end. Neighboring territories refused to help. The military difference was overwhelming. Some advisors had already suggested surrendering in exchange for preserving part of their lands. Flora immediately rejected that idea. No matter what, they couldn't surrender. The Baron disagreed. If defeat seemed inevitable, was sacrificing countless innocent soldiers truly the right answer? The Barco family had already used its political influence to receive an enormous loan from the Golden Bank. Even worse, the money had been approved without demanding proper collateral. Flora quietly shook her head. Loans without collateral always came with enormous interest. This war wasn't as beneficial to the Barcos as everyone believed. The Golden Bank expected massive returns in the future, as long as Lawrence territory remained trapped in conflict. Both the bank and the Barcos would continue profiting. Baron Lawrence asked the obvious question, then what was her alternative? Flora answered without hesitation. There was only one option left: endure. At first, the Baron expected some brilliant strategy, something capable of changing the battlefield. Instead, she proposed the fundamentals. Burn every harvest they had produced that year, destroy their own farmland, gather every remaining grain into storage, then survive until winter. The Baron questioned whether enduring until winter would truly change anything. Flora explained that even the Barcos couldn't escape reality. No matter how much money they borrowed through the central government, the interest never stopped growing, and the Golden Bank's influence stretched across the entire continent. Every passing day would make that enormous debt even heavier. Flora explained that the longer the war continued, the more the Barco family would suffocate beneath the crushing weight of their own debt. Mercenaries fought for one reason alone: money, and that money flowed from the bank. The moment the siege stopped generating profit, their resources would begin drying up. The Baron and every noble in the room were stunned by her reasoning. The more they thought about it, the more believable it became. This wouldn't be decided by overwhelming force. It would become a battle of endurance. For a brief moment, Baron Lawrence reflected on everything that had happened since the broken engagement. He once believed he had raised an immature daughter. Now, he realized Flora had grown far beyond his expectations. Without another moment of hesitation, he accepted her proposal. Preparations for a desperate defense began immediately. The Lawrence family would resist until the very end, even if their walls collapsed. Even if every last one of them died, their bloodline would continue fighting until their final breath. While the entire territory prepared for a hopeless siege, Roman completed his own preparations. He stepped out of his isolated workshop carrying the very first sword he had forged in this world. The blade matched him perfectly, balanced, durable, forged specifically for his fighting style. Since it belonged to this world, it deserved a name born from it as well. Roman named the sword Salamander not long afterward. A messenger from House Barco arrived outside Lawrence territory. He delivered another threat besides unconditional surrender. There remained two alternatives. The first was an all-out war fought openly under the supervision of an official judge sent by the central government. The second, a duel between champions with the Lawrence family choosing the rules themselves. The final decision rested entirely with Baron Lawrence. The Baron answered without hesitation. He trusted neither the Barcos nor the fabricated evidence they presented. The so-called ancestral debt was nothing more than forged paperwork, and he had no intention of sacrificing one of his own family members inside a rigged game. The messenger calmly revealed the third option. If they wished, they could abandon their pride as nobles and lock themselves inside the castle for a desperate defense. From that moment onward, whatever blood stained the battlefield during the siege would become Baron Lawrence's responsibility. Fear spread among the soldiers. Only then did everyone notice. The messenger hadn't arrived alone. Barco troops had already surrounded the territory. The siege had begun before negotiations even ended. The Lawrence family had no choice. Arrows rained from the walls. Every available soldier rushed into position, despite the overwhelming pressure. The Barco advance stalled far more than expected. Later, the Barco commander grew visibly frustrated. They possessed nearly 3 times as many troops, yet the battle refused to progress according to plan. One of his officers delivered an unexpected report. The Lawrence family had completed every defensive preparation. A deep moat surrounded the fortress. The relentless rain of arrows proved their stockpiles were overflowing. They had enough supplies to maintain a prolonged siege. The commander couldn't understand it. How had they accomplished all this in only a single week by every calculation? Lawrence should have surrendered immediately to preserve what little remained. Instead, they sealed themselves inside the castle and gambled everything on survival. Somewhere, his strategy had gone wrong when one knight asked for orders. The commander finally made his decision. It was time to deploy their special weapon. He had always viewed Baron Lawrence as weak. After all, the man once considered sacrificing his own daughter through marriage just to survive political pressure. Someone like that should have folded long ago inside the castle. Baron Lawrence personally directed every defense. Troops were repositioned, supplies constantly redistributed. At last, he admitted Flora had been right. The Barcos had already begun losing momentum. Curious, he asked where she learned such a strategy. Now dressed in armor herself, Flora quietly answered. She simply realized she needed to become stronger if she wanted to protect her family. The next instant, a deafening explosion shattered the conversation. The castle wall erupted violently. The Barcos had deployed a flare, a massive magical siege catapult capable of launching devastating explosions directly into fortress walls. Every shot consumed dozens of gold coins because it qualified as a strategic weapon. Only the central government could authorize its use, no matter how wealthy a noble house became. Obtaining one wasn't easy. Flora couldn't believe the Barcos possessed enough influence to rent such a weapon. There were only 2 known methods to stop a flare: counter it with another magical weapon of equal class, or leave the safety of the fortress and destroy it directly. Neither option seemed remotely possible. Just then, a maid hurried into the room. A communication crystal had received an incoming magical call. It was Roman Dmitri. He claimed he had a way to save the Lawrence family. Flora immediately accepted the connection without wasting time. She asked what he intended to do. Roman answered plainly. His decision had already been made. He planned to take revenge against House Barco for personal reasons. If Lawrence cooperated with his plan, he would personally enter the battlefield and crush the Barcos alongside them. Flora asked what role her family needed to play. Roman's answer was surprisingly simple. First, they had to prepare the stage. That required an initial sacrifice. In exchange, he would officially intervene under the name of Roman Dmitri. Flora immediately understood. Roman knew perfectly well they had almost no alternatives left. Still, she accepted as long as her family survived. She would agree. Roman continued. The broken engagement meant he lacked a legitimate reason to interfere in Lawrence affairs. He needed a justification the world would accept. So he asked Flora to publicly declare that Anthony Barco had crossed the line with her. That incident would become the real reason she canceled the engagement. Such a statement would destroy her reputation. Her value as an unmarried noblewoman would collapse. Her name would forever carry that stain. But by sacrificing her own honor, she would hand Roman exactly the excuse he required if Anthony had dishonored her before the engagement officially ended. Then, in the eyes of society, she still belonged to House Dmitri. And Roman never forgave anyone foolish enough to lay hands on what belonged to him. Flora slowly turned toward the battlefield. Her people were dying. Flare explosions hurled soldiers into the air. Bodies shattered beneath collapsing stone. The walls themselves were beginning to crumble. In that moment, status, honor, reputation, none of it mattered anymore. Only the lives disappearing before her eyes without hesitation. She accepted every condition. If that was the price, she would gladly pay it. Her only request was for Roman to wipe every last Barco from the battlefield. Meanwhile, enemy troops had already begun scaling the walls. An assassin suddenly appeared beside Baron Lawrence. His blade shot toward the Baron's neck before it reached him. Flora's arrow pierced the attacker with perfect accuracy. Immediately afterward, she turned toward her father. They had to open the gates. The Lawrence army needed to charge. The Baron stared at her in disbelief. Flora quickly explained. Roman Dmitri had promised to help. If Lawrence could keep the enemy occupied long enough, Roman would strike from behind and destroy the flare. The Baron questioned why Roman would risk himself for them. Flora simply shook her head. There wasn't time to explain everything. She only knew one thing. Roman Dmitri always honored his word. Elsewhere, Roman stood silently before the communication crystal, watching, waiting. Chris finally asked whether they should begin the assault. Roman calmly refused. Not yet. Chris couldn't hide his concern. Every passing moment allowed the flare to demolish more of the fortress if they waited too long. It would be too late, Roman answered coldly. The destruction of Lawrence meant nothing to him. He would rather allow hundreds of strangers to die than recklessly gamble with the life of even one of his own soldiers. Lawrence's casualties were inevitable. Much of that tragedy existed because they followed an incapable lord, unlike them. He would never throw his subordinates into a hopeless battle. Chris quietly accepted the answer. Soon afterward, the Lawrence gates finally opened. Their soldiers surged onto the battlefield. The enemy commander laughed while carving through Lawrence troops. Even now, they still refused to understand their place. He was the commander of the Berga mercenary company. Several Lawrence soldiers faltered and tried retreating. Flora immediately shouted for them to hold the line. They couldn't fall back unless they served as bait. Roman would never move. Before long, the Berga mercenaries noticed another force approaching from behind. Roman and his soldiers had arrived. The moment everyone feared had finally come. Anxiety spread through every man's heart. Any one of them could die in the next few minutes. Roman had promised those who survived under his banner that they would live as predators, but surviving such a battlefield ultimately depended on one thing alone: willpower. Before launching the attack, Roman issued one final order. Their highest priority wasn't slaughtering enemies, it was destroying the flare. He admitted he expected very little from Lawrence's diversion, nor did he fully trust their ability to hold. That was why he would personally lead the charge. Alone, he would tear open a path by massacring everything standing before him. His soldiers only needed to follow. Finish whoever remained, then destroy the siege weapon. Nothing else mattered. The Berga commander spotted Roman's force. He laughed. Did they truly believe such a tiny group could defeat them? He ordered every soldier into formation. Shield walls locked together, spears lowered. The trap was ready. Roman never slowed, still mounted. He leaped clean over the defensive line in a single devastating assault. The entire front rank collapsed long ago within the orthodox demonic sect. One saying echoed through every battlefield: the heavenly demon always stood at the very front. Because he was invincible, anyone foolish enough to challenge him head-on was simply choosing death. Many questioned why the strongest warrior would willingly place himself at the very front of the battlefield where death came first. The answer had always been obvious. The mightiest fighter wasn't meant to hide behind others. His role was to shatter the enemy's spirit before the battle truly began. As Roman charged forward, the Barco front line no longer saw a man. They saw a monster. Without slowing down, he declared that if they refused to come to him, then he would simply come to them. Behind him, his soldiers surged forward, cutting down every enemy left in his wake. Elsewhere, Chris's heart tightened when he saw Kevin's horse collapse beneath him after being struck. Yet Kevin never hesitated. Instead of retreating, he drew his dagger and buried it deep into the enemy's throat. No matter the cost, he would fulfill his lord's command. At the same time, Chris pushed himself beyond his limits. He wanted the strength to keep following Roman until the very end. Activating his sword aura, he carved through the battlefield with overwhelming speed, effortlessly cutting down anyone foolish enough to stand in his path. The Barco soldiers desperately tried to halt the advancing nightmare. Roman ignored every one of them. His objective had never changed: the flare. The magical siege weapon had to fall. Watching from the rear was Berga, commander of the Berga mercenary company. His eyes narrowed. Could that young man really be Roman Dmitri? The bounty attached to this campaign was enormous. The future of his entire company depended on victory. Realizing the situation, Burga decided to settle things personally. He stepped forward and crossed blades with Roman. Burga wasn't an ordinary mercenary. He was recognized throughout the Kingdom of Cairo as a rank A warrior, unlike rank B mercenaries. Rank A could only be reached after awakening aura. He was a genuine 2-star aura knight, yet the moment his sword collided with Salamander, he immediately sensed something terrifying. It was as though his strength meant nothing. Roman answered with a lightning-fast counterattack. Burga barely managed to retreat while desperately defending himself. Only then did he realize his opponent was on an entirely different level. Moments later, Roman severed the head of the rank A mercenary. The entire exchange lasted only seconds. Silence swept across the battlefield. The mercenaries stood frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Roman's soldiers erupted with renewed morale. The Barco commander roared for everyone to kill that bastard immediately. Others shouted back that protecting the commander came first. Roman never even looked at them. His eyes settled on the flare. He recognized it as a product of magic, a power unknown in Murim. But that changed nothing. Activating the divine art of the heavenly demon, he unleashed the first form of the demon's sword technique. Darkness wrapped around the blade. One flawless slash split through the massive siege weapon. The flare shattered cleanly in two. Its magical circle collapsed instantly. The weapon was destroyed. Roman raised his voice across the battlefield. He ordered every Lawrence soldier to listen carefully. Roman Dmitri had personally destroyed the Barco family's siege weapon. Cheers exploded across the battlefield. The Lawrence soldiers regained their fighting spirit, watching from the walls. Flora stared in disbelief. He had actually done it. With their greatest weapon gone, the Barcos had no choice but to retreat. Amid the fighting, Chris unknowingly began changing the way he used aura, instead of releasing it recklessly. He compressed it exactly as Roman had taught. Immediately, his mana consumption dropped despite the intensity of combat. People once mocked him for copying Roman's methods. Now, he finally understood. His lord had been right from the beginning. Following Roman wasn't just making him stronger. It was changing the very foundation of his swordsmanship. Looking around, Chris noticed something else. Everyone was exhausted. Every one of the 30 soldiers had reached their limits. Yet, not a single one had been abandoned, not one suffered life-threatening injuries. Now he understood why Roman selected them personally. There was only one reason they had all survived, the terrifying monster leading from the front, Roman Dmitri. After the battle ended, Roman looked over his men. He praised them for surviving. Their task there was complete. When they entered Lawrence territory once again, they were welcomed like heroes. Inside the castle, Roman received endless praise. Baron Lawrence couldn't help feeling regret. It truly was unfortunate that events had unfolded the way they had, even during their first meeting. He sensed Roman wasn't ordinary. Destroying the flare alone proved a level of talent beyond imagination. House Dmitri hadn't raised an idiot. They had raised a tiger. Had fate chosen differently, that tiger might have become his own son-in-law, but some opportunities never returned. The Baron stepped forward and warmly extended his hand. He was genuinely glad to see Roman again. Roman accepted the greeting with calm dignity. Later, inside a private chamber, Flora personally thanked him. She admitted Lawrence hadn't performed as effective bait. Even so, Roman still came without hesitation. She expressed her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Roman simply answered that he had fulfilled his side of their agreement. Lawrence had done exactly what he expected. Still, Flora insisted she owed him, as the representative of House Lawrence. She wanted to repay that debt, whatever he desired. She promised to stand beside him and help him obtain it. Roman quietly accepted if she truly wished to repay him. He wouldn't refuse. Soon afterward, they gathered in the conference room. Roman sat beside Baron Lawrence, Flora, and the other nobles. Many believed this was the perfect chance to end the conflict diplomatically. The Barcos still possessed a powerful army. Continuing the war only invited unnecessary danger. Perhaps negotiations had become the wiser choice. Listening to them, Roman thought they all shared the same weakness. They were herbivores. The moment pressure appeared, their instinct was always to retreat. Eventually, even the Baron agreed with the other nobles. Roman's assistance had saved them once, but they couldn't rely on miracles forever. Perhaps sending a diplomatic envoy immediately was the safest decision. Before anyone could finalize that choice, Roman asked to speak. The entire room fell silent. He rose from his seat and calmly explained the reality. House Barco was drowning beneath overwhelming debt. Unless they seized Lawrence territory, they could never repay the enormous loan. Even if their harbor burned to ashes, nothing would change if Lawrence sent a messenger now. The only thing likely to return would be the messenger's severed head outside the castle. Soldiers were still carrying away the dead. Roman asked whether no one found that sight unacceptable. To him, Barco had already crossed the line. The world needed to witness exactly what happened to anyone arrogant enough to attack House Lawrence. The Baron sighed. Everyone understood the situation. But overwhelming military strength couldn't simply be ignored. Roman's eyes sharpened like those of a hunting beast. There was only one answer: cornered herbivores always became prey. Elsewhere, the Barco commander fumed with rage. Roman Dimitri's interference had completely ruined his plans. Back inside the conference room, Roman revealed the solution: a warrior's battle. A sacred duel between representatives of both families. Each side could field up to 3 warriors. The ritual would be conducted under strict rules. An impartial judge sent by the central government would supervise everything. Only after the judge's command would combat begin. The Baron was stunned. It had been years since anyone proposed such a battle. House Barco possessed deep connections with the central government. No one could predict what terrifying expert they might recruit. Roman acknowledged those concerns, then without hesitation, he declared absolute confidence. Victory was guaranteed. The Baron searched his face. Was he truly certain? Roman answered that if victory was within reach, no strategy surpassed a warrior's battle. Barco would almost certainly place their 3-star knight in the opening match. Roman himself would become Lawrence's first representative. Whether his opponent was the Barco knight or an outside master, the result would remain the same: he would win. Still, winning only one duel accomplished nothing. The remaining matches also mattered for the third battle. He nominated Chris, a 2-star knight blessed with extraordinary talent, someone capable of defeating even a 3-star opponent. With that lineup, wasn't the advantage clearly theirs? If Lawrence claimed victory, their honor would be fully restored. Finally, Roman turned toward Flora. He quietly asked what choice she intended to make. She remembered the promise she made earlier. She also understood exactly what Roman was offering. He wasn't merely helping. He was placing himself on the front line to eliminate every unpredictable variable. At that moment, she fully realized how dangerous Roman Dimitri truly was. Without hesitation, she voiced her support. The warriors' battle would proceed, with both sides agreeing. The challenge was officially accepted. The message was delivered 1 week later. The sacred duel was prepared. On the appointed day, the presiding judge introduced himself, Count Ardes. He declared the warriors' battle a sacred ritual blessed by Valhalla. Regardless of victory or defeat, both sides were bound to honor their oath. Anyone who violated the rules would disgrace the kingdom of Cairo itself, and would face judgment accordingly. Now, each family was ordered to present the 3 warriors who would fight on behalf of their land. Meanwhile, the Barco commander appeared completely relaxed. He sat comfortably, drinking wine and chatting as though the outcome had already been decided. Watching him, Roman quietly spoke. The order of their warriors needed to change. Baron Lawrence looked puzzled. The lineup had already been finalized a week ago. Why alter it now? Roman calmly explained. That delay itself was the answer. Every additional day increased the crushing interest on Barco's loan. Yet despite carrying such enormous pressure, they showed no anxiety whatsoever. That alone meant something behind the scenes had changed. Roman noticed something unusual almost immediately. The Barco representatives were chatting comfortably with officials from the central government, laughing together like old acquaintances. Baron Lawrence frowned. That kind of confidence meant only one thing: they had likely hired an incredibly powerful outside champion. Roman shifted his gaze toward the opposing camp. One knight sat there asleep in his chair. Even so, Roman quietly observed him without looking away. The Baron asked what exactly Roman intended to change. Their original strategy had been simple. Roman would secure the first victory. A Lawrence knight would fight second. Chris would finish the final match. Roman calmly rejected the plan. They would reverse the order. Chris would fight first. Both the Baron and Flora froze in disbelief. Then Roman revealed the rest. He would step into the second match himself. Against whatever hidden trump card the Barcos had prepared, this would no longer be a battle of narrow victory. It would become complete domination. Soon the first duel began. Chris stood across from Jansen, a 3-star knight. Many spectators recognized him as Captain Jonathan's disciple. But recognition wasn't enough. He still possessed only 2 stars. Almost no one believed he could win. Chris remained calm. He already understood something important. Anyone who wished to become stronger had to abandon comfort. That was the reason he chose to follow Roman. The judge raised his hand. The duel began as expected. Jansen attacked first. His opening strike exploded forward with terrifying speed and overwhelming force. Chris avoided it in that instant. He remembered the lesson Roman had engraved into him. Power meant nothing if it failed to land. Chris relied on speed, short, precise, efficient steps. Not a single movement was wasted. He wasn't searching for dozens of openings. He needed only one. Jansen charged again, now visibly irritated. His enormous 3-star aura erupted with overwhelming pressure. This time, Chris knew dodging alone wouldn't be enough. Roman's teaching surfaced once more. He abandoned the conventional methods of this world. Releasing aura recklessly wasn't true strength. Roman had demonstrated that overwhelming power could exist within the smallest amount of mana. Chris compressed everything. Every trace of aura gathered into a razor-thin line along the edge of his sword. When the perfect opportunity appeared, He struck. The duel ended instantly. Jansen's head separated from his body. Silence swept over the arena. Before the crowd erupted, people shouted Chris's name. Many simply stood frozen. Even Chris struggled to believe what had happened. He had defeated a 3-star knight, watching quietly. Roman merely smiled faintly, then motioned for the next fighter across the arena. The Barco commander was stunned. His entire strategy had depended on ending the battle during the second round. Now, everything rested on the third. Even so, he wasn't afraid, because his true trump card had yet to appear. A lone mercenary slowly rose from his seat and entered the arena. He introduced himself, Hameros of House Barco. The reaction was immediate. Shock spread throughout the audience. Many couldn't believe he was actually there. Hameros wasn't an ordinary mercenary. He was a wandering ranker, one of the continent's strongest warriors, ranked 49th. He accepted this battle only because the guild master personally requested it. The rankers originated from the Valhalla Empire, inside the great sacred hall where every legendary battle was recorded. The names of the strongest became immortal, eventually. The Temple of Valhalla selected the continent's 100 rankers. They became the ultimate symbol of martial power. Baron Lawrence turned pale. No one in the Kingdom of Cairo failed to recognize Hameros. The wandering swordsman had built his reputation by traveling endlessly and challenging powerful warriors wherever he went. Among the spectators, whispers spread rapidly. He had already defeated the warrior ranked 30th. Recently, he even advanced to the 4th star. The moment Roman heard everything, he understood this was Barco's true weapon for the first time in a long while. Roman felt genuine anticipation. His opponent had concealed his strength, but no one here knew Roman's true power either. Finally, he had found someone worthy of testing himself against, someone who until now had existed only within history books. Flora suddenly grabbed Roman's arm. She asked if he had completely lost his mind. The opponent was Hameros, ranked 49th on the entire continent, a man capable of competing with those near the top 30. Did Roman truly intend to challenge someone like that? At the very least, he should pray someone survived long enough to reach the next round. Meanwhile, Hameros looked directly at Roman. Immediately, he recognized something familiar. The man before him was also a predator. Flora desperately tried one last time. This unexpected threat should be handled by someone else. Another knight could take the fight. There was no reason for Roman to throw his life away. Roman quietly removed her hand. He didn't owe anyone an explanation. He simply told her not to stand in his way. Then, he entered the arena, standing proudly before everyone. He introduced himself, Roman Dimitri, representative of House Lawrence. Slowly, he drew Salamander. Hameros studied the sword. Anyone capable of destroying a flare should at least possess the strength of a high-ranking knight. Still, he couldn't imagine needing to exert himself against someone beneath him. Soon, he intended to challenge warriors within the top 30. The duel began. Hameros moved first. His speed became a blur. A radiant slash crashed against Salamander, but it wasn't real, only a feint. He instantly shifted behind Roman, attempting a killing blow. Interesting, Roman reacted. As their blades collided repeatedly, Hameros asked what kind of swordsmanship Roman was using. Roman barely answered. He had waited far too long for a worthy fight. Unfortunately, his opponent continued underestimating him. Smiling slightly, Hameros unleashed even greater strength. His 3rd-star aura exploded outward to its absolute limit. The pressure alone forced nearby spectators backward. Facing that overwhelming display, Roman felt only disappointment. If this was the strength of rank 49, there was no reason to continue playing. The crushing aura had absolutely no effect on him. Instead, Roman advanced one slow, steady, unshakable step after another. He calmly told Hameros to block the next strike if he could. Darkness gathered around Salamander. Roman invoked his demonic technique. Instantly, Hameros felt the world change. Everything became black and white. Time itself seemed frozen. Mana moved in a way completely beyond his understanding. Before he could react, Roman's blade descended. Celestial demonic art. 3rd movement. Blackout. As the strike completed, Roman's white hair returned to black. Hameros had accepted this mission only because his guild master requested it. He normally rejected assignments after becoming a mercenary. This single favor would become his last. The rising star of Cairo. The man expected to climb even higher among the rankers fell where he stood, dead. Roman looked down calmly. The man never reached the summit, yet his arrogance had already surpassed it. Compared to Murim, this world remained insignificant. Murim was filled with countless martial monsters. Every mountain concealed another master. Carelessness there meant only one thing, death. The standards of this world simply couldn't compare. Roman turned toward the judge. The result should be announced. Still unable to process what he had witnessed, the judge finally declared the outcome. The second match belonged to Roman Dimitri, representative of House Lawrence. The arena erupted. Many still questioned whether Hameros had truly died. Watching from the sidelines, Chris silently witnessed the true depth of his lord's strength. Had Roman already possessed such terrifying power during their first duel, or had he grown this much in such a short time? Back then, could Roman already have defeated someone like Homeros after defeating Jansen? Chris briefly believed he might someday surpass his master. Now, he realized how foolish that dream had been. With Roman's victory, House Lawrence had technically secured the warriors' battle. There was no longer any need for further bloodshed. However, the judge reminded everyone that this remained a sacred ritual. Although both families had the right to alter the fighting order, the third match still had to be completed. Only after the final duel would the ceremony officially end. The Barco commander couldn't understand anything. Homeros, a 4-star knight, a warrior who stood far above everyone present. How had he lost? For a brief moment, he even wondered whether someone had sent them a fake Homeros. Nothing about this made sense. One of his aides suggested sending another elite warrior. The commander immediately refused. He had no intention of sacrificing more valuable fighters. Instead, he ordered Benson forward. Benson, the very same starless knight Roman had repeatedly slapped for attacking Kevin. Even so, Barco selected him as their final representative. Most spectators didn't even recognize his name. He was practically unknown. The moment Kevin saw Benson enter the arena, he stepped toward Roman. His eyes burned with determination. He asked for permission to fight. Roman remained silent for a moment. In a world where only the strong survived, defeat often meant death. Even without a single star, Benson remained dangerous for someone like Kevin. Perhaps the boy simply wished to prove he deserved to stand beside him. In the end, Roman nodded. Kevin confidently declared he would return before anyone even noticed he was gone. Meanwhile, Benson was terrified inside. His father had also been a knight. He joined House Barco believing it guaranteed a bright future. Now, if that same family had pushed him toward certain death, then he noticed his opponent, just a boy, for the first time that day. He laughed. Perhaps fate hadn't abandoned him after all. He mocked Kevin, convinced luck had finally returned to his side. To him, the duel was merely two abandoned nobodies facing each other. Kevin answered without emotion. He wasn't fighting as Kevin. He was simply the sword that protected his lord. Those words only enraged Benson. He launched forward with overwhelming force. The gap in raw strength was obvious, yet despite that difference, Kevin remained anything but harmless. Kevin spotted a single opening and lunged forward, his blade nearly reaching Benson's throat. But the opportunity came at a cost. A savage kick slammed into his body, sending him crashing across the arena as blood spilled from his mouth. Watching from the sidelines, Chris immediately understood the gap between them. The difference in strength was overwhelming. He couldn't understand why Roman had allowed Kevin to enter what looked like certain death. The fight dragged on. Blow after blow rained down on Kevin. He was being completely overpowered, barely finding any chance to strike back. Then, something inside him awakened. A violent bloodlust surged through his body. Revenge consumed his thoughts. He remembered the illusion created by his lord. The moment Roman sliced his own hand and allowed the demonic spirit art to seep into his mind, forcing a demon into his very soul. Now, Kevin released that demon. His senses sharpened instantly. He moved less like a man, and more like a wild beast. A furious voice echoed inside his mind, screaming that his head had almost been split apart, that the enemy had to pay. He wanted only one thing, to become a sword worthy of Roman, a sword even more valuable than Chris. The storm raging inside finally exploded. For the first time, Kevin activated the demonic spirit art. Dark aura burst from him like a demon breaking free. His blade tore straight through Benson's armor. The punches, the wounds, the pain, none of it mattered anymore. He had completely lost himself. Despair spread across Benson's face. The sword pierced him, then struck again and again and again. Blood flooded the arena until only a crimson rain remained. A short while later, Kevin calmly walked away from the battlefield. He knelt before Roman and quietly reported that he had returned victorious. Roman simply praised him. He had done well. Kevin smiled with innocent satisfaction. The warriors' battle ended with Lawrence claiming victory in all 3 matches, a flawless sweep, and at the center of that triumph stood one man, Roman Dmitri. As with every legend, rumors spread faster than truth itself. Stories mixed fact with exaggeration until no one could separate them anymore. Across the continent, people spoke his name. Inside taverns, travelers claimed Roman and his elite knights had utterly crushed House Barco. Others called him the savior of Lawrence. Some swore he slaughtered hundreds of enemies by himself after charging through their rear ranks. Others insisted he destroyed the flare with a single swing of his sword. Everyone agreed on one thing: without Roman, House Lawrence would have vanished. Before long, people no longer called him merely Roman Dmitri. They called him a hero. Children began playing games where they pretended to become the hero of Lawrence, Roman Dmitri. And little by little, another heroic legend attached itself to his growing name. Some time later, inside Barco Castle, the regent sat in despair. Everything had fallen apart. The crushing debt owed to the Golden Bank still remained. The promised payment to the mercenary guild also had to be honored. In reality, House Barco was bankrupt. He bitterly remembered how nobles once bowed before Barco, one of the greatest houses in the north. Now, those same people acted as though Barco never existed. If Roman Dmitri hadn't interfered, none of this would have happened. In the regent's eyes, every disaster traced back to that one man. Roman had violated a rule that every noble understood. Even so, one final option remained, one last chance to save House Barco. Several days later, the regent summoned numerous nobles to a formal meeting before discussing business. He thanked those he called the true nobles for answering his invitation. The guests quickly demanded he get to the point. The regent didn't waste time. Every aristocratic war required a legitimate cause. Barco's campaign against Lawrence possessed official justification. Their objective had been recognized. Lawrence was being punished for debts inherited from its ancestors. Even the central government acknowledged that reason. Roman Dmitri, however, had intervened without presenting any lawful cause. Because of that surprise attack, Barco lost the flair. Worse still, none of Lawrence's officially designated warriors had participated during Roman's initial assault. Nothing about his intervention followed noble law. What possible reason did Roman have? The marriage alliance had already been dissolved. He was no longer connected to House Lawrence. Legally, he was a complete outsider. The regent declared that Roman had crossed every acceptable boundary. Several nobles who already held resentment toward House Dmitri quickly supported the accusation. They agreed Roman possessed no legitimate justification. The regent believed that was enough. If House Dmitri could be forced to accept responsibility and pay compensation, perhaps Barco could still survive the debts owed to both the Golden Bank and the Mercenary Guild. Then, without warning, Roman entered the meeting. He calmly walked into the hall and remarked that everyone seemed to have gathered because of him. Since so many complaints surrounded his name, he decided to hear them personally. He wished to answer the Viscount of Barco directly. Earlier, when Roman announced he intended to visit Barco alone, Chris strongly opposed the idea. From his perspective, it bordered on suicide. The Viscount viewed Roman as his greatest enemy. Avoiding Barco altogether would have been far wiser. Roman simply answered that once he chose a path, he never stopped halfway. The hostility toward him was already obvious, and Barco now stood at its weakest point. It was the perfect moment to extinguish resentment before it could grow into something far more dangerous. So, he rode there alone. The instant Roman entered the hall, the Viscount's fury became impossible to hide. An unproven heir from House Dmitri, a mere baron, had dared to walk into his presence despite the enormous difference in rank. The Viscount coldly declared that Roman clearly knew nothing about aristocratic law, so he would educate him personally. No noble had the right to interfere in another family's war without proper cause. According to the laws of the Kingdom of Cairo, a family first established legitimate justification, received approval from the central government, only then declared territorial war. Those procedures existed to protect the honor of every noble house. Ignorance was no excuse. Roman's reckless actions could drag the entire Dmitri family into disgrace. Silence filled the chamber. Roman patiently waited. After several long seconds, he calmly asked whether the Viscount had finished speaking. Then, he began explaining his own side. House Lawrence and House Dmitri had indeed arranged a political marriage. Many now dismissed him as a worthless fool. But very few people knew why that engagement truly ended. It wasn't because of scandals or rumors involving women. The real reason was Anthony Barco. Roman revealed that Anthony threatened him during a party hosted by House Barco. At the time, Roman still considered Anthony a friend and attended because he was preparing to marry into House Lawrence. Instead, he walked straight into a trap. By the time he understood what happened, he found himself alone inside a room with Emily Barco. Anthony used that staged situation to blackmail him into abandoning the marriage. Everything had been carefully planned from the beginning. Soft whispers immediately spread throughout the hall. For the first time, suspicion shifted toward House Barco. Roman remembered an important lesson from his previous life. The moment someone openly accepted their weakness, it stopped being a weakness. The Viscount laughed with open contempt. Did Roman truly expect anyone to believe such nonsense? Everyone already knew the kind of worthless man he used to be. Trying to rewrite history now was pathetic. Roman had expected exactly that response. So, he calmly presented a second reason for interfering. Anthony Barco had crossed the line with Flora, his own fiancée. That incident ultimately forced the engagement to be cancelled. Roman simply asked whether the Viscount intended to deny that as well. If necessary, Flora Lawrence herself could confirm everything. Anthony once trapped Roman using deception. Roman merely answered with another carefully crafted narrative. He declared that every action he took had been done solely under the name Roman Dmitri. House Dmitri never officially entered the conflict. He sought revenge only for what had been done to Flora. Then he asked everyone present a simple question. Was that not reason enough? In one move, The foundation of Barco's accusation collapsed. Roman had established a personal motive. Now uncertainty filled the minds of every noble present. The Viscount immediately realized that continuing the original argument served no purpose. He needed time. He reluctantly stated that although he didn't fully believe Roman's claims, they could investigate the matter another day. Roman didn't allow the conversation to drift. He presented two choices. The first, punish Anthony Barco appropriately for his personal actions and end everything there. The second, allow the matter to grow into open conflict between the two great families if the wrong decision was made. Roman would return home and tell Baron Romero everything. House Barco understood exactly what that meant. They could never survive a direct war against House Dimitri. It would end in complete destruction. The Viscount quickly changed his tone. He insisted the dispute between Anthony and Roman remained personal and shouldn't drag their families into war. Anthony would kneel, apologize, and settle everything peacefully. Roman immediately rejected the idea. He had never asked Anthony to kneel, since when did the offender have the right to choose his own punishment? Not long afterward, the Viscount informed Anthony that he would resolve the matter through a trial duel. Anthony completely lost his composure. He begged his father not to leave his life in someone else's hands. Roman would never allow him to walk away alive. The Viscount silenced him immediately. Anthony was the eldest son of House Barco, the future successor. His life no longer belonged solely to him. It belonged to the entire family. The Viscount ordered him to accept reality and remember this humiliation for the rest of his life. At the very least, the Viscount believed his son should be ready to lose an arm. Leaving Anthony collapsed on the floor, still begging for mercy, he walked away without another word. The day of the trial duel finally arrived. Even surrounded by Barco nobles and standing before his own father, Anthony couldn't stop trembling. Desperately searching for a way out, he pleaded with Roman. He claimed he had genuinely loved Flora. When he learned about the marriage, he had simply lost his senses. He apologized for everything, insisting he had never truly intended to destroy Roman. They had once been friends. The moment Roman drew Salamander, Anthony completely broke. He begged for his life, swearing that if spared just once, he would spend the rest of his days repaying that kindness. The nobles watching were filled with disgust. Even the Viscount looked upon his own son with growing contempt. Roman calmly asked what it truly meant to repay someone for the rest of one's life. How exactly could Anthony compensate for everything he had done? Could any apology erase those crimes? House Barco had already fallen into ruin. Then Roman asked the question that silenced everyone. Why should he forgive someone who had deliberately humiliated him and attempted to destroy his life through such a despicable scheme? By the time the Viscount realized Roman had already made his decision, it was too late. Without a trace of hesitation, Roman stepped forward. His sword pierced Anthony's abdomen in one clean, merciless thrust. In that instant, he wasn't merely Roman Dimitri. He was once again Baek Jung-hyuk, the man who survived endless assassination attempts from his own brothers in a single night, and answered each betrayal by personally driving his blade through every one of them. Long ago, the 12th son of the heavenly demon had once criticized Baek Jung-hyuk. He said Baek possessed one fatal flaw. Once he labeled someone an enemy, he pursued their complete destruction without offering even the smallest chance for redemption. According to him, that merciless nature would eventually become his greatest weakness. Baek Jung-hyuk had acknowledged those words. His brother wasn't only powerful, he was also compassionate enough to accept defeated enemies. Even so, Baek never intended to change, massacring anyone who threatened the life he chose to live. That was the reason he survived the brutal depths of the demonic cult, and that was exactly how he intended to keep living, because only death erased every possible variable. That same conviction guided Roman now. His blade nearly split Anthony Barco in two. Anthony's death shocked everyone present, especially the Viscount. He stood frozen, unable to process what had just happened. Roman calmly asked whether there was any problem. A criminal dying during a trial duel. Wasn't that perfectly normal? Consumed by rage, the Viscount screamed, demanding to know what Roman had done. He ordered every knight present to kill the demon who murdered his son. Yet, not a single knight dared step forward. The Viscount shouted that Roman had planned everything from the beginning. He deliberately arrived alone because he never intended to negotiate. Roman answered that he couldn't even tolerate breathing the same air as House Barco. From the moment Anthony chose to threaten him, this outcome had already become inevitable. Those were simply the consequences of Anthony's own actions. Roman then looked across every noble gathered there. If anyone still wished to stand beside House Barco, they would stand against him as well. The Viscount demanded to know whether Roman truly believed he could leave safely. Roman simply replied that escaping wasn't necessary. From that day onward, he would personally keep his eyes on House Barco, and he would continue striking them until nothing remained. With those words, he turned his back and walked away as though nothing unusual had happened. Only then did the Barco family fully realize they had provoked the one person they never should have challenged. Several days later, unable to repay the enormous debt owed to the Golden Bank, the Vic Count attempted to flee under the cover of darkness. His escape never succeeded. His body was discovered on a lonely hillside nearby. Thus, the mighty House Barco, once powerful enough to dominate the entire Northeast, came to a miserable end that very night. Hans found Roman quietly returning home, his clothes stained with blood. Roman casually remarked that the moon looked especially beautiful. He claimed he'd simply gone for a walk and asked whether that was somehow a problem. Later, while gathering Roman's bloodied clothes, Hans admitted everyone had been deeply worried. Nothing made him happier than seeing his young master finally receive the recognition he deserved, but Roman constantly placed himself in impossible situations. Hans could no longer hide his concern. He pleaded with Roman to value his own life more. Roman reminded Hans of something he had already said before. Hans was one of his people. Roman remembered Baekjunghyuk, the heavenly demon who drowned battlefields beneath oceans of blood, yet followed one unbreakable rule: protect everyone beneath his banner. To him, one subordinate carried greater value than hundreds, or even thousands, of enemies. Roman quietly promised Hans that he would protect every person who followed him. In return, Hans only needed to promise one thing: never throw his own life away. That alone would be enough. While the collapse of House Barco shook the Northeast, House Milo organized a grand social gathering. Helena Milo noticed that many noblewomen who once openly supported Barco had suddenly appeared at the event. The political wind had changed. House Dmitri had become the new center of power, and House Milo, having stood beside Dmitri from the very beginning, intended to make full use of that opportunity. Among the honored guests was Lyanna Dmitri, Roman's mother, and Baron Romero's wife. Unlike her husband, Lyanna possessed extraordinary political talent. For years, she carefully nurtured alliances among the noble ladies, quietly building a powerful network that strengthened House Dmitri. Without those hidden efforts, Barco's influence might have crushed their family long ago. During the gathering, Lyanna warmly thanked everyone for attending. She explained that families sharing the same region needed to understand one another, especially now that the Northeast would move in a new direction. She admitted their paths hadn't always aligned, but circumstances had changed. It was time to establish a new center, although she never stopped smiling. Every sentence carried hidden meaning. With elegant precision, she gently reopened the wounds of those who once sided with Barco while simultaneously extending kindness. It was political warfare disguised as courtesy. Later, Helena quietly asked Lyanna what she thought of her daughter Veronica. Roman was already 25. Surely it was time for him to marry and begin thinking about the future. She insisted she wasn't speaking only because Veronica was her own daughter. She truly believed the young woman would make an excellent wife. Before Lyanna could answer, another noblewoman interrupted. Hadn't Veronica already received a proposal from another family? Helena silently cursed the interruption. Those aristocratic vipers never wasted an opportunity to provoke each other. Meanwhile, Lyanna calmly sipped her tea as though none of it mattered. For 6 long years, Roman had been viewed as nothing more than trouble within noble society. Being the eldest son while lacking any chance to inherit only made matters worse. But everything had changed. His strength alone, already worthy of a 4-star knight, made him one of the most desirable young men in the kingdom. The burden had become a prize. Lyanna politely thanked Helena for the generous offer. However, she made one thing perfectly clear: Roman had already sacrificed enough. She wanted no more political marriages. This time, she wished for her son to marry someone he genuinely loved. With a single statement, every noblewoman present understood the message. The woman who captured Roman's heart first would become his bride. Elsewhere, late into the night, Flora remained alone inside the library. She now understood something she had ignored for far too long. Without strength, no one survived in that world. Realistically, House Lawrence should have fallen to House Barco, perhaps enduring until winter might have created a slim chance. But reality had proven much harsher. Too many unexpected variables existed. Roman alone had predicted every one of them, and acted without hesitation. Flora quietly wondered how someone could become like him. The thought embarrassed her. Her face flushed red. She immediately tried to deny it. She reminded herself that she disliked him. He was arrogant, self-centered, almost unbearable. Yet no matter how often she repeated those words, she couldn't stop wondering who Roman Dmitri truly was, or how he had become so overwhelmingly strong, needing fresh air. She stepped outside. The engagement had already ended. They shared no connection anymore. There was no reason they should ever meet again. Just then, her younger sister Sylvia approached. After hearing several unexpected remarks, Flora immediately went to find her father. She demanded to know why House Lawrence was preparing to attend a gathering hosted by House Dmitri. More importantly, why hadn't anyone told her? Baron Lawrence smiled gently. The recent war had changed his perspective. Flora had displayed judgment far beyond anything he expected. She solved problems that even he couldn't imagine overcoming. Bringing Roman Dmitri onto the battlefield had saved their entire family. He admitted that he had underestimated her. That mistake would never happen again. From now on, he intended to support whatever path she chose. He also promised something else. Never again would he force her to sacrifice herself for the family's benefit. She was finally free to pursue her own dreams. Flora was genuinely moved by his words. Even so, she still wanted to attend the party. She pointed out that Sylvia had already received an invitation. Surely, her father had another motive. After a brief silence, the Baron admitted the truth. He had been acting out of selfish ambition. Flora immediately understood. Her father was considering Sylvia as a possible match for Roman. The thought lingered in her mind. If attending the gathering also allowed her to repay the debt she owed Roman, then she would go as well. This time, she would stand beside her sister at House Dimitri's party. The Baron gently told Flora that there was no need for her to attend if she didn't wish to. In truth, he had arranged everything specifically so she would never have to face Roman again. Even so, Flora quietly declared that she would accompany Sylvia. If nothing else, she could at least act as her guide. Far away in the capital of the Kingdom of Cairo, inside the sacred temple of Valhalla, one of the priests heard an unbelievable rumor. A 25-year-old noble from a remote territory had supposedly killed a 4-star Aura knight with a single strike. It sounded impossible. Yet, if even part of that story was true, then a monstrous genius had just appeared. The priest decided to investigate personally. His name was Willis, one of Valhalla's priests responsible for evaluating the continent's rankers. Later that afternoon, the long-awaited party at House Dimitri finally began. Young noblewomen arrived well before sunset. Each one wore elegant dresses, glittering jewelry, and flawless smiles, carefully prepared for the occasion. Sylvia looked around with obvious disappointment. Dimitri really was exactly as the rumors described. Everywhere she looked, there were forges, coal, smoke, and mountains of iron. No wonder people called it the land of blacksmiths. She couldn't understand how anyone could enjoy living there. To her, it almost seemed as though the Lord of Dimitri had no appreciation for beauty or art. Flora silently watched her younger sister. Sylvia's father was the younger brother of Viscount Lawrence and had settled in the capital as a wealthy merchant. Compared to the glamorous capital, both Lawrence and Dimitri were little more than rural territories, so Flora wasn't surprised by Sylvia's reaction. As they continued walking, a line of miners emerged from the pits, laughing together after finishing their work. Several noble ladies immediately frowned. They complained about the dirt covering the workers. Miners shouldn't be walking openly through noble streets. According to them, that was exactly what was wrong with House Dimitri. Flora ignored every one of those malicious comments. Then, as one miner walked past, she suddenly froze. It was Roman. Moments later, Hans hurried over in complete panic. He couldn't believe the young master had returned looking like that. Working inside the mines was one thing. Coming back covered head to toe in soot and dust was another. Roman's face, his clothes, everything was black with grime. Hans immediately began wiping him clean with a handkerchief, only to discover the cloth itself had turned completely black. Roman lightly stopped him. That was enough. There was no need to continue. The instant the noble ladies realized that the filthy miner was actually Roman Dimitri, their expressions completely changed. Moments earlier they had looked down on him. Now, their eyes sparkled like hunters who had finally spotted perfect prey. Sylvia smiled inwardly. The opportunity she had been waiting for had finally arrived. Roman was even more impressive than the rumors suggested. His physique was exceptional, strong, refined, exactly what she imagined from the future heir of House Dimitri. Still, she couldn't understand one thing. Why would someone of his status willingly work inside a mine? Perhaps it was some kind of succession trial, or maybe his recent achievements during the war had elevated his standing within the family. Confidently, Sylvia told the other noble ladies it was time to introduce themselves. She approached Roman gracefully, introducing herself as Sylvia Lawrence. She sincerely thanked him for helping their family during the recent war. She also admitted he was nothing like the rumors had described. Roman answered with complete simplicity. Yes, he was Roman Dimitri. Then he called Hans, turned around, and walked away without giving the conversation another second of attention. Watching the scene, Flora couldn't stop herself from smiling. Some things really never changed. As they walked away, Hans quietly pointed out that those young women were guests attending the party. Could the young master not have shown at least a little courtesy? Roman calmly replied that he would have, if they had deserved it. The moment they mocked the miners of Dimitri, they lost any right to receive his respect. Hans then asked another question. How much longer did Roman intend to keep working inside the mines? Baron Romero had never forced him to do any of this, yet Roman had willingly spent day after day digging alongside the workers. Roman explained that the true roots of House Dimitri had always been the forge. But there was another reason. The iron pulled from those mountains, covered in the sweat and blood of countless workers, eventually became the magnificent weapons and armor that carried the Dimitri name. That was the true foundation of their family. Understanding that through words alone wasn't enough, He needed to experience it himself. Only by working beside those miners could he truly understand them. Only then could he genuinely empathize with the people who built House Dimitri from the ground up. Hans quietly lowered his head. The young master had changed more than anyone realized, moved by those words. He silently vowed to clean every speck of dirt from Roman with absolute perfection. Elsewhere, Chris continued training Roman's 30 personal soldiers. They had survived the war against House Barco. More importantly, every one of them remained loyal. Roman personally taught them the fundamental techniques of the heavenly demon cult, swordsmanship, azure cultivation, treasures of martial knowledge capable of awakening their true potential, watching their progress. Roman acknowledged they finally possessed a proper foundation. But it still wasn't enough. Strength alone could never rule the world. He also needed an intelligence network, eyes and ears capable of uncovering every secret. The problem, building such an organization demanded both wealth and manpower, resources he still lacked. Roman then called Chris over. He asked how the soldiers were progressing. Chris confidently reported excellent results. Everyone trained with remarkable dedication. Their growth exceeded expectations. Roman nodded. It was time for Chris to receive something new. Unlike the others, Chris had followed him from the very beginning. He had earned this reward. Roman admitted it wouldn't be easy. Chris already possessed a complete understanding of swordsmanship. Accepting an entirely different philosophy would challenge everything he knew. Even so, the time had finally come. Roman decided to pass down the lightning sword technique. Long ago, the lightning sword ruled Murim. It belonged to one of the 10 heavenly masters. Now, that legendary art would become Chris's as evening arrived. Roman entered the banquet hall. Instantly, every eye turned toward him, elegantly dressed, calm, confident. He effortlessly became the center of attention. Several young noblewomen immediately approached. They complained that he had disappeared earlier before they could properly speak with him. Roman politely explained that he had only just finished his work for the day. Because of that, he wanted to at least arrive looking presentable. Sylvia laughed softly. She admitted she still found it difficult to believe all the stories surrounding him. After all, he was the future heir of a noble house. Yet he personally worked beside ordinary miners. She even wondered aloud whether marrying someone like him might change her own outlook on life. Roman smiled politely. The conversation continued naturally, with perfect manners, grace, and effortless charm. He entertained the noble ladies for quite some time. Eventually, he slipped away onto the balcony to enjoy the cool evening air. There, Flora found him with a faint smile. She remarked that he really was an excellent actor. Roman admitted that he had needed to play that role. Flora pointed out that she always believed he cared very little about maintaining relationships. Normally, that would have been true. Roman admitted as much, but this gathering wasn't his. It had been organized for his parents and their guests. That alone made it different. Besides, their own first meeting had happened in much the same way. Perhaps unexpected wasn't the correct word. Flora quietly acknowledged that he was right. Looking back, she realized she had treated him with nothing but disrespect. The more she learned, the more curious she became. What kind of life had shaped someone with such unwavering principles? Finally, she asked the question that had been bothering her. Why had the heir of House Dimitri willingly worked inside the mines? Roman answered with another question. How exactly had House Lawrence reached its current prosperity? Most people assumed fertile land alone explained everything. But that wasn't the truth. Lawrence rose through commerce by selling its harvest, making strategic trades, and expanding its business. That foundation eventually elevated the family. It even explained why the Viscount's younger brother became a successful merchant in the capital. Flora stared at him in surprise. Even she had only recently begun understanding her own family's true roots. Yet Roman already knew every detail. She asked what that had to do with House Dimitri. Roman calmly answered. The roots of Dimitri lay beneath the mountains. Without miners who dug through dirt every single day to extract iron ore, House Dimitri would have never become what it was. Anyone carrying the Dimitri name had a duty to understand that reality. Living alongside those workers wasn't beneath him. It was essential. Only then could he truly understand his own family. With that, Roman quietly remarked that he'd already spent enough time outside. It was time to return, left alone beneath the night sky. Flora finally reached a decision. Ever since the war, her heart had been clouded with uncertainty. Now, everything became clear. Several days later, she departed for the capital. On that day, the flower of House Lawrence finally stepped outside the greenhouse, ready to see the real world with her own eyes. Meanwhile, Jacob, the overseer of the iron mine, relaxed with a drink after another ordinary day. The mountain seemed endless, no matter how much ore they extracted. It never appeared to shrink so far. They had barely reached the outer layers. People even joked that House Dimitri could spend 20 years mining that mountain and still never exhaust its iron. Jacob believed every word of it. Nearby, Master Hendrik mentioned hearing rumors that Roman had personally worked inside the mines for 2 straight weeks. He found it strange how quiet everything had become afterward. Jacob blinked in surprise. Only then did he remember. Half a month earlier, the young master truly had entered the mines. At least, that was what everyone said. An old veteran miner named Morgan simply shook his head. In his opinion, Lord Dimitri had completely lost his mind if the heir truly needed to learn what hard work meant. That lesson should have started years ago, not now. According to Morgan, the Lord of House Dimitri only ever paid attention to the blacksmiths while the miners remained overlooked. The three heirs of the family had all been taught to forge steel from childhood, yet not one of them had ever learned how to mine iron. To him, that alone was proof enough. The people who laid the foundation of House Dimitri were treated differently from those who received its glory. Some of the miners felt Morgan was taking things too far, but he refused to back down. In his eyes, the mine was the true heart of Dimitri. Without it, there would be no forge, no weapons, no wealth. He believed Roman needed to experience firsthand just how brutal life beneath the mountain truly was. Not long afterward, Roman was introduced to the crew he would be working beside. Jacob immediately established one rule above all others inside the mine. Safety came first, safety came second, and even the third priority was still safety. With that finished, everyone quietly returned to work. No one paid special attention to Roman. They acted as though he were just another worker. Roman wasn't bothered in the slightest. That was exactly what he wanted. He had come to understand how these people lived, how much strength they possessed, and what he could eventually do for them. If he intended to lead House Dimitri one day, then he first needed to understand every part of it, surrounded by the deafening sound of tools striking stone. Among rough men covered in dust, Roman threw himself into the work, despite the harsh conditions. He quickly noticed how organized everything actually was. The miners distributed labor with remarkable fairness. Everyone carried an equal share. The safety procedures were equally impressive. Curious, Roman began asking questions. One miner explained that House Dimitri's reputation wasn't built solely on skilled blacksmiths. The iron ore itself possessed exceptional quality. That alone gave them an enormous advantage. Other territories suffered heavy losses while transporting raw materials. Dimitri handled extraction, processing, forging, and distribution entirely within its own borders. Every stage remained under their control. No wonder people called it a miraculous territory. Roman quietly reflected on everything he had learned. The state itself managed production from beginning to end, combined with the unmatched skill of its blacksmiths. House Dimitri earned greater profits than anyone else dealing in metal. For decades, that system quietly accumulated enormous wealth, far more than he originally imagined. Just then, Morgan interrupted. The mine wasn't a place for idle conversation. If the young master didn't intend to work, then he shouldn't distract everyone else. Roman simply nodded. He apologized without complaint, picked up another heavy sack, and silently returned to work. A full week passed. During one meal break, Roman realized something, even after working beside them every day. Almost nobody spoke to him first. They answered his questions politely, but always maintained a careful distance. Eventually, Morgan approached him. After quietly observing Roman all week, there was something he genuinely wanted to know. Why was the eldest son of House Dimitri working there? Not even Rodwell, the second son and the favorite to inherit the family, had ever stepped inside the mines. Yet Roman suddenly appeared claiming he wished to prepare himself as successor. Morgan admitted he originally assumed Roman was treating the work as some meaningless game, but after watching him, his opinion changed. Roman never complained. He worked harder than many experienced miners. He always completed his assigned tasks. His effort was genuine. One of the workers added another surprising detail. Baron Romero hadn't ordered Roman to come. He had chosen this himself. Roman smiled faintly. Then he asked Morgan one question. Did he want the ideal answer or the honest one? Morgan answered that he wanted both. Roman began with the ideal answer. House Dimitri existed because of its mines. Those tunnels supported countless families. Instead of understanding his people through reports and numbers, he wanted to experience their lives himself. Morgan asked whether that was truly necessary. Roman answered without hesitation. As long as he carried the Dimitri name, it was his responsibility. Morgan nodded. It was exactly the kind of answer any citizen hoped to hear from their future lord. Then Roman gave the realistic answer. He wasn't yet the master of House Dimitri. Everything the family possessed, every coin, every mine, every forge, still belonged to his father. That was why he came. He wanted to discover what he could personally contribute to House Dimitri. Only then could he earn his future share through his own merit. Morgan finally understood. This wasn't merely about succession. If Roman had started at the forge, perhaps it would have been nothing more than political strategy, but choosing the mines first proved he genuinely understood the importance of the people working there. His attitude completely changed. As the oldest veteran among the miners, Morgan promised to answer every question Roman had. From that moment onward, Roman bombarded him with endless questions, and Morgan answered every one honestly. Roman gradually uncovered astonishing truths. The iron mine beneath House Dimitri was the largest in the Kingdom of Cairo. possibly, the largest on the entire continent beyond the known borders. The veins stretched endlessly into unexplored lands, its wealth seemed limitless if fully developed. The profits could become equally endless. Even so, Morgan admitted the mine wasn't reaching its true potential. Safety always came first. Before miners could extract ore, every tunnel required careful inspection. Those precautions dramatically slowed production. Baron Romero invested enormous sums protecting his workers. Yet, mining remained one of the most dangerous professions in the kingdom. Earthquakes frequently struck the region. The moment Morgan finished speaking, the ground violently shook, everyone froze. What happened? One terrified miner shouted the answer. The 8th shaft had collapsed, someone was trapped inside. Panic immediately spread through the tunnels. Several workers wanted to run back to the city for reinforcements. Before anyone moved, Roman stepped forward. He declared that he was going down himself. Morgan immediately tried stopping him. Roman was the eldest son of House Dmitri if anything happened. They should first evaluate the collapse, then request help. Roman calmly shook his head. By the time reinforcements arrived, it would already be too late. Those carrying the Dmitri name had responsibilities they couldn't ignore. He promised everyone he would return, then ordered them to prepare everything necessary to rescue the injured miner the moment he came back. Without wasting another second, Roman disappeared into the collapsed shaft. Not long afterward, he emerged carrying the trapped miner in his arms. Immediately, he began treating the man's injuries himself. Every bandage was applied quickly, firmly, and with practiced precision. Watching from nearby, Morgan realized Roman even possessed medical knowledge. After finishing the emergency treatment, Roman instructed everyone to take the injured miner directly to a physician. If a healing potion became necessary, he would personally pay the cost. Then, he addressed every miner present. Many people would simply accept accidents like today's as unavoidable, the fate of those working underground. After all, no amount of preparation could completely prevent disasters born from nature itself. Even so, Roman refused to accept that conclusion. There had to be another path, even if reaching it proved incredibly difficult. As someone carrying the Dmitri name, he intended to solve those problems by whatever means became necessary. It wouldn't happen overnight. Success would depend on everyone's efforts, but he promised they would reach that future together. When Roman finally returned home, Baron Romero immediately questioned whether he had been injured. He couldn't understand what Roman had been thinking. Even an aura swordsman couldn't overpower a collapsing mountain. This time, luck had saved him, but he had nearly lost a son. Romero admitted he wasn't speaking only as the head of House Dmitri, even if Roman weren't his child. He could never accept someone risking their own life so recklessly to save another. Roman answered calmly. He had only done what he believed was right. Even if time itself reversed, he would make exactly the same decision. Someone had been trapped inside that mine. Leaving them behind had never been an option. Even so, Romero firmly ordered him to stop working there. He still couldn't understand why Roman chose the mines in the first place. Had Roman wanted to train at the forge, he would have gladly supported it. Roman quietly explained, if he intended to understand every part of House Dmitri, there was only one place where he could begin. People praised the family's blacksmiths, but most citizens earned their living inside the mines. That reality couldn't be ignored. Romero then asked what Roman had learned during his time underground. Roman answered immediately. He had witnessed the hardships his people faced every single day. He saw how deeply his father cared about worker safety and treatment. That was why the miners respected Baron Romero so much. But despite every effort, mining remained incredibly dangerous. No one knew when an earthquake might collapse another tunnel. Accidents like today's guaranteed nobody would ever forget that truth. Romero quietly admitted he already understood all of that, but Roman himself had said it. Natural disasters couldn't be prevented. Roman disagreed. There was still one solution: magical artifacts. Romero appreciated the idea, but asked whether Roman understood the cost. Protecting an entire mining shaft with magical equipment would require an astronomical investment. Roman nodded. He already knew. Artifacts that created air shields weren't permanent. Even so, installing them would dramatically increase mining efficiency. Entire unexplored sections of the mountain could finally be developed safely. To Roman, that wasn't an expense, it was an investment. If greater profits eventually exceeded the initial cost, then the money had never truly been lost. With those additional profits, they could also hire dedicated safety inspectors, improve working conditions, and provide even better treatment for every miner. Romero stared at his son for a long moment. Roman wasn't speaking casually, he had already calculated everything. Finally, Romero asked the one question that truly mattered. How much money would this plan require? Because if they committed to it, Roman needed to be fully prepared for the possibility that the entire investment might fail. Back in Murim, a world where only strength and capability truly mattered, two organizations were feared above all others when it came to gathering information. One was the Beggar Sect, the other was the Vile Clan. The beggar sect collected secrets through countless members scattered across cities, quietly listening to conversations no one else noticed. The vile clan relied on ordinary people, messengers, waiters, servants, individuals everyone ignored, who constantly listened, remembered, and passed information upward. Roman's decision to begin in the mines instead of the forge wasn't random. Through the miners, he could naturally reach the overwhelming majority of House Dimitri citizens. Using his father's financial backing and a practical reason no one could question, he intended to build something resembling the old Vile clan, an organization devoted entirely to gathering intelligence throughout the territory. Even so, that alone would never be enough. His ambition extended far beyond the Northeast. He needed information flowing from every corner of the continent. The miners could collect rumors, but they weren't trained to organize intelligence. Someone had to connect every scattered piece into one complete picture. After that, the network would expand through Dimitri's merchants, whose trade routes stretched well beyond regional borders. For a task like that, only one man fit perfectly. Sometime after the war, Roman soldiers received unbelievable news. Chris announced that, by Roman's command, every one of them would be taught both a mana cultivation method and an advanced sword technique. There was only one expectation in return: they had to dedicate themselves completely. The announcement left everyone stunned. A proper cultivation technique wasn't simply another martial art. It was a systematic method for controlling and refining mana. Its value was immeasurable, unless it was some poorly copied imitation. Such knowledge was priceless. Even fathers often refused to pass these techniques to their own sons. Lucas quietly assumed the cultivation method would probably be an ordinary one. After all, although they had proven loyal, surely Roman wouldn't entrust them with something so valuable. Then Chris revealed its name, the Azure cultivation technique. In an ancient land, Azure referred to the demon of the battlefield. Lucas still couldn't believe it, but only minutes after beginning cultivation, mana flowed naturally through his body. His senses sharpened almost instantly. He could even feel the breeze brushing across his skin. Then came the Azure sword technique, 108 distinct combat forms, each designed to perfectly synchronize with the cultivation method. Lucas was left speechless. Who exactly was Roman Dimitri if he possessed a technique like this himself? He would have hidden it forever. He wouldn't have shared it even with his own family. Lucas remembered wasting every coin he owned trying to purchase a cultivation method. Now, his life was changing before his eyes when Roman later offered him another opportunity. Lucas apologized before speaking. He wanted to remain beside Roman as his sovereign. Roman immediately understood. Lucas had already rejected the other path with his countless connections, his calm judgment, and the adaptability he displayed throughout the recruitment trials and the war. He was the perfect candidate for Roman's true objective. Lucas admitted that leading an intelligence organization would mean leaving Roman's side after everything they'd experienced together. He had already pledged his life to his lord. Walking away now felt impossible. Roman smiled slightly, then asked why Lucas believed he'd received both the cultivation technique and the sword art. Those weren't rewards meant to purchase loyalty. They were simply fair compensation for risking his life during the war. Roman then asked another question. Did Lucas truly believe Roman was the kind of man who would hand over priceless treasures merely to buy someone's devotion? Blind loyalty held no value to him. He rewarded contribution, nothing more. Then Roman asked one final question. If that was the reward given to an ordinary soldier, what kind of reward awaited someone whose value exceeded that? Lucas immediately understood. Perhaps something even greater than those incredible techniques awaited him. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply. He vowed to build the greatest intelligence organization on the entire continent. Roman already knew Lucas was practical, cold, realistic, exactly the type of person capable of leading the future Vile clan, and with that, his role was decided. When Roman later returned to the mines, the atmosphere had completely changed. The workers welcomed him warmly. Many openly thanked him for caring about their safety. An elderly miner stepped forward with tears in his eyes. Roman had saved his only son's life. From that day onward, the old man pledged his own life to serving him. Roman simply thanked him, then said he hoped to continue relying on the veteran's experience. Little by little, the hearts of House Dimitri's people shifted toward Roman, watching those changes unfold. Baron Romero found himself deep in thought. A month passed after the fall of House Barco. House Dimitri gathered for its regular council meeting. One noble proudly declared that no force remaining in the northeast could rival House Dimitri anymore. Even former allies of Barco were now seeking alliances. According to Romero's earlier command, every proposal had already been rejected immediately. The council asked how they should handle those requests moving forward. Romero answered without hesitation. Accepting the hands of people who had once inflicted unforgettable wounds wasn't generosity. It was arrogance. Negotiations would never happen. Everyone needed to understand exactly what awaited those who chose to oppose House Dimitri. Captain Jonathan then shifted the discussion toward military affairs. The war against Barco had revealed dangerous new variables. Outside forces had nearly changed the entire battlefield. Warriors like Berga and Hameros proved how dangerous external intervention could become. Jonathan proposed strengthening House Dimitri's military even further while also acquiring magical weapons capable of responding to future threats. Romero agreed. Nothing created greater security than overwhelming military power. The discussion then shifted toward finances. The nobles reported that Roman's recent decisions had filled the treasury beyond expectations, even after investing enormous sums into magical artifacts protecting the mines. The results were already remarkable. Iron production had increased by 30% if the trend continued. Production could eventually double. Romero asked how severely those installations had affected their finances. The answer surprised everyone. The increased profits had already covered the expenses comfortably. Romero quietly acknowledged that Roman had been right all along. His son had voluntarily entered the mines, experienced the workers' struggles firsthand, then returned with the most effective solution possible. Whatever doubts still remained about Roman were rapidly disappearing. Captain Jonathan then raised the issue everyone knew would eventually surface: the succession. Romero wasn't surprised. 3 years earlier, Rodwell had officially been chosen as the future heir. At that time, Roman simply hadn't possessed the qualities necessary to inherit House Dimitri. But now, everything had changed. His achievements during the Barco War, his reforms inside the mines, his astonishing swordsmanship. Every action reflected the qualities expected from a ruler. Several nobles immediately agreed, since no formal announcement had ever been made. One proposal naturally emerged: hold a fair succession contest. Let Roman and Rodwell compete openly. The meeting immediately became restless. Ironically, the most troubled person present was Romero himself. Roman had proven his worth in an incredibly short period, yet Rodwell had spent years carrying the burden of being the designated successor. Was it truly fair to suddenly force both sons into direct competition, unable to reach a conclusion? Romero simply stated that he would continue observing before making any final decision. Later, alone inside his office, the matter continued weighing heavily on his mind. For anyone to officially challenge for succession, 3 pillars needed to support them: the vassals, the master of the iron mine, and Hendrik, master of the forge. No matter how chaotic the situation became, those 3 groups ultimately determined the future heir. Romero ordered Hans to report immediately. Hans arrived looking noticeably nervous. Romero asked one simple question: did he believe Roman deserved to become the next successor? Hans answered honestly. 3 months earlier, his answer would have been no. But the Roman standing before them now was completely different. Watching him closely every day, Hans had seen genuine growth. Working inside the mines hadn't been some meaningless whim. It was Roman's way of understanding House Dimitri's people, sharing their hardships, and confronting reality with his own eyes. To Hans, the current Roman truly accepted the responsibilities carried by his name. Romero quietly thanked him before dismissing him. Then, he immediately summoned the master of the iron mine. Jacob didn't arrive alone. He explained that he already understood why he'd been called. Because of that, he had brought the person who witnessed everything firsthand. Morgan respectfully introduced himself. The name immediately sounded familiar. Romero ordered him to report every detail. Morgan explained that the incident occurred roughly 1 week after Roman began working in the mines. A tunnel suddenly collapsed, trapping one worker beneath the rubble. While everyone was still frozen trying to decide what to do, Roman stepped forward. He declared that he would rescue the miner himself, and then, he actually did it. Morgan admitted something honestly at the time. He had tried stopping Roman. Back then, his opinion of the young master wasn't particularly favorable, but after witnessing those events, he realized how wrong he'd been. Roman had clearly declared that solving the people's problems was the responsibility of someone carrying the Dimitri name. No one forced him into that tunnel. It had been entirely his own decision. Morgan then spoke the words Romero had truly wanted to hear. If anyone ever asked how he judged Roman Dimitri, his answer would always remain the same. Roman was a successor worthy of House Dimitri, someone he would trust with his whole heart. Hearing all those reports, Romero realized one thing: more and more people now believed Roman deserved to become the next successor. Even so, he still refused to make a final decision. One crucial opinion remained: the forge. Meanwhile, inside the Dimitri workshops, one of the blacksmiths informed Master Hendrik that a shipment of damaged equipment had arrived for repairs under young Master Roman's name. He asked whether they should accept the request. Hendrik answered yes. Personally, he still wanted to refuse. But ever since hearing Jacob describe everything Roman had done inside the mines, the guilt from how harshly he had treated him never truly left his mind. The moment the equipment was unloaded, every blacksmith froze. The armor and weapons were almost unrecognizable. They looked less like battlefield gear and more like metal that had survived endless brutal training. Among the ruined equipment, one sword immediately drew Hendrik's attention: Salamandra. The instant he lifted it, his expression changed. The edge was flawless. Its balance was nearly perfect. The grip fit naturally into the hand. It wasn't merely a beautiful weapon, it was a masterpiece. Then he sensed something even more unbelievable. The sword was naturally absorbing the heat flowing through the forge. Its sensitivity to mana was extraordinary. Any aura swordsman would lose their mind over a weapon like this. Hendrik had always believed himself to be the finest blacksmith on the continent, yet increasing a blade's mana affinity to this level, that wasn't ordinary craftsmanship. Very few master smiths could accomplish such a feat. Unable to ignore it any longer, he personally accompanied the repaired equipment back. Even Chris was surprised. A repair that normally required nearly 2 weeks had been completed almost immediately. The blacksmith delivering the gear admitted he had expected the same delay, but for reasons no one understood. Master Hendrik had driven every smith in the workshop to prioritize Roman's request above everything else. Looking like a man who hadn't slept in 3 days, Hendrik confronted Roman directly. He demanded to know where Salamandra came from, more importantly, who had forged it. Roman calmly answered that he hadn't obtained it anywhere. He was its creator. Hendrik almost laughed. He stood before the master blacksmith of House Dimitri. Did Roman truly believe such an obvious lie would fool him? For a moment, Hendrik even questioned whether the rumors about Roman changing had all been exaggerated. Roman never backed down. He repeated that every word was true. He explained that he'd even named the sword Salamandra after the continent itself. Then he made a simple proposal. If Hendrik truly was the greatest blacksmith of House Dimitri, he should be able to recognize the truth merely by watching Roman forge. Later, the two entered the small workshop where Salamandra had been born. Roman explained that before the war against Barco, he realized something. He needed a sword worthy of entrusting with his own life, so he stood before the furnace, hammering steel endlessly. Eventually, the forge itself began to feel like a sanctuary. Roman smiled faintly. Surely Hendrik understood that feeling better than anyone. He continued. Since he would soon shoulder the responsibility of defending the nation, he had already begun forging the sword that would replace Salamandra, and today, he would demonstrate that entire process. Roman removed his shirt. Hendrik frowned. Did this young man really intend to work without even basic protective gear? Perhaps he didn't understand blacksmithing at all. Then, the hammer fell, everything changed. The instant Roman began forging, Hendrik's eyes widened. The standards of Murim and this world were completely different. Smiths here focused on strengthening the weapon itself because mana control remained imperfect. Murim followed another philosophy entirely. There, the greatest swords maximized the natural flow of internal energy. Efficiency came before everything else. Roman had forged countless weapons throughout his previous life as the heavenly demon. Every strike now reflected that lifetime of experience. The flames roared, heat poured into his body once again. Roman entered that strange state of absolute concentration. Hendrik watched silently every movement, every hammer strike, even the rhythm of the metal ringing through the workshop, was flawless for a brief moment. He thought he was looking at Baron Romero during the height of his youth. Blood truly couldn't lie. By sunset, Hendrik finally lowered his head. There was no longer any doubt. Roman truly was Salamandra's creator. Roman simply smiled, since he was already forging its successor. He wanted Hendrik to keep Salamandra, a gift. Years ago, Roman had stolen and sold one of Hendrik's treasured swords. Now he wished to repay that debt. The master blacksmith accepted the weapon in complete silence. Years earlier, Hendrik had personally visited Romero to complain about Roman. He insisted that simply being the eldest son didn't justify gambling with House Dimitri's future. If 10 people were asked about Roman back then, all 10 would have clicked their tongues and called him an idiot. Hendrik had believed Rodwell was the obvious choice for successor. He trained from childhood, he worked tirelessly, he proved himself inside the Royal Academy. Romero knew Roman had changed dramatically over the last 3 years. Still, one question remained: had Hendrik truly acknowledged him? When Romero finally asked for the master blacksmith's opinion regarding the succession, the answer came instantly. Roman was fully qualified. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation. Romero stared at him in surprise. Was he serious? Hendrik answered firmly. He would never lie to his lord. Roman had worked where no one saw him. Sweat, blood, exhaustion. He earned everything himself. Hendrik admitted something he'd never confessed before. When Roman first requested weapons, he deliberately sent inferior equipment because of personal resentment. Roman's response still echoed inside his mind. Providing weapons like those to soldiers was no different than murdering them. That single sentence forced Hendrik to rethink everything. That very night, he carefully reconsidered Roman's actions. Only then did he realize the young master possessed the judgment expected from House Dimitri. And it wasn't just that. He had personally watched Roman forge, completely absorbed in the craft, standing before unbearable flames without hesitation. As a fellow blacksmith, Hendrik couldn't help feeling connected to that spirit. It felt like meeting someone who truly belonged to the forge. Finally, he presented Salamandra before Romero. The Baron examined the blade in disbelief. His own son had created this. Even Hendrik admitted the truth. As master blacksmith, he believed the decision made 3 years earlier deserved to be reconsidered. Not long afterward, Romero received another letter. This one came from Rodwell. His younger son proudly announced his promotion to S-class at the Royal Academy of Cairo. Only practical field command remained before graduation. He had finished with the Academy's highest scores. Rodwell promised to lead House Dimitri into a brighter future. Any father would have been proud. Reading those words, Romero couldn't help smiling. Both sons were extraordinary, but the Roman standing today had already surpassed the limits of ordinary genius. His name no longer belonged only to Cairo. The entire continent had begun to recognize him. With that realization, Romero finally reached a decision. Once Rodwell graduated and Roman completed his duty in national defense, the succession battle would officially begin. Several days later, a distinguished guest arrived at House Dimitri, Willis, a priest of Valhalla, one of the officials responsible for evaluating the continental rankings. After introducing himself, he explained the reason for his visit. Rumors claimed Roman Dimitri had defeated the ranked warrior Homeros. If true, such an unprecedented feat demanded official verification. Even lower-ranking evaluations dramatically elevated a noble family's prestige. Romero apologized. Unfortunately, Roman had spent the last several days inside the forge. He suggested allowing him to rest before meeting the priest the following morning. Willis agreed while walking through the estate. His attention was suddenly drawn toward a nearby training ground. Hans politely told him he was welcome to watch. At that very moment, Kevin and Puck were sparring. At first glance, Puck looked overwhelmingly superior, a massive grown man against a much younger opponent. Yet, neither side held the advantage. Willis narrowed his eyes. Were they both aura users originally? Not a single one of Roman's 30 recruits possessed aura. Everything changed when Roman singled out Puck one day. He remarked that Puck possessed exceptional martial talent. Nobody understood what he meant. Less than a month later, Puck awakened aura. That single breakthrough transformed the entire unit. The others threw themselves into training with even greater intensity, risking their lives, determined to surpass their own limits. Now, Kevin's crimson aura clashed violently against Puck's. Puck admitted the boy's talent was terrifying. He almost failed to block a fatal strike. Had they been using real swords, the duel would have ended right there. An instant later, Kevin appeared behind him. His blade rested quietly against Puck's neck. On a real battlefield, his head would have already fallen. Watching the exchange, Willis was speechless. Every soldier trained under Roman moved with identical fundamentals. Their execution was polished, precise, disciplined. Were these truly warriors from some forgotten frontier? The entire formation resembled a miniature version of Valhalla's own elite army. These weren't ordinary soldiers, they were carefully forged knights. Willis couldn't stop wondering, since when had House Dimitri possessed power like this? He'd always known Dimitri ruled the Northeast. But this was something far beyond an ordinary rural territory. The official accompanying Willis quietly asked if this place was truly nothing more than a mining town. Even the priest could only shake his head. For the first time, he wasn't sure his own eyes were telling him the truth. There was only one conclusion Willis could reach. Those men were anything but ordinary soldiers. Unable to ignore what he had witnessed, he turned to Hans and asked whether they were the Baron's personal knights. Hans calmly shook his head. They weren't official knights of House Dimitri. They didn't belong to any military order or noble organization either. They were simply Roman's personal soldiers. Willis frowned in confusion. What exactly did that mean? Aura users weren't treated as common soldiers anywhere on the continent. Had Roman spent an absurd fortune recruiting them? Or were they apprentice knights trained elsewhere? Hans looked puzzled by the question. If the priest was referring to Kevin and Puck, the two sparring before them, neither had been swordsmen until recently. Kevin had once been nothing more than a commoner personally taken in by Roman. Puck had merely been a rank C mercenary. Everything they had become was the result of Roman's guidance. The young master possessed an extraordinary ability to recognize hidden talent. It was almost a blessing. Hearing that, Willis found himself wondering once again, who exactly was Roman Dimitri? Tomorrow he would finally meet him face to face. Only then would he know whether Roman was a hidden dragon patiently waiting for the right moment, or simply a man elevated by one incredible achievement. The following day, Roman entered the room. Willis immediately noticed his steady footsteps. His posture never wavered. His gaze naturally overlooked everything around him, like someone accustomed to standing above others. Even his relaxed expression carried the confidence of someone who had spent a lifetime among the strong. Roman politely introduced himself, saying it was an honor to meet the priest. After the formal greetings, Willis asked directly whether it was true that Roman had defeated Homeros during the warriors' battle. Roman answered without hesitation, yes. The priest couldn't help commenting that Roman still seemed unaware of what he'd actually accomplished. Homeros wasn't merely the 49th ranked warrior. He was a rising swordsman expected to climb even higher after reaching 4 stars. For someone only 25 years old to defeat a man like that, it bordered on the impossible. Willis asked whether Roman truly understood what that achievement represented. Calling him the greatest genius in Cairo's history wasn't an exaggeration. Roman simply smiled. To him, that sounded like a sophisticated way of saying what he'd done shouldn't have been possible. Willis then explained how Valhalla's ranking system actually worked. When a ranked warrior lost during an unofficial battle, their position became vacant. The rankings weren't immediately reorganized. Instead, everything was reviewed after 1 full year. Victory alone didn't automatically grant someone the defeated warrior's place. However, if the victor proved worthy, they could be admitted at the lowest position, rank 100. Roman quickly understood if he demonstrated sufficient strength, he could enter the rankings from the bottom. Willis nodded. The Temple of Valhalla believed only in what it verified personally. That was precisely why he'd brought an aura-measuring artifact. The examination itself was simple. If Roman exceeded the required standard, he would officially qualify for the lowest ranking. Unlike formal ranking battles, there would be no grand ceremony, no public recognition. After all, rank 100 constantly attracted challengers looking to replace them. Roman quietly asked whether all that effort was truly worthwhile simply to become ranked. Willis admitted there was no direct material reward, but a ranked name echoed throughout the continent. Wasn't enduring some danger a fair price for worldwide recognition? Roman answered with another question. Wouldn't defeating someone higher up the rankings during an official battle accomplish the same thing? The priest smiled. Of course, official victories carried the greatest prestige. Unfortunately, such matches couldn't be arranged on a whim. Countless procedures existed. Besides, no ranked warrior currently lived anywhere in northeastern Cairo. There was simply no opponent available, with nothing else to discuss. The examination began. Willis explained the aura meter's colors. Red represented 1 star, orange meant 2, yellow indicated 3. Anything beyond 4 stars appeared green. Since Roman had defeated a 4-star opponent, he would need to reach at least yellow to qualify. While listening, Roman silently observed the artifact. Unlike Murim, this world had developed incredible tools centered around mana. Even he couldn't help feeling slightly cautious. Creating something capable of measuring aura like this. What kind of beings were this world's mages? Perhaps they stood surprisingly close to divinity. At that moment, Roman reminded himself never to underestimate magic. When Willis gave permission, Roman slowly infused mana into the artifact. He wasn't entirely sure what would happen. The methods of Murim differed greatly from those of this world. Even so, he decided to proceed. The reaction was immediate. Willis' eyes widened. Roman's mana erupted with overwhelming intensity. The artifact instantly glowed red, then orange moments later. Yellow. The speed alone felt abnormal. Even experienced 4-star aura users didn't raise the meter that quickly. Roman calmly analyzed the process, using only this world's methods. Yellow was probably his limit. Then curiosity took over. What would happen if he infused mana using Murim's techniques instead? The answer came instantly. The color shifted to green. Then, crack, the artifact suddenly split apart. Willis stared in disbelief. Had the aura meter actually broken? That device represented the combined achievements of the continent's greatest minds. It accurately evaluated aura users up to 6 stars. Green was its highest measurable output, even when someone exceeded expectations. The artifact should have continued functioning normally. Yet, before everyone's eyes, it shattered. Roman remained perfectly calm. He simply asked whether the device had been defective. Willis couldn't answer immediately. There was no precedent for something like this, but one fact remained undeniable. Before breaking, the meter had unquestionably reached green. That meant Roman Dmitri had already surpassed the level of an ordinary 4-star swordsman. This wasn't a hidden dragon waiting to emerge. It was a fully grown monster. The appearance of someone with 6-star potential inside the Kingdom of Cairo could shake the entire continent. Even then, Willis restrained himself. This had never happened before. Rushing to conclusions would be irresponsible. He promised Roman the official results would arrive later. Then, taking the shattered artifact with him, he departed. There was far more investigation left to do inside his office. Willis carefully reviewed everything he'd witnessed. The Roman Dmitri before 25 and the Roman standing today almost seemed like different people. He couldn't comprehend what had transformed someone so completely. First came the destruction of the Blood Fangs, then the Barco War. Every crisis revealed the same terrifying qualities: absolute composure, unshakable resolve, complete willingness to risk his own life to achieve victory. Roman wasn't merely powerful. He possessed the intelligence to wield that power perfectly. After thoroughly inspecting the broken artifact, Willis reached his conclusion: nothing had malfunctioned. The only reasonable explanation was simple. Roman had poured more mana into it than it had ever been designed to withstand. The green reading had been genuine. Immediately afterward, Willis activated a communication crystal. He introduced himself as Willis from the Cairo branch before submitting an official request. Roman Dimitri's status should immediately be upgraded to a priority recruitment target. The Valhalla Empire wasn't built solely by warriors obsessed with battle. It was ruled by brilliant strategists. The continental ranking served another purpose. It identified extraordinary talents across foreign nations, then quietly brought them into Valhalla. Every ambitious warrior dreamed of climbing the rankings someday. The empire simply waited, then recruited the brightest among them. The voice answering the crystal agreed. Roman represented an exceptional acquisition. His evaluation would be raised immediately while preparations quietly began to recruit him. One reminder followed. Recruiting foreign talent depended entirely on secrecy. Roman's mindset needed to shift toward Valhalla naturally. Nothing could appear forced. Willis accepted the assignment. He had already decided how to proceed. Officially, the broken aura meter would simply be blamed on a malfunction. Roman would publicly be announced as a 3-star swordsman instead of 4. His placement would remain unofficially at rank 100. That alone would create enough shockwaves across Cairo. The following day, the announcement spread throughout the kingdom. History had just been made. The youngest ranked individual ever produced by Cairo had appeared. Inside the capital, Marquis Benedict immediately received the report. Willis himself had confirmed Roman Dimitri's strength. Officially, he was a 3-star swordsman. The rumors surrounding Homero's defeat were also verified. Some witnesses still insisted Homeros had been caught off guard before fully displaying his aura. Even so, Benedict remained impressed. Reaching 3 stars at only 25 years old already placed Roman among the greatest talents Cairo had ever produced. He immediately asked about the movements of the surrounding powers. His subordinate answered that several factions were already mobilizing, especially the 2 great empires. Benedict clicked his tongue in irritation. Those bastards were already trying to contact Roman first. Even though he was a talent born within Cairo itself, at that point, the Kingdom of Cairo stood divided into 4 major factions. The Kingdom of Cairo had long since stopped standing as one united nation. Power had fractured into 4 competing factions. The royal faction remained loyal to the king. The pro-Kronos faction looked west, seeking favor from the empire. The pro-Valhalla faction quietly served foreign interests. Together, they reflected the instability of a kingdom trapped between giants. After hearing the report, Marquis Benedict gave an immediate order. Someone had to secure Roman Dimitri before another faction reached him first. Above all else, the royal faction could never be allowed to claim him. Cairo shared its western border with the mighty Kronos Empire and its southern border with the Kingdom of Hector. Kronos, one of the continent's 2 greatest powers and the homeland of Emperor Alexandro, had spent years demanding that Cairo submit as a vassal state. Its armies relentlessly assaulted the western frontier. Every day, more soldiers from Cairo died defending their homeland. At the same time, traitors inside the kingdom openly sided with Kronos, pressuring the government to surrender from within, standing before countless fallen comrades. One officer bitterly remarked that the kingdom couldn't even provide proper funerals for the men who had died protecting it. He then turned toward Rodwell, asking whether he was holding up. Rodwell calmly answered that he had already grown accustomed to scenes like this. It wasn't the first battlefield he'd endured. The other soldier admitted he had never imagined frontline warfare could be so merciless. He was even considering abandoning everything he'd earned at the academy just to return home alive, without another word. Rodwell personally lit the funeral pyres for his fallen comrades. The flames reflected the harsh reality of a weak kingdom constantly struggling to survive. Along the western border, peace simply didn't exist. Amid that grim atmosphere, the officer suddenly brought up another rumor. Apparently, Rodwell's older brother had entered the continental rankings. Rodwell frowned. Roman, 3 stars, the brother he remembered could never have reached that level. To him, it had to be nothing more than an exaggerated rumor. Perhaps House Dimitri had pulled some kind of trick soon enough. The truth would reveal itself. The following morning, Roman received an unexpected visitor. The man wasted no time introducing himself. He served His Majesty the King of Cairo. His purpose was simple. He had come to recommend Roman for the position of royal knight. The hidden dragon of the frontier was too valuable to ignore. One after another, the 4 factions had finally begun making their moves. Becoming a royal knight represented the greatest honor any warrior in Cairo could receive. The envoy honestly admitted something unprecedented. Ordinarily, every candidate endured countless examinations before earning that title. Roman would be exempt if he traveled to the capital and pledged loyalty to the king. He would immediately join the royal knights. Roman quietly listened until the explanation ended. Then, he asked one question. Was that all? The envoy blinked in surprise. Was Roman actually refusing? Roman calmly explained that his current life suited him perfectly. As the eldest son of House Dimitri, why should he abandon everything to become someone else's knight? Trying again. The envoy added that Roman would receive a grand mansion inside the capital. House Dimitri's noble title would also be elevated. Roman asked the exact same question again. Was that truly everything the royal family could offer? The envoy insisted that the king himself had personally recognized Roman's talent. Such an opportunity almost never appeared. Roman stopped him. The envoy had misunderstood the situation entirely. 5 days earlier, Count Gregory's household had already offered him a mansion, vast territory, priceless treasures, and even the possibility of a political marriage. 3 days later, House Denver appeared, hoping to sponsor him instead. Just last night, representatives from House Benedict visited. Their proposal was even greater, 3 times better than the previous offers. They even promised to elevate House Dmitri to Viscount status within a single month. Hearing that, the royal envoy could only sigh. They were already behind the other factions. Even so, he made one final appeal. Enemies within the kingdom were steadily consuming Cairo from the inside. Only the captain of the Royal Knights, acknowledged as Cairo's strongest swordsman, had prevented complete collapse. Even then, royal authority weakened with every passing day. Government officials increasingly ignored the growing influence of rival factions. Everything stemmed from one painful truth: Cairo itself was too weak. The envoy admitted that noble factions could interfere with every other promise made to Roman. Only one thing remained completely guaranteed: the title of Royal Knight. In the end, it almost sounded like he was begging for Roman's support. Roman quietly considered the kingdom divided between 4 competing powers. This kind of political struggle wasn't unfamiliar. He had survived something far worse as the heavenly demon's 12th son. His answer remained unchanged. None of the offers interested him for now. He intended to reject every single one. He still had his own path to follow, although disappointed. The envoy felt slightly relieved. At least Roman hadn't sided with another faction. He promised to wait for the day Roman finally pledged loyalty to the king. 4 factions, 4 invitations, 4 refusals. Roman had no intention of swearing allegiance to anyone. Once someone became an enemy, no oath could save them. The only correct move was to delay every decision while keeping every faction hopeful. Another morning of training soon followed. This time, a different visitor appeared: Mackin, a member of Valhalla's intelligence division. Roman immediately noticed something. Mackin wore the uniform of a Dmitri household servant. His eyes narrowed. Hadn't Valhalla already conveyed its intentions through House Denver? Slightly intimidated by Roman's gaze, Mackin apologized. Too many eyes were watching. Pretending to be an ordinary servant had been necessary until now. Only this conversation represented Valhalla's true proposal. Valhalla admired Roman's extraordinary potential. However, nationality created obvious complications. Leaving House Dmitri with all its wealth and influence wouldn't be easy. Because of that, their offer far exceeded the others. Roman would receive the title of Viscount, fertile lands connected to rich mines. He could continue preserving his family's blacksmith legacy. Roman admitted the proposal was certainly interesting, but Mackin wasn't finished. The greatest reward wasn't land or titles. Valhalla would open the doors to its first-class treasury. Inside rested cultivation methods, legendary sword arts, ancient records passed down through countless generations. Only the special treasury surpassed it. Mackin confidently declared that Valhalla would one day conquer the entire continent. Remaining inside Cairo was nothing more than choosing an early grave. He invited Roman to stand beside the future empire. Even after hearing everything, Roman declined. Mackin stared at him in disbelief. Was he serious? Roman honestly admitted the proposal was extremely tempting. His refusal wasn't caused by dissatisfaction, nor by loyalty toward Cairo. Recently, offer after offer had continued arriving. Given the kingdom's fractured political landscape, each invitation demanded the same thing: choose a side. Roman refused to make that decision blindly, standing at such an important crossroads. He preferred waiting. He wanted to judge every faction with his own eyes instead of believing empty promises. At the same time, he understood something else. By appearing loyal without actually choosing anyone, his own value would continue rising. He made himself look difficult to recruit, yet still possible to win over. Exactly that uncertainty kept every faction interested, just like everyone before him. Mackin unknowingly stepped into the same trap. He admitted Valhalla couldn't wait forever. Roman needed to answer soon. Roman calmly promised that he eventually would. Before departing, Mackin left behind one final warning: the southern front was a bomb waiting to explode soon afterward. The day finally arrived. Roman prepared to leave for military service. Romero looked at his son with concern and asked whether he truly intended to go. Roman answered confidently he would return safely. Lyanna gently reminded everyone that he wasn't heading toward the western border against Kronos. His destination was the southern front. It was supposedly much safer. Romero nodded. He already knew that, but fathers never truly stopped worrying. Roman mounted his horse, gathering his personal soldiers. He called out to them. Every voice answered with unwavering determination. None of them knew what awaited them on the southern frontier. After several days, they reached the final military base. Everything appeared peaceful. Supplies were unloaded. The men finally rested. That calm didn't last long. An arrogant young noble deliberately provoked Roman soldiers. Kevin barely restrained himself from starting a fight. The man proudly introduced himself, Henry Albert, second son of House Albert. Long before arriving, Roman had already received several letters. One of them came from Marquis Benedict himself. The Marquis acknowledged Roman's willingness to fulfill his national duty. However, he couldn't bear seeing such valuable talent suffer on a dangerous battlefield. Using his influence, he had personally arranged for Roman's assignment to the Southern Front. House Benedict had been quietly extending favors toward Roman for months. Not only Benedict. Every faction had done the same. The leader of the aristocratic faction clearly feared losing him to someone else, but one detail had escaped Benedict's notice. The Southern Front wasn't nearly as peaceful as he believed. Mackin had already warned Roman. That place was nothing less than a powder keg waiting to explode. Roman confirmed those words on his very first day, and the trouble began, because of Henry Albert, a descendant of one of Cairo's once glorious noble houses. Henry couldn't believe it. How dare a bunch of men he dismissed as wandering drifters answer him so boldly? Just then, Roman stepped forward and calmly asked what the commotion was about. Chris explained that Henry was demanding they vacate the lodging, insisting he had reserved the entire building, yet he refused to back down no matter how many times they reasoned with him. Roman already knew enough about House Albert. It was a family surviving on the reputation of its former glory, even though its influence had long since faded. That history meant nothing to him. He simply looked at Henry and asked why his men should leave. Henry asked whether Roman was the leader. Roman answered without hesitation. He was trying to assert dominance. Henry warned that offending him would lead to consequences, especially since they would both be stationed at the southern training camp. He generously gave them 10 minutes to pack their belongings and disappear. Roman's answer was immediate. He had no intention of leaving. Instead, he offered a far simpler solution. Drawing Salamander from its sheath, he invited Henry to do the same. If Roman lost, he would walk away willingly. The moment Henry's escorts recognized the man standing before them, their expressions changed instantly. They hurriedly begged him to back down. That wasn't just anyone, it was Roman Dmitri, the youngest-ranked swordsman in Cairo's history. Only then did Henry remember the stories surrounding the Barco incident, the man who had killed Anthony Barco before his own father. A swordsman whispered about as a merciless demon who shed neither tears nor sympathy. Roman took another step forward, calmly asking why Henry had stopped. If he truly meant his threats, he should draw his sword. Henry understood something terrifying the instant he pulled that blade. He would die. Quickly inventing an excuse, he claimed it had all been a misunderstanding and awkwardly suggested settling the matter another time. Before he could even finish, Roman was already standing directly in front of him. That single movement shattered what little courage Henry had left. He immediately fled, dragging his bewildered knights with him. Watching the scene unfold, Roman began understanding exactly how the Southern Front operated. Strangely enough, that wasn't the only incident. 3 more disputes broke out before the day ended. Each time, everything changed the moment Roman's identity became known. Every troublemaker suddenly found an excuse to leave. Later that evening, while drinking inside a tavern, Roman learned the reason. The tavern owner explained that this happened all the time. Unlike the western border, the South maintained friendly relations with the Kingdom of Hector. Real battles almost never happened there. Because of that, countless noble heirs who couldn't avoid military service desperately tried securing assignments to the Southern Front. It had become a comfortable refuge, a place with relaxed training and almost no chance of risking one's life. Roman viewed the situation very differently. Studying a military map, he recalled reports from 48 days earlier. Scouts from Hector had crossed the border. They withdrew after observing Southern troop movements, only to return 3 more times afterward. No one could yet confirm Hector intended to wage war, but connecting every report together, the Southern Front no longer looked peaceful. If anything, it felt like the calm before a storm, rather than worry him. That realization excited him. War carried a familiar scent, the smell of blood, something that awakened the warrior sleeping inside him. The following morning, Viscount Bale Frank, commander of the Southern Front, addressed every new recruit. He explained that the training camp existed only to teach basic military discipline. After 3 weeks, everyone would join the reserve forces and complete the remainder of their service there. He ordered every noble to forget their previous status. Inside those walls, they were soldiers first. Anyone breaking the rules would immediately be transferred to the Western Front as punishment. Roman found that statement interesting. Calling the Western battlefield a punishment revealed everything about this camp. Once the speech ended, the same spoiled nobles who had caused problems the previous day suddenly behaved themselves. Not long afterward, a knight approached Roman with a message. The commander wished to meet him privately, inside his office. Viscount Bale politely asked whether Roman's journey south had been comfortable. Roman answered that everything had gone smoothly. The Viscount casually mentioned that someone named Connie Mado had nearly panicked after hearing Roman would be arriving, the youngest-ranked swordsman in Cairo, the hidden dragon born in Dmitri. Those rumors had spread farther than anyone expected. Bale wanted confirmation of one particular story. Had Marquis Benedict really used his influence to send Roman to the southern front? Roman admitted he had heard the same thing, however. He had never requested such treatment. That answer immediately told Bale something important. Marquis Benedict was investing enormous political capital into this young man. If Bale established a relationship now, his own path toward the central government could become much smoother rather than hide his intentions. He spoke honestly. Life at the southern camp couldn't compare to serving in the capital. He wanted Roman to remember one name, Bale Frank. He promised to make Roman stay as comfortable as possible. In return, whenever Roman eventually met Marquis Benedict, a single favorable word would be enough. Roman appreciated the straightforwardness. Men who openly displayed their ambitions were usually the easiest to understand. Since the benefits were being offered freely, there was no reason to refuse. As Roman exited the office, Henry appeared once again. This time he declared that Roman had chosen the wrong enemy. He proudly revealed that his mother's family belonged to House Frank. Viscount Bale Frank, commander of the southern camp, was his own uncle. Roman listened quietly before asking one simple question. What exactly was he supposed to do with that information? Believing victory was guaranteed, Henry confidently marched into his uncle's office, accusing Roman of threatening him. The moment Bale heard someone had bullied his nephew, he exploded with anger. He swore he would personally crush whoever dared. Then Henry spoke the name, Roman Dmitri. Everything changed instantly without another word. Bale slapped Henry across the face. The sound echoed throughout the room. Henry froze. Since childhood, his uncle had always treated him like family, sometimes even better than his own parents. Yet today, he had been struck without hesitation. Inside Bale's mind, the calculation was simple. Roman Dmitri possessed limitless potential. Someone like that could never be offended. Bale immediately apologized to Roman, admitting he had failed to educate his nephew properly. Roman accepted the apology, dismissed the matter, and walked away. Only after Roman disappeared did Bale explode. Calling Henry an idiot, he demanded to know whether he understood the situation at all. Marquis Benedict personally valued Roman. Making an enemy of him would be absolute madness. Henry pitifully asked whether that slap had really been necessary. Bale fired back immediately. When would he finally grow up? This wasn't House Albert anymore. No one would protect him here. Worse, Roman might now hold a poor opinion of him to repair the damage. Henry would build a friendly relationship with Roman no matter what. Otherwise, he would personally send his nephew to the Western Front. Later, Roman settled into his private quarters. The special accommodations clearly showed how desperately Bale wanted to earn his favor. Roman couldn't help thinking that ambitious people were refreshingly predictable. Perhaps life at the southern camp wouldn't be unpleasant after all. Elsewhere, someone viewed the camp very differently. General Instructor McBurney had grown completely exhausted. Every day he watched spoiled noble children treat military service like a vacation. 3 years earlier, he had fought on the Western Front for 10 brutal years. Unlike many others, he volunteered purely out of loyalty to Cairo. Born a commoner, he eventually rose high enough to command hundreds of soldiers. Then, everything disappeared in a single battle. He lost his right arm, the arm that had always wielded his sword. The injury itself hurt, but losing the life of a warrior hurt even more. His service earned him recognition. Unable to continue fighting, he was appointed commander of the Southern Training Camp instead. He accepted the assignment. Reality left him little choice. What he couldn't accept was the system itself. Official records claimed Southern recruits received the same training as Western soldiers. Reality couldn't have been more different. Noble heirs skipped nearly every difficult exercise, determined to change that. McBurney designed an intense 3-week training program focused on building real endurance. Yet none of it mattered. The very people destined to command soldiers refused to participate. Sometimes, he wondered why he remained there at all. The entire system felt meaningless. The nobles didn't even pretend to train. Outside, they lounged beneath shady trees, laughing, chatting, and enjoying themselves as though war existed somewhere else. McBurney had reached his limit. Watching future officers behave so carelessly on a military front disgusted him. Then, something unusual caught his attention. Roman and his soldiers. Every man stood perfectly aligned. The formation was flawless. Roman himself stood at the front beside them. Intrigued, McBurney approached. He explained that noble participants weren't actually required to complete physical training. Roman could simply rest with everyone else. Roman glanced toward the lounging nobles before asking whether that was what he meant. McBurney admitted it was. Roman calmly replied that enemies never cared about noble titles. Battlefields weren't limited to flat plains. Wars were fought across mountains, rivers, swamps. A commander unable to keep pace with his own soldiers had no right to lead them. Authority meant sharing hardship alongside the men giving their lives beneath it. To Roman, the southern camp wasn't a vacation. It was another opportunity. A chance to test his soldiers and pass down even more experience. McBurney felt genuine excitement for the first time in years. Roman calmly added that there was no need for forced smiles, whether noble or commoner. He was prepared for any training. Never before had McBurney heard words like that from a noble. He had always believed soldiers willingly sacrificed themselves only for leaders who truly respected them. Originally, he considered going easy on Roman. That thought disappeared completely. Instead, he decided to give everything he had during the next 3 weeks, the instant that decision was made. It felt as though the gates of hell had swung wide open. Their very first exercise was climbing steep mountains while carrying heavy loads, according to McBurney. That training prepared soldiers to cross brutal terrain without rest and continue fighting no matter where war dragged them. From that day forward, the mountain became their battlefield. Rain or shine, freezing winds or scorching heat, they climbed the same brutal slope every single day without exception. Watching from a distance, the other recruits began questioning whether Roman's men were even human anymore. They looked less like soldiers and more like monsters. As the day's training finally came to an end, McBurney reminded everyone of one simple truth. War wasn't fought only with swords, it was a battle of the mind as well. That was why sword drills had no fixed ending. The training would continue until their bodies reached the breaking point. Anyone who surrendered halfway would receive even harsher punishment. Their reward for quitting was even less time to rest. That night, while everyone cleaned themselves in the nearby river, the noble recruits couldn't stop complaining. No one had warned them the very first day would be this brutal. One of them looked toward Roman's soldiers and asked why they couldn't ease up a little for everyone else's sake. Another insisted the comparison wasn't fair. Roman's men obviously had years of experience. The nobles were still beginners given enough time. They claimed they could reach the same level. Henderson quietly stepped forward. Without saying a word, he removed his shirt. His hardened physique immediately silenced them. One noble awkwardly guessed they had probably trained for nearly a year. Naturally, they couldn't compare with veterans. Henderson shook his head. 3 months, that was all. Only 3 months had passed since they began. Then he calmly asked the nobles whether they hadn't been given those same 3 months as well. Excuses meant nothing. The difference was simple. Roman's soldiers gave everything they had, the others didn't. When Henderson first saw Roman's recruitment notice, he made a firm decision. He wanted to serve beneath Roman Dmitri. At first, he believed becoming an ordinary foot soldier wouldn't require anything special. Reality shattered that illusion immediately. Veteran mercenaries like Lucas, Puck, and many others gathered beneath Roman's banner. Compared to them, Henderson felt like prey surrounded by predators. He couldn't imagine ever standing beside warriors like that. At one point, he honestly confessed his doubts to Chris. Someone as ordinary as him barely knew how to hold a sword. He wasn't talented. He wasn't gifted. Maybe volunteering in the first place had simply been arrogance. Chris listened quietly before asking one question. Was Henderson really planning to give up simply because others started ahead of him? Then Chris pointed toward Kevin. The first time Chris met that boy, there had been nothing remarkable about him, just another ordinary child. Even Chris couldn't understand why Roman had chosen him. Yet now, Kevin stood beside everyone else, enduring the exact same hell without falling behind. Chris asked Henderson to look carefully. The boy nobody noticed had become someone nobody dared underestimate. Chris smiled bitterly as he recalled his own past. Once, he had foolishly challenged Roman. That reckless decision nearly cost him his front teeth. Back then, he had been nothing more than a frog trapped inside a tiny well, believing the sky ended where his vision stopped. Only Roman's guidance had changed him. Just like Kevin, Chris reminded Henderson of one important fact. Roman himself had chosen him. Maybe he looked insignificant today, but Roman had seen something hidden inside him. If their lord believed that potential existed, then it could absolutely become reality. Henderson still struggled to believe it. He couldn't understand how an ordinary farmer could ever become truly strong, but Roman had chosen him for a reason. That alone was enough. From that day onward, he stopped doubting. He simply gave everything he had. Training became his entire life. He vomited, collapsed, got back up, collapsed again. Every single day he forced himself one step closer to the warriors around him, little by little. The frail farmer disappeared. In his place stood the powerful, broad-shouldered man everyone now recognized. One evening, Henderson turned toward the noble recruits and quietly asked them what war actually meant. If death stood directly before them, would they still complain they hadn't been given enough time to prepare on a battlefield where survival depended entirely on killing first? Excuses carried no value. Instead of admitting their weaknesses and improving themselves, they only dragged others down. There was no reason to indulge such cowardice. Not one of them answered. Silence settled over the camp. Henderson simply turned away, calling them pathetic. Roman soldiers had already embraced the mindset of warriors. The training only became more merciless as the days passed. Still, they endured every moment without complaint. Meanwhile, the noble recruits continued relaxing beneath the trees. One casually remarked that all this effort was pointless. If they were stationed on the Western Front, perhaps it would matter, but nothing ever happened in the South. Roman's men were exhausting themselves for no reason. To him, that stubborn determination was simply the mindset of commoners. Henry, however, worried about something completely different. His uncle had ordered him to become friends with Roman. He complained that the others clearly didn't understand how valuable noble connections truly were. Building relationships should have been their highest priority. Then he sighed. This was exactly why nobles born from common blood never fit into high society. After saying that, he stretched beneath a nearby tree and promptly fell asleep, far away inside Hector's royal capital. The atmosphere couldn't have been more different. Jackson, captain of the Royal Guard, delivered his latest report before the king. Over the previous year, Hector's scouts had infiltrated Cairo's 5 southern defensive lines 48 separate times. Every investigation pointed toward the same conclusion. Cairo concentrated almost all of its military strength along the western frontier against Kronos. The southern defenses had been dangerously neglected. Capturing them would not be especially difficult. Long ago, the kingdom of Hector had stood shoulder to shoulder with the mighty Kronos Empire. Its unmatched defensive strength once made it a continental superpower. Everything changed after the disastrous war against Valhalla. The kingdom collapsed, its influence vanished. Now, Hector stood as merely one of the continent's 6 surviving kingdoms, forced to tread carefully beneath Valhalla's shadow. Prince Edwin Hector stepped forward. For 5 consecutive years, the kingdom had suffered disastrous harvests. To survive, they borrowed enormous sums from the Golden Bank. Those debts had returned, carrying crushing interest. The kingdom was slowly suffocating. If nothing changed, Hector would fade into irrelevance. The king quietly admitted he already knew. Everything stemmed from the failures of previous generations. Edwin respectfully disagreed after losing to Valhalla. Hector had chosen peace above everything else. That decision once made sense. Now, it threatened the kingdom's future. After a full year of preparation and witnessing the growing desperation of their people, he believed the time had finally come. The king hesitated. Even speaking the word war frightened him, but Edwin wasn't the same man. His son possessed a strength he himself lacked. Looking directly into his eyes, the king asked whether he truly believed victory was possible. Edwin answered without hesitation. He would never have suggested war unless he already believed it. Satisfied, the king officially granted full executive authority over all military operations to Crown Prince Edwin Hector. The prince accepted the responsibility without flinching. Back at the southern training camp, 3 exhausting weeks finally ended. Viscount Bale informed Roman that he had arranged something special. Roman would join the reserve corps stationed at the 5th defensive line. It was considered one of the most desirable assignments available. Smiling proudly, Bale admitted he had personally arranged the transfer. There was no need to thank him. Before Roman departed, McBurney sought him out one final time. He admitted that after countless years, Roman had reminded him why he became a soldier in the first place. Now, he intended to train every future recruit with genuine conviction as a farewell gift. He handed Roman a detailed report describing the geography of the southern front. If war ever reached those lands, the information might prove invaluable. He wished Roman a safe return. Roman sincerely thanked him. As McBurney turned away, his heart quietly whispered something dangerous. Part of him wanted to follow Roman, to serve beneath a commander truly worthy of loyalty, but reality remained unchanged. His days as a warrior had already ended. Standing beside someone as extraordinary as Roman, he believed he would only become another burden. Without looking back, he walked away. Roman remembered Luca's mentioning how difficult it had been to acquire maps of the southern frontier. That simple act of kindness earned McBurney even greater respect. At almost that exact moment, the 1st defensive line came under attack. Henry still remembered his uncle's order. For the next 2 years, he absolutely had to become friends with Roman. Now both of them stood together at the reserve headquarters of the 5th defensive line. Henry silently cursed his own bad luck. Why did he have to win over someone like Roman? Before anyone could think further, panicked voices echoed throughout the camp. Emergency, emergency. Hector had officially declared war. Every soldier was ordered to prepare for battle immediately. Henry stood frozen. None of it made sense. Looking around in confusion, he suddenly realized Roman had already disappeared. The 1st defensive line received Hector's opening assault, yet even before that position could fully collapse, the 5th defensive line had already fallen into danger. Hector's forces had bypassed the outer defenses and broken through. The commander responsible for the 5th line, Baron Bruce, completely lost his composure. Long ago, his command had transformed into a paradise for corrupt nobles. Military duty meant luxury, comfort, parties, bribes. The spirit of a true battlefield had vanished years earlier. Every bit of that corruption existed because Baron Bruce happily accepted payments to fill his own pockets. Now, faced with real war, he panicked, desperately shouting for the soldiers to hold the line because innocent civilians depended on them. He immediately fled in the opposite direction, claiming he would contact the royal family himself. He abandoned the battlefield without hesitation, while the commander ran toward safety. Roman sprinted the other way, straight toward the front lines. Roman had already reached one unavoidable conclusion. The southern front wasn't weak because of a lack of soldiers. It was rotting from the inside. Its defenses had decayed, its equipment was outdated, its commanders were incompetent, and the soldiers had long forgotten what real war looked like. The Reserve Corps was supposed to respond whenever disaster struck. Unfortunately, it had been stationed nearly 2 hours away from the front. Roman had no intention of arriving that late. He pushed his men forward at full speed, determined to reach the battlefield in less than an hour. Along the way, they encountered Baron Bruce himself. The man immediately asked whether they belonged to the Reserve Corps and whether Roman commanded them. Instead of issuing orders to defend the front, Bruce demanded something else entirely. The commander claimed his own safety came first and ordered Roman's unit to escort him safely to the rear. Roman calmly looked around. Bruce stood completely alone. Not a single soldier remained beside him. He quietly asked why a commander had abandoned every one of his men. Bruce immediately tried hiding behind his authority, reminding Roman that a reserve officer had no right to question him. Roman had already heard enough. He grabbed Bruce by the throat. There was only one explanation for a commander standing there alone. He had deserted his own army. Roman reminded him that military law granted immediate execution to deserters. Bruce desperately tried to defend himself. He never finished his sentence. Roman's sword flashed. Bruce's head rolled across the road. Without even glancing back, Roman remarked that had the man retreated alongside his soldiers instead of abandoning them, he might still be alive. Then he continued advancing with his men. At the 5th defensive line, one of the last surviving knights struggled to stay alive. Stephen had always known disaster would eventually reach them. What he never imagined was being abandoned by his own commander. A heavy blow pierced his stomach. His knees gave out. Certain death stood only moments away. Then suddenly, every enemy surrounding him collapsed. Roman had arrived. He immediately asked whether the wounded knight was Stephen before calmly informing him that Baron Bruce was already dead. From that moment forward, Stephen would command the 5th defensive line. Roman already knew exactly who he was. Lucas had previously handed him a list identifying every valuable person stationed there. Stephen's name stood alone. According to Lucas, he was the only truly dependable officer protecting that entire position. Roman trusted that judgment completely. He explained that Stephen had defended this line for years. Because of that, Roman intended to trust Stephen's experience. He asked for an honest assessment if the battle was already hopeless. Then, as commander of the Reserve Corps, Roman would personally order a full retreat. Stephen didn't hide reality. The battlefield had already reached a critical point. Retreat offered the safest option, but surrendering even one defensive line would hand Hector an enormous strategic advantage. Once they secured a single line, moving troops and supplies deeper into Cairo would become dramatically easier. Both men immediately understood. There was only one possible answer. Roman ordered them to seal the entrance with the defensive gates before Hector could break through. His job would be buying enough time for those gates to be installed. Stephen immediately began organizing the remaining defenders. Deep down, he questioned whether he had just agreed to a suicidal plan. The enemy army continued charging forward. Roman could easily die buying those few precious minutes. Roman acknowledged his concern. Almost at that exact moment, a Hector soldier rushed toward him from behind, without even turning around. Roman casually avoided the strike and split the attacker clean in half, never taking his eyes off Stephen while calmly stating that the plan would succeed. Stephen froze. Roman had avoided an unseen attack as though he possessed eyes behind his back. Roman then ordered his soldiers to carve a path toward the gate. Everyone immediately answered without hesitation. Stephen couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Not one of those men doubted their commander, not even for a second. Roman instructed Stephen to prepare the defenses while he handled the battlefield. Stephen accepted immediately. Only then did he truly understand. Roman never ruled through fear. He commanded through trust forged in blood. Chris and Kevin charged into battle with terrifying determination. For a brief moment, Roman questioned whether someone who didn't even love Cairo should truly risk his life for it. War had always demanded sacrifices from the weak. Meanwhile, his own growing reputation had placed him among the powerful. For months, he had avoided unnecessary conflict. But now, standing on a battlefield once again, his blood began to burn. There was nowhere he felt more alive than amid war. It was a feeling he had genuinely missed. Roman's soldiers followed without hesitation. Chris and Kevin smashed directly into Hector's front ranks, wherever Roman stepped. Death followed. 10 soldiers fell within moments. Even then, Hector's forces continued advancing. They trusted their overwhelming numbers when 20 bodies hit the ground. Confidence began turning into uncertainty. After Roman personally cut down more than 50 men without showing the slightest sign of fatigue, Their confidence completely shattered, fear spread across the battlefield. Monster, that was all they could call him, far behind the front lines. One of Hector's commanders couldn't understand what had happened. The 5th defensive line should have fallen already. So why were his own troops retreating instead? Who exactly was this swordsman tearing through their entire formation, standing amid countless corpses? Roman locked eyes with the enemy commander. Then he calmly began walking straight toward him. Panic instantly spread throughout Hector's army. The commander screamed for everyone to stop that single man before he slaughtered the entire force. After all, he was only one person. Roman quietly reached his own conclusion. The fastest way to end any battle remained unchanged. Kill the commander, the army would collapse on its own. He surged forward, every soldier blocking his path lost his head. Aura users rushed in together hoping to halt him. Roman answered with the second movement of his demonic sword technique. The strike split both warriors, and the battlefield itself. The ground cracked open beneath them. Seeing defeat become inevitable, Hector's commander suddenly rushed forward claiming he wished to surrender and negotiate. Roman never slowed down, never hesitated. One clean strike removed the man's head, lifting it high into the air. Roman shouted for every soldier of Cairo to witness it. The enemy commander was dead. No mercy should be shown. Anyone who survived today would simply return to fight another day. Eliminate them all, watching everything unfold. Henry finally understood exactly why his uncle had ordered him to stay close to Roman. Without leadership, Hector's entire army collapsed. The surviving soldiers fled in every direction against every expectation. The 5th defensive line held after the battle. Chris delivered his report. All 30 soldiers remained alive, not a single casualty. Every man had completed his duty. Roman immediately ordered healing potions distributed to every wounded soldier. Stephen watched in disbelief. Healing potions were treasures crafted inside the mage tower. Rare, expensive, yet Roman handed them out without hesitation. Only then did Stephen fully understand why Roman soldiers trusted him without question. Strength alone wasn't enough. Roman protected the people who fought beneath him. Afterward, Roman instructed Stephen to secure the battlefield and prepare for another assault. The war had only begun. He also needed someone familiar with the geography of the southern front. Stephen asked whether Roman intended to continue advancing. Roman answered with complete certainty. This battle wasn't over yet. Soon afterward, a veteran guide named Colby arrived carrying a detailed map of the southern front. He pointed out the quickest route available. Roman studied it briefly before correcting him, based on his own calculations. That road required roughly 2.5 hours. He needed one that could be crossed in under 2. Colby stared at him in surprise. That estimate wasn't a lucky guess. It was completely accurate. He hadn't expected someone like Roman to understand the region so well. Roman explained that everyone probably assumed he knew nothing about the southern front. That assumption was wrong. He had already studied its geography long before arriving. Still, knowledge had limits. That was why he needed Colby's expertise for the first time in years. Colby felt genuine hope. Roman wasn't another pampered noble searching for comfort. 10 minutes later, the meeting ended. Chris immediately reported that all 30 soldiers were prepared to move. Only then did Roman notice Henry standing among them. He asked why he was there. Henry knew admitting he wanted friendship would probably get him sent away immediately. Instead, he sincerely apologized for his earlier behavior. He admitted acting shamelessly. Now, he genuinely wanted to help. He was still a noble of Cairo. He couldn't simply watch his homeland burn. Roman answered calmly. Following him was Henry's own choice, but there was one condition. The moment Henry slowed the mission, he would be abandoned without hesitation. No exceptions. The group immediately departed with Colby leading the way. Henry struggled desperately just to keep pace. Roman moved unbelievably fast. During the march, they discovered a badly wounded soldier from the southern training camp, barely clinging to life. The man reported that the camp itself had already been attacked. Roman's expression hardened. If that soldier had escaped this far, the assault must have begun roughly 30 minutes earlier. Everything suddenly made sense. Hector hadn't attacked one position. They had launched coordinated assaults against all 5 defensive lines simultaneously using highly mobile forces. Roman immediately changed the objective. Their first destination would be the southern training camp. Back at the camp, McBurney stood completely surrounded. Hector's soldiers urged him to surrender, promising a painless death. Instead, he roared back that they should die first, even if his own life ended there. He would drag at least one enemy into death with him, using everything his remaining arm could muster. He charged forward for a fleeting instant. He couldn't help wondering how different things might have been if he still possessed his right arm. Then another thought crossed his mind. Roman, among everyone stationed on the southern front, he had been the only man who never lowered his guard, even after being assigned elsewhere. McBurney remained convinced if Roman was alive, he was already changing the course of the war. As McBurney stood on the edge of death, he caught himself thinking about Roman. That realization alone surprised him. Perhaps there were still countless battles he wanted to fight. Then, before Hector's soldiers noticed anything, figures silently crossed the walls. Reinforcements had arrived, leading them. Was Roman? The first thing Roman noticed was that McBurney was somehow still alive. Even he found that impressive. Chris immediately cut down one of the invading soldiers and took command of the operation, ordering everyone to wipe out Hector's forces as quickly as possible while rescuing every survivor they could. The enemy instantly focused on Roman. It didn't matter. He slipped past every attack effortlessly before striking precise pressure points with mana, intentionally leaving 2 soldiers alive for questioning. Both collapsed unconscious. Another Hector soldier attempted to flee. McBurney intercepted him. Clenching the man in a chokehold, he declared that at least one enemy would die by his own hands. He held on until the soldier stopped breathing. Only then did McBurney collapse from complete exhaustion. Roman calmly praised him for enduring until reinforcements arrived, telling him that everything else could now be left in his hands. McBurney simply thanked him. A short while later, Chris reported the results. 12 Hector soldiers had been eliminated. Several survivors had been rescued. According to eyewitnesses, Viscount Bale had been wounded during the attack before escaping toward the mountains. Roman quickly pieced everything together. Hector's main strike force had attacked the training camp before moving elsewhere, leaving scattered enemy detachments throughout the region. He immediately asked about the prisoners. Chris answered that the surviving captives had been locked inside a single building. Roman ordered that nobody enter until he gave permission. When he stepped inside, 3 living prisoners waited. Roman already suspected there was a hidden purpose behind Hector's diversion. Now he intended to confirm it. Standing before them, he calmly announced that they had exactly 3 minutes. If they cooperated, their deaths would be painless. If not, they would experience agony beyond imagination before dying. The prisoners only requested one thing: kill them immediately. Roman ignored the request. Instead, he asked why Hector had launched the invasion. Then he asked why the training camp had been targeted. Silence answered every question. Roman simply stood there. 3 full minutes passed without another word. When time expired, he pressed a single mana point inside one prisoner's body. The effect was immediate. The soldier screamed uncontrollably. Blood poured from his mouth as unbearable pain spread through his muscles and bones. Roman explained that the technique forced the body to feel as though every muscle and every bone were slowly being crushed and twisted apart from within. Death would come eventually. The suffering would arrive first. Even soldiers trained to resist torture had never experienced anything like it, watching his companion convulse in complete agony. One of the remaining prisoners finally spoke. He laughed bitterly, even if they revealed Hector's strategy. It was already too late. Roman answered exactly as he expected. He had never relied on their honesty. Their reactions alone had already confirmed everything he needed. The real objective was somewhere behind the front. Without hesitation, Roman immediately killed the prisoner who had spoken. The remaining 2 were left to die from the torture. Walking out of the room, Roman reached his conclusion. The attacks against the southern front had never been the true operation. They were nothing more than a massive distraction. If everything had unfolded according to Hector's plan, the southern front would already have collapsed. Later, Roman questioned McBurney about every detail of the attack. McBurney explained that roughly 2 hours earlier, everyone had been preparing for another normal day of training. Then, Hector's soldiers suddenly poured over the walls. The defenders gathered immediately. It wasn't enough. The enemy completely overwhelmed them through sheer numbers. Their comrades were slaughtered one after another. There hadn't even been enough time to confirm whether Viscount Bale had survived. Roman asked one specific question: had there been anything unusual about the attackers? McBurney nodded. They all wore light equipment. Their commander had an unforgettable face covered with scars. Roman immediately recognized the description. It could only be Hector's Ranger Corps. Their commander was famous for the countless scars earned throughout years of battle, wearing each one like a medal of honor. Still confused, McBurney asked why elite troops would attack the training camp instead of crushing the defensive lines first. Roman explained everything. The training camp stood directly along the route leading toward the rear base. Anyone attempting to reach the rear had no choice but to eliminate it first. Hector had hidden its real intentions behind a perfect smokescreen. The battles raging across the defensive lines were only bait. Their actual target was the rear camp, specifically the Weaver Portal. The Weaver Portal represented one of the greatest magical achievements in existence. Once activated, it allowed instant transportation across enormous distances through connected spatial pathways. Control over such a portal could completely change the outcome of a war. It blocked enemy reinforcements, allowed massive troop deployments, enabled perfectly coordinated surprise attacks, and if defeat became unavoidable, its owner could destroy it before allowing the enemy to use it. Roman admitted something few others could. Hector had prepared this invasion brilliantly. If the operation succeeded, victory would almost certainly belong to them. Their true objective had always been capturing the Weaver Portal. McBurney immediately urged Roman to rush toward the rear camp. Roman refused. Instead, He asked a simple question: had anyone there requested reinforcements? McBurney fell silent. The Ranger Corps had left the training camp nearly 90 minutes earlier. By now, they had almost certainly captured the portal already. The southern front had become completely isolated. Both the defensive lines and the rear camp had been cut off from Cairo. From this moment onward, nobody would be coming to save them. Meanwhile, back across Hector's border, a messenger reported directly to Prince Edwin. The strike force had successfully passed through the southern training camp and was approaching the rear camp exactly as planned. Cairo remained focused on defending the front lines. They still hadn't discovered the real operation. Edwin calmly reminded everyone not to relax. The attacks against the defensive lines existed only to buy time. Their true objective remained the fortress protecting the rear. Once that position fell, the entire southern front would collapse naturally. Success depended on absolute precision. For an entire year, Hector had carefully studied every defensive routine used along Cairo's southern border. Edwin admitted that Jackson's Ranger Corps could probably have destroyed the front lines within 4 hours if they attacked directly. That had never been the goal. Everything revolved around securing the Weaver portal, and if capturing it proved impossible, they would destroy it immediately and proceed with Plan B. Even the messenger couldn't help admiring Edwin's ruthless logic. The prince had earned his reputation for a reason. He was the genius who had dragged Hector back from the edge of ruin. Elsewhere, Jackson continued cutting down Cairo's defenders. To him, everything had become a race against time before anyone uncovered their operation. The portal had to be fully connected. His thoughts drifted back 1 year earlier. Edwin had personally revealed the kingdom's desperate situation. Hector simply couldn't survive much longer. The crushing debt owed to the Golden Bank continued growing. Another year of failed harvests would empty even the emergency food reserves. That was why Edwin proposed something unimaginable. Together, they would conquer Cairo's southern front. Many believed Hector's endless poor harvests were the result of some divine curse, but during that darkest period, Edwin Hector had emerged as the kingdom's greatest hope. Within a single year, he dispatched reconnaissance teams to Cairo's southern border 48 separate times. His spies secretly dug an underground tunnel connecting directly to the rear camp. Using that hidden passage, Jackson's Ranger Corps infiltrated unnoticed and seized the Weaver portal. Now, the connection had been completed. Edwin himself stepped through the activated portal the moment he arrived. He immediately placed Kellen in command of the 1st Battalion. His orders were absolute: destroy every remaining defender inside the rear camp, then establish an unbreakable defensive position. Afterward, Edwin questioned Jackson about Baron McClary's unit at the 5th defensive line. Communication had suddenly gone silent. Jackson admitted they were still confirming what had happened. Even so, he wasn't concerned. The 5th line had always been infamous for its weakness. Any resistance there should already be collapsing. Edwin answered coldly. Every attacking unit had been ordered to commit completely regardless of circumstances. Once the campaign concluded, Baron McClary would be punished no matter what outcome awaited him. Despite Edwin's flawless preparations, 2 unexpected variables had already appeared. At the 1st defensive line, Count Donald received an urgent communication crystal transmission. The caller was Roman. Without wasting a second, Roman explained that every sign pointed toward Hector using the frontline battles as a smokescreen while secretly capturing the Weaver portal in the rear. Before complete isolation became permanent, he strongly recommended abandoning the fortress immediately. The surviving southern forces needed to retreat into the mountains and regroup there before it was too late. The commander immediately rejected the proposal. Retreating into the mountains was an enormous risk. The terrain itself could become just as deadly as the enemy. He answered that the final decision belonged to him alone before ending the communication. The crystal went silent. Roman realized his warning had essentially been dismissed. Without wasting another second, he changed his own plans. Every remaining defensive line except the 5th would be abandoned. He ordered his soldiers to gather everything they needed. From that moment forward, the mountains would become their battlefield. Meanwhile, the commander of the 1st defensive line attempted to contact the rear camp. No response. Again, nothing. A feeling of unease slowly crept into his mind. Perhaps Roman had been right all along. Even if reinforcements were dispatched immediately from elsewhere in the south, they would need nearly a month to arrive. If the fortress survived until then, victory might still remain possible. 4 hours later, that hope disappeared. Enemy forces surrounded them from both the front and the rear. Only then did the commander finally understand. Hector had already seized the Weaver portal and used it to deploy troops instantly. Both ends of the southern front had been completely sealed off. Forcing himself to remain calm, he reminded everyone that their preparations were complete. The Great Wall still stood. Weapons were ready. He ordered every soldier into position before announcing the grim truth. The Weaver portal had fallen. No reinforcements would ever arrive. From now on, they survived through their own strength alone. Then, a thunderous roar shook the battlefield. A massive magic circle illuminated the sky. Moments later, A gigantic fireball crashed directly into the wall. The explosion erased an entire section of the fortress. Stone vanished. Soldiers burned alive before they could even scream, as everything collapsed around him. The commander remembered Roman's warning. He had been right far too late. He finally understood, not long afterward. The commander's severed head rested in enemy hands, standing above the captured fortress. Edwin calmly declared that the signal flare had allowed them to seize the stronghold with minimal casualties. At that very moment, the entire southern front belonged to Hector. Time itself had become their greatest ally. Edwin ordered every surrendered soldier locked away somewhere completely secure. Those prisoners would become valuable bargaining chips during negotiations with Cairo, if necessary. Their lives would purchase victory. Everything appeared flawless. Yet, an uneasy feeling refused to leave Edwin's mind. Something wasn't right. Soon afterward, an urgent messenger arrived. Baron McClary had died during battle. That explained why communication with the 5th defensive line had vanished. Edwin immediately demanded the survivor responsible for delivering the report. A badly wounded Hector soldier was brought before him. The soldier explained that the 5th line had initially looked completely helpless. Their forces successfully breached the fortress. Baron McClary personally ordered total destruction. Then, everything changed. A monster appeared. The survivor struggled to describe Roman's strength. Even after witnessing it firsthand, he could barely believe it himself. Dozens of soldiers died within moments. Even Hector's Aura Knights couldn't stop him, one after another. They fell, according to the survivor. The entire defeat at the 5th defensive line happened because of one single man. Edwin immediately remembered the reports. Cairo's youngest-ranked swordsman, Roman Dimitri, after an entire year spent carefully planning every detail, an unexpected variable had shattered perfection. Edwin immediately turned toward Jackson. Jackson reported that reconnaissance teams had already searched the 5th defensive line. Not a single Cairo soldier remained. Everything suggested they had escaped into the mountains. Edwin calmly ordered a pursuit force to be assembled. The momentum remained theirs, now that the southern front had fallen. It was time to negotiate with Cairo from a position of absolute superiority. Back inside Cairo Castle, King Daniel anxiously waited for the arrival of the kingdom's leading nobles. The meeting had already begun running late. Daniel Cairo, the king himself, possessed little authority. Whenever troops needed mobilizing, approval from the powerful aristocratic factions always came first. Eventually, Benedict arrived, apologizing for delays caused by carriage problems. Soon after, Count Denver of the Pro-Valhalla faction and Count Gregory of the Pro-Kronos faction entered as well. Gregory immediately asked whether Hector had truly invaded the southern front. Daniel confirmed everything. Hector had crossed the border and launched a surprise assault. By now, the southern front was almost certainly in grave danger. Benedict questioned why reinforcements hadn't already been dispatched. Hearing that, Daniel inwardly scoffed. The old noble was pretending ignorance, so Daniel sarcastically replied as though everyone had generously allowed him to make decisions freely all along. Later, the devastating news finally arrived. The Weaver portal had been captured. Everyone now witnessed the consequences of dividing military authority among 4 competing factions. The system itself had become Cairo's greatest weakness. Daniel lashed out. If they had trusted their king from the beginning instead of constantly fighting over authority, the southern front would never have reached this point. This disaster belonged to them. Just then, a knight hurried into the chamber. Hector had established a communication spell. Edwin's image appeared within the crystal. He immediately demanded war compensation equal to the value of the southern front itself. Benedict questioned the demand. There had never been legitimate justification for this war. Edwin ignored the objection. Cairo had exactly 3 days. Pay, or the southern front would officially become Hector territory. Attempting tricks or delaying negotiations would result in every hostage being executed. The transmission ended. Everyone understood Hector's desperation. Years of failed harvests had devastated the kingdom. Its treasury continued shrinking. Even its debts to the Golden Bank kept growing. For Edwin, everything came down to one belief. If saving his people required becoming history's villain, then he would willingly become that devil. Inside Cairo Castle, Daniel concluded there was only one realistic option. Without the Weaver portal, continuing the war seemed impossible. Paying Hector's demands would reduce further losses. Benedict warned that Hector would demand an astronomical price. Daniel asked whether anyone had a better solution. Silence answered him, looking around the room. He couldn't hide his disgust. These nobles constantly fought over authority inside a tiny kingdom, yet when true crisis arrived, not one of them offered a single idea. Daniel finally declared his decision. Cairo would yield. Count Denver immediately objected. Roman Dimitri remained on the southern front. According to the latest reports, he had successfully defended the 5th defensive line. If anyone could reverse the war, it was him. Daniel admitted Roman was undoubtedly a genius. But even a genius couldn't change an entire war alone. Benedict agreed. Roman represented Cairo's future. Saving him mattered more than gambling everything on impossible odds. Denver remained silent for a moment, unlike everyone else. He possessed information obtained through Valhalla's faction. He knew Roman's true strength exceeded 4 stars. Roman himself had become an unpredictable variable capable of breaking any battlefield apart. Still, Denver chose not to argue further. Instead, he requested only 3 days if nothing changed on the southern front before then. He would support accepting Hector's demands. Daniel approved. From that moment onward, Cairo prepared both for negotiation and for the possibility that negotiations would fail. Meanwhile, Henry stood inside the burning first defensive line. Complete despair filled his face. He had witnessed the massacre firsthand. The fortress itself had become an ocean of flames. To him, the war was already over. He immediately ordered every surviving soldier to retreat into the mountains. Survival came first while escaping. A sword suddenly rested against his neck. Henry froze. Chris quietly ordered him to remain silent and follow. Some time later, Henry and his surviving men continued following Chris through the mountains, completely confused. He couldn't understand why one of Roman's soldiers was there. Hadn't Roman's unit headed toward the rear? Eventually, they reached an enormous hidden military camp deep inside the mountains. Henry stared in disbelief. When had this secret base even been built? Chris calmly explained everything. Roman had already predicted the rear camp would eventually fall. This entire mountain base had been prepared long before that happened. Henry argued that if the rear had truly fallen, they should already be fleeing. Chris simply answered that the war wasn't over. Roman's forces had deliberately remained behind, crossed the mountains, and continued fighting to rescue allies like Henry. If Roman had belonged to Hector instead, Henry would have already been dead. After hearing that, Henry had nothing left to say. Quietly, he asked where Roman was now. The answer stunned him. Roman was already fighting alone at the front. Henry finally understood that man truly knew how to lead. And on the battlefield, he was an absolute monster. Elsewhere, the surviving defenders of the first defensive line were still being slaughtered. Vice Commander Bran cursed Donald for trusting his own judgment instead of retreating when warned. Because of that decision, countless soldiers were dying without mercy. Bran himself was knocked to the ground. An enemy blade descended toward his neck before it could land. The attacking soldier died instantly. Roman had arrived with one spinning slash. He erased every enemy surrounding Bran, still stunned. Bran asked who he was and why he had appeared there. Roman calmly introduced himself. He was Roman Dmitri, a member of the 5th Defensive Line's Reserve Corps. Bran finally recognized him. This was the very same Roman who had warned them to retreat earlier, and now he had returned to pull them back from certain death. Bran quickly reported that the first defensive line had already fallen, and Hector's army was advancing toward the second. Roman questioned why he spoke as though defeat had already been accepted. Bran admitted Roman possessed overwhelming strength, but reminded him that this was no duel between swordsmen. It was a war between kingdoms. No matter how powerful one man was, standing against an entire nation should have been impossible. Roman fell silent for a moment. Something about this war still didn't add up. Famine, surprise attacks, and a full-scale invasion didn't fit Hector's current condition. That could only mean one thing. There was another objective hidden beneath the battlefield. He explained that Hector couldn't afford a prolonged conflict. They needed to seize the southern front immediately, stabilize their collapsing nation, and force Cairo into favorable negotiations before their own crisis consumed them. Everything depended on capturing the southern front as quickly as possible. The moment Roman understood that, every move the enemy had made suddenly fit together. Hector wasn't simply invading. They were gambling the future of their entire kingdom on this single campaign. Meanwhile, at the second defensive line, Jackson ordered another signal flare to be launched. Moments later, another massive fireball crashed into the fortress walls, reducing defenses to rubble while countless soldiers disappeared beneath the flames. Watching everything unfold, Edwin remained confident. To him, Baron McClary had never stood a chance. The 5th line had always been the weakest point in Cairo's defenses. Even if Roman Dmitri was stronger than expected, one swordsman couldn't possibly destroy an entire military operation. At least, that was what Edwin believed. Then an urgent report arrived. The first squad sent to eliminate the surviving enemies had vanished before anyone could react. The second and third squads also stopped responding. The uneasy feeling Edwin had carried from the beginning finally revealed its source: Roman Dmitri. A short while later, Edwin requested another battlefield update. Jackson reported that the first defensive line would soon be completely overrun. The third squad had been dispatched to eliminate the remaining resistance, yet communication with them had been lost nearly an hour earlier. They were presumed dead. When Edwin asked for casualty estimates, Jackson answered without hesitation: around 300 soldiers. Everything Edwin feared had become reality. He no longer had any doubts. Roman Dmitri was responsible. Instead of escaping across the mountains like everyone expected, he had stayed behind. Now he was striking back from the shadows. Edwin immediately declared that allowing Roman complete freedom would eventually grow into a far greater threat. Jackson disagreed. To him, Roman was nothing more than a small variable. If they became distracted chasing one man and failed the overall campaign, everything they had sacrificed would be meaningless. Destroying the remaining defensive positions still mattered most. Edwin completely rejected that reasoning. Right now, nothing was more important than eliminating the rat destroying his plans. Without hesitation, he ordered every soldier stationed at the second defensive line to withdraw immediately. Jackson couldn't understand it. Why had the prince become so obsessed with Roman Dmitri? That very night, Edwin personally entered the mountains. He had spent an entire year refining every detail of this operation. He refused to let a single unpredictable factor ruin everything. His instincts warned him that Roman Dmitri was exactly that kind of threat. He admitted that everyone around him probably questioned his decision. But a true commander always prepared for the absolute worst outcome. Capturing the remaining defensive lines wasn't the real danger anymore. Roman was. The moment he started creating unexpected variables, the entire campaign began losing stability. Jackson knew Edwin had never made reckless decisions before. Because of that trust, everyone continued obeying. Edwin calmly gave the order. It was time to hunt Cairo's rats. The southern mountain range stretched endlessly. Searching blindly would only allow the enemy to slip away. Instead, the army spread throughout the mountain's base before slowly advancing upward. Dozens of squads carrying torches began sweeping through the dark forest. Then, one soldier vanished into the darkness without making a sound. Moments later, another disappeared, then another, and another. By the time the squad captain noticed, he was standing completely alone. He hurriedly reached for his signal whistle. A hand appeared from nowhere. His neck snapped instantly. Roman quietly watched the body collapse. Even he admitted Hector's response had exceeded his expectations. He had expected to strike while they continued attacking the defensive lines. He never imagined they would abandon the second line itself simply to hunt him. Their commander was undeniably experienced. After wiping out another squad, Roman disappeared deeper into the mountains. Every enemy he encountered quietly vanished. He moved like an assassin born from darkness itself. After killing another soldier, an old feeling returned to him. It had been a long time since he fought like this. His memories drifted back to the 12 sons of the heavenly demon. Every one of them had survived brutal trials simply because they carried that cursed title. He remembered telling Jung Hyuk that from that day onward, he would live as the demon of the night. His very first mission had been hunting a low-ranking demonic disciple who betrayed the cult and fled. Roman tracked him down and killed him within 3 days. As time passed, the missions became increasingly impossible. Eventually, he faced enemies he couldn't defeat through strength alone. That was when he discovered the legendary martial arts left behind by the Night King. The Night King, a thief who mastered darkness itself. He had become history's greatest shadow before meeting a tragic end after coveting the heavenly demon's treasure. Even in death, his name remained legendary throughout Murim. Jung Hyuk studied every technique with relentless focus. From then onward, every mission was completed using the Night King's methods. 1 year later, after personally killing 38 martial masters, the cult's demon of the night had earned a new name, the Shadow Ghost. The Night King's martial arts were darkness itself. Back in the mountains, Hector's soldiers were being slaughtered. No one could even find the enemy. When Hector's Aura Night order finally arrived, they believed everything would change. Instead, Roman turned the mountain into their graveyard. It felt as though the shadows themselves had begun hunting. Within moments, every Aura Knight lay dead. One surviving soldier witnessed the massacre and desperately activated his communication crystal. Terrified, he screamed that a ghost was killing everyone. Before he could say another word, he died as well. Edwin heard the final transmission through the crystal. He immediately ordered Thompson to stay calm. The darkness itself wasn't killing them. The enemy was simply taking advantage of the terrain. Thompson could barely breathe. He admitted he couldn't see anyone. There was nothing to fight. How could soldiers battle invisible ghosts? Edwin reminded him that Aura swordsmen possess senses far beyond ordinary warriors. It should have been impossible for an enemy to hide completely. While certain spells could temporarily conceal someone's presence, none lasted forever. Edwin ordered them not to be deceived by fear. Reinforcements were already on the way. Thompson steadied himself. He reassured the first squad that they only needed to endure. Friendly forces had already surrounded the mountain. The enemy wanted their lives. Maintaining formation was everything. Gathering his aura, Thompson finally sensed movement. He struck instantly. Only afterward did he realize he had cut down one of his own men. Confusion spread through him. Were the enemy actually using Hector's soldiers as bait? A quiet voice suddenly whispered beside his ear, hidden within the darkness. Someone had been hunting them the entire time. Before long, every soldier began feeling it. Something unseen watched every movement. Panic consumed Thompson. He swung wildly into empty air, desperately trying to strike an enemy he couldn't even locate. The calm voice echoed once more. People always believed that simply discovering an invisible enemy meant they could defeat him. Why? Did they always repeat the same mistake? Did they truly believe knowing someone existed was enough to overcome them? Then, Roman finally stepped out of the darkness. Thompson immediately charged with everything he had. One strike later, he fell. Even while collapsing, he desperately shouted Roman's location. Roman calmly answered that it no longer mattered. His energy had already sealed off every sound around them. No one would ever hear Thompson's voice. With that, Roman ended his life. He picked up the communication crystal and spoke directly to Prince Edwin. Roman declared that he already understood Hector's entire strategy. Their people were starving. Their kingdom faced collapse. There was only one reason they targeted the southern front first. They intended to use it as a hostage and force Cairo into paying enormous compensation. But that plan had already been exposed. Time was no longer on Hector's side. With their remaining military supplies, they couldn't continue fighting for even 3 months. Roman promised he would destroy that strategy. No matter the cost, deep down, he knew this conversation had already achieved its purpose. From now on, Edwin Hector could no longer afford to ignore Roman Dmitri. The prince finally spoke. He asked if the man on the other end was truly Roman Dmitri. Edwin openly admitted everything Roman had said was correct. Hector had indeed been devastated by famine. The kingdom had borrowed heavily from foreign lenders in a desperate attempt to escape an endless cycle of debt. They had reached this point because there had been no other choice. Roman asked if Edwin expected sympathy for Hector's situation. The prince calmly answered that sympathy was never his goal. He simply wanted Roman to understand how desperate they had become. Everything Hector had left was riding on this war. Time was against them, just as Roman had already figured out. But desperation did not mean surrender. They would never allow the sacrifices of their soldiers to become meaningless. Edwin then ordered Roman to deliver a message to Cairo's king. If Hector's demands were rejected, they would spread necromancer corpse poison across the region and turn the entire land into a kingdom of death. Edwin Hector, prince of the kingdom of Hector, declared that he was prepared to become whatever history demanded if it meant saving his people. Then he placed the choice before Roman. Would he drag Hector over the edge together with them? Or would Cairo choose negotiation? The next move belonged to the kingdom. Roman knew exactly who Edwin Hector was. His name had appeared countless times while gathering intelligence on the southern front. Unlike his own indecisive father, Edwin had become the true pillar supporting Hector, earning respect both inside and outside the kingdom. Now that same man stood opposite him as the commander of this war. Roman acknowledged Edwin's brilliance. Even so, the prince had still chosen to threaten him. Without another word, Roman stepped onto Thompson's body. The captain was barely alive, clinging to his final breaths. Edwin immediately demanded to know what Roman was doing. Roman calmly replied that he had only pierced Thompson's thigh. The prince answered that killing him outright would have been far more honorable. Dragging out his suffering was nothing but torture. Roman dismissed the comment as nothing more than emotion clouding judgment. He had absolutely no interest in Hector's hardships. He warned Edwin not to fool himself. As Thompson's screams echoed through the mountains, Roman continued driving his blade into him. The war had already begun. Hector had crossed the line first. From that moment onward, they had forfeited any right to expect mercy. Roman declared that he would fight exactly as he saw fit. No one would be spared. Even if Hector's soldiers threw down their weapons and fled with white flags raised, he would hunt them down and strike them from behind. He ordered Edwin to remember one name, Roman Dmitri. If Hector truly wished to embrace destruction, then they would meet again very soon. The communication ended. Edwin slowly lowered the crystal. Roman was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Jackson asked for his next command. Without hesitation, Edwin ordered every available force to surround the mountain. For Thompson, who had died screaming in agony, the prince swore he would personally tear Roman Dmitri apart piece by piece. Meanwhile, soldiers from every direction continued climbing the mountain, determined to seal every possible escape route. Roman, however, had already planned for exactly this situation. He explained to his men that although human vision was limited, every stone and every branch naturally contained traces of mana. By carefully arranging those objects and manipulating that mana, the surrounding space itself could be distorted. Chris suddenly realized something impossible. Roman had vanished, not hidden, erased. It felt as though his lord no longer existed within the world itself. This technique was known as trap tactics, and Roman wasn't the only one using it. Following the exact same principles, Chris concealed himself as well. Without anyone noticing, he silently killed an enemy soldier, just as Roman predicted. Hector's troops couldn't detect them at all. Chris immediately gave the signal to attack. Hector's soldiers had no idea where death was coming from. After only a single battle, Chris looked like an entirely different warrior. Months of relentless training under Roman had pushed him beyond his limits countless times. He absorbed every lesson without wasting a single opportunity. Now, he finally unleashed one of Muram's greatest martial arts, the lightning technique. His body flashed across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, cutting enemies down one after another. Elsewhere, every member fulfilled their assigned role flawlessly. The instant their objectives were complete, Chris immediately ordered a withdrawal in another section of the mountain. Kevin was drenched in blood, surrounded by his crimson aura. He had completely lived up to the reputation earned among Roman's soldiers. Watching his sovereign fight had taught him one thing: Roman's methods were absolute. At the same time, Puck and Vulcan completed their own missions elsewhere. 4 separate squads launched perfectly coordinated surprise attacks under Roman's command. Every operation succeeded. One surviving Hector soldier managed to escape downhill and desperately reported that Cairo had to possess a powerful mage. Even brightly lit areas suddenly produced invisible soldiers who attacked from nowhere. Jackson immediately realized they had walked straight into the enemy's trap. Edwin rejected the explanation. No spell existed that could instantly move that many people across the battlefield. Large-scale teleportation scrolls were tightly controlled by the magic tower. There was no chance the Southern Front possessed such resources. The only remaining possibility would be the presence of a high-circle mage. Even that sounded ridiculous. Jackson agreed. High-circle mages were even rarer than aura swordsmen, and nearly all of them belonged to the magic tower, which recruited talented mana users across the continent. Edwin concluded that this wasn't magic at all if he kept observing. Eventually, he would uncover the trick. The battle continued. Soldiers kept dying, but this wasn't the moment to act. He only needed to wait until Roman finally stepped into his trap not long afterward. Roman killed another knight. With his dying breath, the soldier activated a magical artifact. It exploded into countless glowing fragments. Those particles clung tightly to Roman's body, making him shine through the darkness like a moving lantern. His position could no longer be hidden. Thousands immediately rushed toward him. "Kill him!" The mountain echoed with their cries. Roman answered with the second form. Blackout. Everyone standing before him died instantly. Even so, his energy was steadily declining. One dying soldier laughed weakly, asking whether Roman truly believed he could escape. Thousands of soldiers surrounded the mountain. No matter how powerful he was, eventually he would fall. Roman simply asked whether they had ever considered another possibility. Perhaps he had entered this trap on purpose. Hector's soldiers charged recklessly from every direction, willing to sacrifice themselves just to slow him down. Roman found their desperation amusing. He calmly remarked that they were being far too careless. He would continue playing with them, as long as he pleased, after all. Dawn was still a long way off. Then someone finally stepped forward. Jackson. He calmly declared that the game was over. Roman recognized him immediately, his equipment, the scar across his face. The captain of Hector's Ranger Corps, Jackson attacked with everything he had. He was a 4-star swordsman whose true strength never appeared in Hector's official rankings. To the outside world, he was merely the leader of the Ranger Corps. Very few knew the monster hidden beneath that title. He was undeniably powerful, yet the instant their swords collided, shock crossed his face. He couldn't even force Roman backward. They had underestimated him. The report claiming Roman possessed only 3-star strength had been a complete lie. Once someone surpassed 4 stars, they became a walking disaster. Only now did Jackson understand why entire squads had died before reacting. Standing before Roman, he was facing someone far beyond expectations. Their exchange continued, little by little. Jackson found himself being driven backward, barely surviving each strike. Finally managing to create some distance, he blew his whistle. Nearby soldiers carrying torches immediately rushed toward them. Jackson demanded Roman surrender. Roman answered that Hector still misunderstood everything. First, those glowing fragments were never capable of binding him permanently. Using his dark energy, he effortlessly erased every trace of them. Second, even completely surrounded, he had absolute confidence he could escape any encirclement. The next instant, Roman stood behind Jackson. He calmly informed him that Hector simply lacked the strength to defeat him. Then Roman deliberately mentioned something else. Jackson, captain of the Ranger Corps, was currently Hector's strongest warrior, which meant Prince Edwin now stood almost completely defenseless before Jackson could react. Roman vanished into the darkness once again. Jackson instantly understood the true objective. He desperately ordered everyone to pursue Roman. But Roman already knew the oldest rule of warfare. When one army possessed less military strength, there was only one reliable way to end the conflict: kill the enemy commander. Using the mana flowing through Edwin's communication crystal, Roman traced the prince's exact location. Soon afterward, he appeared at Hector's main camp beneath the mountain. Every guard rushing toward him was cut down instantly. Finally, Roman's eyes met Prince Edwin Hector. The prince had never intended to hide. He revealed himself as a mage. A massive spell had already been prepared. An inferno erupted. Gigantic pillars of fire crashed toward Roman. He dodged the first wave, only to be caught by a powerful binding spell that burst from the ground. Roman immediately sliced through the roots. That alone wouldn't stop him. Another devastating attack followed. This time Roman barely managed to block it with his newly forged sword. The one who launched it finally stepped forward. Butler, the kingdom of Hector's second-ranked warrior, captain of the Royal Knights. A 5-star swordsman whose overwhelming aura dominated the battlefield. Only then did Roman understand. Edwin had prepared a genuine killing trap, a fourth-circle mage. Working together with a 5-star swordsman, wind blades rained down while Butler attacked at the exact same moment. Roman used his shadows to defend against both assaults. Then Butler unleashed another strike. A violent explosion erupted. Roman was blasted backward. He had expected an ambush from the beginning, but even he hadn't predicted two things. Edwin Hector was secretly a mage, and a 5-star swordsman had been hiding among ordinary soldiers all along. Even so, standing face to face with death made Roman feel more alive than ever. Across from him, Butler couldn't hide his disbelief. The young man before him barely looked old enough to be in his mid-20s, yet he had survived a perfectly coordinated assault launched by both a 5-star swordsman and a powerful mage. Just where had a monster like this come from? Edwin snapped Butler back to reality, reminding him that every second mattered. He had already exhausted himself using dual casting in an attempt to pin Roman down. In the next instant, Roman vanished. Within a heartbeat he closed the distance and unleashed the Heavenly Demon's Sword technique. Third form, a wave of darkness exploded outward, swallowing everything in its path. Butler reacted instantly, stepping in front of Edwin and taking the attack head-on. Although he managed to block it, the impact still left him with several wounds. Roman immediately recognized the difference. A 5-star swordsman truly stood on another level. At the same time, he could feel his own strength rapidly fading after unleashing multiple supreme techniques back-to-back. There was no choice, for now. He had to withdraw. Spitting blood onto the ground, Roman fixed his eyes on Edwin. He told the prince to remember this day well, because the next time they met, Edwin would not survive before anyone could react. Roman disappeared into the darkness once again. An entire army had been humiliated by a single man, worse still. Their commander had nearly been killed before their eyes. It was a reality no one wanted to accept. Edwin silently blamed himself. He had overestimated his own judgment and dismissed Roman as nothing more than a manageable variable. The decision he believed carried the least risk had produced the greatest disaster imaginable. This wasn't merely Hector's defeat. It was his own. Morning eventually arrived. Hector's soldiers gathered the bodies of their fallen comrades and set them ablaze. Standing before the flames, Edwin apologized to every one of them. He accepted full responsibility for his mistake. Several knights immediately objected. Jackson agreed with them. None of them could have predicted an enemy like Roman. He was simply beyond reason. The soldiers asked Edwin to raise his head. Their faith in him had not changed. Edwin accepted those words but issued a new command. From that day onward, if anyone believed one of his decisions might lead Hector toward defeat, they were to ignore rank entirely and speak without hesitation. There would be no room for blind obedience anymore. Before Cairo's main army could arrive, everything had to be settled at the Vanguard defensive zone. 10 days, that was all they had. If victory couldn't be secured within that time, they would establish the rear camp as their headquarters and prepare for a prolonged war. Butler then asked how they intended to deal with Roman Dmitri. Edwin admitted Roman was extraordinarily dangerous. However, mountains favored guerrilla warfare. Open plains favored armies. He intended to force Roman into a battlefield where those advantages disappeared, as far as Edwin was concerned. Hector had suffered a setback, but the war itself was far from over. Jackson then raised another concern: even if they endured, how would Hector obtain compensation from Cairo? Edwin calmly revealed his next move: if Cairo refused, then they would negotiate with the Kronos Empire instead. Meanwhile, back in Cairo, Edgar, one of the kingdom's highest officials, explained the kingdom's financial crisis. The previous year, enormous funds had been diverted toward the eastern border because of repeated provocations from Kronos. Their treasury could no longer satisfy Hector's demands. Doing so would completely drain the nation's reserves. The king suggested increasing taxes again. Edgar immediately reminded him they had already done exactly that 6 months earlier. One more increase could easily ignite a nationwide revolt. The king reluctantly considered another option: using the wealth of Cairo's nobles. But doing so would weaken royal authority even further. With no better solution available, he ordered the central nobles to be summoned for an emergency meeting. Before anyone could move, a messenger burst into the hall. News had arrived from the southern front. The enemy offensive had been stopped. The king froze. He immediately shared the report with the council. Gregory couldn't believe it. Hector had invaded with well over 10,000 soldiers. How could a vastly smaller force possibly hold them back? The king admitted that if the report proved true, then the kingdom might still have escaped disaster. Denver quietly wondered whether Roman had actually achieved the impossible. A communication crystal was immediately connected to the southern front. The king asked who was speaking and which unit they represented. The answer surprised everyone. Henry Albert introduced himself as the second son of House Albert. Benedict recognized the family immediately. House Albert had produced influential officials within the central government for generations. Still, why was Henry speaking on Roman Dimitri's behalf? Henry explained that he had joined Roman's unit and was temporarily responding because Roman needed time alone. Since he was the only noble currently present, he had accepted the responsibility. Benedict urged him to stop wasting time. Henry immediately declared that Roman Dimitri had already surpassed the kingdom of Cairo itself. Soon, his name would echo throughout the entire continent. He proudly explained that the entire operation had succeeded because Roman discovered Hector's true objective after the attack on the southern training camp. Once he realized they were targeting the Thessalan portal, Roman immediately moved into the mountains and established a hidden base. Henry didn't stop there. He openly declared that if the southern commander had trusted Roman from the very beginning, the southern front would never have collapsed so easily. Knowing Roman soldiers were listening nearby, Henry intentionally exaggerated every achievement. He dramatically retold Roman's accomplishments, raising him onto an even higher pedestal. After the communication ended, silence filled Cairo's council chamber. Finally, the king admitted something painful. While the kingdom's leaders had already prepared themselves to accept defeat, Roman had continued fighting until the very end despite overwhelming disadvantages. Benedict slowly nodded. The moment Hector captured the portal, everyone present had already given up, yet Cairo still produced a hero, Roman Dimitri. Now they needed to capitalize on the opening he had created. Gregory immediately proposed sending reinforcements and punishing Hector for daring to invade Cairo's territory. The king agreed without hesitation. From that moment forward, there would be no negotiations, only retaliation. Cairo would reclaim its pride. The meeting immediately dissolved as every noble rushed to mobilize their own forces and spread the news. Publicly, everyone spoke about protecting the southern front. Privately, every faction reached the exact same conclusion. They absolutely had to bring Roman Dimitri onto their side. The moment the communication crystal went dark, Henry couldn't help smiling. Once the war ended, Roman would undoubtedly be recruited into the central government. If Henry managed to build a relationship with him now, his own future would be secured as well. Trying his luck, Henry offered Chris a portion of dried meat. Chris immediately saw through him. If Henry truly wanted Roman's recognition, then he should earn it on the battlefield, not through cheap gifts. Realizing Chris couldn't be won over, Henry awkwardly shifted his attention toward Kevin instead. Meanwhile, the royal family ordered every southern defensive position to buy as much time as possible until Cairo's main army arrived. At another defensive line, Baron Vezali spoke confidently with his aide. If Hector had truly struggled against fewer than 200 soldiers, perhaps they weren't nearly as powerful as everyone believed. His aide mentioned rumors of Hector's devastating famine. Despite their impressive numbers, their army might not be as frightening as it appeared. After spending 3 miserable years stationed in that remote region, Vezali saw this as heaven-sent opportunity. He had no intention of waiting for Roman to steal all the glory. If a mere young man could accomplish such a feat, then surely he could do the same. He gathered his troops and prepared a guerrilla ambush. Reality struck almost immediately. Hector divided its army and assaulted several defensive lines simultaneously. The third line alone faced nearly 3,000 enemy soldiers. Driven by ambition, Vezali launched his attack, but Hector's forces were nothing like he imagined. They advanced with discipline, coordination, and overwhelming momentum. Meanwhile, Cairo's defenders had grown soft after years of comfort. They couldn't withstand the assault. Only then did Vezali understand the truth. Their earlier miracle victory had never been because Hector was weak. It happened because Roman Dimitri had been there. The realization came too late. Vezali's body was split cleanly in half on the battlefield. News of his death quickly reached Cairo. Another messenger followed. The third and fourth defensive lines were both under heavy attack. Moments later, the second line also desperately requested reinforcements through the communication crystal. The king felt panic creeping in. Could every defensive line really collapse in a single day? Only now did he fully understand. Cairo wasn't nearly as powerful as he believed, and Hector wasn't nearly as weak. That miraculous victory before had existed solely because Roman Dimitri stood there. The king quietly asked where Roman was now, far from the battlefield. Roman sat alone inside a cave. He reflected on everything he still didn't understand about this world. The greatest difference was magic. To him, martial arts resembled a tree drawing strength from nature through its roots. Magic was something entirely different, a completely separate realm. If Edwin Hector had possessed even greater magical power, Roman doubted he would have escaped alive. He still hadn't recovered the overwhelming strength he once wielded as the heavenly demon. One reckless decision could easily cost him his life. Edwin had anticipated his movements perfectly, like a patient spider waiting inside its web. Recognizing that mistake, Roman calmly reorganized his thoughts. From this point onward, his plans would have to change. Inside the cave, Roman relived that battle over and over inside his mind. Again and again, he imagined his sword colliding with magic, being trapped between Butler and Edwin, then dying where he stood. Every defeat became another lesson. He adjusted his movements, refined his timing, corrected every mistake, and repeated the simulation countless times until every possibility had been polished to perfection. Only after reaching that point did he consider his preparation complete. Outside the cave, Henry impatiently asked Chris when Roman planned to come out, explaining that the royal family had been desperately trying to contact him. Chris answered without hesitation. Until his sovereign chose to leave on his own, no one would disturb him. Eventually, Roman stepped out. His body looked exhausted, fresh wounds still covering him, yet his eyes were calmer than before. Later, inside the command tent, Chris delivered his report. Just as Roman had predicted, the third and fourth defensive lines had fallen together, and the second line had also been captured. Henry added that the royal family had descended into complete chaos. They had been trying every possible method to reach Roman, and he suggested it might be wiser to leave everything to Cairo's main army. Roman immediately gave his order: connect the communication crystal. The moment the connection reached King Daniel, the king spoke first. He had already heard every defensive line had fallen and questioned what Roman had been doing during all that time. Roman calmly answered that he had spent the entire week preparing the strategy that would decide the war. Daniel admitted he didn't wish to blame the kingdom's greatest war hero. Still, while Roman had been preparing, the enemy had conquered nearly every defensive position. He couldn't help asking whether Roman truly couldn't have intervened sooner. Roman answered honestly. Their previous victory against Hector had contained an element of fortune. If that battle had unfolded on open ground instead of the mountains, he would have been powerless to stop them. He reminded everyone that Hector's soldiers were fighting with the resolve of people risking everything. Their second strongest warrior, Butler, was personally leading the campaign. On top of that, Prince Edwin was an exceptionally skilled mage, and in large-scale warfare, nothing was more devastating than powerful magic. Because of that, Roman believed there was only one proper moment to confront Hector. After Cairo's main army arrived, Benedict quietly agreed. With the current forces, the southern front simply couldn't win. David was stunned to hear Butler himself had entered the battlefield. Gregory immediately realized what that meant. Hector had truly wagered its entire kingdom on this single war. One of the counselors finally stepped in, saying there was no reason to keep interrogating the man who had already saved them once. The king accepted that and brought the discussion to an end. He informed Roman that Cairo's main army was almost at the southern front. Since Hector had already fortified the rear camp, he wanted Roman to unite with the main force before launching the assault. Roman immediately began calculating Edwin's next move. Even after negotiations collapsed, Hector still hadn't withdrawn. That alone revealed their intentions. He respectfully apologized to the king before speaking plainly. Time wasn't on Cairo's side, at most. They had 3 days. If the rear camp wasn't destroyed before then, Hector would almost certainly obtain outside support, most likely from the Kronos Empire. The king asked what solution remained. Roman answered without hesitation. There was only one: a full-scale assault. Hector had to be defeated within 3 days. Meanwhile, Prince Edwin was already communicating with Count Hadad of the Kronos Empire. He offered them Cairo's southern territory along with control of the portal in exchange for military support. The Count admitted the proposal was tempting. However, openly supporting Hector immediately would expose Kronos to Cairo's retaliation. If Hector could maintain control of the rear camp for another month, then assistance could be discussed. Edwin clenched his teeth. He hated the condition, but he had no alternative. After ending the conversation, he immediately ordered Jackson to contact Hector's royal family. The Thessalan portal needed to be connected to Hector as quickly as possible. Once activated, troops and supplies could flow endlessly. The process required 3 full days. They only had to survive until then. To Edwin, that single objective represented the kingdom's last hope. Not long afterward, 3 influential figures from Cairo finally arrived at the southern front. Count Thaddeus represented the aristocratic faction. Baron Tails spoke for the pro-Kronos faction. Baron Brahim represented the pro-Valhalla faction. Standing around the battlefield map inside the war tent, Thaddeus couldn't help finding the situation amusing. Important officials from the capital had personally come to a battlefield that promised little political gain. Was Roman Dmitri really that valuable? The answer was obvious. The moment Roman entered the tent, Thaddeus warmly welcomed him as Cairo's hero. He even recalled Benedict's earlier words. Winning the war wasn't the only priority anymore. Keeping Roman on their side mattered just as much. If Hector won, responsibility would fall upon the royal family, but if another faction successfully recruited Roman, the entire political balance inside Cairo could collapse. Roman Dmitri, eldest son of House Dmitri, already possessed enormous influence across the northeast. Although Thaddeus personally disliked his common origins, he couldn't ignore reality. Roman was still in his 20s and already displayed extraordinary talent. Someone like that could eventually earn responsibilities even under a marquis. Thaddeus formally introduced himself as Marquis Benedict's representative. He apologized for everything that had happened since Roman's deployment and expressed regret over how events unfolded. Roman simply answered that no one could have predicted the outcome. Tales added that Gregory was also waiting to speak because he possessed valuable intelligence. Brahim mentioned that Count Denver had even dispatched soldiers from his own household, hoping Roman would make good use of them. Each faction subtly competed for Roman's favor. Roman immediately saw through all of it. He calmly asked why they had truly come. Their intentions couldn't have been more obvious. Everyone wanted him, but Roman reminded them of something far more important. The enemy had planted its flag inside Cairo's territory, and it still flew proudly. This wasn't the time to compete over politics. After driving Hector out, he intended to challenge the national rankings and become Cairo's strongest swordsman. Only after proving himself would he offer his sword. To one person alone. Silence filled the entire tent. No one expected such an answer. Roman then redirected everyone's attention toward the battlefield itself. With a few simple words, every hidden political struggle disappeared. Now, the real war meeting finally began. Roman explained that Hector still needed roughly 3 days before the Weaver portal became operational. Until then, they would focus entirely on delaying the battle. Thaddeus quickly pointed out that Cairo possessed nearly 20,000 soldiers, while Hector had only around 10,000. Surely overwhelming them through numbers was enough. Roman shook his head. Numbers alone meant nothing, as long as Edwin remained a mage. And Hector's strongest commanders stayed alive. No one could honestly claim Cairo held the advantage. Then he revealed that he already had a solution. Later, Cairo's full army assembled before Hector's rear fortress. Across the battlefield, Hector's forces also finished their preparations. At that moment, Roman stepped forward. His voice echoed across the entire field. He introduced himself as Roman Dimitri, a warrior representing the kingdom of Cairo. Then he issued an unexpected challenge. He requested a duel. Against Butler, Edwin immediately frowned. He couldn't understand Roman's intentions. Roman declared that enough meaningless lives had already been sacrificed. Everyone present wanted this bloodshed to end. His proposal was simple. If Butler won, Cairo would quietly accept Hector's demands, but if Roman claimed victory, Hector would abandon the occupied territory and withdraw. Edwin immediately began thinking. Objectively, Roman still shouldn't be stronger than Butler, which only made the proposal even more suspicious. It had to be a trap. Roman anticipated that doubt. He openly declared that if Hector rejected the duel, he would personally destroy the entire rear fortress, even if it cost him his own life. Then he gave them exactly 10 minutes to decide. Edwin found himself trapped. When he informed Butler about the challenge, the knight accepted without hesitation. Edwin immediately tried to stop him. But Butler asked for his trust. He swore he would return carrying Roman Dimitri's head, and with it, Hector's hope for survival. Edwin explained it wasn't about trust. Just one night earlier, Roman's actions had already cost them 700 soldiers. He could still smell the smoke from their funeral pyres. Even believing in Butler's strength, he couldn't shake the feeling that Roman was planning something. Butler calmly answered that whatever scheme Roman had prepared, he would crush it himself. He had served Edwin his entire life. Surely he didn't look like the kind of man who feared battle. Edwin sighed. He wasn't questioning Butler's courage. He simply didn't want to lose someone so important. In the end, he only gave one instruction. If anything felt wrong, retreat immediately. Butler nodded. He promised they would meet again. Then he walked through the fortress gates toward the battlefield. As he approached Roman, Butler admitted that throughout his life he had encountered countless madmen, yet none of them resembled Roman Dimitri, even suspecting some hidden trick. He resolved to fight with everything he possessed. Roman quietly admitted that ever since their clash in the mountains, he had wanted this rematch. This time, there was no trap waiting, only two swordsmen, finally meeting in a battle fought purely by strength. Roman calmly told Butler to fight with everything he had. If Butler managed to kill him there, Hector would obtain everything it desired. Butler could only call him insane. Without another word, both warriors charged forward, blades colliding head-on as the duel that could decide the entire war finally began. A 5-star swordsman stood at a completely different level. Anyone who reached that rank was considered among the continent's greatest monsters, a warrior capable of changing the outcome of an entire war through strength alone. Knowing Hector's future rested on his shoulders, Butler unleashed his aura without restraint. Every swing carried overwhelming force. He had no intention of dragging the battle out. He would finish it immediately. Each collision shattered the battlefield beneath their feet. Roman continued blocking blow after blow, but one brief lapse nearly cost him everything when Butler's sword carved through the earth behind him with terrifying power. Thaddeus watched in disbelief. He had reluctantly agreed to this duel only because he wanted Roman's favor. If Roman died now, every effort to recruit him would become meaningless. Tails stared anxiously, wondering if this was really where Roman's story would end. Meanwhile, Butler refused to give him even a second to breathe. Although the strikes weren't landing cleanly, Roman continued taking shallow wounds as the relentless assault pushed him backward. Across Hector's ranks, soldiers roared Butler's name, demanding vengeance for every fallen comrade. At the same time, Roman continued weaving the dark techniques of the heavenly demon, intercepting countless attacks that should have been impossible to stop. Then Butler noticed something unsettling. Roman's defenses were becoming sharper. Each exchange grew smoother than the last. His sword was beginning to predict every swing. The realization hit him immediately. That lunatic wasn't simply fighting. He was studying him. Roman, meanwhile, had finally found exactly what he wanted. Defeating Homeros had proven he could overcome a 4-star opponent. But a 5-star warrior belonged to an entirely different world. Only by crossing swords with Butler could Roman truly measure his own limits. He wanted to shatter the wall standing before him and climb to an even greater height. Butler's patience finally snapped. To think this brat was evaluating him in the middle of a life-or-death duel. The arrogance was unbelievable. His aura erupted violently across his blade as he unleashed even greater power. Yet Roman immediately identified the flaw. Aura swordsmen possessed immense strength, but their mana control lacked refinement. Their energy resembled an erupting volcano. Some sections of the blade carried absolute power, others contained noticeably less. Every point possessed a different level of resistance. Roman calmly traced the flow of Butler's mana, searching for the weakest point hidden within the aura itself. After only a few more exchanges, he found it. One perfectly timed strike shattered Butler's guard. Roman immediately seized the opening. The third movement of the heavenly demon sword technique exploded forward. The slash of darkness stunned everyone watching. For the first time, a 5-star knight was forced backward. Both armies stood frozen. Hector's soldiers couldn't comprehend what they were witnessing. Wasn't Roman officially ranked as only a 3-star swordsman? Then how was he matching Butler head-on? Watching everything unfold, Prince Edwin finally understood Roman's true objective. This duel had never been about honor. Roman wanted to measure his own limits against Hector's greatest warrior. If Butler lost, Hector would lose not only its strongest fighter, but also the entire war. All Edwin could do now was trust Butler. The 5-star knight finally accepted reality. He had expected hidden traps, hidden weapons, some elaborate scheme instead. Roman genuinely intended to defeat him through pure strength. Blood dripped from Butler's mouth as he realized something terrifying. Every flawless plan Hector had created was collapsing because one unbelievable madman had appeared on the southern front. If Roman escaped this battlefield alive, one day Hector would have to face an even greater monster. Determined to prevent that future, Butler gathered every remaining ounce of aura into a single strike. He would end everything here, throughout his entire life. Only 2 people had ever survived this attack. One eventually became Hector's greatest swordsman. The other entered the continental rankings. Now Butler raised his sword high. A brilliant sphere of light formed above him, blazing like a newborn sun. His solar strike descended toward Roman. The burning mass crashed forward like a falling meteor, scorching everything in its path. Roman immediately recognized the truth. If that attack connected, he would die. There was absolutely no room for error rather than attack. He devoted everything to defense. If Butler possessed the ultimate spear, then Roman would answer with the heavenly demon's ultimate shield. Darkness gathered around him, forming a perfectly sealed sphere, the Iron Shield, a black fortress wrapped around his entire body. He chose not to evade. This collision would determine which prevailed. The strongest spear, or the strongest shield. Their techniques collided. A devastating explosion swallowed the battlefield, blinding everyone present. When the dust finally settled, even Prince Edwin struggled to believe what stood before him. A gigantic crater surrounded Roman Dimitri, yet Roman himself remained standing. Completely unharmed, it was beyond reason. Everyone believed even another 5-star swordsman would have struggled to survive that attack. Meanwhile, Butler staggered forward, his body heavily damaged after pouring nearly all his mana into a single strike. Even so, he still refused to surrender. But the battle had already changed. This time, Roman began driving him backward. Butler had survived countless battlefields during his life. Being cornered by a man barely in his 20s was something he simply couldn't accept. Even knowing death was approaching, he never stepped back. Then, in the middle of another exchange, Roman suddenly grabbed Butler by the face. With overwhelming force, he slammed him into the ground. Even while crushed beneath him, Butler still intended to drag that monster into death alongside himself. He released every remaining drop of mana in one desperate explosion. Roman quietly acknowledged Butler's determination. He admitted it was worthy of respect, and promised he would remember him before Butler could finish his final attack. Everything changed. Prince Edwin personally intervened. A massive runic blaze exploded toward Roman, forcing him to dodge. The waiting knights immediately rushed in and pulled Butler away. At that moment, Hector abandoned the duel's rules. Honor no longer mattered. Reputation no longer mattered. Saving Butler became their only priority. But that emotional decision carried an enormous price. The fortress gate was left completely exposed. Roman had been waiting for exactly this moment. He recalled every calculation made alongside Cairo's commanders. He also remembered everything he had observed during the mountain campaign, even after brutal fighting. Hector had gathered every fallen comrade. They carried every body down the mountain themselves. They mourned together. They honored every death. Edwin Hector cared deeply for every soldier under his command. He was a compassionate ruler. But compassion became weakness during war. Roman had built his entire strategy around that single flaw. Butler had never been meant to die immediately. He only needed to become incapable of fighting. That alone would force Edwin into an impossible decision: protect military strategy or save someone precious. Roman already knew which choice Edwin would make, and now, everything unfolded exactly as expected. As Roman carved through the knights rushing Butler back toward the fortress, he quietly reached his conclusion. Edwin Hector might possess every quality needed to rule a kingdom, but he lacked the cold heart required of a battlefield commander. Every knight focused entirely on rescuing Butler. Almost no one remained protecting the fortress itself. Watching everything happen exactly as Roman predicted, Thaddeus could barely breathe. It was as though Roman had already seen the future. At that instant, Thaddeus completely understood why Marquis Benedict wanted Roman so desperately. A man capable of reading an entire battlefield like this could reshape Cairo itself, with Roman beside them overthrowing the weak king and crushing the influence of foreign factions, would become entirely possible. Without another moment of hesitation, Thaddeus raised his sword and ordered a full assault. The entire Cairo army charged toward the fortress. Inside Hector's ranks, Edwin finally realized what his emotions had cost him. He silently cursed his own weakness. A commander should have remained rational. Instead, he had allowed his heart to dictate his decision. Even so, he refused to give up. If Butler could be brought inside, if the gates closed quickly enough, there was still hope. Edwin unleashed runic blaze after runic blaze without stopping. Behind him, the mages filled the battlefield with exploding fireballs, desperately trying to slow Cairo's advance. Commander Kellen immediately understood the urgency. Nothing mattered more than returning Butler behind the walls. Finally, they reached the fortress entrance. Hope briefly returned, then Roman saw it, the perfect opening. He surged toward the gate. Darkness exploded outward, swallowing the entrance in shadow while every soldier blocking his path was instantly cut down. Roman immediately shouted to Cairo's commanders. The gates were completely open. Now was the time to attack without hesitation. Cairo's entire army flooded into the fortress, determined to crush Hector once and for all. Roman himself had already entered ahead of everyone else. The first stage of his plan had succeeded. The gate was open. Only one objective remained. Edwin Hector had to die. Standing inside the fortress, Edwin silently wondered, exactly when had everything started falling apart? Edwin quickly understood that the failure hadn't come from his strategy. From the ambush to the capture of the rear camp, every step had unfolded exactly as planned. The flaw wasn't the operation. It was Roman Dmitri, the collapse of the 5th defensive line. The countless losses caused by the mountain guerrilla warfare. The deaths of Hector's finest warriors. Every disaster traced back to a single man. Now standing face to face once again, Roman calmly remarked that fate had brought them together another time. Edwin accepted it without hesitation. Even if this became the place where he died, he intended to drag Roman Dmitri down with him. Without wasting another second, Edwin activated his magic circle. A storm of wind blades burst forward, attacking from multiple angles at once, overwhelming the battlefield with speed and numbers. Roman answered just as calmly. His shadow blade sliced through every spell with effortless precision, proving that attacks of that level were nowhere near enough. Realizing the prince was exposed, Hector's Aura Knights immediately threw themselves forward, determined to protect Edwin even if it cost them their lives. Roman responded with the second movement of the Heavenly Demon's Sword technique, blasting them backward with overwhelming force. Yet that brief exchange created the opening Edwin had been waiting for, binding magic wrapped tightly around Roman's body. The prince instantly followed with blazing flames, attempting to burn Roman alive inside the magical prison before he could escape. But once again, Roman shattered the spell through brute force alone. The restraints exploded apart as though they had never existed. Edwin immediately escalated. A far stronger spell condensed into a lightning blade before crashing directly into Roman. For an instant, it appeared to connect, then reality shifted. The Roman struck by the spell vanished. The real Roman had already appeared behind Edwin. He had anticipated every move. Roman acknowledged Edwin's strength without hesitation. The prince truly deserved respect, but even so, the battle ended here. He raised his sword for the finishing blow before it could fall. Commander Kellen threw himself into its path. The blade pierced him instead. Kellen sacrificed his own life to protect his prince. Watching his loyal commander die before his eyes, Edwin was consumed by rage and despair. Roman stepped forward, placing his sword against Edwin's throat. To him, this ending was pathetic. Soon, Edwin would be reunited with every soldier who had already fallen. Before Roman could deliver the final strike, more Hector knights charged desperately into battle. Their sacrifice created the smallest opening. That single moment was enough. Jackson reached Edwin, grabbed him, and forcibly pulled him away. He demanded to know whether the prince truly intended to throw his life away there. Everyone had already sacrificed too much. If Edwin died now, all of those deaths would become meaningless. Jackson immediately ordered a complete withdrawal. The fortress would be abandoned. Every remaining knight would stay behind to delay Roman for as long as possible. The prince's survival came first. Unable to resist, Edwin was carried away while Roman continued cutting through every knight who stood in his path. To Hector's soldiers, Roman no longer looked human. He resembled a demon born for war itself. Eventually, only a handful of exhausted knights remained. Falling to their knees, one finally admitted defeat. Victory already belonged to Roman Dmitri. He could finish everything now. Roman's answer was ice cold. He had warned them before, the next time they met. Not one of them would survive. This war had begun because Hector chose to invade. They had no right to mourn like victims after drawing the first blade. Without the slightest hesitation, Roman beheaded the final surviving knight with that. Hector's army completely abandoned the battlefield. The victory belonged to Cairo. When the counts and barons finally entered the enemy fortress, they witnessed an unforgettable sight. Roman Dmitri stood alone atop a mountain of corpses. He had accomplished what should have been impossible. A single man had reversed a war that everyone believed was already lost. As his allies finally approached, Roman merely glanced toward them and calmly asked if they had finally arrived. As though everything that had just happened was simply another task completed. The news swept across the kingdom of Cairo like wildfire. Before long, people treated the battle almost like a legend. Only days earlier, every tavern had been filled with stories about the hopeless situation on the southern front. Many believed the crisis was even worse than the previous imperial invasion. Nobody wanted to enlist in what looked like a doomed campaign. Then Roman Dmitri changed everything. Far away at Cairo's Royal Academy, Class D was holding sword practice. William Castro sparred against Lauren Dmitri. From the opening exchange, Lauren struggled badly. His grip lacked confidence. His movements were hesitant. Fear showed plainly in every step he took. Under pressure, he recklessly lunged forward. The mistake exposed his entire defense. William immediately punished the opening, striking Lauren across the back. Lauren collapsed onto one knee, completely unable to continue. The instructor watched the duel with visible disappointment. Lauren had entered the Royal Academy to become a swordsman, yet he couldn't even keep his eyes open while facing an opponent, closing his eyes in the middle of battle. To the instructor, that was simply disgraceful. If Lauren continued performing like this, he would almost certainly be demoted during the final examinations. Those words struck him hard. At 18 years old, falling into Class E would make him the Academy's laughingstock. During the break, William casually walked past him with a mocking smile. Even Rodwell Dmitri, an elite student in Class S, would probably be shocked by such pathetic swordsmanship. William admitted he had always believed everyone carrying the Dmitri name possessed extraordinary talent. Looking at Lauren, he realized that clearly wasn't true. Not every brother inherited greatness. Compared to Rodwell, Lauren couldn't even be mentioned in the same sentence. Miracles didn't happen twice inside one family. Those words echoed painfully inside Lauren's mind once again. Rodwell's shadow seemed impossible to escape. Soon afterward, one of William's friends brought up another rumor. Was it really true that Roman Dmitri had defeated Homeros? William immediately dismissed it. To him, it was nothing more than propaganda spread by House Dmitri, a desperate attempt to erase the reputation of the family's foolish eldest son. After all, if Lauren represented the third son, it wasn't hard to imagine the eldest being just as hopeless. Walking alone afterward, Lauren himself wasn't sure what to believe. He never remembered Roman as being cruel, but defeating Homeros, that sounded impossible. Anyone with common sense would call it a lie. Meanwhile, outside the academy, an enormous crowd gathered around the latest news. One man excitedly claimed that his relative stationed on the southern front had witnessed everything. The battlefield had nearly fallen, until Roman Dmitri practically turned the war around by himself. Another person immediately remembered that Roman was supposedly the same man who defeated Homeros and became Cairo's youngest-ranked swordsman. Someone else interrupted with an even greater revelation. Roman hadn't stopped there. He had also defeated Butler, a genuine 5-star swordsman. In a direct duel, Lauren froze. Were they really talking about his own brother, saving an entire war, defeating Homeros, overcoming Butler? Every story sounded too ridiculous to believe. Just then, escort knights ordered the crowd to clear the road. The heroes of the Southern Campaign had arrived. Leading them all was Roman Dmitri himself. For the first time, Lauren saw his older brother standing before him with his own eyes. Sometime later, Roman stood inside the royal palace before King Daniel of Cairo. The king warmly welcomed him, saying they had finally met in person. Speaking on behalf of the entire kingdom, Daniel sincerely thanked Roman for proving to the world that Cairo still possessed the will to fight. He then offered Roman any reward within his authority to grant. One proposal stood above all the others. Count Nicholas, captain of the Royal Knights and the strongest swordsman in Cairo, was searching for a successor. If Roman accepted, he could become vice-captain of the Royal Knights, leave the front lines behind, and receive an even greater noble title. As Roman quietly listened, he immediately understood the king's true objective. Daniel had inherited the throne at a young age after the previous king died unexpectedly. Since then, he had spent years being dismissed as nothing more than a puppet ruler, but if Roman Dmitri stood beside him, even the powerful aristocratic faction would lose the ability to threaten his authority for all his weakness. Daniel no longer wished to remain powerless forever. Just then, Marquis Benedict stepped forward. He calmly declared that no reward in the world should require a hero to make such a sacrifice. Benedict firmly argued that it was unfair to chain down a young man whose future held limitless potential. Asking someone with Roman Dimitri's talent to bind himself so early was unreasonable, and he respectfully urged the king to withdraw the offer. Several nobles quickly voiced their agreement, insisting such a proposal was inappropriate. Even so, King Daniel remained composed. He clarified that it had only been an offer. Roman was still free to request anything else he desired. The final decision belonged entirely to him. Hearing those words, Roman quietly acknowledged that Daniel truly carried the instincts of a king. Even so, he saw no reason to stand beside the royal family yet. Roman admitted that becoming a royal knight was undoubtedly one of the greatest honors in Cairo. But before deciding where his future belonged, there was something far more important he needed to accomplish. The Southern War had opened his eyes. For the first time, he truly realized how small his world had been, despite everything he had achieved inside Cairo. Beyond its borders, he would simply become another swordsman among countless others. He refused to rush blindly into that wider world. Instead, he would first sharpen himself until no one within Cairo could stand above him. Only then would he step onto a greater stage. With that, Roman announced his next goal. He intended to enter Cairo's open ranking battles. His objective was simple: challenge every ranked swordsman from 99 all the way to number 1, and discover exactly where his limits truly lay. The rules of those battles were merciless. Once a challenge began, it continued until one side lost. The victor immediately inherited the defeated fighter's rank. Nothing mattered except strength. King Daniel cautioned him seriously. Ranking battles weren't tournaments. People genuinely died inside them. It wasn't a decision anyone should make lightly. Yet everyone present understood what Roman had just done. Instead of asking for wealth, power, or status, Cairo's greatest hero had chosen an even greater challenge. That decision alone revealed the confidence he possessed. At the same time, excitement spread throughout the hall. Ranking battles were legendary precisely because nobody knew how they would end. Benedict immediately understood Roman's real intention. It was, in many ways, a polite rejection of the king's invitation. Still, he had no objection. Roman wanted to carve out his own value through his own sword. No one had the right to stop him. Besides, he was still incredibly young. These battles would reveal just how far his talent could truly reach. Standing before the throne, Roman calmly declared that before long, he would prove his worth to everyone. Only after that would he decide where his future belonged. Deep inside, he already knew the answer. Once the rankings were conquered, he would never become anyone else's sword. He intended to walk forward as a challenger in an even greater world. Later, during a private conversation with Marquis Benedict, the atmosphere became far more relaxed. As wine was poured, Benedict smiled bitterly at the irony of fate. He had originally sent Roman to the southern front hoping to protect him. No one imagined Hector would launch a full invasion there. Even less did anyone expect Roman to emerge as the hero who saved Cairo itself. Roman answered that, despite everything, the experience had been invaluable. The war against Hector taught him how enormous the world truly was. That realization was exactly why he intended to enter the open ranking battles. Once nobody inside Cairo could surpass him, he would leave the kingdom. His destination was simple: the strongest. Benedict laughed softly. Long ago, he had dreamed of reaching that same peak. But the more of the world he experienced, the more he realized how endless it truly was. Eventually, he became satisfied with the life he had built. Looking at Roman now, he could tell that this young man's journey had only just begun. After a brief silence, Benedict mentioned something more personal. He had a daughter. Her mother passed away while she was still very young, forcing him to dedicate himself completely to raising her. Naturally, he wanted to entrust her future to someone worthy. Thaddeus had already understood one thing after witnessing Roman firsthand. When Roman requested entry into the open ranking battles, it reminded him of the monsters he encountered during his own travels across the continent. Although he himself had never possessed extraordinary talent, his experience allowed him to recognize it instantly in others. And Roman, had the potential to become one of those monsters. Benedict already knew Roman had broken off his previous engagement. He made one thing perfectly clear. He had no intention of forcing another marriage. He simply wished to arrange a meeting between Roman and his daughter. If genuine feelings developed, he would gladly accept the relationship. If not, nothing would be forced for now. He merely wanted Roman to keep the possibility in mind. He also reminded Roman that both in the past and now, he had always looked after him. Should Roman ever choose to walk beside him, anything inside the kingdom of Cairo could become his. At that point, Roman Dmitri had already become an existence capable of tipping the balance of power itself. Whichever faction secured his loyalty would immediately gain an overwhelming political advantage. That was why every major power inside Cairo desperately wanted him. Naturally, Benedict wasn't the only one making offers. Gregory soon approached him. Denver followed afterward with proposals of his own. But the man standing before them wasn't merely Roman Dmitri. He was the celestial demon Junghuk. Serving another ruler was never an option. Eventually, Roman returned to the Dmitri estate in the capital. Hans immediately rushed forward, unable to hide his concern. He anxiously asked whether the young master had suffered any serious injuries. After hearing everything that happened on the southern front, he admitted his heart had nearly stopped. Seeing Roman return safely was enough to put him at ease. Roman simply smiled and assured him there was nothing to worry about. Several peaceful days later, life inside the capital gradually settled down again. While serving tea, Hans hesitated before carefully asking for a favor. He wondered if Roman would consider meeting his younger brother, Lauren. Not long after Roman returned to the capital, Lauren had quietly visited the estate. Having raised every Dmitri brother since childhood, Hans immediately sensed something wasn't right. Lauren was clearly carrying some burden, yet he refused to explain it. Instead, he only asked what had happened to Roman after seeing him return under heavy escort while the entire capital celebrated him as a hero. Hans explained that many things had changed within House Dmitri while Roman had been away. He asked Lauren whether he had heard the recent rumors. Lauren quietly admitted that he had. Hans confirmed every one of them. Roman had broken off his engagement, he defeated Barco, he defeated Homeros, and he played a decisive role in saving the southern front. Lauren struggled to believe everything he was hearing. Hans assured him it was all true. Roman's transformation had become so remarkable that even Baron Romero now viewed him with entirely different eyes. Then Hans stopped talking. Instead, he asked one simple question: why not ask Roman himself? Lauren quietly avoided the topic. He insisted there was nothing he needed, then he left. Watching him go, Hans couldn't help reflecting on the three Dmitri brothers. Each possessed a completely different personality. Among them, Lauren had always been the gentlest, the most fragile. Returning to the present, Hans confessed his concern to Roman. He suspected Lauren was being bullied at the academy. The boy clearly needed help. Still, Hans knew it wasn't his place to interfere. Roman silently considered those words. Lauren was the youngest of the three brothers, strictly speaking. Looking after him wasn't Roman's responsibility. Even so, he reached a decision. He would meet him. Hans couldn't hide his relief. He sincerely thanked Roman, deep down. Roman had only agreed because Hans was the one who asked. Meanwhile, Thaddeus was preparing for another meeting with Roman. He still believed there was an opportunity to win his favor, but during his observations, he discovered something equally valuable. Roman's subordinates were extraordinary in their own right. Recruiting them alone could become an enormous advantage. Among them, Chris stood out the most. Had Thaddeus never visited the southern battlefield personally, he might never have realized just how capable Roman's followers truly were. If Chris and the others could be brought over, his own influence within Marquis Benedict's faction would rise dramatically. At that very moment, Chris was training alone. His thoughts drifted back to the day he first met Roman. Back then, he genuinely believed Roman was someone he could eventually surpass. Now, that belief felt almost laughable. Watching Roman battle Butler had completely changed his understanding of strength. Even so, following Roman's teachings and constantly observing him had allowed Chris himself to grow at an unbelievable pace. He knew how much stronger he had become, but his goal remained exactly the same. Someday, he would surpass Roman Dmitri. Just then, Thaddeus approached him. Without wasting time, he offered Chris a place under his command. Chris rejected the offer immediately. Thaddeus tried again. He spoke about wealth, fame, prestige, a future that could completely transform Chris's life. Then he argued that loyalty wasn't worth worrying about. Sooner or later, Roman himself would eventually choose to stand beside Marquis Benedict anyway. Chris looked at Thaddeus with genuine confusion and asked whether he truly believed Roman Dmitri would ever place himself beneath another person. To Thaddeus, the answer was obvious. He insisted that no one in Cairo could possibly reject the influence of someone as powerful as Marquis Benedict. Chris simply shook his head. From everything he had witnessed, Roman was not the kind of man who bowed to anyone. His answer was absolute. No offer, no matter how tempting, would ever make him abandon his lord. There was no one who could replace Roman. He even warned Thaddeus not to waste his time approaching the others. Every single one of them had already made their choice. Their loyalty belonged to Roman Dmitri alone. Even after hearing that, Thaddeus refused to give up. He approached the others one by one. Kevin answered without the slightest hesitation. His lord was his entire reason for living. He would sooner die than serve another master. Puck's response was even colder. If Thaddeus hadn't first spoken to Roman himself, then it would be wiser to pretend this conversation had never happened. Vulcan was even more uncompromising. Again and again he declared that betraying Roman was impossible. Without him, none of them would be where they were today. The results only became worse. Not a single person accepted the proposal. Then Thaddeus tried one last time. He approached Henderson. Instead of answering, Henderson loudly declared that he wasn't listening, completely ignoring every word. For the first time that day, frustration overwhelmed Thaddeus. He couldn't understand it. How had Roman gathered followers with loyalty this absolute? Meanwhile, back at the academy, Lauren continued training long after everyone else had stopped. As he pushed himself through exhaustion, Han's words refused to leave his mind. Roman had changed so completely that even their father now looked upon him with pride. Lauren couldn't stop thinking about it. What exactly had happened? Roman used to be known as the disgrace of House Dmitri. Now he was Cairo's youngest-ranked swordsman, and the hero who saved an entire kingdom. The comparison crushed him. If even Roman had managed to transform himself, why was he still this pathetic? Eventually, his exhausted body finally gave out. He collapsed from overtraining. Just then, a familiar voice called out. Roman had arrived. He calmly asked what Lauren was doing there. Then he mentioned that Han said Lauren wanted to see him. If there was something to say, now was the time. Lauren quickly denied it. He claimed it was nothing. Roman looked at him once, called him pathetic, then turned around and began walking away. Those words struck harder than any sword. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Lauren shouted after him. He begged Roman to come back. This time, he would tell him everything. Roman stopped walking, then quietly turned around and listened. Lauren admitted that when he first heard the stories about Roman, he refused to believe them. He still remembered the older brother who hated touching a sword, the same person who once asked whether someone else could take his place on the battlefield. Yet somehow, that brother had completely changed. Confused and frustrated, Lauren asked the one question that had haunted him ever since. How had Roman transformed so completely? Back then, neither of them had ever lived up to everyone's expectations. But now, Lauren wanted to become someone his father could finally be proud of. He no longer wanted to keep pretending everything was fine while quietly falling apart inside. Roman silently watched him. In his eyes, Lauren was still only 18, far too young to shoulder the weight reality could place upon someone. Then Roman remembered something when he himself changed. People eventually chose to let go of the old image they had of him. Perhaps Lauren deserved that same opportunity. Instead of judging him by the past, Roman decided to judge only the person standing before him now. Calmly, he told his younger brother one thing. He refused to let anyone bearing the Dmitri name become an object of ridicule. Doing so would disgrace not only the family, but Roman himself. Even so, he believed Lauren possessed potential. If he truly wanted answers, then he should prove himself during the Academy's upcoming fencing examination. Those words stirred old memories inside Roman. Back when he was the celestial demon Junghuk, brothers fought one another to the death. There were no second chances, but now, as Roman Dmitri, things could be different. For the first time, he wanted to give his own brother an opportunity. Soon afterward, the Academy's fencing examination began. Lauren remembered every word Roman had spoken. If he wanted answers, he first had to prove himself. When his turn arrived, his opponent was William Castro. William smiled arrogantly. Facing Lauren seemed almost amusing. He fully expected an effortless victory. Before the duel started, the instructor explained that victory alone wouldn't determine the evaluation. Technique mattered just as much. They were also strictly forbidden from using fatal attacks. The match began instantly. William rushed forward with relentless aggression. Heavy strikes rained down one after another. The pressure was overwhelming. For a brief moment, Lauren believed he had already lost. Then Roman's words echoed through his mind. His hesitation disappeared. Lauren fired back with a sharp strike that caught William across the chin. From that instant onward, he stopped running. He wanted to prove himself. He wanted to become someone worthy of standing beside his brother. The exchange quickly intensified. Sword after sword collided. Lauren evaded a decisive attack before launching another counter. Then suddenly, everything went dark when he opened his eyes again. The duel was already over. He had collapsed unconscious. The instructor explained what happened. William's finishing blow had nearly connected. Lauren avoided it at the final instant. Had he reacted even slightly slower, the match would have ended immediately. Despite the defeat, the instructor praised him. He admitted that he had been watching Lauren for a long time. The boy was never lacking talent. His true weakness had always been fear. The moment panic took over, He stopped showing what he was actually capable of. Then the instructor revealed something unexpected. The practice duel before the examination wasn't random at all. He intentionally paired Lauren against William. It was the obstacle Lauren needed to overcome. Surprised, Lauren asked whether that had really been planned. The instructor smiled. Why would he lie to his own student? Then he left Lauren with one final lesson: believe in yourself from everything he observed. Lauren wasn't fundamentally different from William. The only difference was mindset. Someone who entered every battle convinced they would lose, would never accomplish anything. Meanwhile, William was absolutely furious even though he technically won. He couldn't accept what happened to him. Lauren was nothing more than a worthless rat. He convinced himself Lauren only fought back because William had been holding back the entire time. What angered him most was Lauren's expression during the fight. He decided he wouldn't forgive it. Breaking one arm, or even both, sounded like an appropriate lesson. His friends immediately tried to stop him. This had already gone too far. More importantly, did he remember who Lauren's brother was? Roman Dmitri, the hero of Cairo. William only laughed. That title meant nothing to him. Then he reminded everyone exactly who he was. The eldest son of House Castro, the son of a man closely connected to Marquis Benedict, compared to a recently celebrated hero. He believed his own status carried far greater weight. Certain of himself, William declared he would teach Lauren what real authority looked like. He ordered someone to bring Lauren to him today. He intended to beat him until he couldn't stand anymore. At that exact moment, another voice interrupted. Roman had arrived. Without raising his voice, he simply asked William to repeat exactly what he had just said about his younger brother. The atmosphere froze instantly. William tried to maintain his confidence. It lasted only a moment. Roman grabbed him by the throat as though lifting nothing at all. Then he quietly explained what true authority actually looked like. After releasing him, Roman asked a simple question. Did William understand what his real mistake was? Bullying Lauren. Roman could overlook. His younger brother needed to learn how to overcome hardships himself. That wasn't the issue. The true problem came afterward. William insulted the Dmitri family, then openly threatened Roman's own brother. That crossed a line. Roman ordered that William be escorted straight back to House Castro when an immature son caused trouble. His parents bore responsibility as well. Roman intended to personally see the so-called authority William had bragged about. Meanwhile, Thaddeus happened to be speaking with Count Castro himself, William's father and a prominent member of the aristocratic faction. The Count remarked that he had already presented certain people with a path toward success, only to have them reject it. To him, that simply proved people of humble origins failed to recognize real opportunity. Curious, he asked whether Roman Dmitri truly deserved all the praise surrounding him. Thaddeus answered without hesitation, absolutely. There was a reason Marquis Benedict had invested so heavily in recruiting him. Lowering his voice slightly, he added something even more interesting. The Marquis might even be considering Roman as a future son-in-law. Count Castro's interest immediately grew. He decided he needed to meet Roman personally. Ironically, he didn't have to wait long. The problem arrived on its own. William suddenly appeared, with Roman standing beside him. Still furious, William immediately complained that he had been threatened by nothing more than a common-born noble. The moment Count Castro saw Roman, everything changed. He instantly realized how serious the situation truly was. Before William could say another word, his father silenced him. Then Count Castro respectfully greeted Roman, fully recognizing the man who had saved Cairo. Without hesitation, he kicked William to the ground and ordered him to apologize immediately. Left with no choice, William obeyed. Count Castro sincerely apologized as well, calling his own son a disgrace. He promised severe punishment and even invited Roman to stay for tea, hoping the matter could quietly end there. Roman refused. Tea wasn't why he came, whether the apology would be accepted. That decision belonged to him alone. He calmly listed everything William had done, repeated intimidation, constant harassment of Lauren, and finally, threatening to break his arm to Roman. Words carried exactly the same weight as actions. That wasn't something he intended to overlook. Realizing simple apologies would never resolve the situation, Count Castro asked what Roman wanted. Surely there had to be a reasonable compromise. Roman answered immediately. There was only one thing he demanded. William Castro would go to the academy, stand before everyone, and apologize publicly to Lauren Dmitri. Roman's terms were simple. After apologizing publicly, William would leave the academy of his own accord. Roman refused to let his younger brother continue studying alongside someone like him. Then he made one thing perfectly clear: if the Castro family rejected those conditions, they could consider it a declaration of war. The choice rested entirely with Count Castro. Those words finally shattered the Count's patience. His expression turned cold as he looked down on Roman with open contempt. He mocked him as nothing more than a vulgar commoner and questioned whether Roman truly believed he held such importance. To Castro, Roman wasn't even worthy of becoming someone else's servant. Seeing an opportunity, the Count decided to demonstrate the authority of both the nobility and the central government. He even told Fabius to watch carefully. This, he claimed, would become an example worthy of reporting to Marquis Benedict. Roman had crossed the line, and someone like him deserved to be put back in his place. Fabius, however, quietly disagreed. From his perspective, William was undeniably the one at fault. Count Castro stared at him in disbelief. Among Cairo's nobles, Fabius carried the nickname, the Raccoon, not because he possessed overwhelming strength, but because few people understood politics better than he did. He excelled at reading situations, building connections, and standing beside whichever side protected his interests. That ability alone had allowed a man from an unremarkable family to secure a position within the central government. Count Castro was different. He came from an established noble lineage and had spent years cultivating a close relationship with Marquis Benedict. Still, Fabius carefully weighed everything before him. Ordinarily, supporting Castro would have been the safest political move, but he understood Benedict better than anyone. The Marquis would abandon even longtime allies if it brought him victory. Only blood relations stood above ambition, and right now, he was doing everything possible to make Roman Dmitri his future son-in-law. After reaching that conclusion, Fabius spoke without hesitation. William was wrong. Trying to hide the mistake would only make everything worse. The correct choice was punishment. Count Castro immediately understood what Fabius truly meant. With a mocking smile, he asked whether the famous raccoon had finally finished calculating which side offered greater profit. If things escalated against Roman, his own family could easily become the one paying the price. Without another second of hesitation, his attitude changed completely. He bowed before Roman. After hearing Fabius' reasoning, he admitted his own mistake. He sincerely apologized and accepted full responsibility for everything his son had done. Watching the sudden change, Roman quietly reflected on the arrogance of nobles. People intoxicated by status always believed themselves untouchable. Now that his own influence inside Cairo had grown, it was only natural that jealousy and resentment would eventually target both him and House Dmitri. Precisely because of that, someone had to become an example. Count Castro accepted every condition. William would publicly apologize. He would withdraw from the academy. Then, appealing not as a noble but as a father, Castro asked Roman to understand his feelings. Hearing those words, William felt genuine fear for the first time. Roman finally accepted. The matter would end there. Count Castro repeatedly thanked him for his mercy. Meanwhile, William could think only of one thing. He had chosen the worst possible person to provoke. Back at the academy, one of William's classmates rushed over to Lauren with urgent news. Roman had confronted William after hearing him threaten to break Lauren's arm. Afterward, everyone had headed straight toward the Castro estate. Lauren immediately panicked. He knew exactly how influential House Castro was. If things spiraled out of control, Roman could end up paying the price because of him. Without wasting another second, Lauren activated a communication crystal and contacted his father, Romero. Barely able to stay calm, he explained that Roman had gone to the Castro estate while protecting him, and now he feared Roman was in serious danger. The moment Romero heard his son's trembling voice, his anger erupted. Lauren would never cry or call for help without reason. If he sounded like this, then the situation had to be serious. He immediately asked Lyanna what they should do. Even knowing the Castro family belonged to the central government, Lyanna answered without hesitation. Politics no longer mattered. Their son was in danger. Everything else could wait. Romero immediately agreed. He ordered every vassal of House Dmitri to gather at once. Soon afterward, the entire household assembled. Romero explained everything. Roman had become involved in a major conflict with House Castro. According to Lauren, he had already been taken to their estate. Even knowing they would be confronting a powerful family tied directly to the central government, Romero refused to remain idle. He asked everyone present to decide together what should happen next. Jonathan answered first, whether dangerous or not. Roman was the eldest son of House Dmitri. Every one of them was prepared to risk their lives for young Master Roman. Hendrik immediately declared that the blacksmiths could be mobilized at once. Roman represented House Dimitri's future. As for House Castro, they could all go to hell. The miners also pledged their support. Looking around the room, Romero realized everyone had reached the same conclusion. There was only one objective: save Roman. The people of Dmitri always preferred peace, but when the time came to act, they moved without hesitation. Jacob, one of the miners, refused to stand aside after hearing what happened. He immediately began preparing everything needed for the rescue. Morgan fully agreed. Those miserable nobles needed to pay for what they had done. Across the estate, the blacksmiths began working without pause. The sound of countless hammers echoed through the workshops as weapons and equipment were forged at incredible speed. In less than an hour, the entire Dmitri territory had united, all for the sake of one man. Meanwhile, the capital remained completely unaware of the storm that was beginning to form. Back at the academy, Lauren believed informing his father meant help would soon arrive. Still, he had no idea what to do while waiting. As he entered the main hall, he noticed a crowd gathered around something. Then he saw Roman. William was being dragged before everyone. Roman casually threw him onto the ground. His order was absolute: apologize otherwise. His entire family would bear the consequences. Count Castro immediately reinforced the command, ordering his own son to apologize without delay, crushed beneath overwhelming pressure. William finally gave in. He admitted to bullying Lauren repeatedly. He confessed his actions had been wrong. He asked for forgiveness and promised to leave the academy forever. Lauren could only stare in complete disbelief. Count Castro personally asked him to accept the family's apology, promising nothing like this would ever happen again, still struggling to understand everything. Lauren quietly accepted. Later, once things settled down, he finally asked Roman what had really happened. Roman told him to remember one thing: this was never only about Lauren. He had simply done what every member of House Dmitri should do. After everything Lauren had suffered, someone needed to answer for it. If they continued lowering their heads every time they were humiliated, soon everyone would begin looking down on House Dmitri itself. Lauren immediately apologized. Roman stopped him. Instead, he told him to lift his head. His name was Lauren Dmitri. Roman never wanted to see his younger brother endure something like that again. He simply wanted Lauren to understand how strong he could become. Now that House Castro had experienced Dimitri's response firsthand, they would think twice before ever targeting him again. At that moment, Lauren suddenly realized something. Roman had just called him brother. After confirming he heard correctly, Lauren silently swore he would never forget those words. From this day onward, he would never again allow anyone to treat him however they pleased. Roman quietly reflected as well. He never wanted to become trapped in endless family conflicts with his siblings. Still, Lauren remembered one final concern. He warned Roman to be careful around their father. At this rate, no one could predict how Baron Dmitri might react. Elsewhere, Count Castro exploded with rage. He struck William across the face and demanded to know whether his son understood the disaster he had created. Roman Dmitri was one of the fastest rising figures in the entire kingdom. Every major faction wanted him, yet William had chosen to threaten Roman's own brother. Now, the heir of House Castro had been forced to kneel publicly. Their family's reputation had been shattered. From now on, everyone would see them as fools who completely failed to understand where Cairo's future was heading. Count Castro couldn't even imagine how he would explain everything to Marquis Benedict. Just then, a messenger hurried inside. House Dmitri was requesting an immediate magical communication. Castro's expression instantly darkened. Moments later, Romero himself appeared through the communication crystal. His voice carried no hesitation. Perhaps the Castro family believed House Dmitri was weak because they belonged to the central government, but by laying hands on the Dmitri bloodline, they had crossed a boundary that could never be ignored. At dawn, House Dmitri would formally request a territorial war. From that moment onward, all trade between Dmitri and House Castro would cease immediately. Every outstanding debt would be collected without exception, tightening financial pressure even further. And that was only the beginning. House Dmitri would also fund every faction hostile to the Castro family, until their enemies surrounded them from every direction. Even if House Dmitri had to suffer enormous losses, they were fully prepared to pay that price if it meant bringing House Castro down. Hearing Romero's declaration, Count Castro was left speechless. Never in his life had he imagined the people of Dmitri would respond with such ruthless determination. Then Romero gave one final order. William was to be released immediately. Confused, Castro asked what he meant. William wasn't being held captive at all. The matter involving Lauren had already been settled. William had apologized and the conflict was over. Romero's expression tightened for a moment. He asked whether that was truly the case. Castro confirmed everything. Roman had already resolved the situation personally. Satisfied with the answer, Romero ended the communication without another word. That moment proved something important. True leaders don't command because of titles, whether among nobles, blacksmiths, craftsmen, or miners. People naturally choose to follow someone worthy. Little by little, Roman had earned the trust of everyone throughout House Dmitri. Once the tension disappeared, Romero looked toward everyone gathered there and smiled. There would be no war. Instead, he gave an entirely different order. Prepare the biggest celebration possible. Food and drink without restraint. Celebrate as though tomorrow didn't exist. The response was immediate. Cheers erupted throughout the estate as everyone happily agreed. Meanwhile, rumors raced across the capital faster than anyone expected. Inside taverns, eyewitnesses excitedly retold the same unbelievable story. Count Castro, one of the most influential nobles in the capital, had personally forced his own son to kneel before the youngest son of House Dmitri. That single event made one thing obvious. The balance of power inside Cairo had begun to shift. Merchants quietly started cutting business ties with House Castro. Lucas immediately understood the meaning behind those movements. To him, it was the clearest possible sign. House Dmitri was preparing for war. The truly shocking part was that many of the wealthy families inside the capital were already choosing Dmitri's side, despite the long-standing rivalry between frontier lords and the central government. Most people concluded that House Dmitri now possessed the greater chance of victory. Almost overnight, their status changed completely. The following day, Roman learned everything that had happened. He quietly fell into thought. House Dmitri had always avoided conflict whenever possible. That was why he found it difficult to believe they were genuinely prepared to wage war. Simply to rescue him, then he realized something. This wasn't merely Baron Romero's decision. Every influential member of House Dmitri had reached the same conclusion together. That small community living on the frontier had willingly accepted enormous risks, even the possibility of war, for his sake. Those thoughts brought back memories of his previous life as the celestial demon. Back then, the strong trampled the weak without mercy. Countless people died before his eyes, and there was nothing he could do except watch. That brutal world had shaped him into who he became. But this life was different. For the first time in a very long while, a faint smile appeared on Roman's face. Meanwhile, inside the darkened kingdom of Hector, Prince Edwin finally regained consciousness. His first question was simple: how much time had passed? Around him, no one could stop thinking about Roman Dmitri. To them, his existence itself felt impossible. Edwin quietly reflected, even if time somehow reversed, they still might fail to defeat him. Roman had dragged Hector into an abyss unlike anything they had ever imagined. Looking back, Edwin couldn't help wondering if starting that war had only shortened the kingdom's lifespan. Too many lives had been lost. Too many people had died because of decisions he made. Now Hector faced its greatest crisis yet. Even so, giving up wasn't an option. People still depended on him. Someone had to save the kingdom. Nearly a week had already passed since he woke up. Although few dared mention the war openly, news arriving from Cairo had thrown Hector into despair. Across the neighboring kingdom, Roman Dmitri had earned a terrifying new title, the Demon of Cairo. Many Hector citizens now believed victory had never been possible from the beginning. It felt as though they had lived inside a cave, only to suddenly discover monsters ruled the outside world. Later, Edwin met with his father. The king admitted something from the heart. He had placed the burden of the royal family upon Edwin's shoulders, but he never wished to see his own son die carrying it. Edwin apologized. Then he brought up Jackson's investigation. The king nodded. He already knew an ominous phenomenon had appeared in one of Hector's villages. The same region where the famine first began, the land itself had turned completely black. Edwin revealed an even darker possibility. Everything living there was slowly dying, perhaps. This wasn't a natural disaster at all. It could be the work of a necromancer's curse. The realization sent chills through the room. If true, someone had deliberately caused Hector's famine. Someone possessed enough dark magic to slowly destroy an entire kingdom over several years. The king immediately asked the obvious question. Did that mean someone had intentionally pushed Hector toward invading Cairo? Edwin believed exactly that. Someone hidden in the shadows had manipulated everything. The war between both kingdoms might never have happened naturally. Instead, it may have been engineered from the beginning. The king sighed. Purifying a curse of that scale required the power of an archbishop. Unfortunately, Hector no longer possessed the wealth needed to hire someone of that level. Then Edwin remembered something from years ago. Back when he was younger, the master of the Celestial Palace Tower once offered him a place within the Magic Tower. If Edwin abandoned his title as prince, he could obtain almost anything he desired. Now, that forgotten offer suddenly became the kingdom's final hope. He quietly concluded that he could sell away a year of his own life to the tower, if that meant saving Hector. At the same time, Mac Burney sat alone drinking away his frustrations, if death eventually came. He wanted it to find him on a battlefield, yet one painful thought refused to disappear. Who would ever accept a swordsman missing an arm? Deep down, he believed the answer was no one. Just then, Roman appeared. Without wasting words, he asked a single question. Would Mac Burney like to join House Dmitri? Mac Burney looked at his missing arm before answering. As Roman could clearly see, he was no longer a complete swordsman. Someone like him had no real value anymore. Roman noticed something important. Those words weren't truly a refusal. Instead of arguing, he simply began telling a story. Long ago there lived a left-handed swordsman named Song Bak. He once served as the royal family's personal bodyguard during battle. He lost his right arm protecting the kingdom. In gratitude, the royal family offered him wealth, prestige, and a peaceful retirement. Song Bak refused every one of them. A man who belonged on battlefields could never accept a quiet life. Instead, he spent years relearning everything using only his remaining arm. Eventually, he created an entirely unique sword style. The awkward stance others mocked became the source of incredible speed. Using techniques no one could predict, he defeated countless martial artists. In the end, he crossed swords with Jun Hyuk himself. Even in death, he remained faithful to the warrior's path he chose. After finishing the story, Roman calmly looked toward Mac Burney. If he joined House Dimitri, Roman would personally teach him left-handed swordsmanship. Losing one arm didn't mean losing the future. One day, he could become more valuable than countless ordinary warriors. Those words ignited something inside Mac Burney. For the first time since losing his arm, he saw hope, perhaps. His life as a warrior wasn't over after all. Moved beyond words, he bowed deeply before Roman. From that day onward, he pledged his life to him at last. Mac Burney found a new purpose. The war continued, changing lives everywhere. Edwin. The kingdom of Hector, Mac Burney, even people no one expected. All of them were swept forward by the same current. Henry of House Albert was one of them for most of his life. Everyone considered him useless. Even now, he still thought Roman was far too strict. After surviving everything together, trying to constantly impress him felt exhausting. Eventually, Henry gave up trying to flatter him altogether. To him, simply escaping those obligations already felt like victory. But when he finally returned home, reality completely surprised him. Instead of ridicule, he received a hero's welcome. The Albert family celebrated his return in grand fashion, simply because he had fought alongside Roman. That alone completely transformed his standing within the family. Henry quickly realized he could use this new reputation. Soon afterward, the Academy invited him to give lectures about the Southern Campaign. He accepted immediately. Every lecture turned into another story praising Roman's achievements. Little by little, Henry realized something incredible. The useless man everyone laughed at was finally changing. A few days later, Roman departed from the capital. As he traveled, he quietly reflected on the future. When he returned again, he would make an important decision. Until then, his objective remained unchanged: completely unify the northeastern territories, gather enough strength, and one day stand against the central government itself. On the journey home, Roman and his men encountered several farmers living in miserable conditions. Their fields had been completely devastated. Chris quietly explained something. These farmers actually belonged to House Dimitri. Roman immediately stopped walking. Why were people from Dimitri forced to survive like this? Chris explained the situation. House Dimitri possessed very little farmland to continue making a living. Many farmers rented fields inside Conrad territory. After hearing that, Roman ordered the farmers to come speak with him directly. He wanted every detail. One elderly farmer explained everything honestly. Years earlier, they signed a 10-year lease with House Conrad. After years of hard work, the harvest was finally only 1 month away. Then suddenly, the Conrad family ordered every farmer to abandon the land within a single week. When the farmers refused to abandon the fields they had cultivated for years, the Conrad family responded without mercy. Men were sent to destroy the crops. Everything the farmers had worked for was trampled before harvest. Not only were they losing the land, they were also being denied the chance to gather the crops they had grown, leaving them without any means to survive. Chris admitted the situation was heartbreaking, but reminded Roman that the land legally belonged to House Conrad. Stepping into the dispute could easily spark something much larger. The Conrads were backed by an alliance of northeastern nobles, a coalition created so smaller territories could protect one another and maintain political influence. Interfering with one family meant provoking them all. Roman, however, rejected that reasoning completely. To him, remaining silent would only encourage their arrogance. Evil that was ignored only continued to spread. As Lord, he had already reached his decision. His subordinates only needed to carry it out. Chris simply bowed and accepted the order. When Roman finally returned to House Dimitri, he received a hero's welcome. Romero greeted him with unmistakable pride, embracing his son while praising everything he had accomplished. To celebrate his return, he immediately ordered an enormous banquet filled with food and drink. Before the preparations truly began, Roman requested a private conversation. He calmly explained everything involving the displaced farmers. Romero admitted he already knew about the matter. Unfortunately, House Conrad was technically exercising its legal rights over its own territory. Even if Dimitri managed to stop them this time, the farmers would likely struggle to lease farmland anywhere else in the future. Roman offered a different perspective. If those same farmers belonged to Marquis Benedict's territory, would anyone dare treat them this way? A marquis carried overwhelming authority. No one would risk provoking people under that protection. He then shifted the discussion. What exactly was House Dimitri's standing now that the old balance of power throughout the Northeast had collapsed? There was no longer a single family clearly superior to them. Romero admitted that was true. Even so, he still saw little reason to provoke neighboring allies and risk creating even greater problems, especially with the central government watching. Roman saw things differently. Even after becoming the strongest force in the Northeast, others still behaved as though House Dimitri barely mattered. The Conrad family's actions proved exactly that. They had destroyed the livelihood of Dimitri's people without hesitation. That wasn't merely business. It was disrespect. Words claiming to acknowledge Dimitri's strength meant nothing if their actions showed otherwise. Roman believed the time had come to remind everyone exactly who stood at the top of the region. This wasn't simply about strength, it was about authority. Later, Romero quietly reflected on everything his son had said. Roman continued calmly. They could not stand aside while their own people suffered. If someone needed to bear responsibility, he would shoulder it himself. Even if his own hands became stained in the process, he would resolve the matter. Watching him speak, Romero realized just how much Roman had changed. He remembered the boy who once endured ridicule, hardship, and endless accusations of being an incompetent noble. Perhaps those painful years had forged the man standing before him now. At that moment, Romero understood something important. A territory needed more than powerful warriors. It needed a leader capable of making difficult decisions. That realization marked the beginning of an entirely new chapter for House Dimitri. Several days later, the territory hosted an enormous celebration. Officially, it honored Roman's victorious return, but in reality, it also displayed House Dimitri's growing influence. Nobles from across the northeast attended the banquet. Many introduced themselves personally. Several young women even approached Roman with obvious interest, hoping to become potential marriage candidates, whether they accepted him as a leader or not. No one could ignore House Dimitri anymore. Among the guests was Sophia Grizzle. Roman casually remarked that he believed they had already met before. Surprised he remembered her, Sophia couldn't help thinking this Roman was nothing like the man she once knew. Looking at him now, she even imagined marrying him wouldn't be such a terrible future. Not long afterward, Viscount Conrad approached and politely introduced himself. Roman returned the greeting with equal courtesy. The Viscount admitted he had heard incredible stories. Apparently, Roman had defeated Butler, a 5-star swordsman. He confessed it was difficult to believe. Very few warriors in their 20s could accomplish something like that. In fact, the Northeast had never produced someone of such caliber before. Clearly, Roman was beginning to attract the attention of the kingdom's elite. Roman didn't waste time on compliments. Instead, he immediately brought up the issue that mattered. He had learned the Viscount personally ordered farmers from House Dimitri to abandon the land they cultivated. He wanted to know why. The answer came without hesitation. A merchant had offered more money for the property. That alone was enough reason. The Viscount then attempted to dismiss the discussion, saying such matters didn't belong at a celebration. Roman simply nodded, so it had all come down to money. The Viscount again insisted that this feast was meant to honor Roman's achievements and that discussing political disputes would only ruin the atmosphere. Annoyed, he turned to leave. Roman stopped him immediately. If the Viscount walked away now, it would be treated as an act of hostility toward House Dimitri. If he wished to avoid those consequences, he should stay and answer properly. The Viscount looked back in disbelief. He argued that he had merely reclaimed his own property. He owed Roman no explanation because he wasn't one of his subordinates. Around them, whispers spread through the banquet. Some nobles sided with the Viscount, arguing he had acted within his legal rights. Others criticized Roman for choosing such an occasion to raise the matter, insisting it belonged in an official council instead. Roman silently observed every reaction. Then one thought crossed his mind. If a far more powerful family like House Barco had been standing there instead, would anyone have dared question them this boldly? The answer was obvious. The northeastern nobles had spent years treating House Dimitri as if it stood beneath them. That attitude had to end. From this point onward, there would only be two choices: submit or face the consequences. Roman asked a simple question. Since when did one territory gain the right to treat another territory's citizens however it pleased? Those farmers belonged to House Dimitri. They lived under Dimitri protection. They paid Dimitri taxes. Their loyalty belonged to Dimitri. This wasn't merely a dispute over farmland. It was a direct challenge to his authority. Did anyone truly expect him to smile politely while his own people suffered? He revealed that the matter had already been discussed internally. His father fully supported his decision. Ignoring it was never an option. Then Roman looked directly at Viscount Conrad. Did he still refuse to apologize? Silence spread throughout the banquet. The tension became impossible to ignore. Roman then addressed every noble present. His warning echoed through the hall. If any territory harmed the people of House Dimitri, he would ensure they paid back twice the damage they caused. He also wondered aloud whether those who had criticized him moments earlier still possessed the courage to oppose him now. Not a single person answered. The room had gone completely silent. Internally, Viscount Conrad realized something unsettling. Roman wasn't merely a terrifying swordsman, he was a strategist. Every step resembled a carefully laid trap that left no avenue of escape. Even so, he still considered gathering the allied nobles to oppose House Dimitri. Before he could act, another voice interrupted. Viscount Lawrence stepped forward. This time, Conrad was clearly in the wrong. Proper procedures existed for situations exactly like this, especially when another territory's citizens were involved. House Dimitri had suffered direct losses. The Viscount should acknowledge that mistake. Privately, Lawrence also remembered how House Conrad abandoned him during the conflict with House Barco. That memory made his decision easy. He openly declared that from this day onward, he would stand beside House Dmitri. The atmosphere shifted instantly. One noble after another quietly chose a side. Conrad soon realized the alliance forming around Roman was slowly closing in on him, cornered from every direction. He finally lowered his head. He admitted his mistake and promised to handle such matters more carefully in the future. For now, the conflict ended without further escalation. Later, during a private discussion, Romero asked Roman whether pushing matters so aggressively had truly been necessary. He knew the Northeastern Alliance would never overlook today's events. Roman calmly explained the real objective. This had never been about winning a single argument. He wanted every opposing family to unite against House Dmitri. He wanted them to exhaust every possible method attempting to bring Dmitri down, because only after they failed completely would they finally understand the true difference between them. Once they reached the point where resistance became meaningless, acceptance would come naturally. Only then would his plan truly be complete. Meanwhile, the Northeastern Alliance gathered once again, and just as Roman expected, the meeting quickly turned hostile. Many nobles condemned him as arrogant, claiming that becoming Cairo's newest hero had gone to his head. In their eyes, Roman now believed himself above everyone else. Even so, they unanimously agreed on one thing: none of them intended to bow before House Dmitri. Viscount Conrad finally broke the discussion and asked the room a simple question. Did anyone actually have a practical solution? Silence answered him. Not a single noble could offer one. Even Conrad admitted the alliance itself was beginning to lose its value. House Dimitri's military power had become overwhelming. After all, Roman had defeated Butler, a 5-star swordsman. Against someone like that, ordinary methods simply weren't enough. Then one noble proposed another approach. Instead of confronting House Dmitri directly, why not use the central government to pressure them politically? Conrad considered the suggestion carefully. It wasn't unreasonable. After House Barco's downfall, everyone present had spent years building connections within the capital. Without wasting another second, he contacted Count Fadius, the central government's representative. At first, Fadius answered calmly and listened. The moment he realized they wanted the government to pressure House Dmitri, he immediately ended the call. Conrad stared at the crystal in disbelief. Assuming the connection had failed, he apologized and contacted him again. This time, Fadius didn't hold back. He bluntly called Conrad an idiot. Roman Dmitri wasn't an ordinary noble anymore. He was a talent Marquis Benedict personally valued. In fact, the Marquis was seriously considering making Roman part of his own family through marriage. Under those circumstances, trying to pressure House Dmitri politically was beyond foolish. Having said everything he needed to say, Fadius cut the communication once again. Conrad was left completely speechless. The possibility of Roman marrying into House Benedict changed everything. Any hope of using political influence instantly disappeared, with every option closing around them. The alliance reluctantly began considering retreat. Not long afterward, the dispute officially came to an end. Viscount Conrad personally apologized to the farmers. He guaranteed that no one would interfere with them again until their lease naturally expired. Relieved beyond words, the farmers visited Roman themselves. Their representative thanked him sincerely, promising they would spend the rest of their lives repaying the kindness he had shown. Roman answered with complete simplicity. He had merely fulfilled his duty as a member of House Dmitri. Even after everything settled down, Roman remained cautious. The alliance hadn't accepted defeat because they recognized their mistake. They had only backed away because every other option failed. Most likely, they had attempted to seek support from the central government and returned empty-handed. That made them even more dangerous. Roman viewed them as opportunists. If another favorable opportunity appeared someday, they would betray him without hesitation. Still, everything was progressing according to his design. The first stage had been provocation. The second forced them to acknowledge the overwhelming difference in strength. Several more steps still remained. Soon afterward, Roman announced a new event across all of House Dimitri's territory. He would personally host a grand fencing tournament. The grand prize, 100 gold coins. To eliminate any suspicion of favoritism, neither Roman nor Captain Jonathan would compete. Instead, the contestants would be divided into 6 separate groups. Each group would be represented by one of Roman's trusted subordinates. Only 6 champions would emerge. Anyone capable of defeating one of those representatives would not only receive the prize money, they would also earn the right to make a personal request to Roman himself. Someone from the audience immediately asked whether swordsmen from other families could participate. Roman answered without hesitation. As long as they were active swordsmen living in the northeastern region, they were welcome. Finally, he announced the tournament would begin exactly 1 month later, giving everyone sufficient time to prepare. Sometime afterward, the Northeastern Alliance assembled once again. This time, Viscount Conrad arrived with an entirely different proposal. Rather than seeing Roman's tournament as a threat, They should treat it as an opportunity. If one of their own swordsmen managed to win, the request granted by Roman could be used to propose reconciliation. Instead of demanding favors or seeking revenge, they could ask to leave the conflict behind and rebuild relations with House Dmitri. Doing so would restore their damaged reputation while easing tensions throughout the Northeast. Still, one noble voiced an obvious concern. Could they actually win? Chris, Kevin, and Roman's other subordinates would all be competing. Everyone knew how frightening those warriors had become. Conrad remained confident. There would be 6 separate divisions. They didn't need complete domination. Winning even one division would be enough. His strategy was straightforward. Every allied family would contribute its strongest swordsmen, distributing them evenly among the 6 groups to maximize their chances, little by little. The others nodded in agreement. Seeing momentum build, Conrad reminded everyone this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The tournament would begin in only 1 month. If they failed here, House Dimitri's influence would completely overshadow the entire alliance. Whatever the cost, they had to win, even if they needed to hire renowned swordsmen from outside the region. Meanwhile, inside House Dmitri, Roman gathered all of his warriors. Everyone already knew the tournament was approaching. Over the next month, they would compete against one another first. Only 6 people would earn the honor of representing House Dmitri. Roman also erased every previous ranking. Past evaluations no longer mattered. Only their performance during the internal selection would determine who advanced. To Roman, this wasn't merely a competition. It was another battlefield. The war itself had not truly ended. His subordinates needed to become stronger, sharper, and more determined than ever before. He wanted to ignite genuine ambition inside every one of them, the desire to surpass their limits, the hunger to grow stronger. Roman also promised rewards worthy of those who honored House Dmitri. Anyone among the 6 representatives who eventually won the main tournament would receive advanced cultivation and sword techniques, allowing their strength to reach an entirely new realm. Puck instantly realized what that meant. This opportunity alone could dramatically accelerate his growth. He wasn't the only one. Every soldier present felt the same excitement burning inside them. Deep down, Roman had 2 objectives. First, the tournament would force every northeastern noble to witness the enormous gap separating House Dmitri from everyone else. Second, it would forge his own followers into far stronger warriors. Once everything ended, the Northeast would never look the same again. The balance of power itself would shift, while everyone else prepared for the coming tournament. Roman focused on something else. His own evolution. Jun Hyuk, the heavenly demon, had always grown through life and death struggles. Even so, deliberately seeking danger would simply be reckless. He needed another path. He needed greater strength before the next crisis arrived. With that in mind, he summoned Lucas. Roman announced that he intended to enter complete seclusion for an entire month. Unless House Dmitri faced a truly critical emergency, no one was to disturb him. Before beginning his training, Roman handed Lucas his sword. The blade had originally been named Flames. Jun Hyuk had renamed it Blaze. Now he wanted it sold. Its buyer could never learn who previously owned it, apart from that single condition. Lucas could sell it however he wished. Every coin earned would be invested into expanding their intelligence guild. Lucas carefully examined the weapon. The craftsmanship was flawless. Its aura was extraordinary, its balance nearly perfect. Although he couldn't understand why Roman would part with such a treasure, he accepted the assignment without question. After considering every possibility, Lucas concluded that an auction would attract the buyers capable of appreciating such a masterpiece. His destination became Adelion. Thanks to the Northeastern Teleportation Hub, the city had grown into one of the greatest commercial centers in the region. There, Lucas officially submitted Blaze to the auction house. During the preliminary inspection, the evaluator immediately sensed something extraordinary. The measuring artifact flashed an intense blue, the highest possible quality. The appraiser couldn't hide his surprise. Why would anyone place a weapon like this up for auction? Lucas calmly repeated the seller's only condition: absolute anonymity. He also requested that bidding begin without any minimum price, accepting the auction house's standard 10% commission without hesitation. Soon afterward, the sword was presented to Morris, the auction house manager, and his team for its official appraisal. The experts immediately praised its remarkable balance, terrifying sharpness, and exceptional craftsmanship. Normally, a weapon of this caliber would already command nearly 30 gold coins. Then came the mana receptivity test. On the standard scale from 1 to 10, any handcrafted sword needed at least a grade 3 to be considered exceptional. The evaluator activated the measuring device, then froze. Blaze possessed grade 10 mana receptivity. Not only had it reached the highest rating, its compatibility was so overwhelming that the instrument itself struggled to measure it accurately. Even Morris was left speechless. Later, inside the Adelion auction house, the atmosphere reached its peak as the auctioneer stepped onto the stage and announced the night's grand finale. According to him, the next item was unlike anything the auction house had ever presented. It wasn't simply another valuable weapon. It was a masterpiece that completely shattered previous standards. The handcrafted sword Blaze. He reminded the audience that the last legendary weapon sold there had been the rapier needle, a sword with grade 7 mana receptivity that fetched an astonishing 300 gold coins. Blaze, however, stood on an entirely different level. It possessed perfect grade 10 mana receptivity while also amplifying its user's aura. A weapon like this had never appeared before. The opening bid started at only 10 gold coins. That number lasted only seconds. 20, 30, 50, 100, 150, 300, 400, 500, 600. The bids exploded one after another as if no one intended to lose. Then bidder number 53 shocked the entire hall. 1,200 gold coins. The auction instantly became a historic event. Among those silently watching sat Valentino, the marquis and honored guest of the Adelian auction house. His business network stretched across the entire continent, earning him unimaginable wealth. Although he remained politically neutral, that neutrality disappeared whenever extraordinary treasures appeared. When something truly exceptional surfaced, Valentino hunted it like a predator. As he watched Blaze, he realized its greatest value wasn't merely its perfect mana receptivity. It was history itself. The first grade 10 handcrafted sword ever created. That fact alone guaranteed its value would continue rising for generations. He quietly reflected on the long-standing debate between handcrafted blades and magical weapons. Aura reached its greatest potential through purity, making handcrafted swords the preferred choice of elite warriors. Beginners usually favored enchanted weapons because magic compensated for their shortcomings. True masters, however, always chose purity. That made Blaze priceless. Convinced it was worth any amount, Valentino decided to gamble without hesitation. Weapons like this appeared only once in history. Everyone present already knew his reputation. He obsessively collected one-of-a-kind treasures. More importantly, competing recklessly against Valentino often meant suffering business losses afterward. Very few people dared challenge him. In the end, Blaze officially sold for 1,200 gold coins. Valentino paid immediately. Then, to everyone's surprise, he voluntarily added another 100 gold coins. A personal gift. Morris bowed deeply, sincerely thanking him for such generosity. Once the auction concluded, Valentino asked only one question. Could they reveal the craftsman who forged Blaze? The quality fascinated him. He genuinely wanted to meet the person responsible. Morris apologized. The seller had demanded complete anonymity. That condition couldn't be broken. Valentino accepted the answer without complaint. He respected the auction house's principles. Still, he made one request: if that mysterious craftsman ever submitted another creation. He wanted to know before anyone else. Morris immediately promised it would be done. Completely satisfied, Valentino returned home carrying his newest treasure. To him, Blaze wasn't merely a sword, it was a masterpiece. Even after collecting countless legendary weapons throughout his life, he had never held anything comparable. Yet admiration alone wasn't enough. He secretly instructed his subordinates to uncover the blacksmith's identity by any means necessary. Since this masterpiece had appeared for the first time, his investigation would naturally begin with House Dimitri's master blacksmith. His motives weren't political. They were driven by pure obsession. He simply wanted to possess the greatest creations in existence. Meanwhile, while Roman remained secluded in training, the outside world continued moving. Chris easily defeated Henderson during another scheduled duel. Although he praised Henderson's determination, he honestly pointed out that his attacks still lacked true sharpness. A real enemy always watched the final strike, waiting for that single opening. Henderson gratefully accepted the advice, promising he would never forget it. Among all the participants, only a handful consistently proved worthy of claiming the 6 representative positions: Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, and Puck. The remaining 2 positions were still undecided. Then, without warning, Chris sensed something unusual. The earth trembled beneath his feet. Even the surrounding air began vibrating unnaturally. Somewhere nearby, an overwhelming force had awakened. The source was Roman. 15 days earlier, after remembering his battle against Butler, Roman reached an uncomfortable conclusion. If that fight had continued until the end, death had been a genuine possibility. At that time, his body simply couldn't withstand the aura of a 5-star swordsman. Looking back, he realized something painful. He had allowed memories from his previous life to make him overconfident, deep inside. He still hadn't fully accepted that he was no longer the heavenly demon. He was Roman Dimitri. In his former life, absolute confidence had been justified. Now, that certainty no longer existed. The future would inevitably bring enemies far stronger than Butler. If he continued relying on old assumptions, he would eventually die. That was unacceptable. From that moment onward, Roman devoted himself entirely to becoming stronger. Day after day, night after night, he stood before the blazing furnace without rest. Hammer after hammer echoed through the chamber. His face became red from unbearable heat. His burned skin peeled away, his body accumulated injury after injury. Still, he never stopped. Everything needed to be reforged, not only the sword, but himself. Using the divine art of hell, Roman consumed the flames themselves, absorbing the mana hidden within them. Fire became nourishment. The sword became another tool for evolution. Little by little, his body underwent its second physical reconstruction. When the month of isolation finally ended, Roman stepped outside transformed. His physique had reached an entirely new level. To measure his progress, he immediately tested himself. Within his training, he challenged 2 butler projections simultaneously. Alone, his newly forged blade blocked both opponents without yielding. Roman understood something clearly. If he completed the third bodily reconstruction, he would finally unleash the true potential of the third movement, reaching a level where almost no one could touch him. That confidence resembled the certainty Jun Hyuk once possessed as the strongest. Even now, mastering only the second stage, he could already battle 2 powerful opponents at once. Still, another realization emerged. Was following the exact path of his previous life truly correct? The warriors of this world fought differently. Aura exploded with incredible force, creating destructive power beyond the internal energy used in Murim. Because of that, Roman needed to evolve. He couldn't blindly cling to his former methods. To surpass both worlds, he had to combine them. Only by blending Murim's techniques with this world's aura could he reach an even greater height. The instant that realization settled, Roman finally perfected the third movement. Darkness erupted violently. Every butler projection disappeared in a single overwhelming explosion. Victory came at a price. Roman immediately coughed up blood. His hands were covered in burns and hardened calluses. Even so, he smiled. When the second life began, he believed repeating his old path would become boring. Instead, it had become exciting. Adapting the Heavenly Demon's sword technique to this entirely different world opened possibilities he had never imagined. There was still room to grow, still stronger enemies to challenge, still greater heights to reach. Roman wanted those unknown variables. He welcomed danger. Only life and death trials could truly satisfy him. Living as Roman Dimitri meant beginning from nothing once again, but no matter how many obstacles appeared, he intended to keep climbing until he stood above everyone. At that exact moment, the tremors intensified. A deafening explosion echoed across the territory. Chris rushed toward the source, realizing something extraordinary had happened. When he arrived, he froze. A massive crater stretched across the landscape. Standing quietly at its center was Roman. Chris asked what had happened. Roman simply replied, "Nothing." As though creating such destruction was completely ordinary, he casually told them there was no reason to worry and suggested they leave. Chris and Puck exchanged bewildered looks. They couldn't even begin to understand what they were seeing. Someone capable of causing devastation on that scale, without apparent effort. There was nothing left to say. They silently accepted it. For Chris, however, the sight left a deep scar on his heart, while Roman continued advancing at an unbelievable pace. He felt as though he hadn't moved at all. That realization refused to leave his mind. Winning the fencing tournament would no longer satisfy him. Victory alone wasn't enough. He wanted overwhelming victory, a performance so absolute that it would finally prove his own growth. Soon, everyone around him reached the same conclusion. If they truly wanted to keep following Roman, they had no choice but to become much stronger. After an entire month passed, Roman finally completed the weapon he had been forging. Examining it closely, he recognized it as something entirely unique. Its appearance wasn't particularly beautiful, but appearance had never mattered, meaning did. He considered several names, Salamander, Blaze, neither felt right. To Roman, a sword's name symbolized rebirth, a new life, a new beginning. This blade represented someone who had already surpassed his former limits. With that thought, he gave it its final name, Darkness. Later, Chris presented Roman with a complete report covering every duel held during the past month. Exactly as ordered, battles had taken place every 3 days and every result had been carefully recorded. The strongest competitors had naturally risen to the top. Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, Puck, just as expected. The final 2 names, however, drew Roman's attention, Mac Burney and Henderson. The results immediately caught Roman's attention, especially Henderson's unexpected rise. Chris asked whether the same training system should continue. Roman answered without hesitation. It absolutely should. To him, defeat carried far less value than growth. Just like the tournament bearing the Dimitri name, the true objective wasn't simply deciding winners. It was forging warriors worthy of standing beneath that banner. More than victory itself, Roman wanted to see the limits each person could break through. A few days later, the competition drew near, and people from every corner of the Northeast flooded into Dimitri territory. Old acquaintances reunited, rivalries resurfaced. Anxiety spread through the crowd. Most competitors secretly prayed they wouldn't be placed in the same bracket as Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, or Puck. When the 6 groups were finally announced, the reactions couldn't have been more different. Some celebrated, others looked as though they had already lost. Baron Rollo's expression darkened the moment he learned his representative would face Chris. Still, Conrad refused to let morale collapse. He reminded everyone that their own family swordsman possessed considerable skill and insisted they keep believing. Deep inside, however, he pinned all his hopes on a different matchup, Mac Burney. A one-armed swordsman, surely that would be their easiest victory. In Conrad's eyes, the Alliance's future rested on this tournament if they wanted to stand against House Dimitri. Winning wasn't optional. Nearby, Rollo quietly advised Max not to push beyond his limits if the fight became dangerous. He should surrender immediately. Max refused to think that way. He intended to fight with everything he had. Chris might be an extraordinary swordsman, but their star levels weren't impossibly far apart. That alone gave him confidence. Rollo repeated his warning one last time. Survival mattered more than pride. Max simply smiled. To him, this was the perfect chance to prove himself before Roman and everyone watching. He wanted recognition, but the instant he stepped into the arena and locked eyes with Chris, everything changed. An overwhelming killing intent washed over him. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced. The duel began 1 second. Chris knocked the sword from Max's hands the next. Lightning technique struck him directly by the 3rd second. Max was already lying on the ground. The match was over. Chris claimed victory almost effortlessly. Rollo stared in complete disbelief. Could the gap between them really be that enormous? The answer became obvious almost immediately. Kevin, Vulcan, and Puck all crushed their opponents just as quickly. Watching those battles, both spectators and knights finally understood something. The rumors hadn't been exaggerated. The warriors raised by House Dimitri truly existed on an entirely different level. That realization left the remaining contestants with only one hope. Perhaps they could still defeat Mac Burney or Henderson. Ever since the brackets were revealed, everyone's attention remained fixed on Dimitri's 6 representatives. Chris, known as Lightning, Kevin, feared as the Demon. Anyone who had witnessed them fight desperately avoided crossing paths with either of them. Vulcan and Puck carried terrifying reputations from their mercenary days, backed by monstrous physical strength, compared to those 4. Mac Burney and Henderson appeared much less intimidating. Mac Burney was constantly mocked for having only one arm. Henderson suffered even worse ridicule. People remembered him as nothing more than a farmer. Among all 6, he was considered the weakest, the perfect opponent. Some spectators laughed openly, calling him a coward who probably trembled with fear before ever picking up a sword. Watching the growing crowd, Romero quietly asked Roman whether organizing such a massive tournament had truly been necessary. From the outside, it looked like a celebration of unity, but everyone could see the alliance still had no intention of submitting to House Dimitri. Roman calmly explained that this was exactly why the tournament existed. The alliance still believed it possessed enough strength to stand against them, only after realizing they couldn't even climb the walls protecting Dimitri. Would they finally accept reality? When that happened, the entire Northeast would naturally fall under Dimitri's leadership. Soon the next duel began. Henderson stepped into the arena opposite Taylor. Most spectators had already decided the outcome. Almost no one believed Henderson stood a chance. Taylor, representing House Lawrence, smiled calmly. It had been years since they last met. Back then, Henderson had carried farming tools instead of a sword. Taylor revealed he had recently reached 2nd star aura and, out of respect for an old acquaintance, offered one final piece of advice. He should surrender before the fight became one-sided. Henderson quietly rejected the suggestion. The weak man Taylor remembered no longer existed, and if Taylor underestimated him, he wouldn't waste that opportunity. Taylor sighed. If that was Henderson's choice, he would simply have to live with the consequences. The duel started. Henderson immediately drove his massive sword into Taylor's blade, shocking him with incredible strength. Without slowing down, he launched one relentless attack after another using the Asura sword technique. His only goal: become worthy of serving Roman. Unlike the gifted warriors around him, Henderson hadn't awakened aura easily. Even sensing mana had taken him endless effort. He had always lagged behind, always slower than everyone else. But he never stopped moving forward, step by step. His persistence finally began cornering Taylor. Realizing the situation was slipping away, Taylor unleashed an aura burst powerful enough to force Henderson backward. He had hoped to avoid using it. Now, he intended to finish everything immediately. Aura erupted around him as he charged. At that critical moment, Henderson remembered Chris's words. Once, he had been nothing but a weak nobody. Now, he was different. Throughout the past month, while others accepted defeat, Henderson never stopped chasing victory. His life had changed. He had earned the right to stand beside Roman. Filled with determination, he poured aura into his sword and unleashed the Asura technique one final time. The collision decided everything. Taylor collapsed. Henderson stood victorious. The 5th group belonged to him. Silence swept across the arena, before erupting into cheers. People could hardly believe how much he had changed. Many remembered how long it had taken him just to sense mana. Now they shouted his name. Even the nobles became uneasy. Hadn't Henderson always been considered the weakest? Conrad quickly urged everyone to stay calm. The Alliance's champion would still emerge, or so he believed. The 2nd group entered the arena. Kevin walked forward with only one thought in mind. His entire life people compared him to Chris, always saying he was just a few seconds slower. Whenever anyone asked who truly represented Roman's sword, the answer was always Chris. Kevin intended to change that. Across from him stood Miles of the Northeast Alliance. Simply facing the man called Dimitri's demon made him nervous. Encouraged by the nobles, Miles rushed forward, hoping to overwhelm Kevin immediately. Kevin effortlessly sidestepped every attack, then drove a crushing strike straight into Miles' stomach. Miles desperately believed landing even one clean hit would be enough. Instead, a brutal punch smashed directly into his face. The terrifying grin on Kevin's face shattered his remaining courage. Kevin never let the pressure ease. He completely destroyed Miles' fighting spirit before securing another overwhelming victory. Earlier that morning, Jonathan had gathered all the soldiers. He reminded them this tournament had been personally organized by young Master Roman. He especially urged them to study Chris carefully. The former vice-captain of the Order of Knights represented the ideal swordsman. Anyone wishing to improve should learn from every movement he made. The soldiers eagerly agreed. As they watched the matches unfold, one of them quietly admitted Chris's opponents never even had a chance. Jonathan himself couldn't hide his surprise. Chris had become unimaginably stronger. Chris, meanwhile, cared about only one thing. He was Roman's sword. Anyone standing opposite him would be crushed completely. No one would ever dare challenge his lord's authority while he still stood. The next match ended exactly the same way. A flash of lightning, another instant victory. Even after winning again, Chris remained dissatisfied. He wanted more, always more. His first match ended in 3 seconds, the second, 5 the third, 8 the fourth. 10, each victory demonstrated another terrifying leap in strength. Watching from the sidelines, Jonathan honestly couldn't understand when Chris had evolved this far. He found himself wondering, just what had Roman done to that young man? Among the spectators, many had already given up hope. Some joked it would be smarter to surrender than enter the arena only to be humiliated. Others debated whether Frel stood any chance at all. Most immediately answered no. Chris existed on an entirely different level. Someone laughed that maybe Frel could survive 10 seconds. Another generously predicted 30. When the referee called both fighters forward, Frel admitted to himself that he lacked confidence. Still, if he could survive for at least 1 minute, people might finally remember his name. That alone would be enough. The match began. It ended instantly. Chris's lightning-fast strike pierced past Frel before he even managed to lift his sword. The crowd blinked in confusion. The duel had ended so quickly it barely felt real. Chris became the undisputed champion of his group across 5 matches. He needed only 27 seconds total. The result completely crushed the alliance's morale. Group 1 belonged to Chris, Group 2 to Kevin. Groups 3 and 4 were claimed by Vulcan and Puck after overwhelming victories. Group 5 belonged to the unexpected hero Henderson. Now, only one hope remained. Group 6, Mac Burney. The one-armed swordsman. Conrad turned toward his final representative. Gabriel confidently answered that he was in perfect condition. He had trained relentlessly since childhood and served as the family's hidden weapon. As a 3-star swordsman, Gabriel possessed an enormous advantage. Even with tournament rules limiting advanced aura techniques, the difference between 3 stars and 1 star remained overwhelming. Conrad smiled confidently. Mac Burney had survived this far through nothing but luck. That luck ended today. He instructed Gabriel to show absolutely no mercy. Not even because his opponent fought with only one arm. Gabriel stepped into the arena with absolute confidence. In his eyes, there was no world where he could lose to someone like Mac Burney. Looking at the one-armed swordsman, he assumed the loss of an arm had destroyed his balance forever. To Gabriel, a commoner who struggled with both arms would never have even qualified to become a family knight. So someone missing one shouldn't have been standing there at all. The duel began. Gabriel didn't even bother using advanced techniques. He charged straight in, convinced the fight would end almost instantly. Believing Mac Burney's missing arm left his right side vulnerable, he aimed directly for that opening. But the moment his blade reached its target, everything changed. Mac Burney bent backward with an incredibly fluid motion, shifting his entire center of gravity in a way Gabriel had never seen before. The attack missed completely. Confusion flashed across Gabriel's face. What kind of movement was that? Before he could recover, Mac Burney rotated his body and unleashed a relentless chain of strikes. His posture looked completely different from any conventional swordsman. Every movement of his legs, shoulders, and torso flowed together like a martial artist's dance, perfectly compensating for the arm he no longer possessed. He had truly mastered the left-handed sword technique. The realization shook Gabriel. His disbelief instantly transformed into murderous intent. Only then did he understand. Mac Burney hadn't survived through luck, nor had he become weaker after losing his arm. He had turned that very weakness into his greatest weapon. As their swords clashed, Mac Burney recalled Roman's teachings. Every sword style began with balance. Losing an arm normally destroyed that foundation. But the left-handed sword technique existed to transcend exactly that limitation. It reshaped imbalance into strength through movements no ordinary swordsman could predict. McBurney devoted himself entirely to that path. He remembered the creator of the technique, another warrior burdened by the same disability. Instead of surrendering to despair, that man carved out an entirely new road, a path that proved even someone marked by loss could become extraordinary. McBurney clung tightly to that hope. He had trained harder than anyone. He had sworn before his lord that he would win. Charging forward with complete conviction, he realized his journey as a swordsman was far from over. At the decisive instant, his blade shattered Gabriel's defense. Then pierced straight through his chest, Gabriel collapsed. McBurney stood victorious. Looking at the fallen opponent, he quietly acknowledged the truth. None of this would have been possible without Roman Dmitri. Roman had given him a second chance at life. That victory belonged to him as much as it belonged to McBurney. The crowd erupted. Every single Dmitri representative had conquered their group. The association had talked endlessly about challenging them, but once the fighting actually began, they couldn't even keep pace. Conrad lowered his head. There was nothing left to deny. The alliance had been completely crushed. He wondered when House Dmitri had become home to so many monsters, enemies they should never have provoked in the first place. The association members desperately asked what they were supposed to do now. The answer was painfully obvious. After suffering such a humiliating defeat, they had no choice but to follow Dmitri's lead. Even veteran knights watching from the sidelines couldn't hide their admiration. One of them quietly remarked that every truly great swordsman family eventually produced a first sword. A warrior whose reputation spread across the continent while raising countless knights beneath him. Roman Dmitri had earned that title through his own strength. He had become the first sword destined to elevate House Dmitri into one of the continent's respected sword families. For every swordsman in the Northeast, the direction forward had become crystal clear. If they wished to rise, they needed to stand beside House Dmitri. Later, Roman gathered everyone together. He praised their performances without hesitation. Among those now following him were people seeking strength, others driven by respect, and some who simply had nowhere else to go. Roman never complicated human relationships. To him, the strongest bonds were built through mutual benefit. As long as both sides gained something, loyalty endured. Every one of these warriors had been personally chosen because they all shared the same hunger, the desire to grow stronger. Roman admitted he had never doubted they would return victorious. As a reward, each received 10 gold coins, along with 3 full days of rest. He simply hoped they would use that time wisely. Not long afterward, Lucas delivered another report. After observing the Northeast Alliance's movements, it became obvious they had abandoned any immediate thoughts of opposing House Dmitri. Unless an extraordinary opportunity appeared, they wouldn't dare make another move. Roman accepted the report calmly. Complete control over the world was impossible. Even the wisest ruler would always have enemies. The important part was minimizing their ability to inflict damage. The Northeast Alliance had fulfilled its purpose. Their resistance had forced everyone to acknowledge reality. Now came the next stage. Subjugation through overwhelming power. Roman instructed Lucas to move forward with that plan. Elsewhere, Count Douglas, the most powerful noble in the north, grew increasingly impatient. He demanded to know why the missing rats still hadn't been found. One subordinate reported that local bandits had been captured, but the hidden funds remained missing. After the Lawrence conflict, Viscount Barco had secretly gathered enormous wealth outside the official gold bank. He borrowed heavily from Count Douglas and other allies, relying on Homeros as his greatest trump card. But Barco died at Roman's hands before revealing the location of that hidden fortune. Desperate to recover it, Douglas remembered hearing about Barco's secret reserve during countless private dinners. He hired the intelligence organization Black Moon to retrieve it. Unfortunately, the shipment had supposedly been stolen by bandits during transport. Douglas refused to believe ordinary thieves could hide that much gold. He ordered the entire Northeast searched until every bar was recovered. No one else would be allowed to possess what belonged to him. Just then, another report arrived. Black Moon had finally located the missing treasure. Their leader, Donovan, stepped forward to explain everything. After monitoring black market transactions, they uncovered the truth. The thieves hadn't been ordinary bandits. The bandits had ambushed the shipment first. But soldiers belonging to the Northeast Alliance later defeated the bandits, seized the gold for themselves, and disappeared with it. Even after realizing the cargo belonged to Count Douglas, they still kept everything. As evidence, Donovan presented one of the stolen gold bars recovered through the black market. The courier connected to the transaction also belonged to the Alliance. Donovan admitted the theft would have been the perfect crime had Black Moon not uncovered the trail. He added that no sane person willingly made an enemy of his lord. Once respected across the Northeast, Black Moon now operated beneath Luca's intelligence network after being absorbed into Roman's expanding organization. Hearing everything, Count Douglas immediately made his decision. He would use the association itself to eliminate the fools who had stolen from him. When word reached the association, many quietly remarked that Douglas truly deserved his title as the Beast of the North. If relations with him collapsed, no one could predict the consequences. Conrad immediately questioned what everyone was so afraid of. The hidden fund had never belonged exclusively to Douglas. The association had also loaned money to Barco. They possessed every right to reclaim part of that wealth. He even suggested Douglas himself had secretly tried to steal everything before anyone else arrived. None of them intended to kneel before him. One noble hesitated, wondering if openly opposing Douglas was really wise. Conrad immediately proposed another plan. If they united together, they could surround Douglas politically by exposing his attempt to seize the entire fortune for himself. The room gradually filled with agreement. At that moment, another report interrupted them. A magical communication request had arrived from the Douglas family. Conrad accepted the connection. Douglas wasted no time. He demanded an explanation and directly accused the association of stealing his money. Conrad calmly replied that while Douglas had every reason to be angry, everyone there had also financed Barco. The hidden reserve never belonged to one man alone. If an unfair distribution occurred, that could be discussed. But Douglas had tried to monopolize everything himself. Conrad believed reason could still prevail. Instead, Douglas exploded with fury. From the instant he discovered that hidden fortune, it had become his, nothing else mattered. Then he issued a final warning. He would immediately contact the central government. He would formally request a territorial war against the association without Barco's protection. They had become nothing more than a pathetic group waiting to collapse. After the call ended, Conrad looked toward the others. If Douglas continued escalating things, there might come a point where surrender became the only remaining option, even if it cost them every last shred of pride. Back in Dmitri territory, Roman quietly issued another order. Lucas was to spread carefully crafted rumors throughout the cities. The goal wasn't simply information, it was to seal Conrad's escape routes. Once completely cornered, Conrad would eventually abandon his meaningless pride and submit to House Dmitri on his own. Soon afterward, whispers spread across the region. An old man warned that dangerous times were approaching. People claimed the Northeast Association was preparing to attack Count Douglas. Some merchants even planned to temporarily close their shops. The streets buzzed with the same rumors. Servants, traders, travelers, everyone repeated the story that the association intended to destroy Count Douglas. Meanwhile, Douglas swore he would never forgive anyone foolish enough to stand against him. Another magical conversation soon connected him to Conrad. Conrad insisted they had never declared war. They had even considered offering financial compensation to calm the situation. The rumors circulating throughout the cities didn't represent their true intentions. Douglas didn't care. Reason no longer reached him. He made one thing unmistakably clear. He hadn't contacted Conrad to negotiate, he had called to declare war. Once the communication ended, the Northeast Alliance finally understood how desperate their situation had become. There was no way they could face Count Douglas by themselves. As a last resort, they sought assistance from the central government, but Thaddeus could only express sympathy. He admitted he understood their predicament, yet made one thing painfully clear. No one from the capital would interfere. They were completely on their own. Just as panic began spreading through the alliance, another communication request arrived. It came from Roman Dmitri. Roman explained that he already knew about the alliance's crisis. Rather than judging from rumors, he wanted to hear the full story directly and avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Conrad immediately suspected mockery. Even so, he revealed everything without hiding the truth. After listening quietly, Roman asked a simple question. What exactly did they intend to do now? One of the strongest military powers in the north was preparing to invade the northeast. Whether they liked it or not, that conflict would eventually reach Dmitri territory as well. Ignoring it wasn't an option. Conrad couldn't help wondering if House Dmitri actually benefited the most from allowing both sides to destroy one another. He struggled to understand Roman's true intentions. Ironically, despite everything that had happened between them, the alliance now desperately needed Dmitri's support. If Roman was willing to overlook the past, they would repay that favor. Pride suddenly seemed meaningless compared to survival. Roman calmly admitted that refusing to help would certainly be the easier choice, but he refused to sacrifice the future over a temporary victory. For Cairo's political stability, the Northeast needed unity. Whether they liked each other or not, they would continue sharing the same land. Conrad still found Roman's generosity difficult to believe. Roman finally revealed his condition. He wanted a truce. After this crisis ended, both sides would cooperate instead of opposing one another. If Conrad gave his word, House Dmitri would step in. Conrad remembered the days when the Dmitri family had been mocked as nothing more than commoners. Now, those same people stood on the verge of becoming the leaders of the entire Northeast. He requested time to consult the other nobles and promised Roman an answer soon. Several days later, Count Douglas marched toward the Northeast with his forces. Along the way, one noble reminded everyone that once the war ended, they would need to decide how the conquered lands would be divided. Douglas assured them this campaign wasn't meaningless. Ever since House Barco collapsed, the Northeast had become as unstable as a sandcastle ready to crumble. Someone was bound to seize those territories, and he intended for that someone to be them. People often dismissed Douglas as nothing more than a brute. In reality, he never entered battle without calculating every possible outcome. As long as the association remained protected by the central government, attacking them recklessly would have been foolish. But now the northern lords had united, without Barco's influence. The alliance looked like easy prey. Their army eventually reached the battlefield. Douglas demanded that the enemy commander present himself. Instead, one noble calmly answered that the time wasn't right. Douglas frowned. Everyone was already gathered. Continuing a hopeless war only wasted lives. He advised them to surrender while they still could. Just then someone pointed toward the horizon. Another army was approaching when the banner became visible. Every face changed. House Dimitri. The northern nobles couldn't hide their confusion. Why were they here? Roman answered without hesitation. There was only one reason: he had come to support the alliance. Douglas assumed Roman was simply exploiting the excuse of being summoned by the northern lords. The alliance members were equally stunned. Had Roman truly intended to stand with them all along? If Douglas had revealed that possibility earlier, many of them would have never even appeared on this battlefield. Conrad quietly confirmed his side was prepared. Roman then proposed a different solution. Instead of throwing thousands into battle, he offered close combat, a duel to settle everything. Douglas understood the position he had placed himself in. Backing down after declaring war wasn't possible. Yet facing Roman directly seemed even worse. Even with superior numbers, House Dimitri inspired genuine fear. Roman calmly increased the pressure. He would fight 3 northern swordsmen alone if that wasn't enough. He was willing to face 5. Douglas acknowledged Roman's terrifying strength. Even so, he couldn't help calling the proposal unbelievably arrogant. Roman explained that he simply wished to resolve the conflict while minimizing unnecessary casualties. Then he asked for the northern side's answer. The nobles requested time to discuss. Conrad agreed. Douglas reminded everyone that even 5 against 1 carried enormous risks. Roman had already defeated Butler, a 5-star swordsman. Still, Douglas searched desperately for another option. None existed. Sooner or later, they would have to confront that monster. His twin swordsmen had previously defeated a 4-star warrior together. Perhaps, if Roman became careless while attacking, they could exploit a single opening and seize control of the Northeast. Eventually, everyone accepted Douglas' decision. Deep inside, Douglas swore he would make Roman regret his arrogance. An observer from the central government stepped onto the battlefield and officially announced the 5 versus 1 duel. Among the challengers stood Douglas' famous twin swordsmen, Ventil and Ventin. The brothers confidently planned to attack from opposite sides, believing Roman couldn't defend against both at once. Sooner or later, he would expose an opening. The instant the observer declared the match begun, the twins rushed forward, everything they'd trained for, everything they'd prepared. It ended in one moment. Roman casually raised his sword, one slash. Both brothers were cut cleanly in half. Douglas froze. Had they really died? Instantly, Roman quietly reflected on everything leading to that day. Back when House Barco still dominated the Northeast, people always claimed dialogue was possible, but there had never been negotiations, only violence. Douglas and the other northern nobles had always looked down on House Dimitri. That contempt still lingered. Because of that, Roman offered them one final chance: withdraw now, or continue toward total war. Douglas understood exactly what was at stake. A full-scale battle would cost countless soldiers their lives. Sacrificing only 5 warriors suddenly seemed like the far better option. Following the agreed rules, he accepted, since they had chosen this road. They would see it through. Roman nodded. If that was their decision, then everything would proceed exactly as planned. The remaining 3 challengers slowly advanced. Watching from the sidelines, many nobles wondered why Roman hadn't already ended the duel. Instead of drawing his sword again, Roman deliberately removed his cloak. Only the armor protecting his chest remained. The opposing knights warned him not to regret that choice, despite the fear growing inside them. Retreating before an apparently unarmed opponent would have been humiliating, so they attacked. Roman answered with his bare hands. One punch shattered the first man's sword. The next 2 were beaten down just as effortlessly. One opponent desperately attempted to surrender. Roman stomped downward with overwhelming force. The impact carved a crater directly into the battlefield. Silence followed. Roman calmly looked toward the northern camp. Did anyone object? No one spoke. The surviving opponents quietly withdrew. Conrad sincerely thanked Roman for saving them. Roman simply answered that he looked forward to their future cooperation. At that moment, Conrad fully realized the truth. Had the alliance chosen full-scale war against House Dimitri, they would have been erased completely, exactly as Roman intended. The hierarchy of the Northeast had finally become obvious to everyone. A few days later, every noble gathered once more inside Roman's residence. Roman explained that Baron Romero had entrusted him with full authority over the matter. He asked whether anyone objected. The room remained completely silent. Roman began addressing the future of the kingdom itself. He asked whether anyone truly believed Cairo was moving in the right direction. When Hector invaded the south, the greatest problem hadn't been the invasion alone. Hidden enemies infiltrated every layer of command. The commanders ignored his warnings. Meanwhile, officials in the capital remained obsessed with political struggles while the southern front collapsed, without Roman and his soldiers. The war against Hector would have been lost, and if another invasion came someday, the central government would once again sacrifice regional armies while protecting its own influence. Border nobles buried their soldiers. The nobles in the capital kept their authority. Roman declared that this reality was fundamentally unjust. The true cause of the war wasn't merely Hector. It was the incompetence of Cairo's leadership that had to change. The central government maintained its dominance by acting together. The Northeast could do exactly the same. By standing united, they could finally protect themselves. Roman knew the capital wouldn't allow House Dmitri unlimited time. That was why the Northeast had to be unified quickly. Once united, even the central government would hesitate before making reckless decisions. Jonathan pointed out one remaining obstacle. A united Northeast would certainly gain enormous influence. However, without territories like Lawrence, many families would still depend heavily on outside supplies. Roman admitted he had already considered that problem. Trade remained tightly controlled by the government. Unless that dependency was broken, regional nobles would never become truly independent. Still, if they united first, he could solve at least one essential issue: food. Roman then unrolled a massive development blueprint. The mountainous landscape surrounding Dmitri territory naturally formed one of the strongest defensive regions in the kingdom. His vision was clear. A massive fortress would rise there, a sanctuary capable of protecting the entire region during future invasions. After securing the surrounding mountains, the remaining land would be transformed into farmland. The Northeast would feed itself, and for the first time, it would no longer depend on anyone else. Conrad questioned whether such an ambitious plan could truly succeed. Claiming the mountain ranges would never be easy, Roman answered without hesitation, it was absolutely possible. In his previous life, the headquarters of the Heavenly Demon sect had stood within the 10,000 mountains, an enormous chain of peaks stretching across hundreds of kilometers. That fortress had endured relentless assaults from the Orthodox factions for years without falling. Dimitri's territory possessed remarkably similar terrain. It was also filled with master blacksmiths. Roman couldn't help wondering whether that resemblance was pure coincidence or destiny. He unfolded several documents before the alliance members, marking the mountain regions that could gradually be brought under their control. Some restoration efforts had already begun. The project would take years to complete, but once finished, they would possess enough defensive power to stand even against the central government if necessary. The nobles stared at the plans in disbelief. Every detail had already been calculated. Jonathan admitted that reclaiming the mountains while constructing a massive fortress was an astonishingly thorough strategy. Count Lawrence immediately declared that his family would stand beside House Dmitri, one after another. The remaining nobles voiced the same decision. With unanimous approval secured, Roman quietly realized that the Northeast had finally come under Dimitri's leadership. From that day forward, the union would be known as the Dmitri Alliance. Watching everything unfold, Romero couldn't hide his emotions. House Dmitri truly had become the ruler of the Northeast. A part of him still felt sorry for Rodwell, who had devoted so much effort over the years, but reality was undeniable. Roman had become someone no one else could replace. During that same month, Marquis Valentino grew increasingly frustrated. He had already questioned Master Blacksmith Hendrik of House Dmitri. Yet Hendrik insisted he had never forged blaze nor any sword remotely like it. Valentino searched everywhere. Every lead ended in disappointment. No one knew who the mysterious craftsman was. Eventually, a messenger brought unexpected news. Someone had reportedly seen another sword nearly identical to Blaze inside House Dmitri. Valentino wasted no time. He ordered an immediate departure. When he finally met Hendrik again, he went straight to the point. He explained that he had purchased the sword Blaze at the Adelian auction house. Hendrik acknowledged the story. Valentino praised Blaze as a genuine treasure. Whoever forged a blade capable of channeling mana so perfectly had to be the greatest blacksmith in the Kingdom of Cairo. The moment he presented the sword, Hendrik smiled knowingly. Valentino immediately noticed the reaction. Did he recognize it? Hendrik calmly answered yes. Then he revealed another sword in his possession, Salamander. The instant Valentino saw it, his eyes widened. The craftsmanship, the energy, everything pointed toward the same creator. Hendrik confirmed his suspicion. Both swords had indeed come from the same hands. Salamander had been forged first. Blaze was the improved successor. Valentino immediately offered to purchase Salamander. Hendrik politely refused. It wasn't for sale. It had been received as a treasured gift. That answer only intensified Valentino's curiosity. Did Hendrik actually know the mysterious craftsman this time? He answered honestly. The creator of both masterpieces was none other than House Dimitri's eldest son, Roman Dimitri. Valentino was completely stunned. The kingdom's rising swordsman, the hero of the Southern War, was also capable of forging legendary weapons. If an ordinary blacksmith had created Blaze, its value would have rested solely on its craftsmanship, but because its creator was Roman Dimitri, its rarity and prestige increased beyond measure. Valentino made his decision immediately. He had to meet Roman in person. Meanwhile, Roman was sparring against Chris. Compared to before, his movements had become dramatically faster. Using his lightning techniques, Chris launched one relentless attack after another. At that moment, Valentino arrived alongside Hans and quietly observed the duel. Roman briefly shifted his attention toward the visitors. Chris instantly exploited that opening. Lightning erupted across the battlefield in a violent explosion. Even after taking the attack head-on, Roman remained standing. Rather than criticizing Chris, he praised the strike. Explosive techniques naturally create openings, but to truly destroy an opponent's balance, one decisive trump card is always necessary. Chris respectfully accepted the lesson and vowed to remember it. Watching everything unfold, Valentino finally witnessed Roman Dimitri's true ability. Recently, the entire kingdom had been talking about him after his victory over Hector's second-ranked warrior. Now, seeing him firsthand, Valentino realized reality far exceeded the rumors. Roman wasn't merely a terrifying swordsman, he was also a master craftsman, perhaps the greatest talent on the entire continent. Hans then stepped forward and announced the arrival of a guest, Marquis Valentino. Roman greeted him politely. Valentino, meanwhile, couldn't stop staring at the young man's hands. Those were the hands that had forged Blaze. After introducing himself, Valentino presented the sword and explained why he had come. Roman immediately recognized it. It was the blade he had entrusted to Lucas. Valentino admitted that he had mobilized enormous wealth, manpower, and influence just to discover the identity of the craftsman responsible for Blaze. Marquis Valentino wasn't merely rich. He was the wealthiest man in the Kingdom of Cairo. Known throughout the continent as the Greedy Collector, he controlled vast trade networks and commanded the strongest military force among the neutral factions. His fortune alone was powerful enough to influence the kingdom's balance. Yet despite possessing such influence, he had always remained politically neutral. Roman found that surprisingly interesting. Without hesitation, Roman confirmed the truth. Yes, he had forged Blaze. Valentino was visibly delighted. Meeting Roman felt like an honor. The first moment he saw Blaze at the auction house, it felt as though lightning had struck him. The sword instantly reminded him of House Dimitri, the sacred land of blacksmiths. Curious, he asked whether Roman had inherited his father's gift. Then he respectfully requested permission to see the newest blade. Roman revealed darkness. The moment Valentino laid eyes on it, his excitement became impossible to hide. Blaze and Salamander had already surpassed every handcrafted weapon he'd ever seen, yet darkness existed on an entirely different level. Every sword Roman forged represented astonishing growth. He couldn't even imagine what future creations might become. Then Valentino presented a proposal. Whenever Roman decided to sell another sword, he wanted the first opportunity to purchase it, no matter where he happened to be. He wished to see every new masterpiece before anyone else. In return, the Valentino family would stand beside House Dimitri. Roman immediately realized what that offer truly meant. Marquis Valentino was abandoning the neutrality his family had protected for generations. Valentino admitted the truth. Pressure from the four great factions had continued growing. Eventually, neutrality would become impossible. After witnessing the birth of the Dimitri alliance, and learning that Roman himself forged miraculous weapons, he no longer saw any reason to remain undecided. Roman then asked one final question. The nobles of the alliance had already sworn loyalty. Was the Valentino family prepared to do the same? Valentino answered with complete sincerity. If Roman ordered his people to walk into flames, they would obey with smiles on their faces. Roman quietly accepted. An unexpected yet incredibly valuable ally had just joined his side. From that day onward, he would rely on House Valentino. Valentino then sheepishly made one more request. Could he publicly reveal the identity of Blaze's creator? Keeping such an unbelievable secret had become almost unbearable. Soon afterward, Valentino displayed Blaze before the assembled nobles. He explained that the sword exceeded even the wildest rumors. In the hands of a one-star swordsman, it possessed enough power to withstand the aura of a two-star opponent. Then he revealed its creator, the legendary blacksmith responsible for this masterpiece, was also the hero who drove Hector's army away, Roman Dimitri. The revelation stunned everyone. Instantly, Blaze became even more valuable. Valentino proudly explained that Roman had already forged 3 remarkable swords. Blaze happened to be the second. Before long, people across the kingdom began referring to them collectively as the 3 swords of Roman Dimitri, as Roman's fame continued spreading. Demand for House Dimitri's blacksmiths exploded. Orders poured in faster than they could possibly fulfill. Late one evening, while Roman walked quietly through the halls of his residence, a figure emerged from the shadows. Mackin, he calmly acknowledged Roman's recent accomplishments, driving Hector back, defeating Butler, uniting the Northeast. None of it could be ignored anymore. Roman had become a dangerous variable, one capable of influencing the future of the Valhalla Empire itself. Mackin asked a simple question: would Roman stand beside them, or become their enemy? Roman answered with another question: why should he follow anyone else's path? Mackin pressed further. Should he consider Roman an enemy? Roman remained direct. They were the ones who approached him with threats first. He had no intention of forcing anyone to pledge loyalty. To Roman, Cairo was prey that the Kronos Empire had coveted for years. If Valhalla ever invaded, Kronos certainly wouldn't remain idle. He advised Mackin to wait patiently. The people he had chosen would eventually rise to the very top of Cairo. One day, the name Dimitri would become synonymous with kingmakers. Mackin couldn't help smiling. Roman's confidence bordered on arrogance if he continued provoking the world. Eventually, someone would bring him down. Even Butler, whom Roman had struggled to defeat, amounted to little more than an insignificant warrior inside Valhalla. The continent was unimaginably vast. Mackin decided to leave him with time to reconsider. Hopefully, Roman would make the wiser decision with those final words. He disappeared back into the darkness. After the Dimitri alliance officially came into existence, every one of the 4 major factions reached out to Roman. Each demanded that he finally choose a side. Marquis Benedict even explained which faction Roman could join if he wished. Roman wished he could simply forget everything that had happened until now, but he understood one reality. Choosing one faction meant making enemies of the others. At the same time, everyone had already reached the limits of maintaining this fragile balance of power. If they wasted the coming year, future wars would become inevitable, bringing enormous losses. Before anything else, Roman wanted to master magic. Only then would he be fully prepared for everything waiting ahead. It was explained that 13 great magic towers existed across the continent. Among them stood the Celestial Palace Magic Tower, recognized as the strongest of all. Every so often, representatives from each tower gathered at a grand conference, a place where the greatest magicians unveiled their newest achievements before the entire continent. At the grand conference of the Magic Towers, the Phoenix Tower unveiled a powerful 5th circle spell. Even so, the surrounding mages barely reacted. The reason had nothing to do with the spell itself. The Phoenix Tower had lost what once made it legendary. Its identity had disappeared along with the burning grimoire, the sacred text passed down through generations. Watching the indifferent crowd, Felix couldn't help reflecting on how he had become the tower's representative 3 years earlier. Since then, everything had steadily fallen apart. His master, the Tower Lord, had vanished without a trace. The burning grimoire had never been inherited. Without its greatest treasure, the tower lost its prestige. Mages abandoned it one after another. Imperial funding was cut. Its future looked hopeless. Then one day an unexpected letter appeared on Felix's desk. It came from Roman Dimitri. The proposal was surprisingly straightforward. If the Phoenix Tower wanted Dimitri's financial support, Felix would spend the next 6 months serving as Roman's daily training partner. In return, he would receive 1,000 gold every single month. To Felix, that amount was enormous. The destination might have been unimaginably far away, but the Phoenix Tower no longer had the luxury of refusing opportunities. Without hesitation, he departed for Dimitri. To most mages, House Dimitri was famous only as the sacred land of blacksmiths. Magic had never been its reputation. Among the 13 magic towers spread across the continent, including the Celestial Palace Tower, more than half stood within the Kronos Empire. Those towers were regarded as the true holy land of magic. Compared to them, Cairo was practically a desert. Dimitri rested in the kingdom's distant northeastern frontier. Had Roman not extended that invitation, Felix never would have imagined setting foot there. For the Phoenix Tower, only one goal mattered. They needed 6,000 gold to survive another 6 months. When Felix finally arrived inside Dimitri territory, he immediately noticed something unexpected. The knight guarding the entrance asked his purpose. After introducing himself as a representative of the Phoenix Tower, Felix observed the surroundings while waiting. Everything was astonishingly organized. Magical equipment, defensive formations, military strategies, and imposing fortress. Every detail reflected discipline. Despite being so remote, Dimitri truly deserved its growing reputation. Soon afterward, Roman greeted him with a handshake. The moment their eyes met, Felix instinctively realized this wasn't an ordinary noble. Roman calmly confirmed the agreement from the letter. For 6 months, Felix would fight him every day. His payment would remain 1,000 gold each month. Felix still couldn't understand. Surely someone like Roman could hire countless capable mages. Why choose him? Roman explained the logic behind his decision. Among all magic towers, the Phoenix Tower possessed the greatest offensive fire magic. Its financial crisis created the perfect opportunity. Instead of purchasing talent permanently, Roman simply rented one of the best fire mages available. He also established one condition. If Felix happened to die or suffer serious injuries during training, Roman would bear no responsibility. Felix's only duty was simple: fight with everything he had. For a moment, Felix wondered whether Roman was being serious or simply looking down on him. Their first duel began inside the Dimitri training grounds. Roman allowed Felix to make the opening move. Believing he needed to demonstrate his worth immediately, Felix unleashed multiple explosive fire spears. Roman avoided every single one effortlessly. Without slowing down, Felix activated his fourth circle spell, Inferno. Walls of blazing fire erupted around Roman, sealing off every direction. Certain of victory, Felix strengthened the prison with a runic blaze powerful enough to carve deep cracks across the earth. There should have been no escape, yet seconds later, Roman walked out. Only the edges of his clothes had been scorched. Instead of praising the attack, Roman calmly questioned why Felix wasn't using the fifth circle magic he possessed. Felix froze. Had Roman seriously endured those flames without concern? Immediately creating distance with Flash, a short-range teleportation spell, Felix attempted to reset the battlefield. It didn't matter. Roman tracked his movement with his eyes alone. Felix hurriedly deployed a containment shield, creating an invisible prison around his opponent for a brief instant. Roman seemed trapped. Then, he shattered the magical barrier through raw physical strength. Realizing ordinary spells were useless, Felix finally cast his strongest incomplete technique, Incomplete Ardor, a relentless inferno that relentlessly pursued its target. Streams of blazing fire chased Roman across the battlefield, yet Roman moved even faster. Watching him effortlessly outrun the flames filled Felix with genuine fear. Before he realized it, Roman had already reached him. The duel was over. Roman simply announced that today's training had ended. They would continue again tomorrow at the same hour. The next thing Felix remembered. He was waking up outside in the courtyard. His thoughts spiraled. Roman had somehow predicted everything. It felt impossible. Even another rematch wouldn't change the outcome. He desperately needed a new strategy. Ever since the Tower Master disappeared, no one remained capable of passing down the Phoenix Tower's true legacy. Everyone believed its destruction was inevitable. Only Felix refused to surrender. Through sheer obsession, he continued researching forbidden flame techniques alone. Eventually, he managed to reproduce fragments of the lost legacy. People called him stubborn, some even called him reckless. He accepted both. The following day, Felix returned determined to become completely unpredictable. Activating Age of Stones, he raised an enormous pillar of rock beneath his feet to gain the high ground. From above, he unleashed Fire Wave across the entire training ground. Roman leaped away, only to be struck by a fire cannon. This time, Roman blocked it using a mysterious barrier. Felix immediately wondered whether it was an artifact or a technique Roman created himself. Before he could find the answer, Roman struck him squarely in the stomach. When Felix regained his senses, Roman calmly stated that this level wasn't enough. He encouraged Felix to use absolutely everything available. If necessary, he could even bring every mage from the Phoenix Tower. Anyone who defeated Roman would receive 10,000 gold. Felix could barely process what he'd heard. 10,000 gold. Enough wealth to feed 40,000 people for an entire year. At that point, this wasn't only about money anymore. His pride as a mage was on the line. He swore he would one day force Roman Dimitri to kneel before his magic. Throughout the first week, defeat followed defeat. Felix desperately searched for patterns in Roman's combat style. Beginning with the 8th battle, he introduced restriction spells, slowing magic, dense fog, and layered traps. Nothing worked. Roman predicted everything. By the 30th duel, Felix accepted reality. He couldn't defeat this monster alone. Finally, he contacted the Phoenix Tower. One mage immediately questioned the idea. Was he seriously suggesting that multiple mages gang up on a single opponent? If something went wrong inside Dimitri territory, the consequences could be severe. Among those listening was Nox, a 5th circle mage. Felix explained the reward, 10,000 gold for defeating Roman. Half would belong to anyone willing to help. The amount immediately caught Nox's attention. Still, he warned that victory would require flawless teamwork. Roman Dimitri was practically the natural predator of every mage. Days later, the group arrived in Dimitri territory. Roman greeted them with the same calm expression. They were welcome to attack first. Explosions, fire waves, layer upon layer of destructive spells. Almost immediately, Felix realized something painful. His companions were repeating every mistake he had already made during his first month. Within moments, Roman defeated every single mage. Even Nox fell. After completing his second body transformation and gaining resistance to both fire and cold, ordinary flames no longer affected him at all. Lying battered across the battlefield, the mages stared at Felix in disbelief. Who exactly was Roman Dimitri? What kind of monster had they challenged? Felix simply told everyone to rest. He would explain everything later. After the battles ended, Felix privately admitted defeat, no matter what he tried. He couldn't overcome Roman. Even so, there remained one question he desperately needed answered. How did Roman always predict his magic? Roman surprised him, rather than hiding the answer. He agreed to explain everything. That alone filled Felix with excitement. Inside the enormous Dimitri library, Felix asked whether Roman had truly read every magical grimoire stored there. Roman explained the foundation of magic itself. Mana resonates with nature through circles. Fire, water, wind, the instant a spell forms. It creates a unique signal. Every attribute, quantity, and shape of mana leaves behind a recognizable pattern. Roman summarized his method into 3 simple steps. First, read the mana resonance. Second, identify the spell by analyzing its structure. Third, choose the proper response before the magic fully materializes. Felix sat speechless. He never imagined anyone could process magic that way. Roman wasn't merely talented. Calling him a genius almost felt insulting. He was a monster, even more unbelievable. Someone with that level of ability still trained tirelessly every single day. Felix finally looked inward. For years, he had blamed everything on his master's disappearance. Deep down, he had been running away. He still hadn't achieved anything worthy of becoming Tower Master, but from that day onward, he resolved to push himself harder than ever. 2 months passed. During that time, Felix experienced firsthand the overwhelming distance separating himself from Roman. Although House Dimitri existed on the kingdom's distant frontier, its soldiers displayed astonishing discipline and unwavering loyalty far beyond that of ordinary noble families. Curiosity gradually consumed him. He began asking everyone about Roman, knights, servants, even blacksmiths. Eventually, he learned that Roman frequently visited the forge himself to create swords. Master blacksmith Hendrik even described an unforgettable sight. Whenever Roman forged a blade, the furnace flames completely swallowed his body. It looked less like craftsmanship, and more like a god standing inside fire itself. Those words instantly reminded Felix of his own master's teachings. To truly master flame magic, one had to embrace pain, accept the flames, discover a personal path. Magic wasn't something attained through determination alone. It demanded genuine affinity with fire. At last, everything clicked. Roman feared neither flames nor unbearable heat. Perhaps that was only natural. House Dimitri had lived beside furnaces for generations. Felix finally approached Roman directly. Was it true? Did Roman really embrace the furnace's flames, and if so, was there a secret method? Roman calmly admitted that he indeed possessed his own approach. Felix lowered his head. The Phoenix Tower desperately needed that knowledge. The last 3 years as Tower Master had been nothing but suffering. For the first time, he believed he had found hope. Roman answered with a simple question. Why should he freely hand over something so valuable? He was already paying Felix generously. Their arrangement was perfectly fair. Later, Felix gathered with the other Phoenix Tower mages, including Nox. They discussed every possibility. Nox finally reached one unavoidable conclusion. Roman Dimitri was a mage's worst possible opponent, and when someone couldn't be defeated, sometimes, the smartest choice was simply to stand beside them. The Phoenix Tower's mages understood one painful truth. Within the Empire, they had already fallen so low that rejecting Roman Dimitri's support would be nothing short of foolish. They knew exactly how desperate their situation had become. Felix also realized something unprecedented. Throughout history, magic towers had always aligned themselves with kingdoms, never with individual noble families. Even so, he chose to break that tradition. From that day forward, the fate of the Phoenix Tower would rest in House Dimitri's hands. The relocation was completed without major difficulty. Not long afterward, Felix entered his new office and received the financial report Roman had prepared. 24,000 gold every year. The amount left him speechless. People often joked that mages were monsters who devoured money, since advancing through higher magic circles demanded expensive grimoires and countless mana crystals. One of the tower mages even laughed, saying that if the budget ever became insufficient, Roman would probably increase it without hesitation. He then suggested Felix inspect the new headquarters. It was enormous. Chris personally guided him through the facility, explaining that it had been designed with future expansion in mind. The structure could eventually house 1,000 members. Felix stared in disbelief. He never imagined Roman would invest so heavily in rebuilding the Phoenix Tower. Chris simply smiled. Young Master Roman always treated his people better than anyone else. Felix would soon become accustomed to that reality. Meanwhile, Hans was carefully instructing his successor, Murphy. He reminded him not to let Roman neglect his daily routine simply because Hans wasn't present. Fresh towels should always be prepared after training. Warm water should always be ready nearby. Every detail mattered. Hans patiently explained everything. He genuinely trusted Murphy to do well. After all, the young man had graduated from the academy. Meanwhile, Hans himself prepared to visit his granddaughter, carrying a doll he hoped she would love. Roman had personally arranged a carriage for the trip. When Hans's son Harrison arrived at the estate, he froze. The entire property had been transformed, lavish decorations, an enormous banquet, countless servants. Everything looked like a celebration for royalty. His wife couldn't understand what was happening either. Then they learned the truth. Young Master Roman had prepared everything. Harrison couldn't comprehend it. Why would someone of Roman's status go so far? At that moment, Lucas introduced himself. Roman wished to express gratitude for Hans's lifelong service. Today, Hans would simply rest and enjoy himself. The celebration had actually been organized for his granddaughter's birthday. Harrison remained overwhelmed. To him, Hans had always been nothing more than House Dimitri's servant. Lucas gently corrected him. That wasn't how Roman saw him. To young Master Roman, Hans was irreplaceable. Lucas asked whether Harrison had never heard the stories from his own father. Those words brought forgotten memories flooding back, when everyone mocked Roman Dimitri as the useless heir. Hans had never once abandoned him. No matter how badly others ridiculed Roman, Hans always insisted that the young master was simply going through difficult times. One day, he would stand back up. Only then did Harrison truly understand. His father's devotion had never been meaningless. As guests continued arriving, confusion spread through the crowd. Many wondered whether they had mistaken the address. Suddenly, a procession of knights appeared. They weren't there for a noble. They were there to escort Hans. The old servant couldn't hold back his emotions. His son embraced him tightly. Later, it was finally time to open the birthday presents. Hans's own gift came first, a beautiful doll his granddaughter had wished for countless times. Her eyes immediately sparkled with joy. Then another gift arrived. This one came from Viscount Conrad, a ruby ring. Everyone was stunned. Why would a noble present such an expensive gift to a servant's granddaughter? Then came more, elegant necklaces, precious jewelry, gifts from Count Adelin, gifts from Lawrence. Harrison could only stare in disbelief. The explanation soon became obvious. These nobles weren't honoring the child, they were honoring Hans. He had remained beside Roman long before the entire kingdom recognized his greatness. That relationship alone made him someone worth earning favor with. The little girl couldn't stop smiling. She had never imagined receiving treasures like these. Finally, Roman Dimitri's gift was opened. Even Hans became curious. Inside wasn't jewelry, nor gold, it was a letter. The moment Harrison finished reading, he completely froze. Roman had personally written a recommendation granting Hans's granddaughter admission to the Academy of Glory, the finest educational institution in the entire kingdom. Even wealthy commoners rarely managed to enter. For ordinary families, it was practically impossible. Harrison was overwhelmed with gratitude toward his father, toward Roman. Back at Dimitri Castle, Hans quietly admitted that every gift had been wonderful. Still, he insisted he didn't truly need any of it. Serving Roman had already brought him enough happiness. Those words stirred memories within Roman. In his previous life as Jun Hyuk, he had once watched an utterly broken and wounded retainer remain loyal until the very end. Roman calmly told Hans something from the heart. He would never cast Hans aside because he trusted him completely. That trust was mutual. Looking back, Hans had spent more years beside him than even his own father. His loyalty had never wavered. He had every right to accept every bit of gratitude offered to him. Roman then sincerely wished Hans's granddaughter a happy birthday. A full year passed. At the Cairo branch of the Valhalla Temple, Willis absent-mindedly watered flowers, completely bored. Ever since Roman returned from the Southern War and announced his intention to challenge the public rankings, something unprecedented had happened. The rankers had stopped fighting among themselves. Instead, every one of them spent the entire year preparing for Roman Dimitri. Officially, Roman still held the 100th position after defeating Homeros, but everyone also knew he had overcome Butler, Hector's second strongest warrior, and a genuine 5-star Aura Knight. That changed everything. Every ranker from 99 upwards suddenly became Roman's potential target. The moment he began climbing, Cairo's entire ranking system would be turned upside down. A priest approached Willis with exciting news. Roman had finally contacted the temple. The public ranking battles were about to begin. Willis couldn't hide his excitement. Elsewhere, Benedict quietly reflected on Roman's decision. At the same time, Cairo's political climate had grown dangerously unstable. Several magic tower masters, including the master of the Phoenix Tower in the Kingdom of Frank, had mysteriously disappeared. The Chronos Empire suffered the greatest losses. Many suspected rival nations were secretly moving to dominate the continent. Even smaller kingdoms had begun growing uneasy. Cairo, sharing a border with Chronos, certainly wouldn't survive future conflicts through luck alone. The kingdom desperately needed a stable power structure. A weak king would never endure the coming storm. If the aristocratic faction successfully recruited Roman Dimitri, the other major powers certainly wouldn't remain idle, but if Roman rejected them, the balance would become even more chaotic. Benedict immediately asked where Roman currently was. The messenger answered, "The northern region." Benedict smiled. Roman had chosen to begin his ascent from the very bottom, one step at a time. When the tournament officially began, Jadon, ranked 99th in Cairo, could hardly believe he had been selected as Roman's first opponent. If Roman truly possessed the strength everyone talked about, why waste time on someone ranked so low? Looking closer, Roman also seemed surprisingly young. Jadon had already heard rumors that Roman scheduled his next matches before even entering the arena. To him, that sounded unbearably arrogant. The instant the battle started, Jadon charged with everything he had. 1 second later, Roman casually struck him with the hilt of his sword. Jadon collapsed unconscious. Willis watched in amazement. Calling it a battle almost felt dishonest. It had simply been a one-sided beating. Still, Willis wondered why Roman insisted on climbing from the bottom instead of immediately challenging the top 30. Roman calmly explained. Many people praised him as a hero, yet continued doubting his true strength, so he would erase every doubt himself. He intended to defeat every ranked swordsman using nothing except his own power. Hearing that answer, Willis couldn't hide his excitement. This was exactly the kind of spectacle he wanted to witness. Reporters initially insisted such a climb was impossible. Starting from rank 99 meant 99 victories. Even winning once every day would require more than 3 months, but reality shattered every prediction. Roman defeated rank 98 effortlessly. Then 97. Spectators couldn't believe their eyes. He had already defeated 3 rankers in a single day, even more absurd. Not one opponent survived longer than 10 seconds. Only 2 days passed. Roman had already climbed to 91st place. Meanwhile, Jadon awoke screaming from terrifying nightmares. He felt like prey being devoured by an overwhelming predator. The doctor calmly informed him he had finally regained consciousness. Confused, Jadon asked what had happened. The doctor explained that Roman's attack had rendered him unconscious for an entire day. Ironically, he was the first opponent to wake after facing Roman. Jadon immediately asked how many people Roman had defeated, including him. 5. In a single day, the doctor quietly admitted that none of them had ever possessed even the slightest chance. Jadon's body throbbed with unbearable pain. It felt as though every muscle had been ripped apart. The doctor explained why. Roman's mysterious technique had completely destroyed his muscles. Recovery would require nearly an entire month. Horrified, Jadon desperately tried warning the remaining rankers. Roman Dmitri wasn't merely powerful. He was a monster capable of reducing an opponent's body to ruin with a single strike. Facing him wasn't simply losing. It became a lifelong trauma. Meanwhile, Roman continued advancing relentlessly. 85th, 44th, 43rd, 42nd, within only a week, every rumor surrounding him had vanished. No one questioned his strength anymore. Rankers from 39 through 31 surrendered without even drawing their swords. Then came rank 30, Fernando, unlike the others. He accepted the challenge. The 28th ranker immediately called him reckless. Roman Dmitri was already comparable to a genuine 5-star warrior. Only the top 10 could realistically challenge him now. Fernando simply smiled. His decision had nothing to do with pride. Others surrendered because they feared humiliation. Fernando didn't care about appearances. He lacked overwhelming talent. The only way forward was gaining experience against someone far stronger. On the day of the duel, spectators wondered whether he would even survive 1 minute. Fernando was famous for refining his fundamentals to perfection. Still, he had never truly reached the 4th star. Even so, he believed becoming Roman's stepping stone would help him grow. The battle began. Fernando attacked with aura. Roman calmly stepped aside. Fernando continuously changed his angles, mixing swordsmanship with agile footwork, searching desperately for even a single opening. Roman simply avoided every strike. Fernando couldn't understand. Was Roman underestimating him? Fine, if crushing his pride was Roman's goal. He welcomed it. The only path toward true strength was challenging impossible opponents. Then, a voice suddenly echoed inside Fernando's mind. It was Roman, calmly instructing him to begin circulating his mana exactly as directed. Fernando couldn't tell what was happening. Was Roman using magic? Or was this some kind of telepathy? Roman calmly explained that Fernando's greatest weakness had nothing to do with talent. Despite reaching the level of a 4-star swordsman, his mana output was unstable. As long as that flaw remained, he would never reach his true potential. Across Cairo and throughout the continent of Salamandra, every swordsman learned the same method. They absorbed mana, forced it through established pathways, then ignited it into aura. It was the accepted standard, the path everyone followed. But Roman revealed that those weren't the only routes mana could take. Fernando struggled to understand. To him, aura was simply released through the pathways every swordsman learned. That was common knowledge. Roman continued speaking directly into his mind. Every warrior's mana naturally sought a path unique to that individual. Creating a new route was far more difficult once the conventional one had already formed, but not impossible. Fernando still couldn't grasp Roman's reasoning. Even so, he trusted one thing: Roman's overwhelming strength. If someone like him believed there was another way, then it was worth trying. Their swords continued colliding. During each exchange, Roman instructed him to suppress his mana instead of releasing it. If he restrained the energy, it would naturally carve out a new pathway. The moment he sensed that route, he should unleash everything through it. As Fernando blocked another strike, he suddenly felt his mana flowing differently than ever before. Roman quietly announced that the duel was over. The very next exchange ended the battle. The crowd erupted. To everyone watching, the 30th rank swordsman had suffered a complete defeat without putting up meaningful resistance. Then, Fernando stood back up. He asked Roman for one more moment. Approaching him, he desperately wanted to know how Roman had discovered the flaw that even he never understood. Fernando had always believed he simply lacked talent. Roman explained that reaching 4-star aura already proved Fernando possessed enough mana. His attacks, however, were abnormally weak. That contradiction pointed toward only one conclusion. His aura pathways were flawed. Roman admitted it had merely been a deduction based on observation. Hearing that, Fernando finally saw a tiny ray of hope. Small, but real. He asked Roman whether he would teach him how to open those new mana pathways. Roman answered honestly, teaching him wasn't the problem. But Roman never entered agreements that offered him nothing in return. Fernando immediately asked what he wanted. Roman's answer was simple. If Fernando truly wanted to grow, then he should dedicate his life to Roman and become one of his people. Fernando finally understood. Standing before him wasn't merely the strongest swordsman. It was someone capable of leading others toward greatness, without hesitation. He knelt. Fernando swore absolute loyalty to Roman. Elsewhere, the aristocratic faction gathered under Benedict to discuss a growing crisis. Roman Dmitri, his rise had become impossible to ignore. Several nobles admitted that if things continued this way, Roman might even defeat Count Nicholas, something once considered unimaginable. Benedict remained cautious. Roman had certainly defeated Butler, but Nicholas existed on an entirely different level. He was Cairo's rank 1, the kingdom's strongest swordsman. One noble quietly asked the question everyone feared. What if Roman actually defeated Nicholas? Benedict's expression hardened. Nicholas was the pillar supporting the royal faction. If he fell, a completely new balance of power would emerge across Cairo. That absolutely could not happen. If Roman rejected every offer extended to him, then he had to be eliminated, no matter the cost. Benedict immediately ordered every family under the faction to gather their military forces inside the capital. Meanwhile, Roman continued climbing through the rankings. Soon he defeated Jairn of the Kronos faction, who held 10th place. Standing before the gathered crowd, Roman declared his disappointment. He had announced these public ranking battles an entire year ago. He expected opponents who had prepared themselves properly. Instead, after reaching rank 10, he found only one worthy challenge remaining, Count Nicholas. Roman decided enough time had been wasted. 3 days later, he would challenge everyone ranked from 9th through 2nd, all in one place. He would defeat every one of them. Then face Cairo's strongest swordsman. His declaration sent shockwaves through the entire capital. Bruno, ranked 9th under the Valhalla faction, had already begun considering surrender. His strength closely resembled Garand's, and everyone remembered how effortlessly Roman crushed Garand. Oscar, the aristocratic faction's second-ranked swordsman, immediately rejected the idea. Retreat wasn't an option anymore. Roman had publicly challenged them. If they surrendered now, the entire kingdom would brand them as cowards. Oscar gathered every remaining ranker. His request was straightforward. Everyone should fight Roman one after another, forcing him to waste as much strength as possible. They would protect both their pride and the reputation of Cairo's rankers. 3 days later, every challenger from rank 9 to rank 2 arrived. The audience buzzed with excitement. A series of incredible battles was about to begin. Roman quietly reflected that nobles always moved fastest once danger reached their doorstep. He also knew time was running out. This world followed only one law: devour or be devoured. The first opponent stepped forward, rank 9, Bruno. Everyone predicted the same outcome. Roman would seek an instant victory. Bruno would desperately try to prolong the fight. Instead, 1/1 second, a deep wound split Bruno's chest. He collapsed immediately. Rank 8 followed. Then 7, neither lasted any longer. Ranks 6, 5, and 3 were overwhelmed just as brutally. Finally, only Oscar remained. The second-ranked swordsman trembled with fear. He couldn't believe what he had witnessed. Roman calmly asked whether Oscar was the last one. Oscar silently accepted reality. The king had already received every report. Roman defeated ranks 9 through 2 in a single day. Nothing remained preventing him from officially challenging rank 1. Daniel asked Count Nicholas whether there was any way to avoid the duel. He trusted Nicholas. But if Cairo's strongest swordsman fell, the royal family itself would lose its greatest shield. Nicholas answered without hesitation. That outcome would never happen. He still believed in his own strength. The king asked one final time whether he was truly certain. Nicholas quietly reflected on Roman. Roman Dmitri possessed the instincts of a born predator. Long before the world acknowledged him, he already knew exactly where he belonged. If Nicholas lost, the royal family itself would stand in grave danger. Even so, He vowed to defend them with everything he had. The following day, under countless watchful eyes, Roman stepped into Cairo's grand arena. Nicholas welcomed him, ready to show Roman the harsh reality behind the title of strongest swordsman. Roman simply answered that he had been looking forward to this battle. The instant their swords collided, an overwhelming explosion of aura erupted. The audience instinctively shielded their eyes. Willis watched in awe. Every clash shook the very air itself. Nicholas admitted Roman was far more interesting than expected. Roman calmly replied that he had come to claim the title of strongest swordsman. Nicholas unleashed a devastating strike. Roman blocked it, then answered with one even stronger. Nicholas endured, but the impact forced him backward. Roman's blood surged with excitement. He accelerated again, blending his movements with his shadow technique. Little by little, Nicholas began losing ground. He realized Roman's style was terrifyingly efficient. Every movement existed only to secure victory. If Roman won, there would no longer be any reason for him to protect the royal family. Nicholas abandoned all hesitation. Pouring every ounce of aura into one final attack, he unleashed his secret art, a slash powerful enough to split the arena itself. Roman answered with the second form of the heavenly demon technique. Black flames collided head-on against Nicholas's ultimate strike. When the smoke finally cleared, Cairo's strongest swordsman had fallen to one knee. Still, he stood again. Roman asked why he continued fighting. Nicholas answered without hesitation, because he was the strongest swordsman even if his body collapsed. His resolve never would. Barely able to remain standing, Nicholas charged one last time. Roman's blade cut across his chest. Blood poured from the wound. Watching him, Roman couldn't help but admire him. Nicholas truly was an extraordinary warrior, but every era eventually comes to an end. From the shattered battlefield, Willis announced the result. Roman Dmitri had become rank 1 in the Kingdom of Cairo. Willis quietly admitted to himself that perhaps he had underestimated Roman, or perhaps no one had ever truly understood what kind of monster he was. Roman had no intention of joining Valhalla. That alone made him someone who should never be allowed to live unchecked. Later, Roman marched through Cairo alongside his soldiers. Citizens stared in disbelief. A young man had defeated Count Nicholas. The kingdom's strongest swordsman had fallen. Suddenly, Benedict appeared. His soldiers surrounded Roman and his men from every direction. Benedict calmly admitted that Nicholas's defeat had forced him to reconsider everything. He now understood why Roman spent an entire year preparing. That time had never been for Roman alone. It had been used to strengthen House Dmitri. Now, the moment of choice had finally arrived. Roman could stand beside the aristocratic faction or choose another path if he made the wrong decision. He would pay dearly. Roman lowered his head. A distant memory resurfaced. His older brother Royal sat upon a throne watching him silently. Back then, Jun Hayek had also faced a crossroads. Royal told him that his choice would define their relationship forever. He could join his brother, sharing power, wealth, and glory, or oppose him as a rival for succession. Jun Hayek asked himself one question: would he submit or fight? His answer never changed. He approached his brother, apologized, then admitted he could never live a life serving someone else's ambitions. Back in the present, Roman slowly raised his sword, standing before Benedict, leader of the aristocratic faction. Benedict still believed authority alone gave him absolute power. Yet, at that moment, power meant nothing. Benedict immediately declared Roman Dmitri and House Dmitri responsible for provoking internal unrest across the kingdom. As leader of the central government, he ordered Roman to submit peacefully for investigation. Then everything changed. Within seconds, blood splashed across Benedict's face as one of his soldiers fell. Benedict demanded an explanation. Was Roman truly rebelling against the government? Roman answered without hesitation. He wasn't opposing the king. He was opposing Mari's Benedict. The central government existed to carry out the king's will, not Benedict's personal ambitions. Roman warned him that arrogance like this would eventually bring the Benedict family to ruin. Roman calmly declared that the king alone would decide who was right. Then he ordered Kevin and Chris to carve a path forward. Without hesitation, the two charged ahead, cutting down every aristocratic soldier who dared block their way. Benedict stood frozen. Never in his wildest imagination had he expected someone to openly massacre noble troops in the heart of Cairo. Roman continued advancing through the capital, leaving defeated enemies behind while the remaining knights lost their heads one after another. His message was unmistakable. Anyone was free to act according to their own convictions, because he intended to do exactly the same. The purge had begun. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace, a knight urgently reported that Roman Dmitri was slaughtering members of the aristocratic faction throughout the capital. King Daniel immediately questioned whether this had become an outright rebellion. The vice-captain of the royal cavalry ordered every available knight to assemble at once, placing the king's protection above everything else. He quietly wondered whether this disaster had become unavoidable. Then, Roman himself appeared before the palace. Covered in blood, he requested an audience with the king. Daniel dismissed unnecessary formalities and demanded an explanation. Roman spoke without hesitation. After the public ranking battles ended, Maurice Benedict had surrounded him with hundreds of soldiers, attempting to force him into the aristocratic faction. Roman had refused. He followed no one except the king. If the king permitted it, the Dmitri family would become Cairo's sword. They would erase the aristocratic faction and restore balance to the kingdom. Daniel narrowed his eyes. Was Roman proposing to destroy an entire political faction on the king's behalf? Then what exactly did he expect in return? Roman brought the conversation back to Hector's invasion. He reminded the king that he had personally fought on the southern front. There had been enough time to prepare. Yet Cairo's defenses collapsed with terrifying speed. The real problem had never been Hector alone. The kingdom itself had fractured into 4 competing factions. If authority had been properly unified, the southern line would never have fallen so easily. Roman asked a simple but devastating question. Had Cairo truly changed during the past year? The continent remained unstable. Danger was growing everywhere. How much longer would the king simply watch events unfold? The man capable of truly uniting Cairo wasn't Benedict, who merely manipulated the central government like his personal throne. It was the king himself. Daniel and the vice-captain exchanged stunned looks. Was Roman genuinely loyal? Or was this simply rebellion disguised as patriotism? Roman admitted his actions naturally inspired suspicion. But House Dmitri had already risked everything. Now the decision rested with the king. Would he make use of the opportunity Roman had created, or allow it to disappear? Before answering, Daniel asked one final question. What did Dmitri seek in return? Roman's answer was direct. The eastern region should become an autonomous duchy. House Dmitri wanted official independence over the east while remaining loyal to Cairo. Their roots would never change. Whenever the kingdom needed them, they would still fight. Sometimes a ruler couldn't have everything. The only choice was making the best decision for the kingdom itself. Daniel quietly considered the proposal. He then asked what would happen if Count Templar and Gregor joined forces afterward. Roman calmly explained why that possibility remained unlikely. Valhalla lacked the freedom to intervene immediately due to distance from the borders. Meanwhile, Kronos remained consumed by conflict against the Southern Alliance. Neither empire could afford to shift its attention toward Cairo yet. Daniel realized Roman had already accounted for multiple enemies at once. Even if eliminating internal threats created new problems, Roman had already prepared for them. Roman added that perfect solutions never existed. Sometimes eliminating the greater danger justified accepting calculated risks. The king finally understood. Roman wasn't relying on luck. Every move rested upon careful analysis of the continent's political landscape. The man before him truly was extraordinary. The vice-captain still objected. To him, House Dmitri was simply exploiting the situation to increase its own power. Roman answered with another question. Did anyone present have a better solution? Silence filled the chamber. The aristocratic faction continued dragging the kingdom toward ruin. Someone had to stop them. Roman explained that House Dmitri sought only proper compensation for the sacrifices it had already made, even if they became a duchy. Their fate would remain tied to Cairo's. They had already chosen this kingdom as their home. Daniel finally understood. Roman wasn't declaring rebellion. He was drawing a line that could no longer be ignored. The true problem wasn't House Dmitri. It was a king forced to watch his own kingdom tear itself apart. Daniel accepted that painful truth. House Dmitri had already grown beyond the royal family's ability to simply command. Now he faced only 2 choices: remain trapped in the broken system, or build an entirely new Cairo. Even knowing Dmitri possessed ambitions of its own, Daniel preferred extending his hand to Roman rather than remaining the puppet of those who had controlled him for years. At last, the king made his decision. In the name of the royal family of Cairo, the eastern region, including House Dimitri's territory, would officially become a duchy. Baron Dmitri would receive the title of duke. Roman himself received authority to punish Maurice Benedict, the traitor responsible for throwing the kingdom into chaos. Elsewhere, Count Denver immediately realized how terrifying Roman Dmitri truly was. Launching an attack against Benedict inside the capital changed everything. Neither House Dmitri nor the aristocratic faction could survive unless one side completely destroyed the other. Denver believed Roman intended to borrow the king's authority, destroy the aristocratic faction, then leave Valhalla to profit from the aftermath, before he could think further. A soldier burst inside, reporting that Roman Dmitri had already invaded the estate. Moments later, Roman himself appeared. He seized the man, slammed him to the floor, and ordered complete obedience to the imperial decree. Denver was stunned. Had Roman somehow arrived before the report itself? He questioned the legitimacy of those orders. Roman answered coldly. The soldier had secretly conspired with Valhalla while leaking Cairo's confidential information. By direct order of the king, he was under arrest. Anyone attempting to shield him would immediately become an accomplice to treason and face execution. Denver warned Roman to think carefully. Valhalla would never overlook such actions. Roman simply pressed his blade against Denver's throat, then reminded him that he still hadn't understood the situation. Roman had never intended to crush only the aristocratic faction. Every faction serving Valhalla, or Kronos, would eventually share the same fate. At Gregor's estate, the vice-captain of the royal cavalry personally arrived. He told Simon that Gregor had never possessed the strength to shoulder Cairo's future. Simon admitted Gregor was correct about one thing: Kronos absolutely intended to conquer the continent. But the king had already made his decision. Grabbing Gregor by the head, Simon smashed him into the ground. If Kronos ever crossed Cairo's borders, Gregor's head would decorate the city walls. Every dangerous variable had to disappear. Meanwhile, Benedict anxiously waited inside his own estate. He always expected the day would come when the throne itself needed to be seized. He simply hadn't imagined it arriving this suddenly. If enough members of the faction gathered together, taking control of Cairo remained possible. Roman had undoubtedly become stronger after defeating Nicholas. Even so, Benedict refused to believe everything would unfold according to Roman's wishes. He immediately contacted Fabius. The answer shocked him. Fabius refused to send troops. He refused to attend the gathering. Through the communication crystal, Benedict demanded to know whether Fabius had completely lost his mind. Was this truly his final decision? Fabius answered without hesitation. It was. He had already placed his bet. Roman Dmitri would emerge victorious. Nothing Benedict said would change that. Benedict warned he would regret such betrayal. Fabius calmly accepted the possibility if he had chosen incorrectly. His future was finished. Even so, everything he did now was for the people under his protection. He then reminded Benedict of something everyone had heard. Roman Dmitri protected his people better than anyone. The aristocratic faction still hadn't realized the truth. They weren't approaching victory. They were marching toward their own destruction. At that exact moment, Valentino publicly declared support for House Dmitri. The neutral forces immediately began moving as well. Using his immense influence, Valentino purchased the loyalty of nearly every mercenary operating throughout Cairo. Because of Valentino and the other neutral powers, the aristocratic faction suddenly found itself unable to mobilize freely. Later, inside the Royal War Council, Roman revealed another major development. Several days earlier, Count Fabius and multiple noble families had abandoned the aristocratic faction altogether and joined the royal faction. Daniel quietly admitted that House Dmitri might have defeated Benedict without assistance. Still, Roman had chosen the smarter path. Standing before a detailed fortress map, Roman explained the battlefield. Had Benedict successfully united every remaining force, their armies would have marched directly upon the capital. Instead, fear forced them into defensive positions. With their strength divided, this had become the perfect chance to erase every remaining traitor. Daniel immediately approved the strategy. He promised every resource the kingdom could provide. Then, as king, he officially appointed Roman supreme commander of the campaign. Inside Benedict's castle, panic spread. The nobles agreed that if the royal army advanced quickly, it would reach them within a week. Their only option was locking the gates, fortifying the castle, and waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Another noble pointed out an even greater problem. Marquis Valentino had remained neutral for years, yet he had now openly chosen Roman Dmitri. Could they truly win under those circumstances? Someone else admitted their military strength had already fallen below half. The only remaining hope was contacting every noble aligned with Kronos and Valhalla now that their own leader had been captured. Benedict immediately approved the suggestion. He demanded to know how long gathering reinforcements would require. The noble beside him estimated at least 15 days. Changing minds, rebuilding alliances, and assembling an army would take no less than that. Benedict immediately assigned the mission, reminding everyone that although the war had erupted without warning, the faction had been preparing for this day for a very long time. Meanwhile, Count Nicholas finally regained consciousness. He was alive. The wound across his body was severe, but Roman had never intended to take his life. Just before losing consciousness, Nicholas remembered hearing Roman's voice, assuring him not to worry about what came afterward because he had no intention of betraying Cairo. That memory lingered in his mind. Before anything else, he needed to understand what had happened. Soon, the vice-captain entered the room. He admitted that he had believed Nicholas was dead and was relieved to see him awake. Nicholas apologized for causing concern and asked what had happened after he collapsed. The vice-captain explained that the army was already preparing to march. Roman Dmitri had been appointed commander of the campaign against the aristocratic faction. Without hesitation, Nicholas requested to be taken to the military ceremony. He intended to witness it himself. The ceremony soon began. In a symbolic moment, Count Nicholas personally presented Roman Dmitri as the supreme commander of the campaign. Watching the scene unfold, Nicholas noticed something remarkable. The representative of the royal army was handing Roman the ceremonial sword in almost the exact same way the king himself had once done. Even within a kingdom consumed by political corruption, there were still people whose sense of honor remained untouched. Roman accepted the ceremonial blade. Then he addressed the assembled army. He declared that Cairo had endured far too much chaos. Today, everyone standing there would unite to punish those who had betrayed the kingdom. He admitted that raising weapons against fellow citizens would be painful. Even so, he believed that lasting peace could only be restored after this conflict ended. Roman promised that he would stand at the very front of the battlefield. He asked only one thing: trust him, and fight until victory belonged to Cairo. The soldiers answered with thunderous cheers. Roman's name echoed across the camp. At that moment, the war that would decide the kingdom's future officially began. Soon afterward, Roman reached the front lines outside the aristocratic faction's territory. Rows of signal flares had already been positioned. He understood one simple truth: every extra moment given to Benedict only increased the enemy's chances. There would be no drawn-out campaign. Roman immediately ordered the first wave of attacks to begin. Inside Benedict's fortress, Cameron, captain of the aristocratic guard, spotted the signal flares lighting the horizon. He instantly activated the castle's defensive barrier. An enormous magical shield enveloped the fortress. It possessed enough durability to withstand dozens of powerful attacks, continuously restoring itself through countless mana crystals. For a brief moment, the defense seemed unbreakable. Then Cameron noticed something alarming. An entire formation of mages stepped forward. Roman had already anticipated siege warfare. Long before the battle began, he invested heavily in rebuilding the Phoenix Magic Tower. Now, their purpose was simple: bring down the walls. Felix stood before his fellow mages. He reminded them that this battle was their opportunity to repay Roman's faith in them. Today, the Phoenix Tower would prove why flame magic dominated large-scale warfare. The mages simultaneously cast amplification spells over every flare. The flames expanded dramatically before crashing into Benedict's barrier. One strike was enough to shake the entire fortress. Everyone immediately realized the shield wouldn't survive forever. Watching the barrier tremble, Cameron couldn't hide his disbelief. Magic towers were supposed to remain neutral, yet these mages had openly entered the war. Even worse, their numbers were overwhelming. Their destructive power was terrifying. Without hesitation, Cameron ordered the emergency defense protocol. Every remaining mana crystal was activated. All available energy was redirected toward maintaining the barrier. Elsewhere, Simon couldn't understand where Roman had gathered so many powerful mages. Chris calmly revealed the answer. The Phoenix Magic Tower had recently relocated into House Dimitri's territory. Simon stared in disbelief. How could a neutral magic tower pledge itself to a noble family? Chris answered without hesitation. Every mage there had willingly sworn loyalty to House Dimitri. If Dimitri had become Cairo's sword, then the Phoenix Tower would naturally fight beside them. Simon found himself even more amazed by Roman. At that point, House Dimitri already possessed influence rivaling an entire kingdom. He silently admitted that making an alliance with Roman had been the correct decision. Roman wasted no time. He ordered every siege unit to intensify the assault. Every flare received another layer of amplification magic. The bombardment became even more devastating. At that moment, it almost felt as though fate itself had chosen Cairo's side. Only after sunset did the battlefield finally grow quiet. Both armies temporarily withdrew to recover. Inside Benedict's fortress, anxiety spread through every meeting room. The commanders estimated that if another morning assault matched the previous one, their defenses would survive only 10 more days. Benedict immediately asked about Baron Winston. Owen reported that the reinforcements gathered by the aristocratic faction had already reached the northeastern entrance. Benedict then asked the question weighing on everyone's mind. What were the chances Winston's campaign against House Dimitri would fail? Owen answered with absolute confidence: 0. Baron Winston represented the pride of the aristocratic faction. Within 3 days, he would completely erase what he called Dimitri's rebellion. Benedict had intentionally prepared this operation as a diversion. He no longer trusted the imperial faction. For that reason, Winston received complete authority. Any method, any decision, victory mattered more than everything else. Meanwhile, Winston finalized his advance plans alongside his deputy. One knight pointed out that moving farther would eventually place them inside Count territory. At that moment, fresh news arrived from the main battlefield. The Central Army estimated it could survive only 10 more days. Time had become their greatest enemy. Winston immediately decided they must avoid unnecessary battles. Speed would determine success. Instead of confronting Dimitri directly, they would cross through the territories controlled by Conrad, Rollo, and Adelin. Those regions had never aligned themselves with House Dimitri. Most had expanded by conquering neighboring lands in previous wars. Historically, they had remained some of Dimitri's strongest regional rivals. Adelin, in particular, governed an important commercial city and preferred protecting its relationship with the central government above everything else. Meanwhile, both Rollo and Conrad still carried lingering resentment toward House Dimitri. Winston believed negotiations would be easy. He immediately ordered generous offers to be sent, promising rewards in exchange for safe passage. Roughly an hour later, all three territories accepted. Even then, one noble remained suspicious. Could they really trust these northeastern lords? What if this entire arrangement was a trap? Winston dismissed the concern. Even if someone attempted an ambush, nothing meaningful would happen. House Dimitri's strongest warriors were fighting on the main battlefield. Anyone remaining behind would simply be ordinary soldiers. No border force could possibly defeat the elite troops accompanying him. One knight praised Winston's thorough analysis. Every possible variable seemed accounted for. Then, the darkness itself began glowing. Torches slowly appeared across the surrounding plains. Jonathan, commander of House Dimitri's knights, stepped forward. He formally declared that Maurice Benedict had been recognized as a traitor to the kingdom. Every soldier present was ordered to surrender immediately. Any resistance would be treated as rebellion. Winston exploded with outrage. He rejected the accusation outright. Benedict wasn't a traitor. He made one final attempt at negotiation. If Jonathan allowed safe passage, generous rewards awaited everyone through Benedict's influence. But if they insisted on resisting, he would destroy them without hesitation. Jonathan ignored every word. Instead, he ordered Nox to begin casting. The Fifth Circle mage immediately unleashed an enormous fire cannon alongside the other Phoenix mages. The combined spell erupted with devastating force. Within seconds, the entire front line vanished beneath overwhelming flames. Soldiers were burned alive before they could even react. The battlefield descended into absolute chaos. Winston couldn't believe what he was witnessing. His army was collapsing almost instantly. Never before had he encountered troops this overwhelmingly powerful. Jonathan didn't waste the opportunity. He charged straight toward Winston. One swing, one clean strike. Baron Winston was split in half. A full week later, the relentless siege finally achieved its objective. Benedict's defensive barrier shattered. The fortress walls collapsed. Desperation spread through every remaining noble. Benedict repeatedly demanded news about Winston, desperately searching for any sign of hope. Instead, a knight delivered the worst possible report. Their advisors had confirmed everything. Winston's entire force had been annihilated. The Baron himself had died in battle. The room fell silent. Every remaining commander understood the truth. Their last reinforcement had disappeared. The castle could fall at any moment. Communication with their remaining allies had already been severed. For the first time, voices calling for surrender began appearing. Owen immediately rejected the idea. He reminded everyone of Roman Dimitri's history. Every person who stood against him had eventually fallen. Then Owen proposed one final alternative. Since the war was already lost, they should abandon Cairo altogether, if survival remained possible by joining the empire. Then changing sides was preferable to waiting for execution. After a long silence, Benedict finally made his decision. He ordered immediate contact with Kronos. Negotiations would begin at once. Elsewhere, Baron Charlton, representing the Kronos Empire, received the request. His response was cold. Until now, Kronos had always worked through Count Gregory, not Benedict, so before offering any assistance, he demanded one simple answer: why should Kronos help him now? Benedict calmly explained that Cairo had already begun its great internal purge, and during that operation both Gregory and Denver, the men who had worked alongside him, had already been captured. From Kronos' perspective, however, those losses meant very little. Charlton found the situation increasingly interesting and decided to hear the proposal in full, asking exactly what kind of assistance Benedict expected from the Empire. Benedict revealed his true objective. He wanted Kronos to launch an invasion against Cairo's western front. The Empire accepted without hesitation. Barely 12 hours later, 2 of Cairo's 3 defensive lines had already fallen. Not long afterward, Benedict contacted King Daniel through a communication crystal, asking with open mockery whether he appreciated the gift he had prepared. Furious, the king demanded to know why he had dragged a foreign empire into Cairo's internal conflict. Benedict showed no remorse. Survival came before everything else, and in his eyes every choice was justified if it ensured that outcome. Then he forced the king into an impossible dilemma. Daniel now had to choose: either abandon Cairo's western defenses to eliminate Benedict, or save the kingdom while allowing the aristocratic faction to survive. With those final words, Benedict ended the communication.